coming. The ultimate.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hey guys, I'm Artosis, joined with Pig, Tasteless, and Rotterdam, and today we're going to be talking about the impact of StarCraft on esports. So I want to start us off with, would it be going too far to say that StarCraft created esports?
I mean, we've always had competitive games, right? We've always had moments where two guys get together in multiplayer, they can duke it out. But I think what StarCraft brought to the table was real esports infrastructure, like teams, like arenas where you actually filled up audiences, and they proved that it could actually work. People would show up and people would watch.
It's funny because, you guys were like into the scene, playing, competing, going to tournaments when I barely knew about esports. But even from the very casual side, you kind of had this gamer culture pervasiveness where people would be like, hey, did you know there's full-time StarCraft pros? Hey, in Korea, it's on TV. Hey, there's this guy who got kind of flown in and there was this giant plane at this huge, entrance and all this. You'd hear this kind of lore without ever having watched a competitive match because there was no live streaming back then. If you weren't in Korea, you weren't watching it on TV. So I think it's the first thing where you could point to something and say, this is legit. This is a real thing. And it gave it this sort of credence. And I think that's what everyone else aimed for as they started to develop their own other esports.
I feel like Korea, Brood War, they really took it to the next level where it's no longer like, hey, we play against each other, let's make it a competition. Like, no, it's becoming serious. And that obviously took a long time before the rest of the world got on board. But to say that it's just StarCraft, no, but maybe StarCraft is the game that truly elevated it. But Brood War, slightly more your era than it was mine.
Yeah, well, Brood War was so big in Korea back then. It was like the second most watched sport on television when I moved there. And, like Korea was so far ahead of the rest of the world as far as esports goes. I would say modern esports was probably kicked off from StarCraft II.
Yeah, I feel like the era from 2000 to 2010 is a very interesting one because there absolutely was a lot of esports. It was really good esports. I mean, we hang out at World Cyber Games and stuff back in the days. And they had a lot of good ideas and a lot of games like Warcraft 3, my game. We definitely had a scene. We had good online tournaments, like online qualifications going into an offline event. So it was there, but it always felt that it was not very accessible. It was so hard for people to get into it. Like in Warcraft, you had to download a client and then a game would show up in your local area network and then people could watch. It's like, you have to be a mega tryhard to do that. And fortunately, we had a lot of mega tryhards and we had a fun tournament scene. But I think with StarCraft II coming out, like that announcement was already hyped, the anticipation was hyped, and it was just the perfect storm with suddenly Twitch becoming Twitch first was like Justin TV, right? But the stream platforms were there. People were streaming StarCraft and they're like, hey, this is pretty fun. We're all like, hey, this is actually kind of cool. You can just like watch it with other people, and like that obviously really took off.
You know, what's funny about it is that when it got really big, and it had a crazy run for like the first 2 years, other esports started to pop up. And there was like a little bit of hysteria about like, can there be more than one major esport? Do you remember these conversations happening? And now we're here at the Esports World Cup, and it's like we've got all the games together in one spot. But it's kind of crazy to think that it started there. People were freaked out. Okay, can we even have 2 of these? This is so good, but is one going to consume the other? And it's not true. Now we've got all sorts of esports and all sorts of different genres.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see that animosity fade away over time and people actually become fans of different genres. I think a lot of us ourselves are kind of a bit more like StarCraft's even the best strategy game. We don't like other strategy games, and I think we've all kind of tried different things and seen the different beauty without it. But there's something about in StarCraft, it brought a level of competitiveness, right? A level of speed, multitasking, and kind of a simpler management system than a lot of the other games, right? There was a lot of games out there that were like big, vast city builders, but StarCraft really seemed to focus on the player versus player interaction a lot more. Do you guys think that's fair to say?
Yeah. It's really a battle of wills, 2 people going against each other, right? Like that's what really makes it so beautiful is the real-time engagements that people have with each other. It's like, yeah, chess is really cool and stuff, but you're taking turns. We don't take turns in StarCraft.
You know, I think as long as it can still be managed and taken care of, and the proper adjustments are made in the game to keep it healthy, it can age like a fine wine. I mean, there's always something nice about a new RTS game, and everybody's scrambling to figure out, like, okay, what is good, what's broken, what's OP, and try to master it before everybody else. But there's also something nice about a game that's been out for a really long time, and we really have not just a deep understanding of the complexity of the game and how to play it, but we also have all these great stories, right? That's how you get an exciting esport, is you've got years and years. In this case, if you count StarCraft 1, it's a quarter of a century. I think it might be 26 years now. So you've got all this history behind it, which makes it, you know, so cool to watch.
There's so much history, so many cool storylines. I mean, if you would have told me 3 years ago that, like, yeah, within the next 2 years you get a Chinese world champion, I would be like, no, that's no, like the Koreans are too good, the top Europeans are too good. That's simply impossible. Yet we had that fantastic moment with Oliveira. I think one of the greatest moments in StarCraft history. And if we already had that recently, like, who is to say what's going to come in the future?
Well, I think that's a great message to end it on. StarCraft II forever!
Hello, I'm Clément Desplanches. My nickname is Clem, and I play StarCraft II for Team Liquid.
Hello, my name is Ricardo, also known as Raynor, and I play StarCraft as well.
Hello, I'm Estraya. My voice died a little bit yesterday on the plane ride, but I play StarCraft for Virtus Pro.
Hello, this is Solar. I'm from Korea. My name is Minsu, well known as Solar. Nice to meet you guys.
Okay, who wants to
You go, Clem.
Yeah, you're a
since, since you're the...
Alright, what's the first card? Serral.
I see. I
You got it?
understand, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Tell us, where your team.
It's Zergling Rush.
Zerglin Rush.
Zerglin.
Oh, I'm so glad we have an American here.
Zerglin
Oh,
Rush.
yeah.
Yep.
Good one.
This is the type of game it is. Okay.
Very well played, Max. So that's 1 point for us, right?
Alright,
go with the next?
You go ahead.
What? Do triple crown.
Triples?
Do triple.
Wait, do triple crown.
Wait,
Do triple crown.
Yeah, it's a
But
triple crown, but what does that mean in StarCraft?
Triple crown?
Yeah.
Do triple.
I don't think...
Really?
That's not really a StarCraft thing, is
Do
it?
triple crown.
It's a StarCraft thing, so.
What is
Crown?
triple crown?
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 Cone?
The triple crown?
That has to be crown, right?
Crown.
Not really sure about that one.
Do triple crown.
Yeah, just do it.
Do triple crown. Correct. 2 points for us. Oh, you go, Max. Sorry.
Legacy of the Void.
Legacy of
Legacy
the
of the Void, yeah.
Very nice.
Okay.
Well played, Max.
Crimson Quartz.
Crimson Court.
Crimson Court.
What?
Yeah,
Crimson Court?
it's Crimson Court.
Crimson Court. Alright, that's 4 points for us then.
Very nice.
4 points for us. 0 for the cards.
That's the next one. Dark Templar. Dark Templar.
Dark Templar, yeah.
Alright, we figured this one out as
Well
well.
played.
So fast.
Marine Prince.
Marine.
Marine
Prince.
What is
Max?
Preance?
Marine Prince.
When you preempt your Marines.
What?
Marine
Push Marines?
Prince.
Push Marines.
Marine Push?
Marine
No.
Prince. Prince.
Marine Prince?
I don't
Marine
know what
Prince.
that means.
Yes.
Wait, what was
is
it?
it?
Marine Prince.
You
Marine
were just
Prince.
printing marines
Oh.
from your barracks?
It's like Gabe. You go, Max.
Okay. We'll just say we got that one, I guess.
We got it.
Dinaj T. Kinji. Dinaj T. Kinji.
I think it's Dynasty.
Oh, Dynasty Kinji?
I don't know.
Kinji?
I don't know
I don't know
what
what Kinji is.
Dynasty Kinj.
Kinji is the ship.
Kenj.
Dynasty Kings. I don't know what that
Kings?
is.
Kings in Dynasty?
King. Kinji.
I think this one is a tie.
Yeah.
Dynasty.
What does that mean?
Dynasty Kenj.
I think we got it.
That's it. No?
I don't know. You figure it out.
Want a hint?
Yes.
Yeah, hints.
Sure.
All right. It's a nickname for one of your competitors,
Oh?
a player.
Die Mauer? Ah, no.
Clem?
Nickname for a competitor?
Die.
nickname.
Dinaj T. Kinji.
This player, also known as Dynasty Kinji.
I've never heard that.
I don't know.
Maybe the commentators.
Oh,
are
is it Korean player or like foreign player?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
The Night King.
Ah!
Dynasty King.
Dynasty Kinj. Dynasty
Whose turn
Kinj.
is it?
It's mine.
Oh, this one.
Macro Ter on May Jens.
Macro.
It's probably nickname.
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Macro God?
on
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Mayant.
Mayant.
Mayans.
What's May?
Macro Terran. Mayant.
Management. No.
I don't
Macro
know.
Terran Management.
Macro.
Macro
Macro.
Terran.
We already figured half of it, right? It has to be
May-
Macro Terran.
May.
Macro.
What is Mayant? Mayant? Mayant. Sounds like a song.
What's the nickname again?
Mayan?
The macro player. Macro Terran.
It's probably nickname, I think.
Who?
Gave?
Mayant.
People call him the Mayans.
Imagine they just made up a word and were like, yeah, figure it out,
They're
guys.
just trolling us on the last one.
We are
Mayans.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran Mayant. Mayant.
Are we dumb?
No way.
We're
No.
not stupid. We're programmers. Can't be.
Sure. dude.
Surely we're not.
That's why we're smart.
It's macro management.
Macro.
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 What?
No, it cannot be macro. Okay, we're dumb, but not that dumb. Like Macro Terran Mayant.
I think Mayant is management.
Yeah, that was
My-
a trick one.
I told you they made it up. I did say management at some
Yeah,
point.
we did.
You
So
did.
as a conclusion, how would you rate yourself? Did you do good?
I think we did amazing.
I think we did the best we could.
All right, I think we're done.
All right, let's get to work.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hello everyone and welcome to StarCraft II at the Esports World Cup. It's been over a year of competition to bring us here into the largest prize pool StarCraft II has ever seen, with $1 million on the line. We're super excited for it and we're going to be getting things underway very soon. I'm Wardy and joined on the desk to start us off, it's Zombie Grub and Pig. ZG, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. This is some exciting stuff. The largest prize pool in StarCraft history, 14 years into the game, and some amazing players with some great storylines that we'll be going over in the pre-show.
Pig,
it's going to be awesome. I mean, we've been building up to this for so long. It's been an extraordinarily long season leading into this, and there's just been so much hype building for this historic moment. $1 million tournament for the first time. I think we're excited. We've seen the players. They're giddy. It's just so much energy. It's absolutely electric.
Yeah, super exciting. Today we're here on the little side stage, but we're going to be getting to the main stage as well. Of course, here at the Esports World Cup, there's so many games going on, and it's all about those club championship points as well. So let's have a look at what that is all about.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
So much on the line here in the Esports World Cup, and these are the standings right now. Falcons are by far and away up at the top, but there is a big fight over second, third, fourth place and beyond. And of course, we've got some teams there which have a big impact in StarCraft II. It cannot be said anything but Team Liquid have been here since the start of StarCraft.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely our biggest supporters, I would say, and they have one of the more promising members to actually get a first place. Clem, it would not be the favorite, right? He wouldn't be the favorite to win, but it could actually happen, and to have that impact on your team overall for the club championships would just make that victory even sweeter.
Gaming Gladiators have Shin as well. Natives Vincia have, of course, Spirit, Pig, so there is a lot on the line for them teams. If one of those guys can have a big performance, it could make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to a pretty narrow difference between those. Obviously, Falcons has kind of taken up such a large portion of the results that you've got that second, third, fourth place is a very tight race at this point. And we saw last year, obviously at G8, there was another club, prize there. Clem was a big part with Team Liquid getting such a good placing there. So this tournament did well for Clem last year. I think a lot of eyes are on him, but the other players as well coming in as slightly more underdog picks to maybe win the whole tournament. But of course, top 8, you're still going to get a lot of points.
All right, we're going to have a little video here to explain the exact format of our tournament. So let's see what's going to go down.
The path to the StarCraft II World Championship and the largest prize pool in the history of the game begins now, here at the Esports World Cup. It will be a daunting task for our players, so let's take a look at exactly how the tournament format works. Such a milestone event for StarCraft II is something to be celebrated. Therefore, the tournament features a unique format. With 18 players total, the tournament is divided into 3 phases: the group stage, the knockout bracket, and the final 4. In the group stage, 16 participants are divided into 2 groups. They play a series of best of 5 matches in the double elimination format, at the end of which the top player from each group advances straight into the final 4. However, the 2 players that finish second in their group play an extra relegation match, with the winner also making the final 4. All the other contenders move to the knockout bracket, where they are joined by 2 players from the last chance qualifier. Here things get really spicy, as a single mistake means you're out of the biggest StarCraft II tournament ever. A single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches leads us all the way up to the final clash. Here the last final 4 spot is claimed in a thrilling best of 5 spectacle, so our players really need to watch their backs. In the final 4, our top contenders will play a best of 7 semi-finals. From there, for the first time ever, the new world champion will be determined by a best of 9 grand final. And as if the title of world champion wasn't enough, he will also earn the first place prize of $400,000, the largest in the history of StarCraft II. Make sure to tune in and follow the player's path to glory.
So good to have Kilaris there, finally making an appearance on the desk. Don't know where he's at right now, sleeping in as usual. Unbelievable. But yes, Kilaris explaining the format. We start with 16 players in group stages. A lot of those go into the knockout bracket, obviously joined by Shin and Showtime, who will be there as well. And we're all progressing towards that final 4. Completely new format, Zombie Grub. Yeah. Best of 9 grand finals too. Really exciting.
Yeah, first prestigious premier tournament with a best of 9 finals, and we're gonna get to see what that looks like for some of the discussion around how the maps are actually balanced. But we'll get there when we get there, because we obviously have a lot of games to get through first.
Yes, we do. That group stage is going to have a lot of matches, and this is what we're all playing for. Of course, everyone here is going to walk away with at least $15,000, which is a lot of money in itself, Pig, but up at the top, $400K. That grand final is a $250,000 prize pool jump.
Yeah, this is something we like to do in StarCraft, is really put that weight on the winning and say, hey, if you win this moment, it's not just about people remembering you and the fans, but there is also, of course, the monetary reward, and that is a historic amount of money. It's a life-changing amount of money, and it's something where the players are going to have to keep their wits about them, not think too much about the money when you're in the heat of the moment, because that's a distracting prize, that is.
Yeah, every single series is going to matter as well. Let's see which players we do have here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, as we, of course, got 18 of the very best and 6 16 of them are starting in those group stages across Group A and B. Well, in Group A, we've got Serral, Clem, Kua, Solar, Hero, Reynor, Classic, and Coffee. And in Group B, the Battle of the Terrans with Maru, Dark, Gumiho, Björn, Oliveira, Estraya, HeroMarine, and Spirit. ZG, give me a little rundown on Group A.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So this is obviously going to be Serral as the highlight, but we got a couple other stories coming in here. Clem did have some of his best performance last year in Riyadh, and then we have also Hero, Essential Protoss Hope, and Raynor's looking to kind of make his mark once again in not just a top 16 or top 8, but even farther.
It's kind of crazy to see Reynor coming in there as a slightly lower seeded, but of course over there you can see in the bracket that it's actually going to be a fascinating series of matches where you get so many matches you don't get to see that often. You know, this is what I love about these World Championships. You've got your Gumiho versus Estrayas, you've got your Maru versus Spirits, your Oliveiras versus Beyonds. Every single match is incredibly high stakes. Whilst players aren't getting eliminated straight away, you're fighting for seeding, you're fighting to get that spot to the top 4, and you've got a few chances, but every time you drop a match, it gets harder and harder.
Yeah, and this tournament format really punishes losing, which sounds a bit funny, but every loss is one more step at the very least to get to that Final Four, and sometimes a lot more steps, because lower bracket already means you have to play second place of the other group. There's no chance to go up against the guy who stayed on the winner bracket of Group A, so it is going to be absolutely brutal. We're going to have a look at the other group here. So we had some switcheroos on the group numbers, but that's all good. But yeah, look at this other group. This is the one you're talking about, BitZG, with Serral as the absolute hero, but this is a star-studded lineup in this Group B bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So taking a better look at the actual bracket. So we do expect Serral to win, and then there's a potential Serral versus Hero, which people are going to be very excited about. Cure Reynor is the rematch of last year's Riyadh Tournament Gamers 8, where it was actually 2 players playing some of the best StarCraft of their races. Reynor did end up being on top, and he's looking to do that again. And then Classic Clem, where Clem is certainly the favorite on paper, but Classic very much a prep-based Protoss, and a lot of hope going on him as well as another Protoss representation.
Yeah, gotta agree with that one. I think that's going to be a very exciting matchup later today. Yes, Clem keeps beating Classic online, but here with the preparation, coming with some Classic builds, could be really cool. That's going to be at the end of the day. Let's see what we've got to get ourselves there on the schedule and talk our way through all 8 best of 5s that we have here on day 1 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. We started off with a bunch of TVT, Spirit and Maru, Oliveira and Björn, both exciting matches to start, Pig. And then we start getting into the nitty-gritty. I feel Estraya, Gumiho, that is going to be a barn burner. And HeroMarine Dark as well sounds great.
Yeah, this is very exciting to see this mix-up of matches where, you know, you've got obviously some big favorites going in, highest seeds against lowest seed with like Maru versus Spirit in that group. But Björn versus Oliveira is just a barn burner. I mean, Oliveira is kind of the cutting edge of Terran build orders right now. He's so far ahead of the meta. Can he hold up against the aggression of Björn? There's just so many question marks about the form of the players, the styles, what they've prepared, because absolutely everyone has just been grinding games and preparing their strategies for the last month or more for this moment at this tournament.
Yeah, and then later on the day, Coffee Serral, Hero versus Solar, Reynor versus Q, Classic versus Clem, ZG. It just ends up even better. I feel like today really progresses really nicely.
I think so. And apparently I have to also just add in the Classic Clem's going to be a barn burner, guys.
Yeah,
I'm part of the crew
You want
now.
to say barn burner
Nice,
too?
I did.
We are all allowed to say it. That is okay.
Okay, thanks, man.
Well,
Wasn't sure.
A couple of Bobby Dazzlers.
Well, Classic Clem is our match of the day as well that we've picked out. We think, you know, it is at the end, but it's just so exciting because, yes, Clem's been winning against Classic, but it's not always been smooth sailing. Some of those games are tough, and with a preparation-based player like Classic, I mean, come on, you gotta expect something from him. That BlizzCon where he beat Rogue with the DTs blinking in the base, he's gonna go all out here.
It's going to be so cool because Clem, for the first time, has gone and practiced in Korea. Historically, what's his weakness? It's Korean Protoss and Terran players that he doesn't have as much experience against, coming in with these beautifully prepared builds, catching him off with aggression, and not letting Clem get into his comfort zone, because Clem, in a normal game, in a standard situation, arguably the best player in the world in every matchup. But, of course, his weakness is getting caught off by odd strategies and people putting him on the defensive where he is not the same player as when he's on the offense. I feel like the big question is, does that Korean practice play off? I'm so curious to see what happens in that series.
Yeah, going to be a really good day of StarCraft II, I think is what we've got a summary of here. It's going to be a whole ton of fun, and that's pretty much our pre-show. We are going to start getting ready to talk about our very first match. So from pre-show to pre-game, that first matchup of the day is such an interesting one with Spirit versus Maru, right? Because it is going to be a TVT between 2 players, which I feel like at any point over the last year, you might have said it's just always going to be Maru ZG, but Spirit has started to show a little bit more fight in this matchup lately.
Yeah, you know, he's getting some good practice versus Clem, actually. Clem did defeat Maru last year again in Riyadh, so that was a big story. Maru has proven, you know, to have a couple more holes in TVT. It still is an amazing matchup for him. I think his win record's still insane overall, but because it's one of the highlighted matchups for him, when he loses it, we always talk about it a lot more, right?
Yeah.
And he has lost a couple of games here and there against players you would not expect over the last year. Spirit, you know, he's had actually really great TVTs in other very big tournaments like Katowice. On paper, Maru is the favorite 100%, but again, I think Spirit could show us something different.
You know, I think you make really good points there. For me, the threat of playing Maru in the first round of a big tournament is we've seen a pattern in the last few years. He comes out swinging. He throws the kitchen sink at his early opponents in these tournaments. We've seen him play Reina in the first round at some of these events and just like proxy racks him or throw these vicious all-in timings. So Maru is a player who often just comes out and he puts all the pressure on his opponent. So for Spirit, you cannot start slow. If you start well, you defend the timing that comes out in game one, get yourself a lead, you can absolutely, you know, start off the series and make some things happen. Doing that at the very start of a tournament when the nerves are there, you're a little shaky, and Maru's just got all of that experience, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Spirit.
Yeah, they've been vetoing it up, of course. We've got 9 maps in the map pool, got a veto all the way down to 5, and we are going to be having a look and see which maps we are going to be getting to play here in a few moments' time, which is very exciting. As what do we really think? Because obviously Maru still is going to be a favorite. What sort of games and what sort of maps are we looking at here from Spirit to try and take advantage of that CG?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking as far as the maps. When it comes to mirror matchup, it's always kind of interesting, right? We did have a real meta shakeup back in Atlanta, but that kind of died down, so that's not something that we really worry about, like how Cyclones are going to work on the map. So we do have to talk about maybe still about a couple of cheeses, like on site Delta, there's the 2-star port. I think either player could use it. They could both use it, actually. Sometimes it turns into a weird, just like straight air-to-air battle. So that I think is going to be very interesting, but I think Pig makes a great point about the nerve starting things off, right? So try and get something good for you right off the bat, but it looks like Spirit actually only got to really choose one map for himself.
I think there's a Spirit Maru.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been.
Around. So I think it was Spirit picked Site Delta.
Yeah, so then maybe that is his plan, right? He gets a little control of the 2-star port, and then maybe is the one Maru is on the defensive, and just trying to change the tempo a little bit and get him some comfort as well. Will go well for him as the games continue, because that would be game 2. He'd still have another chance if he was down 0-2.
Well, you can predict what you think is going to happen. Head on over to stcplay.gg. We would love to hear your thoughts on this matchup and to see who the fan favorite is going to be. I get the feeling it's going to be pretty Maru favored for this very first series of the day, but obviously keep on going over there all day long because we're going to keep on predicting. We're going to see who is the favorite. Pig, what if you had to put a percentage on it? What do you think Maru would be?
You know, there's years where it would be 99% Maru because it's this matchup, and against almost anyone, he's unstoppable here. But it absolutely could be maybe a couple of percentage points extra for Spirit. If his form's feeling good, could be at 5-10%.
All right, well, we have the players in position, ready to play the very first match of StarCraft II at the Esports World Cup. We're going to throw it over to our casters to take down this TVT.
Welcome, everybody, to the opening match of StarCraft II at the Esports World Cup 2024. I am State. Joined with me is Demu, and we are going to be kicking off our long journey to crowning a new StarCraft II World Champion. First match, Maru versus Spirit. I am so excited to be here. How are you feeling, Demu?
I'm feeling fantastic, honestly. It's very good to be back. It's been a long season of all these players grinding out, but it's been a little bit of silence, right? Building up to this massive tournament, but we're going to get right on into it. Spawning over in the bottom right-hand side of Oceanborn, it is Na'Vi's Spirit.
And spawning in the top left side here on Oceanborn, the greatest Terran player of all time representing Team Vitality, it is Maru.
I was thinking about this matchup before going into it, and I was, this is really cool. This is really cool. So Maru for me is absolutely, like, I've played against some of the greatest Terrans throughout time, right? Maru is by far and away the scariest, just because he is the absolute pinnacle of being extreme, you know? He can do this kind of stuff that Spirit's throwing at him right now. He can do the greedy stuff. He can crawl back into a game. The fact that Spirit's opening up like this is awesome, because this, a best of 5, showing that you can do anything and pull anything out, because Spirit, he's not the kind of guy that does this. Maru definitely did a little bit of homework about his opponent, but he's not going to know about this for quite some time. This is very scary.
Yeah, this is a big curveball being thrown here in game number 1, and Maru, is he going to look for it? That SCV moving down to the mineral line is actually going to stop. Oh, I think it's barely out of vision range.
I think he sees it.
Oh, he sees it, so he knows it's now coming. Now, this is more than your typical 2-Rex. This is in the natural expansion here of Maru, so Spirit, full pedal to the metal right now. He's going to have to get a lot done. Already you see Maru throwing down a couple of bunkers here. One at the main base, one at the Reaper ramp on the left side, or on the right side, excuse me. I don't know if it's going to be enough. SCV's already getting pulled. Maru, he's ready for this.
He is. Remember, he's only on 1 gas right now, which meant that he had a lot more minerals to actually build these bunkers, which is good for him. He's going to start making those Marines. He doesn't have enough gas for Reapers, but you want to make the Marines anyway. They build much, much quicker. And so far, he's being very patient and cautious about this. And just because you scout the 2-Racks doesn't mean you're fully defended, you know? Like, it goes on. You're not going to be able to move out for quite some time.
Yeah, but with both bunkers already being completed, this kind of is going perfectly here for Maru. Even if Spirit wants to try and come in with those Reapers and maybe go past those bunkers, he's going to take so much damage on the entrance. Now coming in, this Marine going to also work its way into that bunker. And so for Maru right now, no damage sustained. The scouting was exactly on time. He's already got his factory nearly online. Second command center getting started here in the main base. Spirit, he's still on 1 CC.
And I kept seeing the production tab, like the factory wasn't in production, the depot was a little bit late for Spirit. Maru's been harassing with that SV a lot over there. And
yeah.
I love this little wall he's got over here as well, like jumping into that. I was initially wondering about that depot on the far left, but he's stopped any sort of damage that can be done. Like, he might lose this depot, sure, but all things said and done, CC's coming online, yes, it's not on location, but tech is a little bit ahead. Maru did everything pretty damn perfectly there.
Yeah, this is looking spectacular here for Maru, and for Spirit, it's going to be really awkward when he decides to try and vacate this spot outside of Maru's natural expansion, because you do not want these barracks to go down. But as a result of those barracks getting pulled back eventually, that's going to be a pretty significant gap in production. And Maru, lately in Korea, he's been really favoring a lot of 2-base timing attacks in TVT. He loves to go for that early aggression, sometimes with 1 medevac, 1 tank, 1 cyclone, and a handful of Marines. And I'm a little worried for Spirit here in the mid-game, and now the pressure just continuing here from Maru. A lot of these SCVs a little bit damaged from the initial worker harass that Maru brought out, and now this Reaper going to pick up 2 kills and also stop the command center in production here in the natural expansion. This is looking really good for our Korean Terran.
It really is. I mean, you see a few more SCVs battered and bruised there, like you talked about. Spirit doing some nice micro here, trying to keep these SCVs alive. He loses another one here. This is kind of a disaster, honestly. Like, you have 5 Reapers on the map against 1, but that 1 went and did more than your 5. That is trouble. Now, both of them are moving into medevacs and cyclones, which is cool. I mean, they're not the cyclones of sort of old, like the ones before where you just mass them, but they are still very good at dealing with a harass against you. They're good at harassing as well. They're great against SCVs. So that's the next point of the map. Like, that's the next T for Maru to cross, really, just to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage. Maru's been so sneaky with these little units, just trying to get them out, getting some info, because it's very important knowing exactly what you're up against in this situation.
Yeah, against an opponent who has, like, what, 5 Reapers on the map right now, going in with a medevac, picking off 1 Hellion, dropping it outside where the 4th base would be, just to get this scouting information, see what's going on Spirit's natural expansion, see where those Reapers are, is a really smart move here from Maru, and this is the kind of move that he needs to make, because he is playing a little bit more greedy. It's not going to be that 2-base aggression. He's throwing down a 3rd command center. He is pumping out his siege tanks, taking an additional gas geyser. So Maru, from here, he seems content not to try and take this advantage that he snowballed here in the early game into a mid-game timing attack. Instead, it's just going to be him macroing up back at home.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the 3rd CC choice, I like that, you know? Like, you know that your natural went on location a little bit later, but you got to deal that damage, and you got to put yourself ahead. I also like the fact that he went for the Viking before the Raven, just because if it is 2 Cyclones coming against your 2 Cyclones, yes, you both have a medevac, it can get a little bit spicy. So definitely making sure that he's not falling behind at any point. Worker count getting a little bit more ahead for Maru. Spirit, even though his barracks had to fly home, He did get that stim online faster, which will inevitably mean that you get combat shields quicker as well. So that will allow him a little bit of a timing to be a bit of a bully on the map if he wants to. And Spirit, he's done the right thing here. He knows he's got a little bit of a force out, so it's natural on location, third on location as well. Knows he's not going to be pushed anytime soon. So, I mean, they're both making a lot of the right moves here.
Yeah, and Maru's just continuously happy to macro up like this, already throwing down the double engineering bay here behind the third base. And it seems like it's going to kind of quiet down a little bit. I'm really surprised at the turn this game took after that double proxy Rex in the natural expansion here from Maru to have such a quiet mid game. I really thought that either Spirit, you know, maybe those 5 Reapers and the Cyclones, you try and get to the main base there of Maru and get something done and hold off those Cyclones. Got to be a little bit careful about these siege tanks. Maru already set up and established here outside that third. On Spirit's side of the map, we have more siege tanks coming in. 3 Ravens already out here for Spirit. And as you said, Demo, because he has that earlier stem timing, I wonder if he might be looking to move out sometime soon, because with 3 Ravens getting very high energy, that's a lot of disables that you can throw down on your opponent's factory units.
Yeah, I mean, like Stim Marines without the combat shield, they're going to get one shot by those tanks upon stimming. So if you can disable them, there is a window. But Maru, he's so happy just sitting here. Like, his engineering base came online. The upgrades for 1-1 coming online way faster than his stim. So I don't think he has any intention of doing anything. And like a Maru that's sitting there waiting for you to come, that's super scary. It really is. The upgrades are a little bit quicker for him. SCVs continue to be slightly more ahead. But honestly, if you were to give like a percentage here, it's maybe like 55-45. It is really not much. Like, this is going to be a close game from here on out, because if there's one thing that Spirit loves to do, it is sit as well.
Yeah, he really likes to play the defensive game as Terran, even in TVT. But the thing about that here, going up against Maru, is that you're playing into one of Maru's strengths. Not only does he have a very powerful early game in TVT, but he's also one of the kings of late game transitions. This is a guy that will feign a BC transition, try and bait out some Vikings, and then come in with some kind of bio switch up. This is something that Maru has even done in the late games against Spirit in the past couple of months in online matches that they have played. So here for Maru, I'm very curious about what the game plan is going to be, and it seems like he might actually just be moving out with this 1-1 timing.
Yeah, the 1-1. So he also went for a second tech lab, getting that combat shield as well as the stim here. So you see all those upgrades lining up. That is going to be scary. And having 1 medevac out on the map for Spirit, having that deal damage, that could be huge, but that is going to mean less army. And he's even got a medevac on this left side. Spirit's being a little bit crazy, but I like it, because in his mind, he's like, okay, nothing's gone too well for me so far. I have to do something a little bit crazy, because if I just play linear from here on out, I'm just going to fall a little bit more behind. And against Maru, that's not what you want to be doing. So great drops, but that might be the true signal for Maru to get going.
Yeah, but Maru right now in the middle of the map, he is coming back home to deal with these drops. In fact, he hasn't even reacted to the one here at the third base. A lot of SCVs going down, 7 in total already. Is that Maru is just bleeding out workers. Now, he will be able to kill these Marines and solidify that bio unit advantage that he has on the ground right now, but 11 workers is going to be pretty good in the favor here of Spirit. That's the kind of counter damage that he needs to try and equalize things here on the macro, but will he be able to hold off? Oh my goodness, Spirit going for another triple drop? I mean, I know you have the sensor tower. I know you can see the movements of Maru's army, but Maru has so much right now, almost doubling the Marine count of Spirit. And keep in mind, we have like, what, 20 supply of Marines flying across the map? How is he going to hold?
I don't know. I mean, like, getting some interference matrix like this was big, but the thing is, he used 2 for 1. This drop over here, very scary. I like what Spirit's doing here. He knows he can't win the head-on engagement, at least not clearly. And doing all these kind of drops, like, this is nice by him. Married with an excellent defense, 1 siege tank getting a massive shot here. Upgrade-wise as well, if he does clean this up, oh, that was big. Getting the one with all the Marines in here, that is huge. That will be almost a death sentence for sure. But Spirit, he's bought himself time here, State. I actually like the way he's been doing this, because when you're left with not many good choices, sometimes you have to do the crazy one.
Yeah, he's been able to force Maru back twice in moments where I really thought Maru might just pull the trigger and move cross map and try and go for the killing blow. But instead, it seems like Maru just really trying to solidify that army advantage now, of course, nearing 20 supply in total. He does have a tempo ahead on upgrades as well, maybe a 20, 30-second window before Spirit's 2-2 catches up to Maru's, which is about to complete. You got to think that after cleaning up these drops and bleeding some SCVs here as Maru, you might want to capitalize on that and go for a push. But with both players nearing 200 supply, I feel like Spirit, he has been able to buy himself enough time.
He definitely has. I mean, that +2 on the tanks as well is a big deal, because then tanks actually one-shot Stim Marines, so that's going to be a big thing to talk about as well. Maru's been quicker on the 4th base and taking a slightly different one. Spirits is definitely easier to siege down, getting that high ground over there, but Maru, he's not missing a beat on these upgrades, man. Like, as soon as his +3 finish, it's boom, +3 starts. He's also getting ready for that next stage. In fact, they both are mimicking each other here, so more starports on the way as well. And if it gets to that stage, you're going to see, like, second armory come down, the air upgrades come out as well. Spirit is willing to go toe-to-toe in Maru's realm, and I think that is awesome to see, because we didn't really talk about the history of these two players. I think they played, like, 17 maps in total.
I think you're right.
And Spirit's won one of those.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Just one. So even if Spirit grabs a map here against Maru, that is a massive deal, especially in the first game of the series between these two, because it is a best-of-5. You know, when you're against Maru, you know it's going to be a long, long road to victory against him, because he is a true cockroach in this matchup.
Yeah, and I know people on paper might see that, you know, Maru obviously going to be favored against Spirit. It's the greatest StarCraft II Terran player of all time, bar none. But coming in here, it's not just that mismatch, it's also that TVT is Maru's best matchup, and Spirit, as of late, at least this year, he's been struggling a little bit in TVT compared to his TVC, compared to his TVP. So for Spirit, coming here in Group A, it feels like a little bit of an unlucky draw, because there are so many Terrans on this side of the bracket. But if he can continue to perform the way that he has through the first 12 minutes of this game, Spirit is looking really strong, Demu.
Yeah, he is. He was also killing a few of his Marines here, which you might be like, oh my god, is that misclicks? No,
the changelings.
Yeah, he's absolutely remaxing on air here, and he's willing to sit back and just be okay. I mean, we see more CCs coming out for Maru, more as well for Spirit's taking his 5th base. The map is getting very, very pictogrammed here with lots of sensor towers. Are there any turrets in the main? I believe these have been spotted by Spirit. He's flying back immediately, using medevac boost to spot it as well. But that's a lot of medevacs, or rather a lot of Vikings over there to greet it. So well played by Spirit. What's the resources loss tab looking at right now between these two? Because I know Spirit's lost a lot of army, trying to deal damage and slow down his opponent. And I mean, Maru's definitely been more cost efficient here, but once you're at 200 supply and the banks are very, very similar, we're going to have to start looking at how many CCs they have, how many starports they have, what are the upgrades coming online. They're both on that double armory production right now, and Maru, he's feeling like he can start posturing very aggressively, maybe between bases, but no. He sees that air fleet, and it's going to be Scan City going on between them, because neither one of them need to really drop mules. This is all about vision being power.
Yeah, and Spirit's going to continue the pressure here with these drop ships. They carried him through the mid-game by buying him a lot of time, and now hopefully here in the late game he can get some more damage, trade out the supply to remax on air, and potentially more siege tanks as well. Liberator's getting added into the mix here for Spirit as Maru pokes forward a little bit, drops the scan, sees that he does not want to push into all of these siege tanks, and look at the Viking counts right now. That is a lot in the air here for Spirit. He is really churning out these air units in addition to 4 command centers. And now the dropship's coming in. One of them in the front, tanking the damage from that missile turret. And a lot of SCV is going to go down here for Maru.
And remember, this is +3 Marines at this point. Like, that orbital will not be able to survive. And right now, Spirit taking quite a move here. Like, his bank is huge, and trading out Marines to get more tanks, more like air on the way. I know he's remaxing or making more Marines behind this, but that's also a lot of Vikings, a lot of CCs. Spirit, he's making moves, man. I would say he absolutely, not just back in this game, but he has a bit of an edge right now. But getting this edge to mean something more, that's going to be quite a journey.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this one, TVT can be so volatile when it comes to the actual fights, because one engagement here in the late game could spell doom, but so far Spirit's navigating this really well, actually breaching this position between the 3rd and the 5th base here for Maru as a Liberator sieges up that 9 o'clock expansion, and Maru's got a lot of spinning plays he's got to deal with right now. Spirit is giving him so much trouble. Smart Servo is me finishing here in a moment, and I also love Spirit. I noticed as he was killing, the command center there, the Maru's natural expansion, he's like, wow, that died really fast. I'm gonna get building upgrade just in case Maru tries to do this to me. That upgrade now finishing up.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about as well. He's got the Viking lift land upgrade to make it faster as well, servo upgrade, which he is ready for a lot of stuff. And all those arrows, the resource arrows, they were all pointing in Spirit's direction there. He's got a big mineral bank. I mean, Maru, he's got a big gas bank to work with for a lot of Ravens, but what are the air numbers right now? I mean, oh, this is actually a big deal, but that's so many tanks on the ground for Spirit. But a lot of interference matrix is going down. Looks like Spirit will get cleaned up by a beautiful, beautiful engagement from Maru. Now, they can both remax on units, obviously, and any units they do so please, and Spirit just spent everything. I wonder what, like, the queue times are for all these units, because all the resource arrows pointing in his direction right now, so he can get out a lot, but Maru just very comfortable, just kind of reassessing the situation, being like, all right, I've got a lot of Ravens now, let's get going.
Yeah, man, he has been slowly trickling out these Ravens, and that culminated in, what, 6 interference matrices dropping on those siege tanks and so much damage being done. Now Maru pushing the advantage. He is trying to breach into this position before Spirit has time to remax. Nice armor-shredding missile on all of those Vikings. They're already vulnerable to Marines, but it's going to be even more so. You see them just get melted there on the front line. And this expansion, it's going to have to lift if it can. I think this orbital's going down. That planetary is stuck.
This is such good positioning by Maru. Like, sieging this base, making sure that your opponent can't get out either, and that is still a lot of Marines. That building armor, by the way, coming in a treat here for this PF. It is not dying very quickly, or at least not without a fight. But the thing is, what is Spirit doing elsewhere on the map? Like, he's not fighting against this army. He's just totally turtled up in that natural. And right now, Maru's in a position where the map is his. 23 SCVs dropping. It's now 69 versus 61. And all of a sudden, this game is flipped on its head. And Maru, he's not about letting Spirit just kind of get back into it, is he? But Liberator's come in strong here. That is kind of the ace up the sleeve, because that is not something that Maru has on his side of things. But Maru's just remaxing. They're both getting the good upgrades as well on the air. Really, really gunning for it.
Yeah, Spirit actually going into double-digit numbers of Liberators here in the moment as he is leaning so heavily into the Sky Terran late game here in TBT. Maru, he's still sticking with basically full-on Marine production. We saw a moment ago 16 at a time being reproduced as Maru gets back to max supply. But Spirit, you know, he's quite bruised at this point, and one of the problems about playing this air style is it is not very mobile. Those Liberators, of course, they do have to siege up, and if you don't have them in exactly the right position, your opponent playing the more bio, more mobile army can absolutely run circles around you, and okay, Maru breaching forward. That's a lot of siege tanks there on the front line. Oh, look at the interference matrices. So many of them, dropping 7 in total, and Maru just absolutely pulverizing this position. I don't think I have seen so many interference matrices drop in such a rapid amount of time, especially when the opponent has air superiority. That was a hell of an engagement from Maru, and that might be the end of this game, Demu.
I think it is. I am so, like, speechless right now. He hit literally every mech unit that was on the map there with a matrix, and now the supply is shocking. Like, Spirit just got absolutely slam-dunked in game 1. My goodness, what a performance from Maru there. And, you know, you look at his face, it's just like, yeah, I just did that. Like, he doesn't look like he just put on one phenomenal performance there. But that was an engagement I didn't think he was going to win or should take. But he knows this game so damn well, this matchup so damn well. And Liberators, they're good, tanks are great, but Ravens, they have been the king of late-game TVT for a long time. And this man that we're looking at right now on camera, he used them better than anyone else.
Yeah, that was a really remarkable engagement coming in from Maru. I was thinking the exact same thing as you. There were so many tanks right there on the front line. I was thinking, well, if they get 2 volleys off, basically all of the Marines from Maru are dead. And you saw them get exactly 1. And then the matrices dropped faster than I have seen basically anybody drop matrices. And from that position, I mean, where is the firepower there for Spirit? You have a ton of Liberators in the sky, yes, but they're not going to kill Marines fast enough to actually clean them up, and +3+ armor shredding coming in. I mean, Maru is just playing out of his mind with that late game engagement. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and we got to see like some moves from Spirit earlier on where, you know, he was making a game out of it. We saw the crazy drops coming in, killing lots of SCVs, just really trading army for economy, which was great by him. But I love how smooth that engagement was from Maru, like the Ravens and stuff. Like, for me, I'd be thinking about, like, splitting against the tanks, doing all that kind of jazz, you know, but you saw the Ravens individually start locking on to where they want to go with the interference matrices. That was his one, like, priority there, and he just knows how to prioritize the absolute right things. All the engagements, he was all about making the right use out of these Ravens, and it's like knowing which spell to cast and when. Barely saw any turrets this game. It was about the Dorito dust. Like this, look at the Ravens here. It is so damn clean. I don't think that was like one tank, and then it's like, okay, now a Dorito dust you, now I'll get it sorted. And that many Marines with that little armor on those units, I mean, an absolute masterclass.
Maru is so good at late game TBT, not just because he plays one style, but he can really play all of them, and he knows how they can take favorable engagements against a wide array of what his opponent can throw at him in terms of composition. And so for Maru again to come through like this, I mean, that was quite incredible, especially considering how well Spirit played in the mid game. That was a very impressive, very solid TBT, but as we were talking about earlier on in the match, TBT, especially in the late game, with all of those Ravens, it becomes very volatile. One engagement often can spell disaster for one player, and so for Spirit, I think you kind of take that loss on the chin. He looked really good in that game. Let's not forget the early game. He went proxy 2x Reaper and got nothing done, and he was able to fight himself into a position where he almost was ahead there in the mid game, at least for a moment.
It's just, Maru's so scary to go up against, man, because, like, it really is one of those things where it's like, should I do this strat, like 2-racks? It's like, you're doing it 2-racks against the guy that's 2-racks more people in his whole career than you have, like, you know. So anything you do against him, because even Ravens, like, we all know Ravens are the best late game, but doing it against the guy that literally pioneered it, and nobody's been able to do it better than him ever since, like, it's just, it really is one of those moments where it's like, he can do everything potentially better than me. Like, he's like literally the start of all of it, but we're going to get into it. The second map here is Site Delta, and spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, representing Vitality, it is Maru.
And spawning in on the top left side, representing Na'Vi, it is Spirit. Again, I really just have to say, that game one from Spirit, he looked quite strong. I think if he can bring out that kind of mid-game throughout this series here against Maru, he really does have a chance to make this a series against the best TBT player in the world today.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look giga outgunned, right? It just, Maru really utilizes everything to its full potential. The single Reaper that got out early on and really threw a spanner in the works, getting like 3 SCVs, slowing a lot of stuff down, annoying. Then, like, one thing I want to keep track on that I didn't do that well the first game, how much Maru scans. Like, once he's on 3 bases, it's no longer just about mules. He's all about just knowing exactly what's happening, what comp you're going for, and when. Like, he's very good about the scanning. But yeah, Spirit, I was quite impressed with what he did that game, because he felt in some situations, it's like, okay, it's not going that well for me. What can I do to get back? And it's, you don't want to be trailing. You really want to be getting back to your game and where you play, and I think he did that very well with those drops.
Yeah, he made a lot of very ambitious moves. I mean, keep in mind that Spirit, while he was playing the game, of course, he doesn't have the perspective that we do. We can see Maru's army movements. We can see exactly what he has on the board at any given moment. And Spirit, even through the Fog of War, is like, you know what? I know that Maru probably has more army than me. I am still going to send these 3 medevacs of drops and try and get some damage done. That is very dangerous coming in here against a player like Maru, and he was able to get so much time bought and economic damage. It was quite remarkable.
And we're going for far more mirrored builds this game, like 1-racks, expand. Can we have a look at Maru's vision very quickly here? Because I don't think he scouted this game, which... Yeah, he didn't scout at all. So that's one of those things where if you're Spirit, and you're like, I plan that 2-racks because I know he doesn't scout that much, and then the first game he scouts, and then the second game he doesn't scout after just getting proxy 2-racks attempted to him. This is one thing that you don't often think about the top players, like Maru being so well aware of, like, hey, you did that, it didn't work out for you. Like, now I'm going to cut this corner where it's just a tiny bit more eco than what you're going to have, but I'm going to do it and risk it and get that little bit of an edge, even though it's kind of unnecessary. But these are the things that, in a long series against a player like that, where you're like, what the hell, you didn't scout this game after I just start off the series like that? You're wild. And then you know, like, Maru is literally a player in his own realm, you know? Like, he'll start making these little moves that can start to get at you, like, really get the core of you going a little bit.
Yeah, you saw, you checked the natural expansion. He's like, no, that's all I need to do.
Yeah.
Nothing else really matters here. And I wonder now, coming into Site Delta as map number 2, is Maru going to go back to the style that he showcased a little bit more in the GSL of late, where he likes to play with the very fast second starport, pump out 3 Vikings at a time, eventually add in a couple of Liberators, and really go for the throat? Because Maru has been such a force to be reckoned with. I was surprised that he didn't take the advantage from early game and game number 1 to try and go for that kind of just knee-buckling blow that he loves to do in the mid-game with these tank Viking pushes. But Site Delta, it is a little bit of a better map for it than Oceanborn. There are some really nice choke points, especially this ramp right here outside the natural expansion where you get air superiority as the aggressor and suddenly your opponent is in a lot of trouble as you slowly encroach on their territory.
I feel like this is very weird from Spirit, by the way, going up to 6 Hellions. Like, if you didn't know better, you'd be like, oh, this is kind of like a TVZ opening, right? Like an old school one that Special used to pull out, where it was like Raven and Hellions. And he's going into mech. So, So yeah, this was definitely unusual by him, making so many Hellions. And I mean, dealing with these 2 Cyclones is not going to be easy with what he has. And Maru, he's probably like, well, this is unusual going up against this much. Am I against like a Gumiho or something? Where's the second factory, by the way? Because this looks like it could be, I don't want to say an all-in. It's going to be a big 2-base push here. I think there's going to be like a 3rd factory dropping sometime soon. And it is going to be very, very aggressive on 2 bases. And this is the kind of stuff that you need to pull out against a player like Maru. If you feel that I've literally only won 1 map in my career against this man in countless series, I do like what Spirit is bringing to the table. This is very cheeky.
Yeah, that's a great call, Demu. I actually haven't really seen much of this variant of a 2-base push with 3 factories like this, but I mean, we talk about Site Delta as being one of these great pushing maps with a high-power units, such as the Vikings, such as the Ravens, such as the Siege Tanks. And so Spirit's like, yeah, Bio, I don't need that. I'm just going to go straight for the throat. And it's actually him going for the Vikings, going for the Siege Tanks already, soon to be on 3 factory against a Maru, who is taking the in-base 3rd base. He is deciding to play more macro, more defensive. That might be troublesome for him here defending, because as resilient as he is, actually, Spirit, some great army movement, is going to get some damage on this metamac. Of course, with the boost, Maru is able to escape into the natural expansion, but I'm a little concerned for our Korean Terran player coming into this one, as he's only just now throwing in some additional barracks. His production is a tempo behind because of that 3rd CC. Is he actually going to have enough once those factories kick in for Spirit? Because they are coming online so quickly.
They really are. And I mean, stimmed bio, one thing that it really needs against this is combat shield. And that armor upgrade, pretty much like, you know, you don't need it. That's the investment of the engineering bay, the 2nd engineering bay, the upgrade in itself. Like, if Maru can figure out what he's up against, then he can start meeting it out a little bit, slowing it down. But this is going to be a lot of firepower. And one of the reasons that makes this map very good for this, getting to that low position below the natural cuts you off from absolutely everything. And Maru will be trying to secure this 3rd base, which getting out here is a nice play for him. It will take a long time for combat shields to come online, but Spirit, he needs to start moving. He's been scanned, so now he knows, oh, you're meching me? Okay, let's start meeting you out on the map. And that's exactly what Maru's going to do here. Maru's doing everything right in this situation.
Yeah, you want to buy as much time as possible here as Maru. Ooh, even getting a Cyclone with some nice micro. And for Spirit being the aggressor here on 2 bases, trying to ramp up the production and eventually move cross map to bring the fight to Maru. Anything that Maru can do to buy time is huge, but you got to be very careful. Those Hellions, that 1 Cyclone, they are able to chase a lot of these units down, but man, the control from Maru, I mean, just picking off every little bit and also buying time is huge. Maru is the 3-base player in this moment, and he is forcing Spirit to siege up outside of his natural.
Yeah, he's playing amazing here. And 3 Cyclones as well. You don't often see that kind of number in this situation, but it was great for making this just slow down. And if you're Spirit, you want to be on the other side of the map. You don't want to be dealing with this. Like, his 3rd only just started. Stops it as well with a Marine.
Goodness.
Look at those upgrades coming in as well. He's got the 2nd Tech Lab. He's getting the Marauder switch out. I don't know what his unit count is exactly, but the army count's very, very similar here. And we've got Hellbats, which are decent, but that is so much firepower. 1-1 is finished. Combat Shield very close to finishing as well. This is very, very scary. He's pulling the boys here, State.
Yeah, boys getting pulled. They're going straight into those Hellbats, and the flank coming in from Maru on the top side is going to clean up these 2 Siege Tanks. Some really nice splits there with the Marines. And I think Spirit, he's not going to have enough to hold on. Maru buying just enough time to get his 1-1 upgrades out, just enough time to macro out of those additional barracks and amass the force he needs to defend. And with that great concave coming in from the top side, Spirit's 2-base push just completely falls flat. And with what, 3 Siege Tanks, 4 Vikings, and a Raven? I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on against this counterattack.
Me neither. I mean, these tanks are in a nice position here. Going to get a lot of splash, but GG. And you can see Spirit in the camera right now. It's just like, oh my God, like, I've been working on this for weeks, you know? And you just did that. Like, I actually think Spirit did a lot of the good stuff there. He saw where the Ravens were, Interference matrixed them, but it really didn't matter. Like, normally when you're doing that push, you have a supply advantage against your opponent. A lot of your, a lot of the investment from Maru. Double engineering bay for upgrades, the double upgrades coming in, third CC as well. Like, that's a lot of money. So the fact that Maru was ahead in supply with an all-in coming at him, it's just not how it's supposed to be. Like, a lot of the stuff that Maru did that game was very, very cool, but he just looks so in control all the time. There's no panic. It's just like, I talked about, like, he should get out on the map if you know what's coming, and as soon as he has any idea, it's like 2 factories in the main. That's all he needs to see, and he's like, all right, I need to go against you. And it seems counterintuitive when you're the one with the third, but it's the right play, and he knows how to play every situation in this matchup. It's just wonderful to see.
Yeah, I love that you made that call right at the beginning there of game number 2, where we have to keep an eye on the scans coming in from Maru because he is so good at reacting to what his opponents do. And you see, again, replay of this attack coming in. Maru pulling the boys directly into the Hellbats, but it doesn't even matter. He was set up perfectly in terms of position to come in with his flank from the top side, and he even had enough time to macro out, what was it, like 5 or 6 Marauders in this composition, which are just going to absolutely melt those siege tanks once they're able to close the gap. So a beautifully played game there from Maru, and so much of it comes down to just his intrinsic knowledge of TVT. The fact that he was able to come in with that one scan, and as you said, he sees the second factory, he sees the glimpse of enough Vikings on the top right side of that scan. He's like, okay, I know what you're going for. You're going to be trying to kill me on these 2 bases. I'm going to buy time with my mobility. I'm going to macro out just enough units, and I'm also going to be in the exact right position to just completely cover both angles of the attack. Yeah. I mean, that's a masterful TVT. This is the reason why Maru is the best TVT player in the world. I think in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he has only lost 2 series that are best of 3 or more in TVT. One of them was against Cure. I can't remember who the other one was. But, I mean, it was such a big deal that when Cure beat Maru in a GSL match, we're like, whoa, he actually finally took down the final boss. And so for Maru coming in here, looking fantastic against a Spirit who really was impressive in game number 1 and had a very cool idea for a build in game number 2, Maru just continuing to look unstoppable. And the fact that Group A has so many Terrans, Demu. I mean, Maru's got to be feeling very good about his position right now in EWC.
Yeah, I mean, like, in his bracket, he is the favorite, right? Like, I mean, you look at the Terrans, it's like, yeah, some of them could do it for sure, but it's hard. I mean, potentially against, like, Oliveira or Bjorn in the next round, if he does win this one, which both those players have beaten him in 4. I mean, Oliveira in that very, very famous Katowice final.
Yeah.
And him being the, like, still current reigning world champion as well. That could be really cool to see. But yeah, I mean, not having Serral in your bracket, doesn't have to worry about that big dog, because that's been the big hound on his radar recently that's been really giving him, well, doing him dirty, basically. 2-4-0 finals in a row. But here, what could be potentially the final map of this series, spawning over the top right-hand side as our Red Terran, Na'Vi Spirit.
And spawning in on the bottom left, leading this series 2-0, representing Team Vitality, it is Maru.
He really looks like he just, you know, another day, like, oh yeah, on my computer,
you think of how young Maru was when he was first competing in GSL. I mean,
yeah,
he was
barely hold a
basically
mouse. Like, his little hand, you know, it was like a baby hand on top of a huge mouse, but still he used it way better than I ever have. Like, yeah, I mean, he's actually still like 26 or something.
He is unbelievably young. It actually kind of throws me for a loop when I think about it.
But he's
like,
a super
wow.
vet, a super veteran at this point. Like, he's been here right from day 1, basically. Like, for a long time, he was prime, right? Like, back in the day. Like, Bjorn being the big brother-esque figure. You had the Marine King Prime back then as well, who was the big Terran on the block. But so far, these guys, when they've gone into these games, in Game 2, Game 3, it's been very mirrored build. So they've been very good about knowing what builds are best on the maps. And besides Game 1, where is Maru going to scout? No. So it's Spirit scouting and just making sure that he's not getting cheesed or anything, making sure he's going to get into a game. But Maru, still, after that Game 1 of getting Proxy 2 racks, and it's just like, yeah, I'm good now. You've tried it, you know it doesn't work, and now I'm bulletproof for the rest of the series. That kind of stuff is... Like, if I get cheesed, I'm so much about, like, making sure it doesn't happen again. Maru just doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head. It's just the fact that Spirit busted that out in game number 1, and it seemed like it could get a lot of damage done, but in fact led to him being quite far behind. That is not the same kind of build that you bring out again later in the series, especially on match point like this, a best of 5 against Maru, because again, this format here at EWC, the losses are punished so severely. It really is all about racking up the wins, even more so than your typical double elimination tournament, right? Because we do have that knockout bracket at the very end. And so for Spirit here, I think you kind of expect him to just try and play safe, get into that mid game where he shined in game number 1 against Maru, but as a result, Maru, he is able to cut some corners, and one of those Reapers will eventually go down. For a moment, I thought it might survive, but
by the way, this is kind of weird by Spirit. Like, that's a reactor before the starport, like very significantly before. So, what's he gonna? This is all a little bit curious to me because that really delays the starport massively. You see, Maru's already coming online. He's gonna get the first Cyclone, most likely a second Cyclone out with it as well. Just uber nice and defensive, so more Marines, but what can you do with that at that point? Both going for a nice third gas as well. Most likely gonna be 3cc builds at this point. It's pretty much the go-to from this situation. Now, you were talking about Maru doing a lot of 2-base aggressive stuff. Like, what did he entirely do with that? Was it like the old school TY build with like a second starport or proxy starport even?
Yeah, we have seen that before from him, but even sometimes just on one starport, he will, he will cut the Hellions and the Reapers quite early. He'll maybe get 1 or 2 of them. And then beyond that, he will go for 1 Cyclone, 1 Siege Tank, Medevac, and like 6, 7 Marines, and just immediately send it. Especially on a smaller map like Ghost River, he will just go for the throat more often than not. But it seems like he's coming in, and I don't know if this is him maybe trying to mix things up from those builds before, because absolutely he can still execute those builds should he want to. Actually, hold that thought, Maru getting a little bit more done here than I was expecting, able to pick off both an SCV and a couple of Marines and then easily peace out. This is the kind of chip damage that really starts to snowball in a mid-game for a player like Maru, but I mean, he's just been able to get so much done with these air transitions early on with the second starport, and sometimes even when he's not able to get the killing blow off, he will just continuously commit to the starport, and basically he is just accelerating to that late game Sky Terran in a lot of his matches. It has been really interesting to watch TVT play kind of develop in the most recent patch, but so far against Spirit, we haven't been seeing it.
Maru's so annoying. I feel like he walks into the room with a utility belt full of items you don't think can kill you, but he's like, you know what, I can kill you with any one of these. Like, I'm basically Riddick. I'll kill you with his cup. And, like, this kind of stuff is just so obnoxious, you know? Like, this is just indirect damage, like having to repair, having to not mine with these minerals. Second starport coming down for Spirit, by the way.
Oh.
So he's the one going to be going for that very old school build. A scan coming down. It's like, wait a minute. You've gone for that 4th gas. You're flying over now to that reactor. Maru knows exactly what he's up against. And this, again, like, he's so big on scans, about knowing what his opponent's doing, not feeling like any pressure to get out more army, more minerals. Didn't see that second starport, obviously, but seeing that 4th gas is already a very big tell.
Yeah, you know it's going to be some kind of gas-heavy play. It's not going to be the super fast 3rd command center coming in from Spirit. And typically in the current TBT meta, it's oftentimes that, and also the Reaper Scout now coming in.
So he tried to get confirmation there just to make sure that a 3rd was coming down, because maybe it was coming down on location, not in the main, because maybe his opponent was being a little bit risque there. Now, Spirit denying that information is actually quite a big deal. I would not be surprised if another scan comes out fairly soon, just to find out exactly what's happening, because right now it is a bit like, all right, what's that gas going into? Like, it has to be something aggressive, but what kind of aggressive? Like, so far in this series, you've shown me, and again, trying to get confirmation here, no 3rd on location, there was no 3rd in the base earlier. He knows now that something is going to be coming.
Yeah, still did only see those 2 Vikings, so he doesn't know exactly what the composition is going to be here from Spirit. That second starport tucked away very safely in the main base here for our Red Terran player. But Maru, I feel like he's already kind of got all the pieces that he needs to hold on against this. Even the army supplies, despite being on 3 bases, remarkably even. And now that he's actually catching the move out here with this Hellion, I feel like we're going to see him try and meet Spirit in the middle of the map at least a little bit, but no, instead he's just going to sit right nice and pat between the natural expansion and the 3rd. Coming in now with the Hellions, he knows this is his 3rd on location and it is very late, so that aggression, Maru is bracing for impact.
He really is, and like this map, it's very corridory. So Maru just needs to find out which corridor is coming down and greeting him. I mean, tanks are so much better sieged in this matchup than unsieged. In fact, in every matchup, they're better in that situation. Now, this is not the kind of situation that Spirit wants to be in. Loses a tank for nothing. You're against the wall here of siege tanks, and yeah, you're gonna have more Vikings, but soon, like, time is of the essence here. It is not advantageous for you just being here and not doing anything. And Maru, buying time, so much time. Cyclone's continuously being a thorn in his side.
And Spirit behind this, he's actually throwing down a fusion core.
Range lips?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that will allow you to continue to push through this. You could just throw down a tech lab on that starport there behind the mineral line, but I was not expecting to see a fusion core this quickly here in this TVT. And actually, oh my goodness, Maru just going for the bust. He is pulling the SCVs from the third base. Interference matrix popping on all the siege tanks here on the front line. And Spirit just gets completely dislodged from this contain. Maru more than happy to sacrifice 17 SCVs to clear up all of the high-tech units here for his opponent. And now it's Spirit who has to be on the defensive. Maru is beelining for that third.
And like, he didn't give a damn about losing those Ravens either. His goal is, I need to get across the map and kill you. And that's exactly what he's going for here. A few interference matrix go down from Spirit. They were nice actually keeping those Ravens alive, but I think his army is falling here. Those tanks will be online again very, very soon here. And now that third, I don't know what they're going to, I don't know what he's got left to do against this.
Yeah, I am really not sure how Spirit's going to be able to hold on. I feel like this third is almost certainly going to have to lift up as Maru, the siege tanks are even getting a lot of these SCVs retreating. 7 of them already following that 8, 10 now, double digits, stemmed forward. Oh man, Maru, he is going for the throat.
It's so clean. GG Maru with a clean sweep to start off this tournament. And I mean, that is probably something that nearly everybody expected, especially when you take their previous history, which was 16-1 in maps or something like that for Maru. Just absolutely phenomenal play by him.
Yeah, that was a really great series played by Maru.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play and very good series. And we are going to head over to the analysts to see what they made of that series.
Welcome back. We are ready to talk about that Maru versus Spirit TVT. It was a little bit cold in here for us, but it was heating up for Maru throughout that series as he 3-0s Spirit, takes him down, Pig, and doesn't really stumble along the way.
Yeah, my predictions were totally wrong. I was like, Maru, big tournament, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at him. But in fact, he was the one who was just defending and playing calm, patient. And I think there's always this weird thing with Maru in TVT where you're like, he's just turtling, he's chilling, and then he will explode and counterattack, and it is so hard to stop it because he is a master of getting an army advantage. He'll let you bleed out a few workers, take out a command center here or there, and he'll say, thank you for the 30 army supply lead, now I win. Perfect play.
Brilliant stuff. ZG, anything you picked out about that series from Maru and took your interest?
Well, it really was just a showcasing of how solid he is, right? There actually was pretty much 0 mistakes, which, you know, we all knew that he was coming in as the favorite. He is supposed to win versus Spirit, but we wanted to kind of, personally, I wanted to kind of see where Maru was at. How invulnerable was he? And he definitely proved to be one of the favorites in that match. Just super clean all around, dealt with all types of aggression, all types of composition, and just knew exactly what to do. I do think his potential next match will be a little different, but maybe he is just back in that TVT domination form.
Good time to do it as well, because obviously TVT hefty bracket. Maybe that upper bracket final will not be TVT, but we know he plays Oliveira or Beyond next. That's our next series on the way as well, so a bit of a TVT setup here for a little while. But yeah, I think he comes in with such confidence. I think it's definitely got to be a confidence booster. Yes, it's Spirit, and yes, maybe Oliveira and Beyond are more dangerous than Spirit Pig, but you get the 3-0, nice and clean, didn't have to show too much of your TVT. It's got to feel good going into that next round.
Especially when you're dealing with a Viking lib advantage, that is always a little bit rough, because if you end up getting those Ravens sniped in game, like one bad fight where you lose air control can actually be devastating. But he stayed calm, dealt with it very well, and of course, just you're looking for no mistakes when you're going for those big interference matrix engagements. He looked absolutely stunning.
Let's take a look back at this series in full and see what it was that was just so good. This was a good position for Spirit ZG, it felt like, but Ravens are pretty darn good, right? Matrixing every single tank.
Yeah, Ravens are very good. You take those tanks out of the equation and the Marines just steamroll on over. It's not that Spirit just lost right here. Supply actually remained strong, and we see the battles did continue, but there's one thing that Maru has generally been, very consistent with, besides just general TVT, and that's late game TVT. It's definitely one of the reasons that he's kept so high in the TVT win record, because there's actually a decent amount of games out there where he does falter perhaps in the beginning, but he knows how to get up and running in 3 bases and actually win in the late game. So that was never much of a concern. Pushes like this were a little more what I was going to be concerned about, seeing how he reacted, but obviously taking care of this with almost no sweat. Excellent surround, good pull of the SCVs, Spirit too dedicated, guys in the counter attack. Again, Maru just seemed to have total control.
Yep, not afraid to pull those SCVs, Pig, multiple times to break out of these fights and just basically push across the map and win the game straight after. He was confident in his defense, right, which is kind of what we expect from Maru. Were you interested to see Spirit kind of being such an aggressor in terms of taking some of those positions?
I like it. I mean, I do like that Spirit is being assertive. I think one of Spirit's greatest strengths is macro and harassment. In general, if he's ever had a weakness as a player, it's more like those timing frontal pushes, but against Maru, he actually looked quite good. It's just Maru is the master of, like you said, pull the SCVs at the perfect time. You've built that army advantage, great interference matrices, and Maru played a style that he normally doesn't bring out very often. We often say, you know, he's unbeatable in these positions if he gets to late game, but he's always not going straight there because he doesn't want to be predictable. Here, he's bringing out a different flavor to start the series, start the tournament, and I wonder if this is part of a greater game plan for Maru to lean into that late game prowess. It's something which a lot of his fans have been frustrated when he's fallen short in tournaments because they've said, lean into your late game, you're so good at that style, and he comes out and does it here at the start of the series. I'm very impressed.
No, really, really solid stuff there from Maru. 3-0. You know, do you think the other Terrans can challenge him, or is this a TVT of Maru that's going to be a little bit too good?
Well, I again think that was a really solid start. I mean, I feel like this is absolutely going to be people being like, Spirit's supposed to lose. Honestly, Spirit can definitely throw a wrench into things. You know, he's taking it to Cure, for instance, and Cure's the only one who can really take it to Maru, so you got kind of like an ABC effect going on. But Maru did just put his foot down on this one. But I really think Oliveira or Beyond, whoever he goes up to next, is going to be able to push him a little more, force him to change things up, and it will be a bit difficult, but again, favorite to win for sure.
Maru gets to rest for the rest of today. He'll be back for more action tomorrow. Up next, we're going to have Beyond versus Oliveira, but before that, a quick little break.
Hey, I'm Katz here with the reigning world champion, Oliveira. How are you feeling about this tournament, my friend?
Yeah, I feel very exciting. Just did the practice all out, so I hope this time I can go far.
The first time that you won the world championships, it was a surprise, I think, to everyone. But this time around, actually, the fans are starting to believe in you and kind of see that you have made a lot of progress over time. Like, do you feel the same, that you have actually improved since you won?
Well, like, it's already like a year ago, but I think if I want to be better, I must forget. I must like forget that. I think I will just focus on this tournament and try to my best.
Do you think that your best is enough to do a repeat performance and actually win the tournament?
Well, I hope so, but I mean, miracle can fake, can one more again. I just try to make a new one.
All right, that was Oliveira. We'll see you around.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moment can be lost entirely. Clear Man eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Man. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I am here with Björn now, and your first match is going to be actually the reigning world champion Oliveira. How ready do you feel in the matchup in TBT? Did you prepare for him in particular?
이제 변현 선수 첫 상대로 이제 월드 챔피언 올리베이라 선수를 만나게 되실 텐데 올리베이라 선수를 상대로 뭔가 좀 준비를 해놓으신 게 있을까요?
일단 올리베이라 선수 일단 저희 쪽 라인 자체가 브라켓 자체가 테란들이 많기 때문에 아무래도 심리전을 위주로 준비를 했고 아무래도 월드 챔피언이잖아요. 말했듯이 월드 챔피언이다 보니까 조금 제가 지고 들어가는 그게 있긴 한데 뭐 저도 옛날이긴 하지만 저도 월드 챔피언 출신이니까 좀 심리적으로 지지 않으려고 이렇게 노력을 많이 했어요.
Well, obviously there's a lot of Terrans in the bracket, so I prepared a lot of mind games. So I think that's going to be a really fun match. And considering the fact that he's a world champion, so I'm now a contender and an underdog. But considering I have been also a world champion before, even though it was a little bit long, but I'll try my best. I'll try my best.
I remember when you won, I bowed to you. And yeah, I guess from the community has noticed that you stopped pausing as much as before in games. So has your condition and your wrists improved? And if so, what can they do, people who have kind of wrists problems or hand problems, to improve?
이제 커뮤니티에서 요즘 변현 선수가 이제 퍼즈 하시는 빈도가 많이 줄어들어가지고 좀 손목이 되게 좀 다시 좋아지신 것 같다는 이제 평이 있는데 이제 손목을 좀 어떻게 이제 관리를 하셨는지도 좀 궁금하고 또 손목을 요즘에 좀 별로 이제 손목에 대해서 좀 이렇게 좀 관리가 좀 필요한 사람들에 대해서 좀 어떤 이제 비법을 좀 전수해 주실 수 있으신지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 저는 뭐 신체적인 문제는 아니고 일단 심리적인 문제이기 때문에 마음가짐을 좀 달리 먹은 게 좀 큰 것 같고. 그래도 심리적인 문제라고 해도 신체적인 문제가 없지는 않아서 평소에 이제 필라테스라든가 PT 같은 헬스 같은 운동을 좀 열심히 했던 게 그래도 좀 마음을 여유롭게 먹고 그런 운동을 다 같이 병행하는 게 좀 더 도움이 많이 됐던 것 같아요.
Well, in my case, mostly it was a psychological problem than a physical one. So I've been trying to do the positive mindset as much as possible. But considering the fact that it is like kind of a physical thing to have a wrist problem, so I've been working out. I've been doing some Pilates too. So I think that helps as well.
Nice. Thank you very much, Björn.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup StarCraft II $1 million prize pool tournament. You can see Bjorn and Oliveira making their way over as they get ready to play even more TVT here. I'm Wardy, joined by Demu and State. You guys just casted the last TVT. You hyped for a little bit more, guys?
Of course. And I mean, I think this one is far closer on paper in every way, shape, and form. Like, Beyond, we all know he's very aggressive. We all know he likes his marine tanks more than anybody in this matchup, never willing to transition. But Oliveira, he is very willing to do the exact same thing. So this is going to be a real battle of the bulls, batting heads, batting horns. And yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Oliveira has really been in such incredible form over the past couple of months or even year. I mean, he has solidified himself as arguably a top 3 Terran player in the world, bar none. I mean, his TVZ, it feels like is leagues above everyone else. And his TVT, he can absolutely bat with the best of them, like the Marus, like the Bjuns. And so I think this is going to be a really interesting series.
I do too. I think, Ben, what you said about them being so closely matched is super true. And in their TVT as well. They trade series and TVT all the time, and they actually have very similar playstyles. They usually want to do the same thing as one another, which creates so much volatility in this match.
That's the thing. Stylistically, it's like you're going to have a wide array of openings, where it's going to be like, okay, I'm medevac dropping you, you're medevac dropping me. It's going to be chaos on both sides. And both of them are never willing to back down from that kind of stuff either, which it will make it exciting. And they can both play late game too. Like, these guys, very well-rounded, very similar stylistically. I think this is going to be an explosive series, to say the least.
I think it's going to be one of those where we do have a couple of faster game State, but then at least one game that goes on a bit, that dueling back and forth and figuring out, because you get those TVTs where sometimes there's just no easy way to end a game, right? So you've got like big drops to counterattack and all of that chaos ensuing.
Yeah, especially against players of their calibers. I feel like Bjorn and Oliveira, they're so evenly matched that if, you know, they both played their A game, we might have a lot of these matches actually going into the mid or the late game. And honestly, I would almost be surprised if we didn't have a 3-2 with how closely matched these guys have been. You know, Bjorn and GSL, he didn't have perhaps the best runs in Season 1 and Season 2 this year, but you look at his performances online, you look at even his, you know, yearly series against Oliveira, all the games that they've played, he's actually a couple of maps ahead of this guy. So I feel like it's going to be very close. Personally, I think I do give the edge to Bjorn, but it's really going to come down to their prep for EWC.
Who do you give the edge to, Ben?
My brain says Bjorn, but my heart says Oliveira. Like, I think recent trajectory of both players, Bjorn's been very kind of like the same, whereas Oliveira, his highs have been super high. But I feel right now he is on the up and up. And given that he's one of the players that can really push the tip-top players and have those moments, those miracle runs, I'm kind of feeling Oliveira this time.
All right, well, we've got an absolute banger of a TVT coming your way here at the Esports World Cup. We're going to send it to Zombie Grub and Pig to bring you all of the action.
Thank you very much, Wardy. And there, find yourself someone who treats you the way Bjorn treats his mouse there. Just make sure his equipment's ready before the series. It's going to be a fantastic one. And so many questions, as the boys covered on the desk there, about who's coming in and what form, because they've both been on the upswing. Bjorn winning multiple weekly cups recently. Oliveira having an amazing performance in Dallas and showing the cutting edge of Terran meta gameplay. Zombie Grub, are you as excited for the series as I am?
I am very excited. I'm very happy that I turned out to be casting this one, TVT. Also, I think a very fun matchup, particularly when it is between two aggressive players that are well matched. The desk already kind of went over it, but they have been a little back and forth recently. The most recent win, I believe, did go to Bjorn, but how has their preparation gone for this tournament, knowing they're facing each other? In the top left, as the Red Terran, we do have Oliveira.
Representing Weibo Gaming fantastically recently, working so hard. But down here in the bottom right, a player who is always able to upset the very best Terrans in the world, a player you can never count out. A man who's won world championships in the past, representing Shopify Rebellion. In the bottom right side, it is Bjorn. Famous for being a fan favorite, who is very emotional. He rides, you know, he just wears his emotions on his sleeves. He rides the ups, he rides the downs, and you also know that he gets nervous. He does get nervous in these stage issues and sometimes does tense up and leads to extreme pain in his wrists, something that he encounters almost every tournament, hopefully something he can avoid for as long as possible in his run here as he opens up with that highly aggressive, patented Bjorn strategy. Proxies a second barrack, so it looks like an early 3 Reaper pressure, hoping to catch out Oliveira
Oliveira going for a 1-Rex expand, which it seems like he is going to catch.
Yeah.
However, the SCV scout, do you think that can recognize you've been proxied, or does it just look exactly like a normal build when that SCV arrives?
It should look like a factory expand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be blocked out from the top, and it should be very suspicious. Now, this is less of a problem as if compared to when you don't scout the full-on double proxy racks. So if that happens and your 1-Rex expanding and you're under the impression it's not a proxy 2 racks, you might just straight up be dead. With the half and half, you definitely have the chance to recover. He actually gets in to the main base, though, and I think the gas timings might be a little different. I don't know if he can actually notice that, but
There should be a factory down by now as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. That actually, I think, is the key thing. The factory would already be down, so he's not going to change his build, but he is going to change his placement. He puts the command center on the high ground. He's going to make sure that he is playing defensive. His Reaper's not going to run out and get shot down by 2 Reapers. This should be Oliveira able to defend well. Beyond's going to be trying to find some type of snowball effect or maybe a couple of snipes or even just to pin him back for an extended period of time so he can recover his economy.
Slight delay on the Marine starting there for Oliveira. Went straight for the second depot wall-off. Now, Beyond didn't have to scout. So even though this is a great build order for Oliveira, you've SCV scouted, you know you're being rushed, as he does call for a pause. Hotkey lose. For me, when I read that, I immediately started thinking, like, have you ever had the key on your keyboard stick to your finger if you've got like a really old keycap and it comes off as you're pressing a button?
No.
Don't use an old keyboard in a tournament. I doubt that's the actual issue. I'm sure just a certain hotkey maybe didn't quite carry over with his profile. This occasionally happens when you're swapping computers. I'm pretty sure he's not using an old 20-year-old keyboard where like the keycaps are flying off in the middle of the game.
Maybe you're just using a really bad keyboard, man. I've used my keyboard for the last 10 years. It has custom keycaps, and they've been totally fine. I don't know, man.
Sweaty hands and intense games, perhaps, but already an SCV snipe. Beyond goes in deep, gets another one, gets out. Great micro there for Beyond, getting himself some damage without overcommitting. You don't want to lose the Reapers here because you want to kind of maintain a bit of control. By forcing the SCVs off the line. That's going to be huge.
Player APM comparison's pretty cool. Spiking up to 500 there for Beyond. That makes sense. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on, I guess, you know, obviously the APM, sure, but whether or not that APM can actually get him more economic damage. Already getting a couple of SCVs is nice, but adding 1 or 2 more would be even better. Again, the potential to snowball with absolutely godlike micro exists with Reapers. That's not going to be a snowball, but it was an additional SCV kill. Now the question would be, is this enough damage to make up for the command center first? Also keeping in mind, the command center was on the high ground. Sorry, barracks expand, obviously. But that is the question. Beyond on the way with his own command center now, just under halfway done in his natural. He gets that benefit. He is ahead by 2 SCVs.
And map control gives you other benefits, going to the starport a little faster because you don't feel like you need to rush that Cyclone out immediately. So Beyond's delayed his Cyclone a few seconds, whilst Oliveira going straight for the second Cyclone. I would imagine an early medevac for Oliveira, and we know that Beyond likes to be aggressive, so I would not be surprised for this to be like both players with medevacs with Cyclones and them dueling on the map. For Oliveira, I'd say you want to keep things a little more calm and controlled. If the game gets chaotic aggressive, that's going to favor Beyond with his speed and micro advantage. But Oliveira usually has some very intelligent understanding of how to get ahead and how to play safe.
Yeah, he's getting a Viking, actually. He's going to go ahead and defend against the harassment from Beyond. Very, very common, especially on the Korean server, which Oliveira plays, I think, to see the medevac against medevac. But you can try and kind of lean into that and say, all right, I'll just defend, get this proper position, which a much faster third CC. And that one Viking does a lot, especially if it catches it before it can unload.
And not expecting a 2-port follow-up. Because if Oliveira does this quick third command center before taking any gases on the natural, you're very exposed to someone going 2-port Viking, tank push. But he says it's Beyond. Beyond's not going to play 2-port Viking. He's going to make a medevac. He's going to try and attack me. So the Viking is a perfect call, but he's not in position right now. We'll be able to at least get inside the base. The question is, can you get out again once that Viking comes in from behind?
It is unfortunate that everything got to unload, but obviously only one thing actually shoots up. So the Viking is helping out where it can. Quick response from the rest of the army as well. Some weakened SCVs from earlier could be worth sniping. The sacrifice of the Reapers, tank will take them out before they can get much more in the natural. No, actually, they're going to get a couple more in the natural. That's going to be 4 more dead SCVs before this attack is officially cleaned up. The medevac, I don't believe, is out in the map. I think it did die, so that was certainly a trade, and that did scout That's a third CC, just so much faster than Bjorn. So I wonder what Bjorn's thinking. He does have much faster stim. He's going to be out in the map. He's going to have some map control. That is going to be great when he gets there, but the problem is not there. His army's not particularly good. He just lost some, and Oliveira actually thinks that he can gain some map control himself.
Liberator coming in is going to be one way of distracting Oliveira, especially if he doesn't have anything that shoots up popping out of the production. But luckily for him, he turns around and heads home. Playing cautiously is going to help Oliveira get out of this. Otherwise, sticky situation. Liberator comes in the main. Quick reaction for him, and only losing one SCV. Very fast reaction for Ollie. Now, Ollie's got 3 commands in it, so even though he's down in workers, the 3rd command in is just finished, or just started, I should say, for Bjorn. So there should be a kind of tying up of the economy. Bjorn has, of course, a bit of an army lead right now, but the infrastructure for Oliveira is miles ahead. Those extra barracks coming in. Actually, we do have the 2nd barracks earlier because of the proxy for Bjorn, and he's getting earlier engineering bays, so it's only, I mean, you've got a faster 3rd barracks as Oliveira, but it's still a very even game right now.
4 worker difference, keeping consistent between the two. Bjorn getting his command centers on location compared to Oliveira has certainly made up for that deficit of the timing. And I think we are going to get into a very even mid-game, but Bjorn playing out the aggressor very well. Oliveira not maybe playing as well as you would hope. Just like the epitome of defense, might have been a few less SEVs killed, but it would have been extremely difficult to do against the likes of Bjorn. So fair is fair, within 3 workers of each other, within 6 army supply of each other, both of them on 3 bases, but now we got a double drop from Bjorn with stim and a tank in the main base, going after Oliveira's stim. That is denied. Further setting him back in those important upgrades.
This is a very frustrating moment for the Chinese Terran. Oliveira is being dropped in the same spot by surprise twice in a row while having Vikings on standby nearby. He finally gets rid of the tank, but he's losing engineering base. He's already lost his stim. Bjorn is famous for some of the most crazy, dangerous, aggressive drops in the game, and they are paying off for him in game 1 of this tournament. Oliveira looks frustrated on the camera. He is not meant to be taking this much damage right now, but he knows that this is going to put him miles behind, and he's now going to have to mount a comeback because look at that, even the Viking goes down at the tail end. He's trying to rebuild his engineering base, but even that got delayed, and Bjorn has map control. He's been aggressive from the start, and he's really taken that stance that, hey, pressure's on you. You don't get to make mistakes, so I'm going to get way ahead. And guess what? A couple of small mistakes slipping through. Bjorn's capitalized. He's built his 3rd base on location, which has allowed him to catch right on up in the economy. And a few auto turrets come in. This is really the best thing Oliveira has done on Bjorn's side of the map all game.
Yeah, and it's going to get a couple of SCGs as well as make them push off mining, but not comparable to the infrastructure that was just killed there by Bjorn. Really should be feeling good about the momentum that he's building. Very much going to go into that TVT momentum. 8 racks as well when we get there. Already 4th CC actually, so he is taking the map. Scans make sure they didn't misread. Oh, that was Oliveira's scan. He wants to know if there's something just waiting over there. Potentially coupling up with this main push, but it is just the main push. Oliveira without stim, combat shields, or 1-1 is going to be very dependent on proper tank positioning, but with only 2 tanks covering this wide of an area, 3rd one's back in the natural, there might be a potential time where Bjorn can overwhelm.
He doesn't even need to commit here, but he's just got such a good upgrade advantage. He's diving in. A bit of a crazy attack for Bjorn, because Bjorn is being exceptionally greedy behind this. This was let's see if I can get some damage. Why not? Find an opportunity. But, I mean, look at the worker count. Bjorn's got the 4th base, 8 racks building reactors, double factory. His armory's up. His 2-2 starts a good 40 seconds earlier. The 4th built on location. Bjorn is one of the scariest players. When he's ahead in TVT, and he gets into 8 racks reacted Marine, I mean, he will just start playing a movement style of game. You wall off with tanks and Vikings and turrets. You go to that slow game style. Maru, best in the world there, you know. But when you get the mobile style of Mass Marine, this is where Bjorn is very hard to stop.
Can't imagine that Hellions on purpose. As a tank is very much necessary right now. Tanks are what's going to get over that bridge of the supply and the upgrades until you basically catch up, right? Until you're maxed out with your own 3-3. The tanks are going to cover you. So that was a mistake there. And, you know, it's maybe small, but it just shows how much he is under pressure. He knows that he's the one in trouble. He's starting to make a couple more mistakes. He's really got to get back onto the headspace, you know, and just be like, oh, no, I can recover. TVT, full of comebacks across the years. This can still happen. Got to play very precisely.
Yeah, defender's advantage does exist in this matchup, but Bjorn, he's already thinking about taking a 5th base on location. He's sending an SCV out right now, is Bjorn. So he's saying, okay, you're defending well. on 3 base, guess what? I'll go to 5. And that one does start up right now as we speak. And you can see the workers comparison to the last 2 minutes in that bottom right side of the screen. And that really is a display there of the fact that that worker count is flipped in that graph, actually. So the red is actually beyond that number on the top. Beyond is the one with the higher worker advantage. We just got the names, or the colors the wrong way around on that. But that's all right. The Marines and the tanks and the medevacs coming forward right now. And here we go. Is he actually pushing in? Beyond going up the ramp. A little bit of a crazy move, but there's just so few tanks. You were pointing out the accidental Hellion earlier. Oliveira, if he had even one more tank siege there, could have punished that move forward a lot more. These small, tiny mistakes for Oliveira are making it hard to mount a comeback. That being said, I don't think you really want to find yourself in the position you're in as Oliveira in game 1. He's doing a decent job of trying to stabilize, but he has to play patiently, slowly, and dig for the big mistake, the panic moment from Beyond where he makes a big miscall. So far, Beyond has not given him those mistakes, and I'm really wondering when Beyond rotates from this position. Right now, he's happy to slow down the 4th. Does he rotate for a Doom Drop in the main or a dive on the 3rd base at some point? I think it's only a matter of time until he looks for a new angle.
Yes, yeah, I think he will have to. I feel like we've reached that point where it is just so difficult to actually kill a Terran without your own air superiority anyway. Beyond is pretty good at trying and actually manages to get that Liberator off his tank's back, so they continue to wallop that planetary. The army's going to come in now for Oliveira. He thinks he can actually get a break on this. It's a bit bold going down that ramp. 2-2 not done for Oliveira either, and he was incorrect. Could not break that down. 2 tanks still shelling away on his planetary.
He does get his tanks a bit further forward, so he's got at least ramp control now, does Oliveira, but it's still an awkward position as more Liberators will finally break him out. Now, Oliveira does not have 3-3 started yet. His 2-2's just now finishing. He's building a 5th command center, though, and remember, once you get maxed out, it's going to become a more methodical and slower game. Beyond has shown no sign of wanting to play that game. He is not building extra starports, nor extra factories, nor armory upgrades. He is simply mass expanding and playing Marine tank. He has to play, think of him as the Zerg. He's got the lower value units, but he's got more of them, they're faster. If he fights in a choke point, the tanks of Oliveira will rip him to shreds. But if he can catch Oliveira out of position, drop in the main, attack the 3rd, find a way in behind, that's when Beyond will be able to pick him apart. And there we go, that's that Doom Drop we've been waiting for this whole time.
No, do not go too far off to the right. Okay, I think without boost, you might be able to respond in time or not. Just kidding. Oh, no boost makes 2 medevacs go down. Obviously, the reveal on the intention, too. It's not the end of the world for Beyond, but he was hoping that would be a little bit of a 1-2 punch, and instead, he does get stopped. Very lucky timing, just got to say that. That was lucky timing on Oliveira getting over right to that right location. Beyond is going to be slapped away for that attempt. He could still attempt many more.
Hey, the double Liberator. This is the Oliveira World Championship Classic. For those who don't know, Oliveira is the reigning world champion, and a lot of his secret to success was Liberator harassment. You know, when the game gets intense and everyone gets busy, hey, I'm just going to use that shift click. I'm going to cue a few of these guys to go hit the back of your base, force a big overreaction. When you're on 4 base, you don't care about losing 2 Liberators. What you care about here is pulling your opponent's attention away, pulling them away from your side of the map. But oh, we didn't have any tanks in position on the north. 3rd base position gets grabbed by Beyond, and Beyond now sieging down part of that production, but not willing to push in any deeper, even though there were tanks on the bottom side. So he's going to back away, the Liberator being a nuisance, counterattack of Marines. Oliveira is starting to take back control of this game, Zombie Grub.
He absolutely is. 16 SCVs go down, no cancel on the command centers as Beyond does get that one, but he didn't cancel the first because he just lifted his units into the medevacs. Gonna go for the main base. How many missile turrets are available? How many reinforcements can Oliveira even get in there? That's a lot of missile turrets, gotta say. Beyond's gonna go for a YOLO mode. He does get 3 medevacs kind of in. 2 will fully unload. It is only Marines, and
if he gets the 3-3, if he gets the 3-3, that's really worth it.
He's gonna get it. Plus 3 attacks gonna go down. Armor might live, but you want that attack more than anything.
Beyond's kind of rich. You can argue it's okay. If he gets both, it's super worth it. SCV's trying to rip. Oliveira's pulling away with a misclick. No! Oh, he barely saves it. Oliveira with an almost huge mistake. Obviously, it's because he's getting pushed down the bottom. That is massive. Beyond taking control of this map. Just when it looked like Oliveira was fighting his way back into it, he gets inside the main. Beyond does with those crazy risky drops, even after the previous one completely failed. If he can get rid of this planetary, that'll be huge. Viking advantage is there, though. The tank's being forced to unsiege, and the Liberators will save Oliveira's bacon in this moment. He stabilizes on 5 base, and guess what? Beyond may be adding extra orbitals, but he doesn't have, like, a massive advantage. He's trying to swap into his own Viking count.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a risky transition, because Oliveira is so far ahead on the Vikings already, and you're giving up momentum. The moment you do this, you can't keep doing those Doom drops in the main because you're no longer going to have the Marine advantage in this game.
Yes, that is a very good point, but it's something that eventually I think you do have to admit. And there's one thing that Bjorn has a lot of experience with. It's trying to break a turtle Terran, particularly Maru, with the 8 racks. He has tried and tried again and fallen short. Occasionally, he just try and transfer, and Maru is just better in that department as well. But you got to imagine that Bjorn has also worked on that transition, and it might be pulling out a little bit better of the late game air here. We're going to find out soon. Now, right now, the Marines are still doing work. A lot of Vikings just went down there. Liberators sieging up, but they could be vulnerable. Tank's not quite close enough to protect them. Once again, that 3rd CC is going to be a little bit of a vulnerable area, but look at that. Through the middle of the map, Oliveira coming in with a lot of tanks. Scans ahead. Doesn't see enough defense. Is going to set up between 2 planetaries. Attack both, but Bjorn going for another Doom Drop into the main base. This time, more Venevacs. Better Doom Drop, and that is with tanks as well. He is going to take control of the production, while Oliveira is, quote-unquote, just killing the economy.
Don't poke the bear, because he might swipe you back, and that's exactly what's happened here. Bjorn getting out-positioned a little bit, losing control of his 5th and his 4th base, but Bjorn has taken control of Oliveira's main and has said, oh, no worries, tit for tat. You can take out a few of my pieces. I'll give up my bishop. I'll give up a few pawns. You're going to lose your king.
Oh, wow. Okay, a couple of tanks were down there that Bjorn wasn't expecting. Loses a lot of his Marine force trying to get down the ramp. Oliveira having to sacrifice his main. I think he realized that very, very quickly. The production is going to be a little bit low for Oliveira. You can see those minerals rising up as he tries to replace it, while also making sure that his army does never get overwhelmed, particularly on the Liberator. He actually doesn't have that many Vikings on the front line. Bjorn could get the Viking lead and get his own Liberator. We still have these units trying to cause problems. Oliveira doesn't have a lot of mobility. I think he's defending at his home with mostly tanks right now.
Bjorn has a 30 army supply advantage. If he catches this army, it will be game. Those tanks have to be defended. Oliveira's trying to siege up. The Marines are on top. 3 of them go down. 4 of them before they can fire. The first volley does a lot of damage, though. And Bjorn, he gets a lot of tanks, but he sacrifices so much army to do it at the same time. Double Liberator in the picture, and Picture is on the 3rd base, taking out so many of Oliveira's tanks. Oliveira just lost a lot of units up at his 3rd at the same time. In the main fight, it was a trade. Still a 20 army supply advantage for Bjorn, but Oliveira has money in the bank. He's rebuilding his production. Oliveira, I believe, has a better economic setup, even though it's taking a while to rebuild the production. So it's still a very even game that could go either way. You can look at the production tab and tell Bjorn is on a 1-track mind right now. Kill, kill, kill. He just build Marines, make more units, and keep on fighting, whilst Oliveira is still trying to stabilize. He's been on the defensive for the last 18 minutes in this game, and he's just trying to weather the storm.
All right, so that scan revealed to Oliveira that Oliveira knows that maybe he shouldn't take that base. Looks like he's going to try regardless. No, he is flying it back, but the same thing did not happen in the other corner. Oliveira once again. Great timing on the Marines to the right side. Bjorn trying to move that command center away, but it's not going to happen. That's that command center. Oliveira also finally having +3. It was not quite done in that last fight, and it still managed to be as close as it was. Now with the equal upgrades across the board, tanks included, and that economy, and finally being able to spend his money, he's back in the game, and he's back to trying to go for blow for blow.
Wow, okay, Oliveira a little sloppy on losing those Marines. Some of the trade was okay, but then it went in Bjorn's favor. Bjorn is 27 army supply ahead, not building workers. Upgrades, command centers. A lot of worker reproductions happen for Oliveira. Oliveira is investing in the long game. Bjorn is investing everything in the momentum of this position, the army advantage, and honestly, I think he would love to doom drop the main or just get a siege on a base. Like, Bjorn is going to look to fight in the next 2 minutes, and Oliveira will have to defend with inferior numbers. He needs great positioning, and he needs to keep track of Bjorn's army. Easier said than done as the Liberator comes in on the right side. Marines will clean that up.
Oh, you can target fire that tank. Yeah, okay. Well. Oh, that's a lot of army. That is a lot of army. Realizing not much is protecting that entry into the natural. Some tanks do siege up, and it's very awkward. It's one at a time. It's not going to work. The Marines blitz on through to the natural and potentially onto the main base again. Well, I guess this is where the production is now, so it's as good as the main base. Actually rebuffs the attack to the bottom side for the most part as well. Oliveira in a very tricky position. Gets those tanks siege up on the high ground, pushes this back, and actually, at the end of the day, it will be the medevacs that survive. Supplies very close.
And, you know, this was kind of wild because We've seen Beyond took a bit of economic damage behind. Remember, Oliveira's been building his economy up. He's got a planetary going up in the north of the map. Oliveira is playing a flexible game right now. He is trying to continue to macro to focus on the big picture. Beyond's production tab has shown nothing but army for the last 4 minutes of this game. And as the supply draws closer, one has to feel like Oliveira, with grit and determination, is gaining ground in a match which he has been wildly behind for the last 10 to 15 minutes. He has been in the disadvantage, but he is showing the sort of determination that he showed back when he won that World Championship a year and a half ago.
Absolutely. We do see him often mining more. We're going to be looking at those arrows around the minerals quite a bit. When there's none, it's actually mining fairly even. That's the case right now. Beyond's hoping to actually make it his favor, but tanks plus planetary easily takes care of those Marines, and actually has got a skedaddle, hoping to pull him out of position. However, I think I did see him look to the bottom left. The planetary isn't there, but the command center was floating at the exact wrong time. Finally, Beyond getting the advantage on that. We'll find a brand new command center.
Beyond's had a lot more orbitals all game as well, so even when his work account's lower, he's got so many mules dropping more scans available, which is why his income's keeping up, and his supply as well. Oliveira with a push here, but remember, he's down 36 army supply. The bigger that gap gets in the army supply, one has to worry about how fragile a position this is. It feels to me like if Beyond can just split his army, sandwich this, he's going to clean this up and probably have the game in the bag. But if Oliveira can maybe chip away it and bleed him out a little, oh, Beyond very decisive, goes for it. The Marines stimming forward, and there's so many Marines for Beyond. He's going to be able to break through.
This is going to... Well, wait a minute. Okay, no, he doesn't. Oh my god, that one tank on such low health. Real baller right there.
A lot of the Marines came in a little late, right?
Yeah, this wasn't all at once. And because of that, the supplies have almost completely evened up at this point.
I'm surprised we didn't see more of a reaction from Beyond, because that was a bit of a blunderous engagement. He had about triple the army supply in that area of the map, but he only went in a few units at a time, and that tank comes forward for a bit of harassment on the SCVs. Oliveira hanging on. He's still down 15 to 20 army supply. Is such a hard spot. He's on mass tank Viking. Oh, but he's going to lose tank position on his base. The Liberators, though. The Liberators have just been saving the day repeatedly, haven't they? The tanks and the planetary guard against the Marines. Beyond throws his entire section of Marines away, and the tanks are forced backwards. Beyond is getting over eager. He does not need to rush things. He could secure the gold base for himself, but this has been the sort of highly aggressive mode he's been in for the last 5 minutes, and Oliveira just keeps on being more sturdy than Beyond expects. Beyond's like, can you just get out of this game now? I've had such an army lead this whole time, but Oliveira is just hanging on and refusing to go down.
He really is, and he's actually bringing it back. Full army coming through the middle of the map. Beyond is going to actually intercept to a degree. Some tanks for siege, not all of them, but now all of them are. He's coming in with potential surround. It's a little lopsided in the timing, however, and it's not going to be good enough. Oliveira with the win here. Beyond got that advantage, he got that momentum, but then he was just not able to quite close it out.
Shades of Katowice 2023, where Oliveira had a bunch of Terran versus Terran matches just like that, where he was miles behind against the likes of Clem and had to fight back from that position. And he did it there. And that was like him barely getting through groups, becoming the world champion. It all started with similar matches to this, where you're on the back foot, you're just surviving and fighting back. I mean, when he lost control of the production in the main, I thought things were kind of screwed. But hats off to Oliveira. He was counter-pressuring with units at the same time. He was pushing with his tanks. And he kind of slowly sieged up towards his main base with Liberators and tanks. And it was when he actually cleared all those Marines with a few good tank volleys from the low ground, and there was so much production, depots, upgrade structures left alive in Oliveira's main base. I think salvaging about half of his main base was really integral in coming back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some highlights from the game. There was quite a few as we have the Marines.
Watch the first tank volley.
Yeah, the first tank volley was amazing. The Marines looked like they were going to overwhelm, but all the tanks firing at once really changed that around. And Beyond just had, overall, too many fights where he underestimated that the tanks were in position, that they were all sieged up. It happened again here, actually. Don't really blame him. We didn't really say tanks on the high ground either, but eventually, a couple of seconds, he's going to run in and lose the Marines, too.
Yeah, there's a few moments like this where Beyond showed that trademark just cavalier attitude. I'll pick up my whole army. I'm going to drop through here. I don't care. I'm going to shove into your production. And there was always like just a few tanks on the edges that it looked like Oliveira's going to crumble. They get a few shots off there and suddenly, hey, he's back in the game. Now this was the big blunder, I think. We could see about 15 Marines went in first. Then the other 20 Marines came up the left side.
Yeah.
It was a little disjointed, and the tanks of Beyond just had no part in this fight whatsoever.
Yeah, there's also like Marines attacking Vikings instead that distracted, and that +1 or even +2 armor at that time for tanks and Vikings helped that battle as well. Oliveira then taking his final fight. If Beyond had really had the best possible surround, this was not it. That might have still been a back and forth game, but yeah, didn't really get that perfect surround. He was not anticipating having to defend that area, and going through his own choke hurt quite a bit.
What a great way to start the tournament off here. A couple of good series so far, and already the second match we've got a barn burner of a TVT. I mean, we're just going to spam that word this whole tournament, aren't we? It's going to be fun. Honestly, I was expecting this to be a very big information gathering match because I'm like, what form are they both bringing? I think they both looked really good, but I think the ability to hang on from behind like that and come back, for me, that always speaks just worlds about your tournament readiness as a player. In a tournament, when you're nervous and it's the first round, and in general, just fighting back against a guy like Beyond when he's got control of the map like that, it's so very hard.
Yeah, it is extremely difficult, and Beyond's probably going to get really frustrated already. It's like, I can usually beat everyone but Maru with this, so what's the deal here? I don't like this. That's just a discouraging loss because he did absolutely have the momentum. He had the advantage for so much of that game, and it's a tale as old as time for him. Just quite not being able to beat these really fantastic late-game players who also, with Oliveira's case, I think, have a special highlight of being able to pull back the comebacks, have the grit and determination. Like, he's proven over the last year and a half, basically, that you can't count him out at any point.
Yeah, I think, some people might have thought with that Dallas run, Oliveira, it was all build orders. It was, he's got a good 8 racks. He's really optimized being super greedy to get to late game Terran vs. Zerg, but no, his TVTs, his TVPs looked fantastic as well. It wasn't just the Terran vs. Zerg. So Oliveira, I do feel, is the cutting edge of the Terran meta right now. If you're looking to copy builds and learn how to optimize things, he is the player who is just further ahead of anybody else at the moment. And it's just so fascinating to see him come out in such a good form. No doubt, knowing his training regimen, Oliveira always gets used to the time zone before the tournament now. He swaps to that sleep schedule of the local time zone, so there's no jet lag issues. He doesn't just rely on the 2 or 3 days kind of warm up here. He grinds a ton of games with the likes of Serral and anyone else. And it's going to be it's a very different training regimen because Oliveira will play online cups, but he's also grinding in secret, really seeking out the best competition, whereas Beyond is like, I'm going to queue 50 ladder games, play 3 online tournaments, and just play as much as possible. And all of Beyond's builds and his recent practice is kind of out there, but the man is going to rely on his micro, his skill, and his momentum and tempo to overwhelm his opponents. So far in game 1, that did not work out. Oliveira was able to stop him in his tracks. We're going to find out what happens in game 2.
As we are, it's going to be on Oceanborn. In the top left, we do have the red Terran, Oliveira.
And down here in the bottom right side of Oceanborn, a man who started off map 1 well, but wasn't able to close it out. Let's see if he can get back in the win column. In the bottom right side, in the blue, representing Shopify Rebellion, it's Beyond. He's had so many moments over the years and phases, One-man army was what people called Beyond back when he was one of the few players without a team in Korea who came out, won a GSL, went on to win the World Championship back at that time in 2016 in a very close series against Dark. And it was kind of unheard of at that time. This guy he streamed a lot. He played like so many ladder games. He worked so hard. And he didn't really have much support network. And, we saw him cry up there with just elation and happiness when he managed to get that win. But since then, we've seen him, on his lowest lows, where he'll absolutely just wear his heart on his sleeve, and you can feel the pain when things don't go his way. But you can also feel these amazing successes and these moments when he's just feeling it in the flare. And it's hard not to get excited watching Beyond. But, of course, Oliveira is the man who in the last year and a half has taken a little bit of that excitement as an up-and-coming player that just shocked everyone. And people said, oh, my gosh, this guy is someone to get excited about.
You know what? You just made me realize it's the one-man army versus the normal man.
Oh, that's true, hey.
Yeah, that's actually great. We definitely didn't just come up with that. We were planning it.
The normal man.
Yeah, the normal man. That was his nickname after he won Katowice and was labeled the global world champion for StarCraft II because he said anyone can do it. Anyone can get to where I am. He's done it through a lot of hard work, though. That's no doubt about that.
That's his whole identity, isn't it?
Exactly.
I'm not as talented as any of these other players. He'll say frequently, Oliveira says, but I will work harder than them. And that's, I mean, I love it. I love the work ethic. It shows in his tournament preparation. It shows in his build orders. He was kind of critical of the other Terran players leading into Dallas recently. Oh, watch out, watch out.
Oh, no.
Slow reaction. Losing the first Reaper is rough. A slow reaction for Oliveira. And Beyond already off to a stellar start. Good SCV micro pulling back the weak ones to follow up. But now Oliveira, after losing that first Reaper, is not only in a problematic position, he's in an incredibly dangerous one. Losing your first Reaper. Oh, but he gets a kill back.
Yeah,
Immediately fighting back. Beyond is absolutely upset with that. He knew he had so much momentum. If he waited for the third Reaper, he'd have a great advantage here. But now it's 3 versus 2 rather than 4 versus 2. It's still going to be a good fight for him, though. Oliveira moving out of the map, maybe a little dangerous. The Hellion does trade. One of the Reapers, sorry for a Reaper, but the Hellion goes out across the map, now separated from defending that command center. Oliveira started another depot on the high ground, which will stop him from getting supply blocked. And Beyond starts a command center at home.
That was very, very close because honestly, without that Reaper loss, Beyond might have started to snowball. His Reaper grenades are very, very good. He knows he would have had a chance. He would have kept hammering and hammering and hammering. And even though Hellions are supposed to be that kind of endpoint of Reapers, we've seen so many games amongst these professionals where the Reaper concave plus grenade still makes it a problem. But there is a little more back and forth. Oliveira also getting the snipe. Beyond gets a couple of snipes. And well, at this point, Beyond has delayed this command center quite a bit. He has also racked up some SCV kills because of that, and I think he might get another one. He's gonna go after the Hellions. The one Hellion goes down, one Reaper goes down. The Cyclone is kind of vulnerable, guys. It is fragile, but we're gonna have the Reapers go into the main base instead, or hippity-hoppity every which way. They're gonna try and escape, but I think they gotta actually choose and just dive.
Yeah, but definitely an annoying attack for Oliveira to deal with. But as the dust settles, it's the delay on the command center that's the main value. And oh my gosh, even that Hellion goes down. If this Reaper gets out, Oliveira will be very annoyed, but he cuts him off on the retreat and does take it out. The command center is still, oh my gosh, it's still not finished. The other Cyclone's here. It looks like that should be a trade, but no, the other Cyclone comes in and allows Oliveira to take an advantageous trade, something he desperately needed because he's behind in the command center. He's down 5 workers. And he's going to be sending a medevac across the map, eager to get some counter damage.
Yeah, their orbitals end up being very similarly timed despite the differing openers. I can't believe so many SCVs died on top of that command center. A very frustrating opener. It does look like Oliveira is keeping his chill. And now he's looking for some revenge, but we got our little typical TVT moment where both of the medevacs pass each other without seeing each other, and it comes down who can multitask, who can actually defend at home and do the proper attack on the opposite side. Beyond's getting a Viking that will help him on the defense, gonna pop very, very soon. Army is already unloaded, couple SCVs will go down, but with the tank there, not much more to do. He's gonna escape and focus back on his defense.
A couple of SCVs going down on both sides. You want to keep this alive. You want to extend the pressure, keep your opponent pinned in their base. And it seems like both sides have done that for now. Raven's up here, but if you force him to use an auto turret, that's already a win. Because, okay, sure, I'll take a few hit points on my medevac. Oh, if you lose the Raven, that's especially nasty.
Yeah, fortunately, Oliveira did have his army coming up, but still played with fire a little bit. Beyond, oh, jeez Louise, also kind of played with fire right there. Thank goodness it's the newest Cyclone, I suppose. Oh, no, it's not done yet! Nicely done! Oliveira realizing he had the opportunity. He was bringing that army back home and realized no way that Beyond's going to be able to escape to the left. He's going to go right. Excellent positioning. Oliveira starting to once again claw his way back into this game, but still down 7 SCVs.
Yeah, definitely a deficit there to be recovered from, but now with a good little army advantage, a bit of map control advantage. A couple of tanks coming forward. I think it's the right call for Oliveira to say, I want to get something done. I don't want to just sit back on this advantage because I've been taking a bit of beating early on. The Viking there, the Marines on the right side as well, though, and pulling back is absolutely the right course of action. Extra barracks going down for both sides. Oliveira's third command center is ahead. It feels to me like this game is going to even out, but if Beyond can feel enough confidence to keep like expanding kind of on location with like his 4th base in a little bit, that sort of thing, he could start to build some more momentum. But interestingly, Beyond's building 2 medevacs right now. That's very early to be building double medevac production.
Well, he's definitely going to take advantage of the faster stim with that.
Yeah, I mean, he might just go for another drop in the back. It set him up for success in the last game, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you can just get inside that main. And indeed, a double Marine drop going to move across already. So, yeah, he's paused medevac production for now. It was just to get that double drop out, I guess. And going now for the double upgrades in this, like, Oliveira's ahead on the upgrades. Going for a faster 4th and 5th barracks is Oliveira also. And I think Beyond's got a bit of army momentum supply, but if this drop gets shut down, I think Oliveira's earlier production will catch him right up.
Yes, I do believe so. I think this is very similar to our first game, except Oliveira might not lose Sim this time or his upgrades, right? So while he is down almost like the same number of SCVs too, it's the same situation, faster third CC, and then that grit that we know that he has to make the comeback over the long game as well. Tank will go down, unfortunately. The SCVs could not help that out. Beyond's drop didn't get immediately cleared up, but didn't really get all that much done, and he's not able to time it out with a frontal attack. His army's still on his side of the map.
I like that Oliveira is building a Viking there. Got those medevacs that he thought were hiding in the back, but he didn't cut them off from leaving the base as the Cyclones are a little slow to get back there. And double Viking production for Oliveira. I think Oliveira's happy to play a slow turtley style after the last game. Beyond looks over-eager. And you talked about Beyond impaling himself upon the defensive tank style of Maru in years gone past and not being able to break through. Oliveira's trying to be the Maru in this situation. He's trying to be the defensive rock, the bastion with the tank Viking advantage. Do not let Beyond get momentum because his Marine micro is out of this world. His multitasking is fantastic, but right now, another big push coming forward. Only one tank in front of the third command center. Beyond's happy to just take a tank versus tank fight there with the advantage.
Ooh, that was nice use of the range there for the Raven. Wanted to make sure that he got a chance for his tanks to shine, but ends up that tank will go down, and his command center is still going to be under pressure. More army from Oliveira coming on fourth here, but he's not going to have combat shields, although he will have faster 1-1. Combat shields makes it very difficult to take this type of fight. He's probably going to have to lift the third CC for sure. That is a delay on the mining, Beyond getting ahead in that department, but can he find more success with this?
Swapping into medevac production is Oliveira. He's not going to try and defend this with the Liberators like in the last game. But the 3 versus 1 rule, remember, if you siege up 3 tanks in range of an enemy tank, you can just take the 2 shots to the face and then 1-shot it. And that's exactly what Beyond keeps using here. There's just not enough tanks for Oliveira. He's lost a lot of tanks earlier on in this game. Oliveira's up in supply. He needs to move out with Marines right now, because if he gets kind of contained into his natural, that's going to be an issue. If he can get a drop or even a triple drop out, that'll be huge. Beyond's going to start sieging towards the production. That tank line, even now with the elevator into the main base, Beyond utilizing this forward position exceptionally well. Army supply does not matter if he's got the siege up.
Yeah, the tanks were vulnerable though, and Oliveira read that appropriately in the midst of battle. He's going to sacrifice some of his production or SCVs in the main base, but honestly not even that much. And grabbing all of Beyond's tanks might just be the better call anyway. Don't lose the Ravens or medevacs unnecessarily. He will not. Beyond is forced to escape. Was that actually the play from Beyond? I think he maybe could have stayed around for a lot longer. He is still ahead, guys. In fact, by quite a bit on the economy. Kind of maybe deceivingly because that's actually oversaturated, but he definitely is ahead on the economy. But he just lost a lot of tanks. So what is currently the tank-to-tank count?
Yeah, that unit count's always rather telling. It is 5 against 1. Definitely something where you could even see a move out for Oliveira be very effective, but he might just be stuck in a defensive stance mentally. He just has so little information. Where is Beyond's economy at? How much does Beyond have behind this? And Beyond ain't going to stop. He's just going to keep on dropping. Beyond playing a crazy aggressive style. I think, yeah, the old Abe Simpson, move in, hang your hat on the rack, and then immediately take it off and walk out is the right call. If Oliveira's counter-pushing, that sort of drop really puts Oliveira all in, and it puts him in a very hard position. But for the moment, you just chill. You let your numbers rebuild. Here is Beyond. I think Beyond should have a second factory up by now as well. So if he could get double tank production going, that would really do a lot to regain his control over this matchup.
You would think, but I'm not sure that he does.
Not even single tank production's a problem, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just a little mistake there. He's definitely has the money for it, but regardless. So again, kind of back in the similar scenario, Oliveira absolutely the one that is behind, but in 3 base versus, well, 4 base, but once you're on 3 base, Terrans are very good at making comebacks. That is kind of the secret. If you can kill them before they get the third, or get a big advantage before they get the third, then you can probably kill them.
Yeah.
If you're not able to push that advantage, they get the third, they get it saturated, they get 6 gases, they get some SimCity. That's what the struggle is. That's what the struggle was last game, and it's going to be the struggle again here.
I mean, he's playing Mass Marine again, this 4th command center being in the open. Oh my gosh, he's just stimming in the tanks. Too many of them were on siege there. And Beyond dives on top. A crazy move. But look at the arc of Marines. And Oliveira's went in single file into the choke point. A disastrous engagement for Oliveira.
Yeah, on so many fronts, right? Like the tanks being unsieged was one thing, but then he let his Marines go through that choke of the 4th command center that he probably should have canceled anyway. That was very, very ugly, and now Beyond finding the ticket to actually crack the third base. That supply is overwhelming. This time around, he is not going to let Oliveira get that comeback, and Beyond is going to fight back eventually.
Beyond's Marine, Beyond's still in an amazing position, but his Marine rally, you could tell, was triple stimmed. And that is a sign that the man has been doing select all army stim during these fights. So Beyond's playing like an in-your-face, I'm going to get you style. He's not playing calm. He's not hedging his bets. It's exactly what we saw in the last game. I want to overwhelm. And I think there's a big argument. It's not the optimal strategy for Oceanborn. It's the strategy, though, that is optimal for Beyond because he's a momentum-based player and he knows if he can overwhelm you and get that momentum, he can try to carry it through. He is sticking to an 8-rack style, and I'm going to overwhelm you style. And if he gets rid of that command center again, that's a real problem for Oliveira.
Yes, yes, it is. That Liberator is going to be able to help out for very long. The Marines do successfully snipe it, and Oliveira will push back the high ground units, but those tanks will always be obnoxious. Beyond's continuing to expand back on his side of the map as well. 5th and 6th bases, all on location. He knows he's not being attacked from most angles with the center tower. Might add another one onto that 6th just to really make sure. But I think it's become pretty clear Oliveira just does not have a lot. All of it is defending in this 3rd base. Only 1 tank in the natural. It's just overall not enough. Oliveira not going to tap out until he actually loses everything because he knows that Beyond is eager to end the game right now. In fact, might be too eager. A couple more overstims, a couple more bad fights. Oliveira's back into it.
You never know when your opponent's going to chuck a Zerg zombie grub and just kind of run into a choke point repeatedly. And hey, after the comeback you made in game 1, of course you're going to hang in there and fight it out. Oliveira, though, he needs a few minutes of things to go his way. He needs to close the supply gap. And up against a 6-base Beyond, there aren't many opportunities. I mean, he goes out for a dangerous drop. Beyond seeing this army count, he could stim for the win right now. He can just stim from 2 sides. I think Beyond's setting up for it. The triple drop moving out, it means you've got almost no support. You've got about 5 tanks, 5 Vikings, a couple libs, and Beyond is going to stim for the win coming in right now. Where are the Marines from the other ramp? I thought he set those up, but they apparently fell out of position. Beyond maybe blundering another one of these tank line breaks here. The counter drop's going to come in as well. Oliveira somehow gains control or remains in control over that 3rd base. I think Beyond has too many units. It probably doesn't matter, but definitely a little bit of a sloppy break on the tank line for Beyond, and something which, you know, his struggle to finish off these advantaged games is a little bit of a worry for Beyond.
Yeah, it is, but I think this one is in the bag. Such a drastic difference of supply, even as these tanks go down, because they get... Wow, all right. Even then, 70 supply difference, guys. Like, if Oliveira pulls this one back, it'll be absolutely... Okay, yeah, he takes a great fight and is like, nope, still gonna lose. That's when he taps out, funnily enough, but it does make sense. Beyond does, in fact, get the win when he needed it. I think if we were talking about that fight around the 3rd with the 4th building, if that didn't go so poorly, I think we're absolutely talking about one of those even games, one of those games where Oliveira can successfully defend 4 bases and then get those drops, and it's very similar to the first game. Beyond needed to get the win there, and you saw that he was urgent. This time around, such an advantage. That urgency paid off.
Yeah, Beyond just having a little bit of a stretch there, as he always does in these high, tense moments. Games like this, you know, definitely start to feel very tense. Anyone who's played TVT past the 10-minute mark knows that what Beyond experiences in games like this are a thing of even more intensity and just so absolutely brutal. But it's going to be really interesting to see how this series goes from here because, you know, Beyond, he's trying to force the issue. He looks eager. He's got some really nice moves, though. I mean, this one started, of course, with him getting a Reaper snipe early on. This fight was just so bad. You could tell that Oliveira thought it was just a slow siege up, and he was like, oh, I'll inch my tanks forward. And it's like, no, dude, you have to worry about getting run over here. This is a very bad position to be in.
Yeah, unsieging all of your tanks under an opponent's scan is just always risky. Even if you have a lot of tanks and you're hoping they'll be able to siege up in time, it's risky. And that, I think, was really... I don't know, the nail in the coffin, maybe not quite, like one more hammer in, I suppose, but that was, I think, really where it became clear Oliveira would not make the comeback happen. And then when this was cleaned up, that was another just confirmation that Oliveira couldn't start to make this messy and make this a potential comeback game.
This is kind of wild, though. Beyond playing 8 racks on Oceanborn, so think about this on the theoretical perspective. That is the map where people always say tank Viking reigns supreme there because it's very easy to turtle up. There's not that many attack angles once you cut off like the one main drop angle into your main base. So for Beyond to get an advantage and just continue with the 8 racks like in game 1, Golden Aura, a map with more opportunity for those drops and marine mobility, It shows that he wants to be very aggressive. I always look at someone going into a tournament like this and say, I want to see range from a player, the ability to swap into different things so that their opponent has to be very adaptive and can't just improve kind of incrementally game to game and say, oh, you keep doing the same thing. I'm going to get more used to it. Because Oliveira, he was in a much worse spot in that game and he was still fighting back from behind. I think I'd love to see Beyond if he gets ahead off the early game, rather than 8 barracks, get the second factory, the second starport up straight away, and just get into the air control game. You've got the Great Mass expanding on location. Even with 5 racks, you can still find some good windows with your Marine movement. But if you've got your opponent down a base or 2, and you take the Viking advantage, it's just checkmate. There's nothing you can do as Oliveira because you're just pinned against the wall. You have no map control.
Yeah, it should be. But I think you said it in the cast, you know, it's not about the map or what is technically superior. It's what Beyond really loves to do and what he knows he's best with.
He likes to click.
So,
he likes to click those Marines
exactly.
in.
Yeah, so I think as far as the 8 racks goes, I would bet he's still 8 racks. But I was actually thinking, you know, double proxy racks. Maybe not this time, you know. We'll see in a couple of seconds because we are into the 3rd game here. Alcyone is the map. In the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion, he is Beyond.
Looking focused as ever, and he needs to be, because he's playing against the reigning world champion. In the top right side of the map, representing Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira. It really feels to me, every time I watch Oliveira over the last few months, like his planning is off the charts. He's very good at identifying where he can gain advantages, you know. There's a lot of the times you feel like 2 players will play and it's a pure mechanical kind of just who can get control of this area of the map, that area. But I think Oliveira's been very clever recently in terms of just little edges that he's looking for.
Yeah. We do have 2 gases up for Oliveira. Beyond went gas first, actually. No second gas as of yet, so a change up.
I like that. I mean, it's always a little risky in some scenarios because you can't. It's awkward to afford, say, like an SCV scout with this build. So with a gas first, it's kind of the in-between of the double gas. You still get a pretty fast expansion up, but you sacrifice just a few units early on, right? Usually you go like Reaper into Factory into Reactor with this. No extra Marines, no second Reapers. So, you know, you give up the ability to pressure as hard. Does give you that faster tech though. So, you know, you're a little behind on the double gas player in terms of tech, but you've got a much faster command center.
We do see Oliveira really having to change, please, you know, maybe scout that. Okay, all right. Well, hopefully he knows that it's there. Yeah, so I was going to say, Oliveira is definitely doing that SCV scout because of the consistent proxy racks, which you actually really prefer not to do when you double gas. You've already sacrificed some economy, so you don't want to SCV scout, but you also arguably don't have to. But it is arguable, right? Because in that last game, he didn't know it was coming. His Reaper wasn't on his control right at the moment that Beyond appeared, and that started that potential problematic opener. Kind of evened out, but yeah, so he's taking that seriously. We do see him concerned over what Beyond can do. That the SCV scout did get into the main base. It saw the racks, and then it left. And I'm actually not sure that was enough of a scout.
Yeah, does he necessarily know? I mean, he saw the lack of the second gas, so I think
Did he?
Yeah, because you see it's not mining. So you see he saw the workers mining on the left gas, and you see no workers mining on the right. And by that timing, that tells you everything you need to know.
Yep.
So he knows that it's a 1 gas build. He doesn't necessarily know it's gas first. And it seems like Oliveira's, you know, happy enough, confident with the build that he's playing. Doesn't seem too worried about what's going on. And it's not a crazy curveball from Beyond, right? It's just, oh, no, I'm going to go for a quicker medevac, you know, the normal, maybe get out there and do my drop. And for all, you know, intents and purposes, it really does look like a bit of a wash in terms of the opening. Of course, the earlier orbital will drop a mule and then float down for Beyond, which helps give him a bit of an income boost, but the float time loses you an SCV or 2 anyway. So it ends up a very similar opening. And mirror matchup again with the Cyclone medevac. I always feel like Beyond's scarier than most players in this scenario, but watching the way Oliveira's danced with him in the early game, I don't feel worried at all. It really is one of these things where it's like, hey, you guys are on a very even a level of multitasking and micro. So it's going to be Liberator again. Wow, Beyond really leaning into the aggression.
Well, Liberator coming out for Oliveira as well. But, you know, it is kind of odd to see that Oliveira has been on the defense. Because of the games, we understand why that happened. But, you know, when I do think of Oliveira, I actually think of him being very aggressive as well. well. So I think we're going to see a little more of that as the games continue on, getting more chances, especially as Beyond doesn't go for that dedicated 2 racks opener. And this would be actually one of those, but the medevac will appear first for Beyond. He is getting a second barracks fairly quickly back at home, something that Oliveira might actually scout with his own drop coming in just a little bit later. Both of them attacking into the natural. Supply depot does go down. Main base under attack. Oliveira snuck his Reapers in here and is getting a little bit more of the momentum. You know, Beyond's not exactly panicking, but yeah, he actually has to take this very seriously. 6 SCVs go down. His Liberators are going across the map. He is damaging a command center, but that's not going to kill it, and that's where they think he would actually either kill the command center or actually kill another 6 SCVs, right? But he's not doing either one.
Denied mining time is not really the highest value amount of damage, especially bleeding a few Marines out there. Liberators are being spotted on both sides, and it is a very similar work account.
Oh
no,
my gosh.
no, it is again! Oh, great catch there. The Cyclone will get out, take a Hellion, but the other Cyclone cuts it off. No getting out of here for you, Beyond. Beyond is looking a little shook in the camera. I could see a very deep breath from Beyond. He's kind of shook his shoulders out a little bit. He does not look happy with how this early game's going. And sending a Liberator in isolation with nothing else happening, that's not going to work against a guy like Oliveira. He's too good. And look, he hides the Cyclone. He's like, please siege up.
Yeah.
Beyond, I'd love you to siege up so I can kill this Liberator. Come on, thank you. And Oliveira, look at the reaction. I mean, he doesn't pull the SCVs, which is a little sloppy, but 2 SCVs for a Liberator, I think you're okay with that. Oh, he's even doing the medevac dodges. Very fancy micro by Oliveira, dodging the projectile just before it connects. What a fantastic set play there. And we've got tanks and Marines coming out for Beyond. You mentioned the second barracks earlier. He's going to have a bit of a unit advantage, but I don't think I saw Stim on the production tab or anything, did we?
That's confusing, actually.
I think he took too much damage, so his plan's just kind of gone haywire.
Yeah, I think so. This is actually very awkward. You know, you get that second barracks that fast. You were 100% trying to get into that Stim medevac mode that he has in the previous games. If that was going to be delayed this much, I feel like you might as well have, done the 3rd CC first, then that barracks. But a little awkward there because of how this game has gone. Overall, though, you look at the numbers, Beyond does still have that 4-worker lead. Seems like it's deja vu again, 3rd game in a row. And then he does have actually a decent army supply lead. I mean, his barracks has been producing. It's just that Stim is so late.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the aggressive timing, but he gave it up to focus on rebuilding his economy and like his fundamentals. So this is actually a perfect adjustment to the damage that Beyond took early on. Oh, nice catch there for Oliveira. Actually gets a Viking and then gets out. And you're very happy to take that. As long as you don't lose the medevac, you get to leave there, you get a free kill. Very happy. Liberator will come in for him as well, as he hasn't really used that. Beyond spotted this earlier in the game, but in the midst of everything else happening, did forget about it.
Yeah, and they don't have Stim. They're just going to kind of casually walk up here. Well, probably wasn't worth unsieging, but it is what it is. Some SCVs, couple of Marines, no secondary distraction for the Cyclones to get into the main base again. Oliveira trying to find more of those little pickoffs, but I think that time is now officially over. Yeah, medevac dead. Cyclones will die as well. Not going to take out the Viking in return. Just so close, but not quite.
Supply's looking amazing for Beyond right now, Zombie Girl. And this 3rd base is a fair bit quicker, but the numbers are just like, there's so many Marines out of that early 2nd barracks, and Stim's about to kick in. They don't have combat shields. They could get blasted by tanks. There's no Ravens to support this with interference matrix. So this is not a thing. Like, Beyond should not be able to break Oliveira here, but if he catches him out of position or gets a drop in the main, I mean, just the mobility and the right now army power of Beyond is definitely something which Oliveira has to be very careful of. And he's got no map vision. We see this army. Oliveira might be vaguely aware that this is a threat. Any big slip-ups for him could be massively punished in the next minute or two.
That is very important to note, because that's kind of what Beyond needs to do as well. He's very far behind on the upgrades, and he has not started combat shields.
Indeed.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of a timing that he needs to hit, guys. Like, he needs to do some damage. He's making a massive mistake at this point. Combat shields, I believe, has been forgotten. That is catastrophic.
And he's going to just dive towards the natural with this drop. I don't think there's any units there in the natural, is there? A few Marines. Stim is not... Okay, so Stim's there for Oliveira. 1-1's there. If he stims and pulls the SCVs immediately, he can shut this down. He's got a turret as well. Oh gosh, Oliveira looks ready for this. If he stims and pulls the boys, he could get on top, and that is a shutdown. All of those Marines getting obliterated for what? Putting a turret on fire, maybe a single SCV. Beyond is in trouble.
He's also macroing not very well. I think this game has actually gotten to him. He still hasn't gotten combat shields. He's adding on multiple more barracks, so, you know, spending some money, but I think he was actually just set off so much by that early game that even though had he played as well as we know he could, he would have been fine. It might have just affected him too much mentally.
Shield
thank God.
starts. Shield
Thank
starts, Zombie Grub. I was also clenching a little bit there. Going, come on, please. I mean, I was thinking also if you win without combat shields, that would be truly epic. But 10 hit points on a Marine, 45 to 55 hit points is a massive difference in this matchup. Demu was talking about in the previous series, you know, hey, you can one-shot the Marines if they don't have that upgrade after they stim. It's huge with your siege tanks. Now, this is a good intercept for Beyond. He's not quite sure where the drop is, but he's watching. Oliveira is as well, though. Oliveira with a very quick response.
Yep, combat shields versus no combat shields. That would have been ugly. Beyond just gets out of there, and the third CC has some protective units, though it's not too much of a worry. Main base, I believe, is covered. Third is covered. Oliveira's drop, not going to do too much more, but Oliveira has maybe taken a little map control. I wonder if he would be willing to push out. Doesn't look like it so far, just sending out the harassing units. In fact, a scan from Beyond, I think, kind of just confirmed that. At least it sees the fourth CC intention. Once again, Beyond going bold. Despite not having the drops out in the map, he actually still goes for an on-location fourth, and it pays off again.
Yeah, Beyond's been getting away with the faster expansions. It is a big momentum advantage to take them out like that. Liberator coming in for Oliveira. Oliveira's supply is still a little bit lower. Nice pullback with those drops. Oh, double Liberator even. Wow. He's so good at this double Liberator move while poking elsewhere. It's such a frustrating thing to deal with. And it really has become Oliveira's signature move. The double Liberator in the back while other things are distracting you. Marines in the middle are on the watchtower, and there's a bit of a skirmish going on. Does end up not unloading as the Marines would be on a nearby to protect his tanks.
Yeah, I think Oliveira would have, if he had that Zelnaga, I think he would be pushing, honestly. Just the distractions are really working right now. But Beyond, at the very least, making sure that he has that Niddle. So Oliveira, a death push would have been seen and hopefully reacted to. These harassing units, Beyond can eventually be okay with the damage taken. That was annoying, that was 11 SCVs, but overall the game's going to continue. It was making sure that Oliveira didn't catch him totally distracted, and that was a success. But Oliveira's looking to try and circumvent the army. Coming on the left side, Beyond anticipates. He's got his own concave. Tank siege up for Beyond, and that concave is quite beautiful. All the 4-2-2 for Oliveira as well, and that was not what Oliveira was hoping for.
A disappointed shake of the head for Oliveira, realizing that there is an unnecessary risk just there. He took so many losses. 5 tanks, 42 Marines for just 35 Marines of Beyond's. Beyond now has a massive tank advantage, massive Marine advantage, and of course that wasn't all of Oliveira's numbers, which begs the question, why was he committing with only a small amount of his siege tanks and his Marines so far exposed in front of his tank line? It was one of those moments where he's been defending all series long, and sometimes when you're stuck in your corner for so long in these games, you start to kind of lose situational awareness or a bit more of a feeling for when you should fight. And you kind of go, oh, let's see what I can get here. But Beyond showing that decisiveness, did he just pick up and boost in scan vision? Yes, he did. And he kind of goes to the right, then he goes back to the left. And you can see Beyond is still trying to play a very aggressive Marine tank style. I wonder, because we saw him build a few Vikings, are we going to see the extra starports? He's building more command centers. I don't think he's on 8 racks yet, because I haven't really seen 16 Marines building at a time.
Yeah,
he is. No, he did go 8 racks again.
Yeah.
Every single game.
Yeah, it's just his thing, man. I think he might even be lacking confidence. You know, we'd have to ask him directly, but in the triple starport. Now, these medevacs, you know, they were forced to take an alternative route, but they do finally arrive in the natural. Vikings, however, are there with the Marines, with the SCV pool once again, hoping that's a big enough distraction. However, on the right side, Beyond with just more army coming on in here. Oliveira. Some high ground tanks are helping out, but he's forced to evacuate the third, loses 14, 15 SCVs, and is now down about 30 supply. Getting something on the other side actually is a little scary. There's not many Marines with those SCVs, guys. It's a little bit of a bloodbath on both sides, but Oliveira really needs to dig into the SCV count and then repair the situation at home as well.
He does manage to equalize the workers, which is nice for Oliveira. Focuses the workers as well at the tail end of the fight. 23 workers go down for Beyond, but he's already lost 19, and more importantly, location on the third base. This was the perfect way to set this up for Beyond. This is how you play 8 racks. You get the Marine drop in the back, you pull him out of position, and then you dive the front at the same time. That was a classic 8 racks break on a defensive position. Most of Oliveira's tanks are on the left side of the map, but he caught Oliveira flat-footed, which is understandable when you're playing a ton of siege tanks. They're not exactly the most mobile unit. You know, it's very easy to get your feet crossed over each other and trip over yourself a little bit. The tanks on the left side now starting to get isolated by the Marine drops as well. Beyond diving on top, looking to try and finish off this opening series.
Oh, again, right before an upgrade. Beyond Well done. It looked a little sketch with the opening build, the units going down, then some missed macro, then that combat shield was absolutely terrifying. But he kept control. He made sure his units were in the right position. He kept his calm when he got harassed, and he did do that 1-2 punch to Irax. Definitely is powerful with Oliveira not able to track the army well enough. Thought he needed more defenses at the 4th, and if those tanks, he had like 5 tanks, I want to say, at the 4th. If they were on the high ground between the 4th and the 3rd, this is already a completely different game. But Bjorn, basically by being so active, you find opportunities like that. So a lot of worse players 8 racks and they never find that one opportunity. Bjorn is so active that eventually he does. In game 1, you can argue that he was so active he kind of made mistakes because of it. I guess that's always the double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But these last 2 games, he's finding the right moments.
I mean, moments of perfection mixed with moments of extremely shaky plays on Big Rob. I think you wrapped it up really well there. And, you know, there's these moments where Bjorn was like just so savagely decisive. Like this fight right here just came in from 2 sides. The tank volleys are working out for him. It was undoubtedly a huge mistake for Oliveira. But, you know, it always takes 2 players to make a fight that one-sided. One player does everything right. The other one makes 1 or 2 small mistakes that, of course, turn into massive mistakes. Yeah. And, yeah, Bjorn is really showing very much the momentum style that I'm going to get control and finding himself up 2-1 now in this series. You know, yeah, you took a bit of damage here, but he realized, look, if I just get rid of that, regain control, and I can focus back on the front, I'll be able to finish you off for the next wave because you're on 3 base, I'm on 4 going on 5 bases, and I love this little Marine drop to open that up, right? Gets a tank, gets a second one, the other Marine stim forward, suddenly you got 4 or 5 tanks down. Oliveira just doesn't have the support.
Yeah. It really all was about that attack into the 4th base that made it such an opportunity for Bjorn to be able to win that one. And I think it's kind of a classic scenario where Oliveira probably wasn't expecting Bjorn's army to be so ready. So you're like, oh, I'm going to dive in and I'll get my 2-2 finish as well in the 10 seconds that it requires to do that. Instead, he sees a gigantic army and is like, well, oh shoot, like I gotta attack. I was planning on attacking. Oh no, but I can't retreat either, so I guess I will siege up, but now my tanks are in like a line and all fighting. It gets so awkward so quickly. And all it took really was just knowing that there was that amount of army at Bjorn's 4th. If he knew that, he would have played that so much more cautiously. 2-2 would have been done. Tanks would have been sieged. He would have had a bit of a position. And right now, it seems like it's a bit of the same like beats in the last 2 games. And even technically the first game, there was just a lot more chaos involved in that one.
I think Oliveira is going to be kicking himself for 2 things in that last game. One is sending the double dropout before maxing. I think it's nice to poke out when you're otherwise turtling at home, but you need to make sure you are not letting a drop in the back at the same time. And that's why you have to build a few turrets behind that 4th base in the upper left. He needed turrets on the edge, cutting off that rotation. Because the moment Bjorn's drop gets in, is like, here's 10 Marines in your natural, here's another 15 in your main, have fun dealing with that. And at the same time, you've got 16 Marines on the other side of the map, 3 tanks on your 3rd base suddenly looks like a very vulnerable position. And finding himself down now 1-2 despite an amazing comeback in the first map. Up in the top left side, fighting for his life in his first opening round. For Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And in the bottom right, as the blue Terran for the Shopify Rebellion, he is Bjorn.
You know, Zombie Grub, I was worried going to this tournament with the amount of money and prestige on the line, we'd see players get a bit nervous. And I thought it might lead to like slower or more turtley games. We saw a little bit of that like last year at Gamers 8, a few players kind of playing a little bit kind of more careful with the finishing blows. I like that Bjorn's way of maybe being slightly more nervous is attacking even more and more viciously and just, I'm going to get you. And maybe 1 or 2 slightly sloppy engagements, but I feel like as long as he can just get the confidence going here and not be too affected by the small mistakes, like there are moments of just utter brilliance in his play, and it's only a few small things that are meaning when he's ahead, he's not capitalizing quite as clean as he could. But you know, I've been criticizing the 8 racks a little bit, saying I'd like to see variety. On this map, keep 8 racksing. This map's great for it. There's a huge spread on the bases, wide open areas. If there was ever a time to keep on doing the strategy you've been excelling with, this is it.
Yeah, I think so, and it is just Bjorn's specialty, and it's clearly working out because you could argue that game 1 should have also been Bjorn's. Despite some odd moments here and there where it seems like it's a big loss of units, you look back at the worker count, HeroMarine's ahead. His aggressiveness as an army, but also as an expansion, like, is really working out for him. I do believe, talking about the map actually for a second, that being that aggressive on the expanding should be, like, very dangerous on this map.
Yeah.
Insanely so. But he might still do it because Oliveira really has missed a lot of chances to try and find those building command centers, and it's just so comical how little it takes to really get that quick cancel. 1 8 Marine drop on a 4th that they're not paying attention to. It's just building, you cancel, easy peasy.
Yeah.
But he just never gets it there.
It's such a fascinating style Beyond plays because it's like, oh, surely I should just get a drop out there and catch this command center building, and then you're like, no, when you play against Beyond style, you're like, there's a doom drop outside my base at every moment.
Yeah, of course.
It's really cool because I remember a few years ago, like, really spending just a deep dive on Beyond's build orders and studying how they worked and the way he'd play when he's ahead. And I thought it was so fascinating because it felt so Zerg-like, you know? It's like playing Mutiling Bane where you're like, okay, my army's weaker than yours right now. You have like 8 siege tanks, I have 3. But if you move out, like, I'm base trading. Like, I'm never going to fight you front on with your slow army. So there's a lot of mobility. I'm going to take a 4th base on location. I'm going to take a 5th base on location. I've got a drop waiting to go in. And it's Beyond's ability to pick and choose where the fights happen that give this power strength. And it allows him to leave big openings behind it where, don't get me wrong, he can sometimes get taken out by like a 2 starport tank Viking push or something like that, right? Because he is being too greedy. If you can really commit to getting your army on his side of the map early on, he may just leave himself wide open.
He might, yeah. Oliveira certainly on the ropes here. Needs to figure out how to play this in a way that finally gives him an advantage in the early game. Because again, despite a couple of snipes that look really good, you look back at the supply and it's like, actually, Beyond kind of can live with that. Even if he is shaking his head and he's disappointed, it's like that kind of disappointment that every pro gamer has that they aren't playing perfect, I guess. So we're going to have the micro battle once again in this game. Medivac Cyclone and Medivac Cyclone, same timing as well. And this was the situation, exactly what I was talking about, where Beyond seems to always lose this drop because Oliveira has excellent map sense, but then Beyond's still ahead anyway. In this case, there's not double Cyclone. It goes right into a second tank, so Oliveira really shouldn't have an opportunity to catch Beyond off guard. Beyond should be able to play around with this Medivac drop, hitting the natural here where there's no Cyclone to respond. Grenade's gonna hop the Cyclone in a weird way. And yeah, Beyond's gonna be happy with that and just pull away. Easy.
Yeah, a couple of Marines, get yourself a Hellion. At the same time, Oliveira's much happier to lose those units rather than SCVs for once. These are just early game filler units. Their job is to protect your economy. And interference matrix for both sides. So a little bit more of a classic diversion back into the tank Raven early stage. And for me, I always think the scariest point is 3 Ravens, about 3 tanks each, interference matrices. That's where the game can be very suddenly over if someone takes a fantastic fight.
Yeah, this is the first time I think we're seeing Raven interference matrix by Beyond, isn't it? It may be the first game, but I think he's actually not had it. So I was going to say, is he going to double starport because he got a 4th gas? Oliveira doing the site Delta build, as I think it is called, basically. 2 starport on this map, very linear map, right to base, kind of skinny map as well. He's going to try and apply that pressure to Beyond and hope that Beyond either doesn't expect it or just nervously messes up against it, because usually the technical way of dealing with this is there in the pro gamers' minds, but execution is a whole different story.
Yeah, information's half the battle. If you can find out that he's doing this early, that's going to be great. And Oliveira is on the other side as well. His drop got defended. Meanwhile, Beyond finds 4 SCVs, so that's great. Great for Beyond. Doesn't know that it's 2-port as the Viking Lib starts to come out. And extra barracks are on the way now. Now, Beyond's not playing crazy greedy. We were saying that, doing a build like this could catch Beyond out. He might leave himself wide open. He's gone 3rd gas early. He's been building Ravens and tanks non-stop. Now double Viking production of his own. And there is always a timer on this build. If the defensive player, Beyond in this case, can get up to Stim, combat shields, 1-1 upgrades, he's going to have way more Marines, and he will absolutely trounce your army. But that is a big what if. As the auto turrets come down, you said this drop wasn't going to go down, Zombie Grub. And
so
you were
far,
right.
I'm right.
You were,
No! I can't believe that happened again. Just, he's so good about having that over, chasing that down. So that's going to take away some of the tiny little problems, thinking about that in the back of your head. It's completely gone. Oliveira can now completely focus on the attack. Beyond did scan. There's really only one location you can put that starport to not be scouted by harassment, and that's where you scan. It's actually very logical. So he knows about it. Can he defend it properly?
Second factory on the way for Oliveira. It doesn't have to be a mech transition. position, but he's definitely doubling down on the tank Viking, saying for the immediate future, I am essentially a mech player. Marines are weak against siege tanks early on, and I'm going to hit you before those upgrades kick in to make him any good. Viking Raven is there available. How the Raven spells go off is massive. If we can see the unit count for the Vikings, I think there should be a Viking advantage right now. 6 versus 4 in Oliveira's favor. If he can get an air versus air battle, that could be fantastic. But the siege up, Bjorn's buying himself a lot of room, a lot of space, buying himself time. And that's all he needs, because 5 Marines are building at a time and his stim is almost done. If he can get combat shields as well, it's going to be great for Bjorn.
Really important not to get stuck on your base. You see someone being very aggressive to you, your first instinct might just be turtle, but if you're in that natural going down your own ramp, it's a death sentence. So you got to be out here and at the very least buying time. You might eventually have to retreat, but hopefully you have combat shields, you'll have 20 extra Marines, you'll have, you know, Viking stuff in a way they can surround or something. Ooh, that might be a big problem. 2 tanks, maybe just the one actually, that one on siege in time. Nice micro from Bjorn recognizing the problem. He's going to continue buying time with tanks. He's got Marines going to the middle of the map to intercept reinforcements.
Raven, if that Raven goes down, that'd be huge. Here we go, a massive fight for Oliveira. Vikings are popping out. Anti-armor missile goes down very late. The Ravens are both alive in the red, which is good for Bjorn if he can repair those back up. But right now, the production's in range. And at the same time, the other side of the map, in the picture-in-picture, Marine counterattack for Bjorn with Stim, causing big trouble for Oliveira's natural.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he had a reinforcing unit seeing it, but it's possible he just couldn't get anything anyway. Factory units don't produce all that quickly, guys. So the natural under attack here for Oliveira, and he really needs to get damage done. He's going to find a starport. That's actually pretty good damage. The Marines got a little stalled out in the natural. One tank was going to be sniped. SCVs being the body to try and help that. That's, he gets it. He gets it. Second tank will clean this up, but the fact that he loses 11 SCVs and a tank and a distraction is still big.
Bjorn has no starport. His starport has been destroyed from the low ground. Even if he lifted it off, the Vikings would have shot it down. He's in a very hard spot. Now, I'd actually love to see Oliveira pick up Marines and drop on those tanks on the north, but of course, there's a lot going on for him. Resetting his economy right now. He's down 8 workers, but he is clearing production. Was that the factory that just went down?
Yes, yes, it was.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, he's actually lost. Like he's very little production. Now Oliveira is going to push the issue. Unfortunately, he didn't see that tank on the edge, which is going to kill one of his tanks. And okay, not quite. No, he did kill the second one. Well, the second one killed the second. The point is, everyone's losing tanks every which way. Liberator is sieged up and is still going here, but they will be taken down. However, at the cost of a lot of Bjorn's own air. Raven goes down, Vikings go down. Oliveira starting to wiggle his way into this natural. That is a really problematic point. 3 Liberators on the way for Oliveira. And he has a 3rd CC, guys, which I'm not even sure if Bjorn knows about.
Yeah, the Vikings land behind the tanks, and Oliveira claims control of the ramp. You talked about this earlier, Zombie Grub. If they get control of your ramp on this map, you are walking into siege tank fire in a narrow corridor. It's a disastrous spot to be in. Bjorn, you can see on his face, he does not have a chance there. A tilted head to the side and types out the GG.
Oh, Oliveira holds strong, and it did kind of come out to the summary I gave, right? Where I 100% believe that Bjorn knows technically what he has to do against that. In fact, he was already doing it the very first step, getting onto the front, buying that time, keeping them away from that ramp. But I guess what he didn't really account for was that he was going to lose his production.
Yeah.
Now, that does happen eventually, and you kind of have to do the timing of like, I want to wait till the very last second. I want to get my last Viking out before swapping off. But the starport going down and then a factory going down too, I'm pretty sure that just wouldn't happen in a lot of his other defenses.
100% Zombie Grub. And I mean, we can see the Marine counterattack here, but I think at this point, honestly, Bjorn's already missed his window. And I really feel like we've seen Maru defend this many times and show expertly what to do. And you really need to engage them earlier and ignore the airfight. Land all your Vikings, interference matrix the tanks, pull your SCVs, and jump on top of this army earlier. But the moment he's got that siege up on your production, you're kind of attacking around a corner. You can't really clear his army up because you're never going to beat Bjorn in the Viking versus Viking battle. But if you've got 2 Ravens, that's 4 interference matrices. How many tanks does he have? Maybe 5 at most? 4 of those get taken out with interference matrix. You stim on top. And remember, if he's not got the tank shots to your Marines, even with stim, he'll get 1 or 2 tank shots off on your Marines and SCVs. So I think landing the Vikings there and saying, we're just going to fight on the ground. You can take this guy. As long as I get my matrices off, I can break this. Easier said than done. But, I mean, that's just the way it is there. If you don't manage to do that, you could see the Viking versus Viking fight was grossly efficient for Oliveira. I mean, that was exactly what he wanted in that game. Viking advantage, wins the skies, and carries it forwards from there.
Yeah, and I think that Bjorn also had his tanks kind of oddly positioned. They seemed awfully spaced out around his natural third, so you had 1 or 2 tanks fighting instead of all 4 or 5, which is also a drastic difference. It's just a tricky build. It's like, that is honestly the case. It's a very tricky build because not only do you have to account for your own opponents, who's very, very good, their positioning and their micro, but you also got to account for those kind of like small things. Oh, my factory's going to die. Okay, my reinforcements are coming around a corner, you know, in a way that they didn't in that last time I defended. It is such an awkward map, I guess, for that even though it is kind of on the nose, like you can figure it's on the way, you can almost 100% scout it with that scan, and you still are scared of it.
Yeah, it's a nasty push. There's a reason why it's kind of dominated the TVT meta over the last 6 months. That build feels like it's been almost half of the games. Kind of fascinating looking at the demeanor difference between the players. We were watching, even when the camera wasn't showing, I was watching the camera feed there for Oliveira. And you don't see it now. He looks like he's having a bit of meditation. I think that's a good idea because he looked like he was playing the game. Here in the lobby, he was frantically pressing buttons on his keyboard, clicking his mouse. It felt like he was kind of like very amped up, very G'd up. And I was like, oh, he kind of looks like Rainer when he's playing. It's all adrenaline and excitement. So I kind of liked seeing him there just take a breather and say, hey, let's calm the heart rate down a little bit. Let's take a breath because we're going into a deciding match. And what a great series to start off the tournament for both of these two players. And I think it's a lot more intense than either of them would like as we go into Game 5. Down here in the bottom side of Appian, representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Beyond.
I love this as a 5th game map. This is
such a fun map.
This is my favorite situation, guys. In the top position, we do have, from Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
My favorite Beyond style a little bit more. I always think of this as like Dark's map in ZVT. I feel like he like never loses it. There's certain players who love this map, but between these two, I'm like, well, it's good for drops. It's good for mobility. Beyond style should be good because of that. On the other hand, there are some nasty ledges where those tanks can take advantage. And I think Oliveira is very flexible as a player. He's capable of being the guy who takes the Marine momentum himself. You know, he doesn't have to keep playing this kind of totally defensive style. You can tell he said, look, Beyond's an aggressive player. I'll be a bit more tank Viking focused this series, even though it was aggressive tank Viking in the last game. Maybe, you know, there's even room for like 2-1-1 style builds on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the entire left side, not a place where ground units can get to until they mine out the minerals, which then, you know, might give you more opportunities, but then gives your opponent more opportunities as well. So we just consider this an only air portion of the map. So obviously you're going to abuse that as much as possible. Then you have the mid alley that is most of where the attacks go eventually in this map. And then at some point in some games, you have the entire right side of the map used. It's like sometimes we forget that it exists because so much is in the middle or sometimes to the left depending on build orders. And it can get very crazy actually. And we've seen some players maybe in different matchups but actually try and maybe like make it less frantic, you know, take the triangle base and just kind of do more of a huddle so that it's not left being dropped, right being concaved, up through the middle. It's very interesting. I do quite enjoy the map.
That's fascinating in TVT as well, that triangle base setup you're talking about, because like I always, my theory in TVT is like, hey, if you control that space below your main, that's good because they can't doom drop your main base, right?
Right.
Problem is, like, if you both kind of do that on this map, you're like an arm's length from each other.
Yes,
whoever controls the middle has got such a big advantage, and if you manage to push even a little into their territory, everything opens up very suddenly. So it's like a, you know, I guess a little bit like, you know, very, very hard position to break, but once it breaks, it just, everything crumbles apart.
If they expand to the right here, I think it can be a little more loosey-goosey. We
More
can have drops
multi-prong,
left, right. Yeah, it gets a little more chaotic. If they both triangle expand, it's a Cold War, absolutely. It's like, well, I don't want to lose one Marine because you're going to immediately snap me up. You're going to take my third, you're going to win the game. So,
I mean, if they play the way they've played so far in this series, right, yeah, you could see like Beyond goes all the way along the edge of the map, right? And then Oliveira kind of triangle expands and tries to go to the gold in between along the left flank in the very middle. I doubt we'd actually see that in this matchup. That middle base is so exposed, but
yeah.
Cool to see what's in store. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of strategic deviation in the openings, has there, Zombie? Outside of like a few proxy barracks, it's a lot of Cyclone Medevac versus Cyclone Medevac. And to be fair, it's a flexible, you know, tool. You can gain information, you can counter pressure. But we saw one Viking earlier in the series, I think. But other than that, it's been a lot of medevacs. This time, though, Oliveira not building it. He's changing it up. He's saying, I'm done dancing with the Cyclone Medevac tool.
Yeah, which, again, like he seems to do wonderful things when it comes to Banshees. When it comes to catching Beyond off guard by catching him in the airspace. But ultimately, it hasn't really given him the victories that we thought it would. So just going to avoid it completely and actually really shake things up with the Banshee.
And you know what? There's a Banshee, you don't like running into Raven, but guess what? It's medevac into Viking. Beyond might not play Raven at all, and if he does, it's a very late Raven. So this is potentially a very good opportunity. And you can kind of predict that Beyond's going to play a bit more aggressive on this map with these wide open spaces and stuff, so maybe this is something that Oliveira did predict. Unfortunately, not ready for this drop. He just moved out of his main base at the worst possible time.
Yes, he did, and the Banshee's going to pop, so he might be actually able to see it. No, he has to skedaddle. Okay, successful blocking of the scout on the Banshee pop. And if he had seen the starport with the tech lab, that still would have been ambiguous, but I'm not even sure he saw the tech lab.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that actually might still be a secret. I really like that point because Beyond has been so Raven light. Oh, he barely saw it. Wow. But he's been so Raven light that I think this is actually a beautiful move. But again, even though we saw it, guys, that could be Raven and Interference Matrix.
Yeah. If you haven't watched in the last couple of years, you might be thinking, well, it's always Cloak, isn't it? No, not anymore, because you do need to get the Raven upgrade for Interference Matrix. So it's ambiguous. There's no tell. And going double medevac. Beyond's playing a super YOLO Doom Drop style against Cloaked Banshee. He's not going to have any detection, Zombie Grub.
No, he's not. Actually, I'm not sure he has any scans.
He's
so funny that Banshee just was like parallel to the army and never got scouted. Very awkward situation right now as SCVs are going to go down. This is the first Banshee. Scan in the main was available. That's big. That's huge because if the Banshee goes down, that would have been so nice. It is just out of the detection range. Beyond can't believe it. All he can do is laugh. Oh, that's so many more SCVs going down. That's just so much more chaos.
This is a big problem. Beyond is looking so frustrated, understandably so. If he gets rid of that Banshee, he's got time to get turrets up before the second one does too much damage. But now, oh gosh, he used the scan to finish the first one, which means the second one is going to come in, and there is no answer. The engineering bay is not being built right now. Oliveira with an incredibly intelligent choice to play Cloaked Banshee. He was looking for damage. He did not realize he would win the massive lottery here and get a huge victory. Beyond drops, but unfortunately into the one most well-defended spot for Oliveira. His tank defends easily.
Wow, you haven't seen a Banshee win a TVT in a while, but here it is. Beyond just cannot believe it, and I am with him. But what a brilliant move for Game 5. There was absolutely a pattern in Beyond's games where he was very Raven light, if at all, in most of the games, and he was so eager to get to the medevacs and get the aggression going that he was lacking the defense back at home. He wasn't going to have particularly fast engineering bays. Just a beautiful strategic decision.
Beyond needs to dig deep. He is not out, but he is most certainly down. And there is going to be a real... I mean, he's shaking his head. He realizes just 16 workers. Like, he doesn't know it's 16 workers, but yeah, the pain. And unfortunately there, it looks like he's very close to tapping out of this game. I mean, at this point, you don't want to throw in the towel, but what can you do to get back in it? He's not building SCVs. He's just making army. And he's basically saying, let's go all in. He does restart SCVs now as he gets scanned. And that's such a painful thing to go down to here potentially in Game 5. Such a close, hard-fought series, but Oliveira's preparation has been fantastic, and you can see it with his build choice on Amphion.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. And I guess now that we might be looking at a potential loser here, guys, just a reminder, there's a lower bracket, but it is extremely tough. He could potentially face even maybe Maru, right? But Dark's also possibly there.
And
tough.
Every match is seeding. Even if you're not going to get to the top 4 from this group stage, it's seeding into that knockout bracket is so huge later on as well. The tank sieging in range. Oliveira's single tank just did so much damage. His Vikings are clearing out the air units. Beyond unable to answer it. That double Banshee surprise, and the first one not getting taken down by the Cloak, that is something which Beyond will be having nightmares about later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. If only Scan was a little bit bigger. Obviously still very much a nice guy, willing to shake hands and give him a good luck, but now Beyond has to wait in that lower bracket to see who his opponent is. Oliveira knows he will be going up against Maru in officially a rematch of Katowice, which they have rematched, but online. I believe this is the first offline one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great reward for winning the first round match, of course, but he's looked so good, and what an exciting way to start that off. I mean, that comeback in Game 1 was incredible. It was golden aura. You know, it's a tragic moment for Beyond. He's, of course, looking very distraught up there. But this really has been such an exciting way to kick off the TVT action. Anyone who said TVT is not exciting, you're going to have to eat your words after watching that one. Let's go and review the series with Wardy and the boys on the desk.
An awesome series right there as we have Oliveira taking down Björn. You guys kind of called it, right? Close back and forth, very well matched for each other, and in the end it comes down to 3-2. Oliveira just nips ahead, and by an inch, because if some of those scans in that final game were a little bit to the left, that Banshee dies, it's a different game maybe, Ben.
I mean, that last game was brutal. Like, the fact that Oliveira did that in the first place in a matchup that is so Raven-dominated with openings, and like whatever he clued into, where it's like, you know what, he's skipping out Ravens, like it was the perfect build to go for, and it was like the perfect scan to avoid.
Yeah.
And then as he scans the second time to kill that Raven in the main, then the natural one's got the more energy and stuff. So it was literally like the perfect storm of bad things happening. And like the event, as Pig said, or the series rather, the first game, the comeback, like Golden Aura, when he's charging in with 180 supply into the natural, like 50 supply advantage, and Oliveira still made the comeback. We knew it was going to be like two raging bulls going at it, and like the series delivered, and Oliveira, the normal man, does it again.
The normal man gets it done, gets to move on through. We're going to take a look at the highlights here, State, as we get in. It was an action-packed series from that very first game where I feel like Björn was Björn. He got into a great spot. He ended up losing out, but then he brought it right back in game 2 with some great positions and some great fights.
Yeah, this was an absolute slugfest, and Björn looked more like a Björn than I feel like he has in a lot of these series. I mean, he went for the throat in so many of these engagements. He's trying to trade out Marines in games like this one on match number 2 for Vikings and really bleeding out, just going full pedal to the metal, and this series absolutely delivered. It met my expectations. I really did think Björn was going to be able to close this one out 3-2, but Oliveira just with the masterpiece in the final game. I mean, these Banshees got so much done in map number 5. It couldn't have gone better than this. I mean, this is absolutely better than your expectations, right?
I didn't even notice that before. The Cyclone got stuck behind like a depot and maybe an SCV building. Otherwise, it would have got the kill.
I hadn't noticed that either.
So, like, so many bad things happened. There was also a moment where you had, like, multiple SCVs queued up on an SCV, so they're just, like, following it. I think, like, 3 SCVs were just following the same for quite some time. So there was a lot of things that were just like, oh, no, this is the worst thing possible for Björn. But, you know, he still has a chance, obviously. Still got that lower bracket to go through. And, yeah, I mean, losing against Oliveira, especially in TVT these days, Oliveira's been stepping it up. Like, obviously, he had that miraculous run in Katowice, which was just like, oh my goodness, that is the craziest thing in esports ever. But then you've had this, like, and we talked about it before, this really steady rise of him, where he's, like, truly one of the best Terrans on the planet right now. Like, very, very capable of being, like, a top 3 Terran.
All right, well, we're actually going to hear from our winner of this series. Let's head on over to Cats for the interview.
I am here joined by the reigning world champion Oliveira, coming from a very tough match against Björn. How are you feeling?
Well, I feel very happy because the game is very close, so a little bit of stress.
Yeah, you were down, of course, at one game. Were you feeling a little bit down when that was going on, and how did you manage to recover?
Yeah, I mean, when the first game finished, because early game I feel I'm very behind, but I still win. So I just tell myself, just calm down, and you just play long game with him. But I mean, the second game and third game, I think I should win. Just I play a little bit fast. So I think maybe I should like change something, like medium game push, or maybe just go upgrade Banshee because he never make Raven. So yeah, it's work.
All right, very nice. Yeah, because the casters were saying it was bold, risky, but you just noticed that he never made the Ravens, and that's why you chose the strategy. So in your mind, it was always going to work out?
Yeah, like the last game is Anfeng. I feels like he will like some drop, like early game drop attack. And yeah, and I mean, he's doing that. But I don't know why, why he, maybe he's stressed or what. Like my first Banshee, he already see, but he never save scan, so, and it's work, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, he did scan, but you barely got out of the range of the scan. Like, how good did that feel?
I just feel I already win.
Awesome. Well, good luck in your next matches, and if there's anything else you want to tell the fans?
Yeah, I'm very happy I'm back again. Like last year, I lose on the first round, so this time I want to be far. And maybe I can talk some Chinese with Chinese fans.
Yes, please.
其实现在大家有很多人在看我比赛，然后辛苦大家吧。希望，毕竟这是第一轮，我觉得第一轮的话，其实当开门红吧，但是我希望后边继续保持下去，因为出没出现还不一定。
Thank you, Peinan.
Beautiful stuff over from Oliveira. Great to hear him just saying like, oh yeah, I really noticed like the lack of like Raven, so let's go take advantage. And he knew as well that that first Banshee got out of the scan. He just had it done. And what a big matchup we have set up in the second round already. The rematch from that World Championship. Maru Oliveira, round 2, Ben. What do you think?
You know, ever since that moment, and I think that was a moment that really broke Maru a little bit, he's like, man, if I never lose to him again in my career, I still haven't made up that loss, you know? Like, it's still that brutal, that deep. So, like, and I mean, they have had series after where Maru has demolished Oliveira, and I mean, Maru is a god in this matchup, right? But you can never count out Oliveira. Current form, Oliveira is scary. Beyond is somebody that can push Maru, and we know that. So the fact that Oliveira just went toe-to-toe and beat him, yeah, I think he's actually got a shot.
No, I think it's going to be a lot of fun as well. We're going to have a look at what is still to come here, of course, in the Esports World Cup featuring StarCraft II. We're having a great time so far. It's been some very fun games, and we have really great games coming up right now as well. I believe it's Gumiho Estraya up next, and Doc, HeroMarine. It's going to be so fun. There it is. That's the one that's coming up right now. State, how excited are you for some Protoss action?
Oh, man, I've been looking forward to this matchup all day. Gumiho has one of the most interesting, unique takes on Terran in the entire scene, and it's been like that for the better part of a decade. And Estraya coming in, representing North America, you know, as an American. Got a lot of love for Estraya. Spent a lot of time with that guy. He's been boot camping in Korea, getting ready for EWC. I think it's going to be a banger of a match.
Just so much to be excited for here. We've got American players coming up. We've got some non-Terran players coming up, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back real soon.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I am here joined by Gumiho. How are you, Gumiho? And your first opponent will be Estraya. How do you feel about him, his playstyle, and did you prepare for him?
일단은 고병재 선수 첫 경기가 일단 아스트리아 선수를 상대하시게 되실 텐데 아스트리아 선수의 이제 플레이 스타일이 조금 특이하잖아요. 그래서 아스트리아 선수 이제 전을 대비해서 좀 어떤 경기를 보여주실지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 전에는 좀 자신 있었는데 최근에는 아스트라한테 좀 많이 져가지고 자신은 그렇게 없는데 저도 이제 특이하게 할 예정입니다.
Well, I had a really good matchup against Estraya before, but recently he beat me so much, so I don't have that much of a confidence, but I'll prepare a lot.
All right. The community wants to know as well, you are a very creative Terran and you play both with bio and mech a lot. So which style do you prefer, if any?
일단 커뮤니티에서도 고병재 선수가 굉장히 또 다양한 이제 빌드와 전략을 섞어 쓰시는 걸로 되게 잘 유명하신데 아무래도 이제 바이오나 뭐 메카닉 둘 다 이제 다 섞어서 이제 하시잖아요. 그래서 둘 중 어느 거를 좀 더 이제 쓰실 계획이신지 그게 좀 더 궁금하네요.
일단은 바이오가 메인이고 메카는 이제 뭐랄까 쓰기가 쉽지는 않아요. 그냥 어쩌다 한 번씩 쓰는 느낌이고 거의 바이오가 메인이라고 보시면 됩니다.
Well, usually nowadays, bio is the main thing for me as well. I mean, mech is kind of hard to use these days, so maybe I can use like one or two mech builds as a Joker card, but yeah, usually I'll stick to bio.
All right. Thank you, Gumiho, and good luck.
Thank you.
It's time to get away from TVT and into some Terran versus Protoss action. Gumiho leads out of the build and Estraya just behind him as they go to set up for this best of 5 to kickstart their Esports World Cup journey here in Riyadh. Wardy joined by Zombie Grub and Demu. ZG, some America StarCraft action. Are we happy? Are we excited for that?
America, absolutely. But I'm also mostly excited because these guys are just entertaining players. It's going to be scrappy. It's going to be a lot of really specific build orders. They've had all of this time to concoct something against each other that's probably going to make the game even messier. And it's going to be who is better in the mud wrestle, which I would kind of argue is Estraya. But if it doesn't get too mud wrestly, I do give favor to Gumiho, but I think it's going to be it's just going to be a crazy PvT.
Yeah, very interesting matchup, Ben, because these are two players who I would say are pretty good at prepping. Gumiho has a lot of unique builds. Estraya plays a lot of his own unique builds as well, right? So he's, really interesting combination of matchups.
Yeah, I feel that this one is spicy for a lot of reasons, because they're both unorthodox, right? Like, they can do the normal stuff, but they like to have their own twist on things. Like Gumiho, he can be a guy that whips out mech here and there, even in this matchup. But in general, he is a player that's given even the hardest Protosses like a real run for their money. Qualifying to Gamers 8 last year, he very narrowly lost to Hero 3-2, which was pretty brutal for him. But now got this new team. He made a GSL final sort of recently. I mean, I actually think Estraya, as far as weird Terrans go, Gumiho is a really problematic one for him.
All right, we're going to go over to the casters to kick off this TVP here in the Esports World Cup.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a interesting matchup. Estraya, Max Angel, hailing from America, of course, up against, in the top left side of the map, representing Cloud9, the Blue Terran, it is Gumiho. A master of creativity, aggression, and brutal cheese in this matchup.
Absolutely, Pig. As spawning in the bottom right, we have your American hero. It is Estraya representing Virtus Pro.
Known for his creative styles, the self-dubbed president of the Clown College, the North American server. He has a lot of fun. He does not take himself too seriously, Max Angel, Estraya. But he's actually come into this match with a rather unique circumstance. We just heard backstage, right?
I was just speaking to Max before he was getting ready to play, and it turns out he actually forgot his mouse at the hotel. So right now he is playing game one, not on a touchpad. He is borrowing a mouse from somebody else, and he is hoping that his mouse will arrive. It is currently being shuttled over from the hotel room for game number 2, but in a stage like this one, your first match, your first best of 5 going up against an opponent as tricky as Gumiho, you kind of want to be in the zone. You want to be as focused and as collected as possible. And already Estraya, I mean, imagine the heart-sinking moment of realizing, oh, I forgot my mouse.
I mean, I remember going to tournaments and realizing I didn't have my mouse pad, or this was wrong, my keyboard just stopped working, and it was always so hard to deal with. However, as I've gotten older, I can pick up and play on a mouse and keyboard at 80-90% pretty well. The 80-90% isn't good enough when you're playing at a world championship, is it, State? No. That being said, this does potentially have a side effect where it could relieve some pressure off his shoulders. Say, you know what? Let's I'm not even expecting to win this first game or two. Just got to, hang in here, see if I can go toe-to-toe with Gumiho, and it could lead to a weird result. Harston famously back in 2016 won a tournament not using his own, was it keyboard or mouse? He had to borrow some peripherals. He was sick with the flu a day or two beforehand, like literally during the earlier stages of the tournament. He ended up winning GPL in China back then. I think it was in Shanghai. So it's happened before where people have won with unfamiliar, peripherals and stuff. But it definitely is an adjustment. We'll see how well Estraya handles this as he goes for a quick Twilight opening.
I mean, imagine Estraya actually coming away with a win here in game number 1. And then going into game number 2 being like, okay, yeah, I will take my mouse now. It's time to unlock that next level.
It would be very fitting with the way these two play, because they both play such oddball games, for him to win 2 games, get his mouse, and lose the next 2 once he gets his own mouse. Anyways, not to overshadow the gameplay, let's talk a little bit about the build orders as Gumiho opens up with an early Cyclone. Command Center on the high ground, very safe, conservative opening for him. Not wanting to invest in things like Reapers on this map because that Reaper wall off on the cliff just kind of blocks Reapers from really ever getting any information. And we are going to see a gateway, second gate Robo coming in very early. So even though it was Twilight first, it's very quickly into Robo. Estraya wants to be able to get that scouting out.
Yeah, and this is Estraya playing very safe against an opponent like Gumiho. And Now, I've been speaking with Estraya quite a bit. Of course, we're on the same flight coming in from Seoul all the way here to Riyadh for the EWC. And him looking at Gumiho as his first opponent, this is a very tricky guy. This is someone that you want to scout for, that you're willing to sacrifice an adept in the main base to really just find out what kind of pieces he is getting on the board, because Gumiho has some real tricks up his sleeve. But actually, Pig, take a look right now at the production tab. We have a Dark Shrine warping in very quickly here for Estraya.
I think he has one adept. This is your classic Dark Templar drop build. This build order, it relies on you pinning the Terran at home. Unfortunately for him, the Terran built a medevac. And that's bad news, because it means Gumiho is going to find out what's coming his way and potentially do a massive amount of damage as well. Don't get me wrong, it's still going to be hard for Gumiho to defend. And Gumiho, oh, he's building a Raven state.
Yeah, the Raven coming in just in the nick of time as that Warp Prism finally finishes out of that Robo. And Gumiho coming into the main base. Oh, should he have gone on that first pylon, he would have found that Dark Shrine immediately, but still landing over here on the left side. In a moment, once that vision creeps in, he will unlock the tech here coming in from Estraya. Now keep in mind, he does have the Raven about to finish back at home, but he doesn't have any detection here on the front line. Dark Shrine is now warping in. Probes already going down, 3 of them, 4 of them. Can we make it 5? Yes, we can. Gumiho struggles to get the 6th one. Indeed, he does. Lifts up, goes into the natural expansion, but cross-map Pig. The DTs, they are warping in.
Already big damage though. 7, 8 probes going down, trying to fight with his workers is Estraya. 9 workers going down. The Dark Templar have some heavy lifting to do, but with a Raven ready on standby, there can be no mistakes on the micro. You want to keep these Dark Templar alive. Pick off an SCV or 2, but do not throw them away. Gumiho with a quick response. Raven tank Marine deals with the Dark Templar in the main. Second one warps in. He'll have to save those as the other Dark Templar coming in the natural hits the refinery. Unfortunate. Only gets 2 SCVs. But he hasn't lost his Dark Templar yet, so Estraya not over-committing, but having lost 9 probes of his own, that is an issue. And oh, that Warp Prism is just off-screen there, as we are going to be seeing all these SCVs idling. The Warp Prism almost going down.
Yeah, has Gumiho, he just has not realized yet. This honestly feels like a lot of damage, more than just the 3 SCVs, because that's idle time on, what, a fair dozen workers right there in the main base of Gumiho as he sends them all right back down to the natural expansion. And we're actually going to have a really old school build or adjustment now coming in from Estraya with the Archon warping in from these 2 DTs. So some Archon drops here in the cards for our American Protoss player, as Gumiho will spot that with a medevac.
Stim, combat shields, and +1 all on the way. Gumiho is in a very good position. Estraya realizing taking a 3rd base right now is not just a conundrum, it's an impossibility. He's going to keep it really simple. Archon drop there on one side, few Stalkers poking forward to just get a bit of control outside the natural. And he's going to try and go for 2-base Storm Zealot by the looks of it. Maybe even just Zealot Archon, to be fair. He might want to keep it really simple, but without the 3rd base, if Gumiho gets wind of this, he's just got to chill out at home, defend, take no more damage, because you've got more income and you're building a much better army in the long term.
Yeah, Archon drops here into the natural expansion, sees the siege tank as Gumiho is going to poke forward. Those Stalkers, I don't think they're on an intercept path. Yeah, they're sitting right in between the natural and the 3rd, so we'll not see the Raven, we'll not see the medevac.
Oh, his adept spotted it just then, actually.
Okay.
And it does kind of pull back for Gumiho. Gumiho's just going to chill for now. That's the right call as Storm starts up. Estraya will be having to start a 3rd Nexus soon. If he doesn't get the 3rd Nexus started soon, he's just like locked into a 2-base all-in, so it goes down.
That scan, though, for Gumiho, it did not catch the Templar Archives, but he sees the Templar warping in immediately in the natural expansion. He now knows he has a window where he can actually get some damage done. Estraya, at most, is going to have maybe 2, 3 storms in the bag once Gumiho moves cross-map. And because Estraya went into the DT tech, he went for the Dark Templar drop. He lost 9 probes. He's now quickly teching into Storm. He's not going to have a lot of Gateway Army units to really support the high-tech AoE splash damage on the ground. And Gumiho, he knows this. He is full setting to that 3rd base. He is looking to get some damage done.
The pre-spread as well, State. He knows as long as the first storms don't do game-ending damage, like he's going to be able to outweather this, because there's like 3 Zealots, 5 Stalkers, not even an Immortal on the map yet.
Yeah.
Estraya cannot defend that 3rd base. He's trying to build 5 more pylons as he is supply blocked right now. 3rd Nexus will have to be cancelled.
What a painful moment here for Estraya. He has no hope of holding on to the natural expansion. And if Gumiho decides that he wants to slowly entrench himself, moving closer and closer to the natural expansion here of Estraya, it'll be tough for Estraya to actually hold on, because Storm, it's not really good at closing the gap against those siege tanks.
Tanks in a beautiful position, shelling on the gateway. The Robo's looking very exposed as well. And it's not enough Marines and Marauders that it's worth storming, so he goes for the feedbacks. That's actually a really cute adjustment from Estraya, realizing that might be the more reliable damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been a couple of sims here on this bio, so with only 1 medevac with you know, just a little tiny bit of energy. It is some fair damage that he's been able to get done, and I think he's actually looking for the full 270-degree surround right now. Those Zealots coming in from the top left side now. Estraya, he is pouncing on this position. The bio is still very low on HP. Auto turrets get dropped down. The Zealots trying to close the gap. Huge storms coming in from Estraya as he actually is able to clean this up with the third base warping in behind it. And those feedbacks in retrospect now look brilliant, Pig.
Softening that army up very well. It was a very good fight for Estraya, but it was a necessary fight because his positioning was not great. But you know what? He built the third on the other side while that was all going on. He's back up 5 workers. Of course, he is miles behind in the upgrades. His forge is only halfway done, and he realizes he's got a lot of work to do to get back in this game.
Yeah.
He drops a 4th Nexus. Estraya is famous for being able to take a punch in this matchup better than anyone else. He plays PvT like Rocky Balboa. He says, punch me in the face until you get exhausted, because he'll just bounce back because he's very good at pushing that economy, but he misses. This army moving out. Gumiho making kind of a dangerous move, but it could pay off huge. Those High Templar are nowhere nearby. Gumiho sees he's out of position. He's going to dive on it.
Oh, these Templar, I don't even think they have enough energy for Storm. They're going to get picked off immediately right now. Reinforcements coming in, but Gumiho, he's already gotten his damage done. That medevac will be able to escape alive. And Estraya, even though he had that big win in fight, you have to keep in mind, he has been set very far back. It took him a lot to actually hold off against that push. Meanwhile, Gumiho, his third base is online. He is pumping out the SCVs. It's only a 10-worker lead right now here for Estraya.
Gumiho's kind of getting caught on the map in 2 spots at once, though. Estraya's going to get a few pickoffs on each side. A couple Marauders very low there, but actually turns and gets a few Zealots. The High Templar are wanting to punish this. Stalkers are nearby. Gumiho has got to be very careful to not get jumped on. The other hand, Estraya wandering into the middle ground. That is so much bio. And Estraya, he's got 7 High Templar, a Warp Prism, a few Immortals and Zealots. But if the Storms don't land, the Marine Marauder is going to roll over his Gateway-based army.
Not again! The Templar again don't have energy for Storm, and a big Storm's right there in the middle of the map. Gumiho, the splits do come through, so it's only half damage, and he does have enough bio to actually take these Archons to town. Immortal's also going to get cleaned up. Another Storm, very good there from Estraya, actually able to save that one Immortal, but the medevacs do escape alive, and Gumiho, although he lost that fight, oh my god, that Archon with 21 kills. Gumiho still was able to take out so many of the key units from the Protoss arsenal.
He did, but 75 workers for Estraya. Second Forge starts up his upgrades. Gumiho does not have progression right now. He's doing a 59 worker, 3 base, bio, ghost, kind of all in. Yes, he's got an armor and he's starting +2 weapons. We don't see a sign of a 4th command center, no extra workers. What Estraya needs to do is knuckle down and focus on surviving the next engagement, because Gumiho is going to once again come with an army advantage. He's going to have EMP this time, so suddenly your splash damage is not as reliable. Rebuilding the Prism is huge. Slowly starting to think about getting into Robobait could be nice. Good reaction so far by Estraya. He's going to need to build a cannon there just to make sure these Widow Mines don't screw around with him for too long. Lovely micro there from Gumiho as his army moves down the right side, getting ready for another 2-pronged assault.
Yeah, and I wonder when those ghosts are actually going to enter the fray here, because Estraya, he has already been getting caught, and yeah, those are the first ghosts on screen right now in the middle of the map. He's already been getting caught so many times between the third and the natural with Templar at like 60, 70 energy, just barely not enough to Storm. But the Storms coming in from the side have been barely enough. Okay, the Ghost coming in. EMP catches 2 of the Templar. Only 1 more Storm right now on the ground. There are 2 Templar left in that Warp Prism, but it's already down on half HP. No shields. Another EMP comes down. Archon immediately gets morphed there. Very little splash damage right now for the American Protoss.
He's still got 2 High Templar in the Warp Prism and flanking High Templar. Gumiho goes a bit too deep, and it looks like he's getting punished here. Remember, the Warp Prism's still there in reserve. Gumiho is he's overextending a lot, and Estraya is just calmly defending right now. He's got 2-1 upgrades almost finished there as Gumiho goes to a 4th command center and 8 ranks, but there's no extra workers. The first workers that Gumiho's built in minutes. He's been sitting on a rather low economy in that fast 4th base for Estraya. You know, I always talk about players have their special flair, their special thing they do better than anyone else. For Max Packs, it's knowing when to build Dark Templar. For Estraya, it's knowing when to build 2 bases at once and make 30 more probes. And it's when other players would be worried about losing, Estraya has this spidey sense for when he can get away with it. And now, 2nd Robobait, 5th Nexus. He's taken every punch Gumiho swings at him. Now, the funny thing is, Estraya is amazing at making comebacks and hanging on and fighting back. His weakness is actually sometimes, once he gets the advantage, getting caught out of position. You know, just getting a little bit docile and letting Gumiho maybe out-position him. So even though I think Estraya has a better position right now, he's still got to be very careful. He hasn't made it to Colossus or Disruptors yet. This is a window where Ghosts are the superior tech to High Templar Archon.
Yeah, I love the worker comparison graphic we had there just a moment ago in the bottom right, just really highlighting your point that Gumiho, he's been cutting SCVs for a long time, and that's why we see Estraya right now kind of exploding on the map in terms of army supply, in terms of macro, because that 4th base, that healthy worker count has been really paying off.
Extended Thermal Lance has been forgotten so far for Estraya. As he starts to, Colossus needs to remember that range upgrade on those, as the upgrades are dead even. The army supply is also dead even. It's all about the engagements from this point. And Gumiho's done a good job of denying Estraya's map vision on that right side. Looks like Gumiho's entire army is starting to come in from here with some EMPs, getting rid of the energy. Estraya wisely gives up control of the Nexus, backs off, waits for reinforcements.
Oh, Gumiho actually trying to move in on these units and get those Immortals at least, but the reinforcements finally do come in from Estraya. He had his army split all the way down to the bottom left side and on the right side there, trying to defend 2 locations, but Gumiho really corralling his forces, able to get that cancel on the Nexus, and also cleaning up these spotter pylons. Gumiho is the kind of Terran player that would love to try and out-multitask Estraya here if he can, but Estraya's just been so on point with splitting his armies.
You know what I love about this? Fusion cores come in for Gumiho, but he doesn't go for Lib-Range straight away. He goes for Caduceus Reactor first. Massively underrated upgrade. It is something so many players just delay until 20 minutes plus in the game. It gives you double medevac energy regen rate. And in the late game, you don't want that many medevacs, just 6 or 8. But if they've got double energy regen, they will keep your army topped up on hit points. He's going to a triple Lib transition as well, triple starport. If Estraya lets him get there without asserting some map control, Estraya's in trouble. Estraya needs to get forward on this map and start taking control, because he's got a much scarier army now that the Colossus are here. Extended Thermal Lance, he's adding lots of gateways, but Estraya can't, like I said, he can't be too docile. He can't sit back. He's got to move forward on the map and take the fight to Gumiho right now while he's got the advantage, because once 10 Libs are out with range, this is going to seesaw back in Gumiho's favor. Estraya needs to use this window right now.
Yeah, but right now he's still staying back. He's waiting until Gumiho moves and tries to go in for an engagement. Right now these armies are going to clash a little bit here in the center. Actually, that's a very small force here for Gumiho. If Estraya catches wind and chases it down, he could have gotten a lot of damage done. Instead, he's going to set his eyes on where the rest of the army is over here on the left side. But I mean, more to your point, Pig, Estraya is still just kind of hunkering down and playing the late game. But with Liberators now entering on the map, eventually that pendulum is going to swing. Liberator range already halfway done, and with these Liberators getting pumped, I don't see Estraya winning a fight unless he has some kind of miracle engagement once Gumiho reaches max supply with a ton of libs.
I mean,
this is his window to get damage done. +3 ground weapons about to complete. I mean, it's 3-2 upgrades. They're completely mirrored between Gumiho and Estraya right now. Estraya on the ground has the much stronger army. It is time to move.
You're absolutely right that there are chances against Lib range to outposition, but I mean, right now, EMPs are great. Estraya getting chased home here. His army, I thought he was going to counterattack, but he pulls back. He's pulling back with his other army. They've got a lot of ground to cover. Gumiho is going to shove it in. There's no splash damage here right now. Pushing into the battery overcharge. Storm comes in from behind. Massive storms on top of the army as Gumiho overextended once again.
I mean, he might be overextending, but so far Estraya hasn't gotten the killing blow on this force. These Liberators now going to win siege as Gumiho is on the run. Estraya, you got to chase this down, man. That bio is so low on HP. It is so wounded. This is a moment where Estraya can absolutely take the fight to Gumiho. But for now, it seems like, is he going for the counterattack?
Yeah, Gumiho realizes he can't get home, so he's like, well, let's base trade then, baby. And you know what? It's not a bad way to do it. It's a good way to try and avoid the fact that right now, Estraya's army is very frightening. Gumiho has more army supply, though, and he's got libs at home. A brilliant call for him. There's nothing to stop the base trade unless a recall comes in for Estraya. I really like the way Gumiho is pouncing in. You know, Gumiho is so clever at finding a way to turn disadvantage to advantage, and oh my gosh, I don't know about this push for Estraya. His army's kind of stumbling in a little bit. I feel like Estraya's army's going into a really awkward position right now. He's trying to walk Colossus Stalker up the cliff. This is a very interesting fight because the Colossus Stalker's breached the main. Meanwhile, the natural of Gumiho's getting overwhelmed. But of course, the entire Protoss main is disappearing as we speak. And it does feel like the higher damage of the bio is going to clear out the main much faster than the Stalker Colossus.
Well, it seems like the awkward push up the ramp actually working in the favor here of Estraya as he was able to quickly get on the production with the Colossi, with the Stalkers. And an important thing to note right now, army supplies still in favor of Estraya. He was able to nip the Liberator transition in the bud a little bit by pouncing on those Stargates. And look at the banks. We have 2.5k, 2.5k in the bank for Estraya. Windstorms on the high ground. I mean, yeah, you do have a lot of energy on those medevacs, but can it keep pace with all of these storms?
That's crazy.
Estraya playing a master class of defense. I mean, what a comeback here at game number 1.
this is very good for him now. He's got so many High Templar on the map. A Fleet Beacon coming in, so he can break a stalemate with Tempest as well. Of course, massively supply blocked is Estraya, but he's got more money in the bank. Gumiho still has 3 mining bases, but so does Estraya. And both sides are going to be hard-pressed to rebuild. Out of 69 supply for Gumiho, so he's going to have to build about 10 depots before he can produce. Estraya only needs about 5 or 6 pylons to unsupply cap himself, but right now up 40 army supply. And definitely a fascinating game one, because it felt so awkward for Estraya early on, but he got that fantastic storm break, and feels like Gumiho has been maybe pressing his advantage a bit too deep. This game really has been the story of Estraya kind of teetering on the brink, falling back, but Gumiho almost like stepping into the trap. And when Estraya's jaws close, the fights have just suddenly turned, and that's the explosive power of Storm.
And what a brilliant move from Estraya, deciding he is not going to chase down the weak army that he can eventually kill. The more time-sensitive thing is the Liberator transition. Yes. And so he goes straight for the throat. He's like, you know what? I can sacrifice my base. I have enough economy. I have these defensive storms I can use to anchor my third. And that game plan just working beautifully right now for Estraya. These armies, as they kind of posture here on the top side of the map, Estraya still with a much stronger ground force. Of course, we do have the libs here.
There's only
Gumiho.
2 ghosts.
Oh,
only
2 storms.
And only 2 ghosts. I mean, there's just no way to deal with this number of High Templar.
There's
you don't have
so
enough
many.
EMPs. He's storming the worker line. It's an impossibility here for Gumiho. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, trying to rebuild his libs. The storm's coming down there. The High Templar are like, okay, we probably need some supporting units to protect us. And Estraya will reposition, of course, to allocate towards that. Mothership is on the way right now. That's the last thing I would ever think of building in this scenario. But that just shows you how Estrella's brain is truly built different. The Colossus Stalker coming forward. The medevacs do pick up. Storm's all over. Gumiho does not have the numbers. He's down to 69 army supply up against 110. And Estraya calmly and methodically working his way forward. 12 Stalkers warping into the time. There is way too much money for the Protoss player. Gumiho's going to hang in here, and I think there's a good reason why, right? He's made some crazy comebacks for us, like Showtime and other players recently in Home Story Cup. So, hey, fight it out. You don't know the situation. If he could see those numbers at the bottom of the screen, I think he'd probably tap out.
Yeah, this is the biggest StarCraft II tournament in history. You are not going to leave the game unless you are absolutely certain you're lost. And Gumiho does not see the full picture that we see. He does not see that Estraya is nearly maxed with a mothership, with 5 or 6K resources in the bank. But
ooh, good storm on the Vikings.
Yeah, the storm's very good. But I mean, Gumiho, he is on a timer. Estraya eventually is going to be able to whittle him down.
Yeah, you know, one has to wonder as well, is it going longer good? Because then Estrella's, mouse maybe gets to him. On the other hand,
I actually forgot about the mouse.
Maybe since you spoke to him, he may have found another player who has the exact same mouse. So it might be effectively changing nothing right now. You know? Storm coming in on the Vikings and the libs. The Stalkers coming forward. The Colossus at great position for Gumiho. But it doesn't matter if you don't have the numbers. The libs getting some good shots off.
I mean, Estrella's not taking the best engagement, but I think he recognizes that he kind of doesn't need to. He can really just muscle over the Terran at this point. As 12 more Stalkers warp in, they should eventually be able to clean up those Marauders on the other side of the map. Estraya is still sitting with a ton of a bank, and Gumiho, I gotta give him credit, man. He is dead to rights and has been for a good minute, but he is making a show of this thing. He is sniping expansions. He is getting so much damage done.
Ever since 2005, Fantasy's been inspiring Terran players all around the world state. You know, like when he was playing StarCraft II, people used to make a lot of fun of Fantasy, staying in games where he was way behind, and then he made that one comeback with 2 Cloaked Banshees against Sue, who had no detection. It took him about 20 minutes to kill everything he had. But he used invisibility and managed to bring it back. And we said, okay, you know, you're looking for that moonshot, that 1 in 100, that 1 in 1,000 chance. And that's, hey, there we go. Does trap the last drop. Recall, Estraya getting it with style. And very much a sigh of relief there for Estraya after an intense game 1 to start the series.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's like, oh, is that my mouse? Have you got my mouse for me now? All right, let me quickly unplug this thing.
It's a man who just got a special delivery. No, stick with it. That's your lucky mouse now. Keep playing with that one. He's swapping it out now. Big smile on his face we can see there on the player feeds. And really cool to see. I've never seen him, his tongue's out. He just looks so happy right now.
Yeah.
Great start to the series for him, man.
He played with a mouse that he might have never played with before, this model of mouse, and he was able to take the win. Imagine him bringing out this new mouse right now and losing the next game. Like, you'd be like, hey, wait, can I get the first one back, please? Can I borrow that for 1 or 2 more hours?
You've been making fun of me, Ryan, for using a wired mouse. He just won a game with a wired mouse in a world championship. Maybe wired mouse, you know, the old man way is the way to do it, you know, still Still playing with wired mice in 2024. Let's do it, man.
Yeah, that is old school. I'm one of those guys, too. I've been using wired mouse for a fairly long time. And Estraya, this miracle hold is really what brought him back into this game, because the early game, it was not looking the best for him by any stretch, but the feedbacks on the medevacs were so smart, where he couldn't get sustained damage with the Storm because the healing eventually would be able to outpace it, and the range was messing him up. Was beautiful. And then the Storm's coming in right here. You see the bio get absolutely obliterated.
Those Archons.
Our observer highlighted at one point, we had an Archon at some stage in this game that had 20+ kills.
I think that
it was
actually
absolutely absurd.
Yeah. It was. Their splash damage was stacking like crazy, man.
Estraya had some really beautiful engagements in a composition that is honestly kind of hard to make work sometimes when the games get really scrappy like this with Storm, because you whiff on 1 or 2 Storms in a critical fight, and suddenly the main DPS of your army is suddenly off of the board. So really, you don't have a lot to play with, but Estraya just with some beautiful moves. You see right there the winning moment. He is just on fire. And for Gumiho, that's a frustrating way to start this best-of-5 series, because Estraya, let me tell you, he is no slouch. He has been grinding, getting ready for this one. He has been boot camping in Korean with a ton of other gamers, Clem included. And really, that practice, it is paying off. He is looking fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool. They had that little team house going over there. You have exceptionally skillful players, but you also have a bunch of creative guys in there like Future who are just have such a weird, unique perspective on the game. So I think, especially in this matchup, you're living with Clem and Future. You've got extreme mechanics and extreme brain power. Estraya is very well prepared and has been thinking through his strategies. And that's important because Gumiho traditionally has preyed upon Estraya. I mean, recently, the last 2 times they played, which was over 6 months ago, it was kind of started this year, late last year, Estraya won those 2 series in some online tournaments, a couple of 2 wins. Before that, Gumiho won 8 times in a row, and overall is still more than 2-1, in historical head-to-head records. So traditionally, Gumiho's kind of unique builds, his aggression, his quick transitions into lib range, his heavy marine tank timings have done very well against Estraya. So we're going to see what he brings out in the next map.
Well, Estraya looks spectacular there in game number 1. I'm really curious what his approach is going to be here in game number 2. Will we see some more out-of-the-box thinking here? As spawning in the top right, the American hero representing Virtus Pro, it is Estraya.
And his opponent in the top left side of Ghost River, it's a small rush distance map. Let's see if he can utilize that in his favor. Representing Cloud9, it's Gumiho. Visibly frustrated at the end of the previous game, but you can see he's had a reset. He's looking really clued in, focused, and he's going to build a very close barracks. Is that going to float that in and maybe build Marauders behind the natural? Like, it's very close.
Yeah, I'm curious about the positioning. It feels like it's just 1 Rax Reaper proxy, but well, I mean, it's Gumiho, so I'm very, I'm not very keen on predicting exactly what he's going to do.
But you can't jump up there with a Reaper is the only problem.
Oh, so is there no angle at all on those rocks?
No, you have to go all the way around, which is why I'm thinking he's going to float that up.
Oh, yeah, you must be right.
Could still just be Reaper. If you want to go super old school, you build 3 Marines in a bunker behind their natural secretly, but we'll have to see. Gumiho is a master of surprises, one of the most creative Terran players. He used to play random, for those who don't know, for a while back in Wings of Liberty. He's a player who's had a lot of success over the years. He's won championships with battle cruisers before the battle cruiser was any good as a unit, so he's an awesome player.
Oh, he's already building another structure on the low ground, too. So that's how he's going to save the extra money. And the pylon. Oh, the range coming in. The vision range.
Oh, the Cabal.
The Cabal.
Yes. And the barracks has one less vision on the pylons. He doesn't know he's being spotted. To be fair, it's a very quick Reaper either way. It's not like, oh my gosh, he's trying to hide this that much longer. But is that going to be just Hellions, do you think, rallying in behind? Or do you think it's maybe like Widow Mines? I'm so curious what the next step is. I think it's got to just be a few Hellions.
Yeah, I really don't know. I could potentially see it being...
Or you could build a starport
could it be
just elevate Hellions?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, again, it is Gumiho. He is liable to doing absolutely anything in this scenario. Like, he might build a starport and then throw it on a fusion core and go for something like that. He is crazy.
You were right. Cyclone into starport. So he's got no production at home at all. Gumiho is like 100% committed to the aggression. Estraya's already thinking about a counter. He's gone 1 base Twilight. So he's going to go for Dark Templar. It's hard to deal with Dark Templar when you don't have a Raven. You're not going to build a Raven on his side of the map. And you also only got 1 orbital for scans. This game is bizarre right now.
Oh, man, I am I am feasting on this moment. This is such a cool build. This is the kind of thing that as soon as the bracket got released for the Esports World Cup, I was like, Estraya Gumiho, I have my eyes set on this one. I hope I get to cast it because these are two of the smartest, brainiest, most creative players we have for Terran, for Protoss. And look at this just unbelievable clash of builds. And look at this Reaper even getting this scout off on the Dark Shrine. Instantly gets canceled. Blink gets started up instead.
I actually think it would have been good if he kept it. Because
yeah, you could still warp some in.
But he doesn't know the factory and the starporter there. Estrella's thinking, oh, this isn't great. But if he knew about this coming in, I think he'd keep the Dark Shrine up. As it is, does he have enough to defend 2 Cyclones? He's only got a couple Stalkers. I don't think there's a battery available. He's got to be very careful. These 2 Cyclones have a lot of damage. If they get rid of one Stalker and then another, it's going to snowball.
Oh, and with the SimCity too, it's actually going to be a little bit tough for Estraya to work his way back.
Very, very tough to deal with this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's out of position so badly right now. He's so out of position. He doesn't have recall energy state.
Where are those Stalkers? Oh, are they in the middle of the map?
He thought Gumiho was going to move out to the proxy, so he went out to intercept him. But he had no idea there was a factory right outside his base. And now he's caught completely out of position, losing 6 probes and all of the mining in his main base temporarily. Cancels himself a structure there. And look at this, the Cyclones can just move around. This wall off is not going well for him, but 2 Stalkers do come in. Cyclone's getting great damage though.
I mean, we're really able to utilize the range right now. With these 3 Stalkers, Estraya is going to try and get that medevac if he possibly can. That would save the situation, but Gumiho, his micro is just, he's almost baiting it with a medevac, luring it forward, bringing it right back. And he is able to absolutely maximize the damage, and he is not done just yet. Peeks into the main base again. Finally, 2 Stalkers able to warp in and put that under control, but oh, that was a lot of damage. I did not realize how far away those 2 Stalkers were for Estraya. I was looking at, you know, the units tab, like, well, 2 Stalkers, yeah, it gets 2 Cyclones and medevac. There's a lot of dropship micro that can happen. It's not going to be that great, but you can kind of mitigate the damage a little.
You're going to lose a few probes. You're not going to lose whole mining time, 6, 7 probes and all of that. You're absolutely right, but man, the tanks are out in the front as well. It's 3-gate production. He's got Blink now finished. Oh, no, he doesn't. Did he cancel Blink?
I think he canceled it for money. Oh. He canceled, I believe, his Robo, and he canceled Blink. That is how strapped for cash Estraya was, trying to hold on against this. And what a painful moment. And think about how this would be different if Gumiho had not spotted that Dark Shrine.
Yeah,
that really changed the whole flow of this game here for Estraya's.
Yeah, he did not really have an answer to the Dark Shrine. It was going to be uncomfortable, but that made Estraya move out with his Stalkers as well as cancel the Dark Shrine. And now Estraya finds himself down in army, and he's going to be trying to defend with Blink and a Sentry. Just a bunch of Stalkers and a Sentry against mass Marine tank, medevacs, there's a Liberator, multiple Cyclones. Gumiho should be able to finish him off whenever he decides to move in. The only hope for Estraya is force fields and the glory of battery overcharge. And I'm sure there's a Terran player out there who's had some bad experiences with Protoss who thinks, yeah, shield battery overcharge can defend this army. I'm going to tell you, I don't think so.
He doesn't have enough energy for a force field either right there on this Sentry. So Gumiho just able to work his way up the ramp. He will be able to catch 1 medevac. That's a nice pick off there for Estraya, but he's going to need a lot more free damage like that if he wants to win this fight, because the Stalkers, a Blink is just now finishing. But the firepower of this Terran army is absurd.
Once those tanks are sieged, Gumiho's got natural control. He'll get a tank in range of the pylon now. Just slowly going to depower the battery overcharge, which is already very far back. Great medevac micro. And I love this. Gumiho just leaning into the aggression, taking advantage of his opponent's information deficit. And Estraya trying to do a very odd 1-base play to kind of counteract it, and it just did not end up quite coming out there.
I like the move, linking on the low ground here at the 3rd base, able to pick off that Liberator. But again, with 3 siege tanks, they just levy so much damage on those Stalkers. This Nexus isn't going to fall. Gumiho, he has a natural expansion online behind this. He's already gearing up with some more barracks.
Oh, even lifts the tank up to the high ground with the medevac. Nice, ferrying the units to safety. Probes going down to the natural, and Estraya not realizing this floating in barracks was just stage 1. Gumiho always is stage 2 and a stage 3. You got to be ready for all of them, or he will punish you. Stalker counterattack, looking very desperate on the other side of the map. He's going to blink up the main base. The Marines and the SCVs are going to desperately try to hang on. He's got a good Marine count, and actually a stim now as well, I believe, does Gumiho. So you can see the picture-in-picture. The Stalkers there will eventually get overwhelmed by the stim Marines, SCVs, and a single tank coming back to defend.
Yeah, GG gets called, and man, what a unique game number 2. I'm a little bit sad there for Estraya because, again, had that Dark Shrine completed, we would have a completely different game.
Yes.
That plus the 2 Stalkers being caught out of position, just very painful here for Estraya, as it's going to go down to a best of 3. 2 map wins away for either of these guys, but what a treat of a series so far. This has been so much fun, Pig.
I like that Gumiho's reaction when he wins is almost as pained as when he loses. He's like, there's like a real grimace on his face. Like, that game was weird. I mean, who goes one base Dark Templar? This guy's crazy.
You got to think about the pressure these players are also putting on themselves, because $400,000 is that first place prize is life-changing money. And I mean, I don't throw that term around lightly. It is absolutely life-changing money just for first place. And not just that, I mean, all the way up the ranks here in this 18-player tournament, the prize just keeps getting better and better and better. And so for all these guys,
there's nothing less than a $5,000 prize difference. It's massive.
Yeah, there is just so much on the line, both for Gumiho, for Estraya, for everyone competing. And this is the kind of situation where even as a pro gamer, as seasoned as Estraya, as Gumiho, you're going to be coming onto this stage, and it is truly a stage like no other. Not only is this going to be the World Championship, the end of the circuit, but this is EWC. This is the biggest RTS prize pool in history, $1 million. That is a rank above everything else that we have had in StarCraft II, and you could really see it, you know, in Beyond in that previous series against Oliveira, his emotions absolutely coming out. And Gumiho in Game 1 and Game 2, the exact same thing. There is so much pressure on every player in this punishing format to make every game count.
Pressure is on. You can see the players reacting a little bit differently so far. Let's see what happens in Game 3. It's going to be Golden Aura in the top left side of the map, representing VP. It is Estraya.
And spawning in the bottom right, tying the series up 1-1, it is Cloud9's Gumiho.
I like that we've replaced the Cloud9 logo just with the Terran logo there. That's how patriotic Gumiho is for the Terran faction. Nice. He's looking really good in that last game. I imagine we're going to see Gumiho lean back into maybe one of his classic like double reactor builds in this game or the next, you know, where he just gets stim and shields off the same guy. Interesting, pulls the SCV off the barracks straight away. He's not unwilling to give up a little bit of barracks build time in order to preserve his SCV hit points. Most Terrans don't want to delay that barracks at all. That to me says that Gumiho is probably planning to skip the Reaper and go for a quick factory. So he doesn't care about barracks build time because you miss a few seconds where it doesn't do anything with this build anyway.
That is a really smart read, actually, Pig. I didn't even consider that.
Or he just doesn't like probes walking in his base. Who knows? Could be over-reading into it, over-analyzing maybe.
Yeah, well, coming here for Estraya, I feel like most games where he's going to try and play something a little bit more standard are probably going to look like this in the early game with the instant probe scout, because Gumiho, I feel like in most of the matches he's going to be playing in TVP over the course of this entire tournament, should he play another Protoss after Estraya, he loves to lean into the 2-gas pressure early on because, I mean, there's like a Swiss Army knife of different builds you can go for any Terran player, truly, but for Gumiho, I mean, he is a step above. He is the most crafty of the crafty Terrans. And Estraya wants to try and glean any possible information he can with these early probes, but unfortunately for him, there isn't really that much of a payoff. Yeah, he was able to harass some SCVs. Yeah, he was able to catch, you know, a little bit of mining time, a little bit of production time on that barracks there for Gumiho as well, but he didn't really get clued in on any critical tech because Gumiho isn't going for any critical tech this early. He's playing a pretty standard TVP opening.
I mean, it's a very safe opening for Estraya, right? And it kind of cancels out because it does force the SCVs off the line. The Reaper's like 7 seconds late right now, so it came out at like 2:05. It's meant to come out at 1:58, so just goes to show that, hey, that barracks was delayed from that probe harass, but of course Estraya sacrificed a couple hundred minerals already because he hasn't been mining with this probe from the start of the game. So, you know, both players end up with their builds a little delayed, a little scuffed, some would say, but that's okay, as all is even. Second barracks goes down for Gumiho very early as he tries to sneak back into the main base. And this is already looking like one of those, you know, those 3 racks factory pushes that Coffee kind of popularized these about a year or two ago, where you just don't build medevacs. You go with lots of Marines, Marauders. It could be something like that. But Gumiho also has a few just 2 barracks variations where he'll get like a very quick +1 weapons and just have like a little section of Marines, tanks. He'll build just 1 or 2 medevacs without an add-on on the starport. And it's a bit weaker than a 3 racks. It's a bit slower than like the really fast 2-tank Marine push with only 1 barracks. It's this odd in-between timing. And these are the sort of things that Gumiho excels at. It's just hitting you at a sort of oddball timing you don't have a lot of practice against. He takes you out of your realm of experience and makes you adapt.
Yeah, actually going for the Widow Mines too. You know, Golden Aura is one of these maps where it actually is very difficult as a Protoss player to survive into the mid-game by parrying the opening siege tank push, should Terran decide to go for that build. But Gumiho kind of just playing in his own playbook at this moment, instead not going for that whatsoever, really. Instead, he is just doing, as you said, his own, playing to the beat of his own drum. He's going for this kind of middle ground in terms of opening. There is no siege tank in production just yet. It is just the Widow Mines. As Estraya back at home, he is really respecting the aggressive potential of Gumiho. He's getting the robotics facility quite early. He's going up all the way to 4 gas before taking the 3rd base, playing a very gas-heavy style.
The classic Estraya. Let's get all the tech on 2 base.
Yeah.
And he'll still squeeze in a surprisingly early 3rd.
Very different from the way you would see like someone like Max Pax play at PBT, where you might see him skipping that 3rd or 4th gas for a very long time.
Yeah. This is dangerous. It is dangerous. Estraya likes to play on that knife's edge in this matchup. It has got him in trouble sometimes in the past, but if it pays off, he has a sort of explosive macro. I mean, he saturated his natural at like 345. He was at 17 workers out of 16. Like, he's got so much minerals on 2 base. 3rd base has been delayed a little bit as this drop comes in. Robo Bay started. Blink, it's not ready just yet. And the double mine drop comes in, should be spotted pretty quickly. And a pretty crisp response so far from Estraya. You've got to be careful to only give him one option. Otherwise, look at that micro. Gumiho's going to keep changing targets just to delay shooting. He wants to deny your mining time. And it's really causing a big delay here. You got to pull the worker off gas. Finally, Gumiho lets it fire, and Estraya can go back to mining. But that extra 10-15 seconds, really good just delaying tactics for Gumiho. This is not meant to be a kill move. It's an annoyance.
Yeah, it also pulls a lot of units down to the natural expansion. And so this Reaper able to come into the main base, get the full scout off. Sees exactly the gateway count. I mean, of course, he already spotted the 3rd and the 4th gas, so you're not going to have something like a 3-gate or a 4-gate Stalker build on your radar. And we actually do now have those siege tanks coming in. First one already moving cross map is Gumiho is getting ready to put a lot of pressure on. Now, Estraya, he still hasn't thrown down that 4th Nexus. He is getting ready to do it. He's already beginning Colossus production.
Not seeing this push out. It's big. Estraya has the numbers to intercept this and deal with it, but if he doesn't see it coming, instant cancel on the 3rd Nexus. He's got to pull back and gather his forces. It looks like he does have enough to defend this, but it's a frustrating slowdown of that already delayed 3rd base that you mentioned. That being said, I think Charge is done. +1 is finished. Colossus are building. I mean, he's got some good tech on him, but look out for the Widow Mine drop. Oh, he changes targets to Gumiho and says, nah, mate. If you're greedy and don't pull your workers away, I will punish you. 6 probes go down. Gumiho knows if he can get home safely, he'll be in a good spot. Great drop on the tank to keep it alive. The Stalker's blinking north, trying to get away. The Marines jumping on top. Gumiho showing some fierce play. If he can just get home, he's got a 3rd command center finished. He's miles ahead in the economy. Gumiho, the perfect blend of aggression and macro behind it.
He is getting so much value out of all of his units. Now, finally, Estraya's gets some tit for tat here by coming with the Stalkers, shaving off a couple of Marines, but the damage has already been done. We lost so many probes there as Estraya, so much mining time to the initial Widow Mine drop. The 3rd base, it got canceled. It had to get restarted after Gumiho retreated from that position. And for an Estraya who was sitting on 2 bases for so long, Pig, just as you said, the fact that he did not see the move out means that you were kind of building, you were mustering this force that could absorb the impact of a push, but you weren't in position to actually execute. And as a result, Gumiho is starting to pull ahead, but look at this move coming in from Estraya. This is a bold move coming into the main base, correctly reading that Gumiho will not have a siege tank set up here in the main. Those Stalkers and Colossi really abusing their mobility. This is a lot of damage actually getting done. A nice play by Estraya.
Very nice move. Gets quite a lot of Marines and SCVs. Doesn't manage to snipe any of those important reactors. Now that the tank's up, don't blink up there. No, when the tank sieges, it started as a brilliant maneuver, but it backfires as he blinks back in. Estraya, he had such success. I mean, he does get a lot of Marines with the Colossus. Is it maybe worth it?
I honestly think it might be. I mean, it probably still edges a little bit in favor of Gumiho there, but the fact that the Bio Ball got whittled down so much there by Estraya actually does help a lot. That is a nice consolation prize for losing a ton of Stalkers right there in the main base.
Well, it was such a genius move from Estraya, because I was thinking he really needs to counter pressure. He's got the better army if there aren't tanks, but with 3 tanks sieged up in the front, he couldn't move in. So going in the main, like, who thinks to do that? That is just, with these 2 players, they think outside of the box. Estrella's now just looking to contain, put on some pressure, scare him, while actually macroing very hard behind this. Gumiho, of course, double upgrades, armory, extra barracks, mass bio tank coming in. But Gumiho has lost map control, even though he's making a much bigger force right now.
Yeah, and the fact that Estraya behind this, as soon as that 3rd Nexus finishes, he immediately throws down the 4th and the Templar Archive to try and tech back up. And wait, we actually do not have enough Stalkers here. Gumiho could trade out, what, 1 Viking for a Colossus?
That's
is
a
that
trade.
right?
I'll take that trade any day, State. That is a delicious trade.
That is a deal and a half right there from Gumiho. As Estraya now, once that 4th Nexus is coming online, he will have a big upswing of mineral economy. So these gateways getting thrown down to really ramp up production here back at home. But I'm a bit concerned here for Estraya. Yes, you do have the 4-base economy online now, but the pendulum has swung. Gumiho, his army has actually gotten very impressive, and he's actually been able to keep so many of these tanks alive. He has not stopped siege tank production. Once he actually gets into a position outside that 4th base, it will be so hard to dislodge him. Estraya needs to catch him, needs to slow him down here in the middle of the map. Watch out for those siege tanks, Estraya. That Colossus is already on half HP after just 1 volley.
It's all about map control, isn't it, State? He's got to slow this push down. Like you said, if he gets up on these rocks with those tanks, Estraya's screwed. He's got to stay out here and keep scaring him, but he doesn't have much vision. He doesn't have observers over this. He's playing blind, whereas, of course, Gumiho has the scans, and he's still macroing behind it. Gumiho's got a 4th command center. Estraya desperately needs to buy time.
Yeah, there's a big window right now for Gumiho to get some damage done. Should those siege tanks get in position, he's been able to cover a lot of ground since the last siege up. Actually unsieging all tanks again and going to push forward again. Estraya, he's trying to set up for the counterattack, going for the flank. It seems like Gumiho is keyed in on this. He's unsieged though. Okay, Estraya, he pulls back. I thought that might have been a moment where you would go, but he's going to play it nice and safe. He's happy just to not get pushed. It seems he wants to wait until he has enough Templar with energy to take the next fight.
I mean, he's down 20 army supply. A hero would have gone there. I would have gone there. Most Protoss would have just clicked. They said, unsiege tanks, let's go. Estraya, a bit more methodical than a lot of Protoss players. Kind of says, no, let's not take the risk. Drops a 5th base. But he desperately needs to make sure his army grows in size. And the problem is he doesn't have any Disruptor's Eye Templar, but that's a good catch. Oh, the 2 tanks getting saved. Gumiho saving the most valuable units.
Yeah, it is a nice catch there by Estraya, though, really exerting his map control here in the center while he expands. 2nd Forge is online now, so Estraya, as soon as that +3 finishes up, he's going to be able to start +2 armor in addition to +1 shields. So he's really beginning to build up the gap. Look at the actual upgrades here for Gumiho. I think he only has 1 engineering bay.
Yeah,
he's about to have 2-1 with those +2 armor. Oh, it only just now starts. I wonder if that was forgotten or if the 2nd engineering bay is really this late.
Yeah, it might have just been forgotten for a while. No, he had it much earlier, actually, so he must have just misclicked. But Gumiho's army is so scary. The Mass Zealot. Oh, no, Estraya with a misclick.
Not like this. So many Zealots getting bled out.
Says extra value discount meal. I'll take that any day. The bargain bin 20 Zealot garage sale comes in. Estraya is down massively in supply. He already didn't have splash damage. Other than the Colossus, no Disruptors, no Storm. He cannot really deal with this army in a choke point. The Mass Zealot is nice. He's going to go for it. Zealot flank gets on top of the tanks. The tanks are starting to fall. The Bio army looking pretty good there. The Archons are going okay in the corner, but my gosh, the tank splash, the Marauders are really letting their force be known. Good pullback by Estraya. He's got to keep those Colossus alive. Once they're gone, his army drops in quality massively.
Yeah, well, that first fight was... I mean, the beginning of the fight looked pretty good for Estraya because of that Zealot flank. Unfortunately, Gumiho's economy, look at how much bio we have reinforcing again, and those Colossi, they are so low on HP. You got to be very careful here as Estraya. Even just a couple of Vikings, a couple of siege tank shots could take those down as Gumiho... You know, he's pressing forward. There isn't a lot of splash damage here. Actually, the Zealot's coming in once again on the bottom right. This is a great surround coming in from Estraya. He's able to use the 12 o'clock expansion 2 as a warp-in point. So Gumiho, he is going to completely evacuate this position. Unfortunately for our American Protoss, he does not have enough stalkers on the ground to actually chase those down, but he will survive. And that is important, Pig, because behind all of this, Estraya has been going for the fleet beacon transition.
Yeah.
+1 air weapons already nearly complete. We already had extra Stargates coming in. Fleet Beacon has begun. Storm is being researched. This is the stage in the game where Estraya, he wants to kind of cool his jets for a couple of minutes and get these very high power units online.
Gumiho right now is going for a lot of command centers and starports and upgrades, but he's not there just yet. We talked about the lib range and how scary it was in the last game and how Estraya had to go before then, right? It's a different story this time around. You don't need to go because you're going to have Tempest or Carriers out. By the time those libs hit, you're going to have Storm, which means if you catch the libs on siege, I mean, they take so much damage from Storm. You're going to have, I wonder if it's Tempest or Carriers. I'd actually love to see just go straight for a handful of Tempests. I think that's such a good way of chipping at your opponent from afar. Carriers is a bit more standard as the opening air unit these days. What do you prefer?
I would have liked to see Tempest too, especially on a map like this one, where if you get one Oracle out, you could really start to shave away at the medevac, shave away at the Vikings. But the fact that we didn't see an Oracle in production while the Fleet Beacon was coming online makes me think it will almost certainly be carriers, the big power unit coming in from Estraya. But he doesn't have a lot of supply to work with right now, so it will just be one carrier, one mothership to start things out. But he is really setting his eyes on the Skytoss transition, a second cybernetics core coming in.
This is a bit scary for Gumiho, because even though he's had great lib range success, think about his big series he's played versus Showtime recently. He struggled in some of the late game fights to find efficiency, like especially the early late game. I think end game, Gumiho gets kind of fantastic again, but there is a few scary moments where, like, the storms can land on his bio and his army can kind of crumble. It obviously can go either way. But when I see Maru get to this stage of the game, I always kind of quake in my boots a little bit. But I don't really feel there's any Terran in the world who's as scary in late-game TVP as Maru with the Ghost Liberator.
All right, Zealots now coming here towards the triangle third for Gumiho, but there's enough reinforcements. I think Estraya actually trying to bait some of this bio so we can get some big storms off here with these Templar. In fact, he will. That's a lot of damage being done.
Still chasing his Gumiho. Brave.
Yeah.
Zero fear there, and I think he gets a good enough trade. Getting that Templar to morph to the Archon. The Zealots trying to save the Archon, pushing it. The boys helping each other out.
Oh, it's gonna survive too. Because the shell does not affect massive units. That Archon's gonna get out. That is, I don't think I've seen quite that interaction before. That is really funny.
I've never seen them shove it like a full screen and a half like that, right? I've seen
usually
them
it's a little bit of a push.
Yeah.
Oh, that is funny, man. That Archon, he's gonna buy those Zealots dinner later. They deserve it.
Yeah,
buy him a pint.
Dude, he's gonna,
Wow.
100%. I mean, they're gonna be each other's godparents and stuff at a certain point. Now, Storm's going down. Here we go. Archon, High Templar, Zealot coming in from both sides. This is a scary moment for both sides because you're sandwiched as Gumiho, but also that's a lot of bio that eating Storms. This is what I'm talking about. You gotta be careful. Storm is so explosive. If you try to jump in, doesn't get a Storm on those libs before they siege. He's got to move forward. If Estraya gets one good Storm on that army, it could really do well, but look at the way he breaks the rocks, opens up the path. Mom is gonna recall! On top of the army, the combat offensive recall time warp combo. Massive Storm on the libs. Oh my lord, Estraya! It's a crazy play. Is it enough, though? It feels like Gumiho might just have a few too many units. The libs are still alive, and they broke all the units on the left flank. The supply is somehow ahead for Estraya. His carriers are still there. The Stalkers come in, but they're blinking into Marauder Liberator.
The most important part of that is, Estraya, the recalled units, they got taken out, but look at the anti-hero right now for Gumiho. There's basically nothing. The carriers can clean almost everything up. We have a Ghost trying to shoot valiantly down at these interceptors, but the carriers reinforcing from the top left side are enough to completely clear the board. And that was a brilliant move coming in from Estraya. It looked kind of dicey there for a moment, but with the carrier reinforcements coming in, what a win for the Protoss. And things have kind of evened up, and now Estraya can really lean heavily back into the carriers. He is building only the power units right now. He is remaxing on carriers, on Immortals, on a mothership. He is getting additional upgrades in the air, +3 air weapons coming in, +2 air armor coming in. Shield upgrades already +1 is online. He is not wasting much money except on a couple of Zealots to eventually throw away with counterattacks. He is trying to amass the most powerful army he can with the time that he has bought after clearing the table from Gumiho's forces.
That is the first time I've ever seen someone warp behind a Terran siege push like that with the recall on the mothership. That is legitimately, I mean, maybe someone out there can send me a clip on social media or something. Let us know. I've never seen that. I've never seen someone, and especially with the time warp initiating the fight. Remember, that reduced the attack speed by 50% for most of Gumiho's army. 50% attack speed reduction is massive. I mean, what a genius fight for Estraya. It doesn't mean it's over by any means. It ended up being a very close fight, but as his air upgrades max out, the carriers are just getting better and better against the Marines, against the Ghosts to what they were in that last battle. The problem is he's a little low on Storm right now. He's very low on High Templar.
He is a little bit low on Storm, but I don't know if Gumiho has realized how big this transition is for Estraya. He's making Marauders 5 at a time, even in this moment. Of course, having Marauders in your army is always going to be useful. They're going to be able to take a lot more damage, but I am really worried about the anti-air. Actually, can we take a look at the units tab right now? Because we have so many carriers out and only 40 Marines. 10 carriers to 40 Marines with Storm. Another time warp coming in. Another recall from the American Protoss, blinking forward. The Marines are on the run. That unit tab is getting really shredded down, and Gumiho has to evacuate, and Estraya on only 180 supply is pushing him to the limit.
Gumiho's going to go on the north. Recall can't be used because he EMP'd it. He EMP'd the Nexus in the far north. Great move by Gumiho. I thought if Estraya catches that army, recalls back to the north, it'd be brilliant. But right now, we get a little bit of a mini base trade. I feel like Estraya, if he could lose some army, he might be able to defend with Warpins, but he's not losing that much army. The Stalker's going in the carriers, fighting against the Marines and the Vikings. There's not enough Vikings. Stay, there is not enough anti-air for Gumiho. If these carriers get on top of the production, it will be game over. Gumiho frantically pulls behind his production. He needs to gather more Marines, more Vikings, but he doesn't have many. 9 carriers will crush 11 Vikings, especially because the upgrades are way better for Estraya.
Estraya's micro is so good with those carriers, able to shift click all the flying units there for Gumiho, and now the bio, it can't even heal up. The storm is huge! All the bio locked in the corner of the Sim City, and Estraya with some insane tactics with a brilliant sky toss transition is able to flex his muscles. Gumiho, he's still fighting back on Estraya's side of the map, but the Zealots eventually are going to be able to whittle that down. The protection for Darren completely off the board, and I think we're going to have Estraya going up 2-1. Man, this series pick is delivering. These are some of the most fun PvT games I have seen in a long time.
I love looking at Max's reaction there because you can tell he's excited, he's pumped, he's a little nervous, he's kind of ecstatic at how well that worked, but also a little anxious as well. And I mean, that just wraps up this entire moment for these players, doesn't it? It's just wow. Estraya's games are always entertaining.
This is like a dream matchup between Estraya and Gumiho because they're both very good players. I would say they're very even in terms of their playing fields, 100%. But the way that they match up stylistically just produces the most unique situations.
It's not TVP, is it?
The most fun games. It is spectacular TVP. As we're looking here at the highlights. I mean, this recall coming in, Pig, this was so cool. And honestly, it doesn't look like it's the best fight for Estraya because we're watching the bottom right side of this.
Yeah.
So many of these key units are getting picked off because they don't have a lot of meat in front of them. I mean, the Marauders are just absolutely shredding the Colossi, the Stalkers, the Immortals. But off screen, the carriers on the top left side, all the Marines are dead. Where is the anti-air? There's none. And so Estraya can reset. He can clean everything up with the carriers. And the transition is so far online. +2 air weapons, +1 air armor with more upgrades coming in and 3 carriers at a time being produced. I mean,
hats off to Gumiho. He EMP'd every High Templar that recalled. If he didn't instantly EMP those, and there was a storm on the bio on the backside as well, can you imagine how one-sided that fight would have been? I mean, anyway, either way, great play from Estraya. The carrier I was like, Tempest would be cool to pick at your opponent, and Estrella's like, how about I dominate the skies with carriers? That's such a good play, and Gumiho, I thought he was looking pretty good this game, but maybe overextended with that tank push on the 4th base earlier. I feel like Gumiho was doing really well. We always see that moment when you lose a tank push and suddenly the Protoss is able to bounce back and recover. Tanks are good at surviving, but they're not that good at pushing aggressively.
Wow. I mean, what a game from Estraya. I am still almost spellbound. Like, I feel like I'm beaming after watching those plays with the Mothership. They were just so innately cool. See the fist pump right there from our American Protoss players. He's now 1 match win away from advancing to the next round here in Group A in the upper bracket. And I mean, these games have just been so good. And
yeah, there's such a great, creative and exciting players. And even at the end of that game, Gumiho was building 3 factories.
Yeah, I know. He's still like, trying to keep the crazy plays coming.
He's I got to make a Thor transition to counter the carriers, which they do. They do counter carriers pretty hard. I don't know if he had the vehicle weapon upgrades and armor upgrades to get there, but it's actually kind of fascinating because, yeah, Gumiho's had success with his very cheesy build. He's kind of had advantages and overextended in the more standard games. And that's a little worrying for him as we go into the next map. Do we go back to all-out aggression? I wouldn't mind a straight-up just bunker tank push or something like that. One of these 5-minute, 2 tanks and a pack of Marines. It's just risky because when you don't have any lives left, you're down 1 to 2. You cannot make any more mistakes as Gumiho.
Yeah, I think as Gumiho, these next 2 games, you really have to bring out your aggressive tricks in this TVP because as it looks right now, Estraya, that practice is paying off. He has been grinding. As I said, he has been living in Korea for, I think, a couple of months now. Just training with a ton of other pros, grinding the Korean ladder, just completely focused in on his game. And you can see the results of all of that practice manifesting on stage right now on the biggest RTS stage of all time with some beautiful transitions, some creative plays, some very quirky and unique openings. And I mean, it has paid off. So for Gumiho, I don't think you let Estraya come through with his mid-game game plan. I think you try and nip him in the bud. You go very early.
Yeah.
And you try and force Estraya to react to you.
Yeah, Estraya's kind of, you know, he's kind of getting in trouble. Like, I mean, remember that first push tonight is third. It felt like he was pretty far behind the workers. Hats off to the Colossus plus Blink in the main as well. We didn't even get, they didn't even make the highlight reel.
That's how crazy that game was.
That's how good and crazy that game was. Like, literally him being like, here, 10 Stalkers and a Colossus, Blink in the main base. Let's go. Let's walk up the ledge and kill like 30 Marines. It was such a brilliant maneuver there. Gumiho, though, you know, he calmly handled it. For those who are wondering, by the way, you know, we should be a little bit more viewer-friendly as well coming in for the World Championship. Why does Gumiho have that little sack on his mouth? So basically, he just sweats a lot. He just has a, you know, whether you call it a medical condition, he just happens to sweat a lot, doesn't want his hand to be slippery. So he's always, since like 10 plus years ago, always played with either a little microfiber cloth, a little towel, something like that over, and he's just completely used to it. That's how he always plays. So it's not like he has like an injury or anything like that if you're worried. It's weird for a lot of people to think, how do you play like that? But he's just used to it at this point.
All right, coming into game number 4, one map win away from winning this best-of-5 series. Give it up for your American Protoss player, Estraya.
You can feel how tense it is for both players up there in the bottom right side of Oceanborn. And it's now or never. He's got to win the next 2 maps in a row. It's Gumiho for Cloud9.
But when you're up against the ropes, the way that Gumiho is right now in this moment, what build do you fall back on? Because Gumiho, of all the Terran players, and it feels like basically every single matchup, might have the most range. He has so many quirky builds. He really does just kind of play his own style. He carries over the heritage of being a random player as a pro at the very beginning of his StarCraft II career. You can really feel that kind of, just the ripple effect of that, even a decade later in his Terran play, how unique he is. And so he's got to have a million possible things in his head that he could possibly do in this game. What do you choose? Do you go for a 2-gas opening and try and get a lot of aggressive plays done early with high-tech units? Do you go for something a little bit more bunker-heavy in the early stages? What is the pressure build from Gumiho? Because I really do think it has to be pressure against an Estraya that is looking so rock solid in the mid and the late game.
I have a wish list. I would love to see either Hellion drop mixed in here, nice and early. I think that's just a good build to mix in. Always hasn't done it yet in a series. But also, I think the double reactor play on the barracks. Like his single, it's normal. You go 2 tech labs, 1 reactor on your barracks. He goes 1 tech lab, 2 reactors, and that might sound like the most ultimate nerdy, like. If you're not an expert Terran, but you're like, what are you guys talking about? Oh, wow, 1 add-on's different. It completely changes the whole early game. You end up being able to hit these timings with a massive amount of Marines. It's like a glass cannon army, huge amount of damage, very fragile, and you can do these massive Marine tank pushes that just take your opponent out. So those are a really cool style that he always kind of has in his back pocket. We'll see what he brings out as the Twilight Council goes down. Estraya not wanting to risk things on the more fragile Stargate opening. No Phoenix Colossus at all in this series. Kind of odd, 4 games into a PVT. We normally see that at least 1 in 3 games, I feel like.
Yeah, it feels like things have kind of gone off the rocker a little bit here for Estraya in some of these early games. Going for the DT play, and I believe, what was it, map number 1, map number 2, and not having that really pan out. I think here's Estraya against a Gumiho that hasn't gone double gas. It makes sense to not bring out the Phoenix Colossus play just yet, because Phoenix Colossus, especially in the early game with those Phoenix, they're really good if you can catch, say, like the first Cyclones coming out, the first medevac with Widow Mines or something coming out from a double gas build. They're very good against that kind of high-tech style if you're in good position, if you can catch the Terran units. But the fact that Gumiho hasn't really done that so far in this series, has actually been playing a little bit less tech-heavy as we have this funny little dance between the Adept and the SCV. I think it makes a lot of sense for Estraya to just kind of be like, you know what, I'm just going to do something that's very well-rounded, very safe,
if you feel
very
it's more
conservative.
stable, right? Yeah.
I'm going to try and play more 2-base tech-heavy, and to do that, I'm going to get the Robo on 2 bases. I'm going to start with Blink, and I will kind of be able to absorb the impact of anything that Gumiho throws at me early on.
Second gate Robo. Quick shield battery, similar build order to last game, but only a 3rd gas so far. No 4. Oh, there we go. 4th gas does, same build order as last game for Estraya. So Estraya wants to play fast. Colossus off Blink again. 7 Marine drop coming forward. There's a Cyclone as well. Gumiho going for some heavy pressure. Tank and Viking behind it. Wow. Okay, Gumiho. We said we wanted to see some aggression, some heavy pressure state. I think your wish is being delivered here, as that is an incredibly aggressive stance. If we see another tank start up, then we know he's basically just going for broke.
Yeah, he is going to be pushing this one immediately. Another tank starts up, and so Gumiho going to be moving across the map, and he wants to lay siege to this wall in very quickly now. As opposed to a couple of the other maps, the Robo is not all the way in the front, but the pylon powering it is.
And there's no Immortal.
Yeah.
He skipped the Immortal. He's gone Robo Bay Observer. No Immortal. How do you defend this?
It's going to be very tough. He doesn't even have any idea. The Observer just now is seeing the Marines. If those Stalkers move down, he could buy maybe a couple of seconds. And yes, he will do that, but is it going to be enough? Already, Gumiho is knocking on the door. The siege tank is in position. More siege tanks rallied across the map in addition to the Vikings. First one is going to be entering the fray, and this gateway is going to be going down. Immortal, now it gets started, Pig, but is it a little bit too late?
It's very, very late state. Estraya, shield battery overcharge comes down. Stalker's trying to fight against this. The medevac pickup is slick from Gumiho. Battery overcharge gets some value though, and Estraya's doing a brilliant job of buying time. Gumiho, the crazy dive. He gets the tank, but it costs him a couple of Stalkers, and now he's out of battery healing. The second battery's not ready. The Immortal comes out. The Immortal can get rid of the Cyclone. That's big. Hot pickups for Gumiho are good. Gumiho trying to hunt down these Stalkers. Estraya frantically microing. Another tank comes in. The Immortal does take out the Cyclone, but the siege tank is here. If he can get rid of the tank, then Estraya can hold. If he cannot get rid of the tank, he's done for. He clears the tank, but he loses the Immortal. He's only got 3 Stalkers against Landed Viking, a pack of Marines and SCVs. It's neck and neck. The probes may have to be pulled there. That is still a big pack of Terran units. 3 Stalkers with no support. The Colossus, that pylon. Oh no!
Oh man, the pylon's gonna go down. Only 2 Stalkers, then another gateway gonna be coming offline, as well as the Robo. Astray up until this point, it was a beautiful attempt at a hold, but these Vikings getting repaired by the SCVs, the medevac healing, the small number of Marines here on the front line. I don't know if Astray can stabilize from this point, already losing the probes, and we are going to a game number 5, a valiant attempt to hold on, but Gumiho, he brought out that aggression, Pig, it paid off, and we are going to that final map.
Demanding respect. Gumiho there really finding a way to assert control and actually get in charge of the series now, because this is the sort of push where you kind of think, oh, I should be safe against this with this opening with the battery. You know, we're doing this and this, but you can't be affording to rush the Robo Bay and get an Observer. You're already doing a 2-gate expand. You might be thinking, oh, there's no third base. It's safe. No way. You're going 4 gas, a Robo Bay. You're not building that many Stalkers. This is a very risky build for Estraya, and he gets punished. And this gives Gumiho so much more confidence because now he can fake this sort of pressure, macro behind it, and he knows Estraya is going to have to respect it. He's got the respect of his opponent, and this is such a scary position to be in for Estraya.
Yeah, and I think he had a beautiful point to kick the whole thing off is if Estraya hadn't skipped the Immortal, if he had the Immortal in the very first engagement as Gumiho is coming at him, this might still be a hold. It would be very close, too close to really say, frankly, whether Estraya actually would have been able to pull it out of the bag, but he would have made the work a lot easier for him. He would have had a much better chance to actually hold on here against this push, and you saw so many of the Terran units actually go down. For a moment, I was thinking that might be enough, but there were just enough SCVs. I mean, those Vikings, they might not look intimidating, but trust me, they pack a punch. When they're going up against 2 Stalkers, maybe 3 Stalkers with no shield battery, they deal out a lot of damage.
That's actually one of those funny changes. Like, it's many years ago now, but they're like, you know, the Vanded Viking really just doesn't perform well. We're going to give it some bonus mechanical damage because, you know, we want it to be a Zerg-friendly landed unit, but against Terran and Protoss, my gosh, when it's dealing with probes, when it's dealing with Stalkers, it does a lot of damage per second. The landed Viking is actually surprisingly powerful.
Oh, man.
Beats a Stalker easily 1-to-1, right? If the Stalkers don't stutter step, then they kind of get wrecked by the Viking.
A lot of the power of the Stalker, though, is kind of
it's definitely
caught
not
up in the blink and the mobility,
it's
right?
Not really it's a standard fight A-move unit, is it?
Yeah. I feel like if the Stalker was able to beat the Viking one-on-one when it's landed in the current state of the Viking, the game would have a problem.
The unit that shoots up, shoots down, can teleport, you know, it's one of the fastest tier 1 units. You're like, okay, yeah, maybe the Stalker shouldn't be able to do that, but just kind of gives you an idea of the damage per second there. And that's kind of unfortunate. Estraya playing the same game, build 2 games in a row. Both times gets in trouble. Wins the first one, doesn't win the next one. And now the series is going to be decided up here in the top right side of the map on Alcyon. It is Cloud9's Gumiho. He's on that comeback train right now.
And hoping to close this one out. Spawning in the bottom left, representing Virtus Pro. It is your American Protoss, Estraya. So close one map win away from advancing, and everything is going to come right down to this. And what a series it has been so far, Pig. I mean, what a treat to cast this. These guys are not holding back in the slightest. We've seen some of the craziest builds, some of the craziest maneuvers we've seen in PvTs, and I don't even know how long.
I mean, I love watching these two play. For the longest time, you know, I always joke that like Gumiho is so fun to watch, and then you play against him and you're like, playing against him is not fun. You talk to Estraya about this matchup and he's like, man, it's hard to prepare for Gumiho.
And Gumiho now is finally bringing out the double gas build on the final map. And Estraya actually, is he playing no scout? I'm looking at the minimap right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he sent a single probe.
I like that. I actually think no scout's even better versus this, but it depends if you take some sort of precaution, right? Afterwards, right? Because if you just now chrono 3 gateway units, make a shield battery, because you've got extra minerals, you should be fine against the early pressure. The problem is the follow-up scouting. And we haven't really seen, like Estraya used to always go either fast Stargate or he'd go fast Sentry, Hallucination. He hasn't had that scouting. That's why he had no idea what was happening in the last game. It's why he was trying to rush the Observer. So like, it's nice to have the more minerals. What do you think would be most punishing though for you to not know it's double gas? Is it something like a Hellion drop? Is it like, what sort of rushes do you think are the scariest for a Protoss that hasn't scouted?
It's hard to say because really with a double gas opening, you can kind of do anything. You could go for that Hellion drop in the main base if it goes unscouted. Then suddenly 3-4 Hellions, you are losing a ton of workers. We could see some absolutely insane build, like maybe it's going to be a proxy armory. We go for some kind of Widowmine drilling claws play. We did see some Terran players trying that after the patch in the GSL even.
Yes.
The problem here for Protoss is not like one or two specific things that are very scary with a double gas build.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you don't know what's coming, and it is going to lean very heavily in some direction. And if you don't have that on your radar, you can be in trouble. And look at this coming in from Gumiho. It's actually a lot of Reapers.
Yeah, he went Reactor
and
first.
Hellions.
I mean, Reactor first is, it gives you so much production. Already going 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions will no doubt be queuing up in a moment. This is Zealot scouts it. Doesn't quite get the SCV, but the Adept able to finish it off.
Okay, with a recall, it's barely going to survive, right? Okay.
Yeah. If you lose that Adept, you're in big trouble against the counterattack.
Yeah, I feel like Estraya in a minute is going to need to start walling in this natural expansion. This is almost a little bit of a throwback build coming in from Gumiho. I wasn't quite expecting this with the Hellions and the Reapers because, you know, with these units moving cross map, they're very fast. They're very good at picking off probes. And he actually gets the Hellion. That is a nice win there for Estraya. You're kind of okay with that, just trading one Adept. Obviously, it's not ideal. But this build was all the rage like maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago.
4 Reapers and a Hellion coming in for the pressure. Only 1 Stalker and 1 Adept available. No Warlock available. Builds a gateway as a slight blocker, and he does have the battery to fall back on. Already starting to get some damage on this. 2 more Reapers still building behind this. It's incredibly committed for Gumiho.
Yeah, Warp Gate is only just now finishing, so it's going to be a couple of seconds before Estraya is able to get the next Warp in. This Hellion going to go to town on these probes in the main base. Fortunately for Estraya, he does have the shield battery in the natural expansion, so that is going to mitigate the damage. Up until this point, only a couple of probes going down. 3 probes, it might look like a lot of damage, but Gumiho sacrificed a lot to get this done. For Estraya, I'm looking at this and I'm feeling pretty good.
3 probes, yeah, it's a big win. I agree with you 100% there, State. Liberator's coming in behind, so it's not done. He preserved some of the Reapers. This was not a, I've completely given up map control. You've still got this squad of 5 Reapers, and this creates a prolonged situation that's very awkward. I'd actually like to see Estraya wall off the Reaper ledge in the north. He's got 3 Stalkers ready here, nice positioning. Gonna get himself a Reaper very early. Gumiho's gonna fight the Mad Dog.
Oh no, I feel like this wasn't an intentional fight. I think that he kind of maybe wasn't expecting these Stalkers on the high ground, and then the Reapers got there. He's like, okay, I kind of have to take this engagement. But with 3 Stalkers, you're able to 2-shot them, and that was a lot of Reapers going down. And yes, I do know the Reapers, they fall off quite heavily in the mid game, but you still don't want to trade them out like that.
Absolutely not. Dark Shrine goes down, realizing that's unlikely for there to be a Raven in this game. That's a very smart Dark Shrine, but it's also a big commitment on 2 base as the Liberator starts to come in behind the natural. Estraya's done well. But guess what? Now the nerves kick in. He's supply blocked. The Liberator's coming in. There's a lot of chances to make huge mistakes over this next little period. Now, to be fair, I mean, that unsupply blocks you, so at least you can build a few more probes straight away. There's little, you know, silver linings. Yeah. The glass is half full for the Protoss fans watching. Stalker's going to go for a bit of aggression himself. Both sides really trying to put their opponent on the defensive. And look at that. A couple of SCVs going down. Lovely harassment for Estraya. Gumiho unsieges his tank. And you know what? 4 SCVs, 1 Marine. Almost gets the second one, and then he just departs from the base. I'm not sure if the Liberator went down, but these Reapers do get deflected.
Yeah, not sure if the Liberator is still up, but that is some nice damage coming in from Estraya with just a handful of Stalkers. Doesn't cost him anything. Now, the DT Shrine did get seen right there by Gumiho, so he does have this on his radar. Engineering Bay is already coming online, so he shouldn't get caught completely dead in the water once these GCs move cross map, and the Liberator did survive.
Yes, it's going to be interesting because the Marine tank count grows. And Estraya, he's making Dark Templar against a player who knows they exist, but I haven't seen turrets up yet. First turret just started. Dark Templar running in the natural, dropping in the main. No turret in the main base as far as I know right now. He's going to try and drop in. There's plenty of units available. There should be a scan or two, though. And this is a very risky move for Estraya, who doesn't have any splash damage on the way, and already one Dark Templar goes down. One does get saved. The one in the natural is where the damage is being dealt.
Yeah, no turret done just yet. Finally does finish. And for 4 SCVs, you do not want to lose 2 Dark Templar because for Estraya, there isn't really a lot of splash damage coming along the way.
Yeah.
And even charge only just now beginning. It's going to be a challenge for him to hold on against the push that Gumiho is eventually going to bring cross map right now with a ton of siege tanks. And
it's match point though, State. Do you think it has the decisiveness to push? Because it's very scary. Gumiho's kind of blind, but it feels like he has to, right?
I think you do go for the push here as Gumiho. You saw that your opponent went for all of these GTs. They did not get very much done. You know that he's not going to have Colossus tech coming online. He probably will not have the gas to have Templar tech coming online. High Templar, that is. Oh, the War Prism even getting taken down. That's going to give Gumiho a lot of freedom to rally freely across the map at his opponent. And Estraya only has a handful of Stalkers, but actually, look at this pick. He is going for Blink DTs.
I mean, he's the president of the Clown College. I said it at the start of the series. The man, a lot of people, when it gets tense, they stop doing creative things. Estraya knows that he plays his best StarCraft when he's playing creative. He's got 8-gate charge, DT, and Immortals building. He stopped building probes a while ago, but he is still down on army. He needs time.
We are not going to have combat shields on these Marines. If there are enough Blink DTs with charge zealots, he's even blinking 4. All the Marines getting taken down. Oh my goodness, Estraya with a 1 DT. He's able to clean out all those Marines.
The slow zealots are actually cleaning up the tank state. It's something you almost never see. This is bizarre. Both sides taking heavy losses there. Non-combat shield Marines, as you pointed out, they don't even have +1. And I do think Gumiho's out of scans. Another Dark Templar coming in would be brilliant, but he spent all of his gas on Stalkers. The battery overcharge does pretty well. He's got to get back to it, though. That tank positioning, rather nice. The Liberator did get taken out on the left side by the Stalkers. The tanks there unsieging. The Stalkers trying to commit. It's a bit too dangerous, Estraya. I don't know if he's got the numbers for this, but those Marines are just so fragile.
Yeah, they're very fragile. No combat shields in the pipeline right now, so Gumiho, he is bleeding out, and this push that was supposed to be able to get so much damage done. Even the Immortal getting caught there in the middle of the map. I mean, Estraya absorbed that impact so well, and he did it in a unique way. He didn't wait for all those key upgrades to finish. I was looking at it thinking, you know, Charge Zealots with DTs, with Blink, you can kind of blink on top and just go for the throat as soon as those upgrades are done. Estraya, he doesn't even wait for it. He moves it with a slow Zealots, and now he is riding that momentum, continuing to push forward. Charge is done now. These medevacs solo on HP are getting bled out. There is no healing. Still no combat shields, even in production here for Gumiho. And Estraya on 3 bases is able to push the 2 base Terran all the way back.
What a hold, and what the Dark Templar trickling in that moment when he didn't have a scan, just as he'd sieged up, and like 6 Marines went down, 6 swipes from the Dark Templar. Gumiho, you can tell he realizes he's just lost all of his momentum in this series. He was so committed to that aggression, but Estraya was able to defend. What a close competitive series this has been, and I gotta say, Day 1 of the Esports World Cup for the StarCraft II is absolutely delivering so far. We've already had a few fantastic series, and it is showing the caliber, the preparation of the players, but it's not over yet this series. Estraya has a supply lead. He has a 4th Nexus going up. He's only just starting his splash damage. His Robo Bay is about to finish, and he's going to only now begin Colossus production.
Yeah, the splash damage is coming in very late, but in a way, that's kind of a boon here for Estraya. It's one of the reasons why he's been able to muster enough forces on the ground, like those high gas-intensive DTs, like all of those charge zealots, to actually bring the fight to Gumiho and absorb the impact of the first big push. Now, this CT is going to come in. We'll be able to spot the landing time of that 3rd base. Should Estraya decide to work his way up there? Instead, it seems like he's just going to kind of wait. He's going to try and see when Gumiho's multitasking gets taxed, and then he will move it on those SCVs. Maybe that's the moment you come in once this Warp Prism, uncontested, works its way into the main base. Now, there is a turret, and it is Zealots in this Warp Prism, but there aren't a lot of reinforcements. Add-on's only only just now finishing on these 2 barracks on the bottom side. So some nice hold position micro on those SCVs will buy some time, reduce the surface area on those Zealots so that Gumiho can hold.
Oh, another Prism in the open. Gumiho drops on top. Can he take it out? Yes, he can. 3 Zealots in the Prism going down. Estraya getting a little bit overconfident with that push. There was no need for him to try to save those 2 Zealots. He kind of fumbled it back and forth a little, but despite it, his position is getting so much better. He's got a double gas. That purple gas gives plus 100% mining on that left base. It's a little exposed, but with his position now, look at that. Colossus is out. He's got double Robo up. Interestingly, only 1 Colossus as he builds more Observers and Immortals. I think he's realizing map control is a little light. Let's build some forward pylons, get some forward gateways maybe. Second Forge comes in. Gumiho, on the other hand, is of course a bit down in workers, but not massively so with mules. He's got the Ghost Academy, plus 2 weapons coming in. Gumiho has ways of getting back into this game, but there are just no direct, easily measurable advantages. For him, it's very much let's try and get a bit of value here, get a bit of value there, and make sure you're very careful to not get caught out, because Estraya is the one who has the scarier force on the map right now.
Yeah, the main issue for Gumiho, it feels, is that this is a stage in the game where he should be having most map control. He should have the presence on the map. He should be trying to get some pressure, some damage done on Estraya's corner, but he absolutely cannot do it. Look at the army that Estraya has in the bottom right side of the map. It is massive, and even this observer placement, able to catch the move out here from Gumiho.
Yes.
Estraya might try and set a trap here in the center of the map. Now, that tower still not yet activated. Now, finally, Gumiho gets a glimpse at the Protoss army, and it is a mighty one. 20 supply ahead of Gumiho as we have the 3rd Warp Prism coming in. Plus 2 ground weapons starting up now here for Estraya as he's slowly closing the upgrade gap. But really, I mean, you could see these 4 bases and especially that high yield investment gas starting to pay off. Gumiho, with that tower, he did spot the Warp Prism.
It's the 3rd Prism in this game,
yeah.
So many Warp Prisms. Oh, hey, it survives, gets out of there for now.
Yeah.
By the way, Blink DT finished, right? I don't think Shadow Stride ever got cancelled, but I don't think we've actually seen it get cast at all in this game because it's just been so intense.
Yeah, it feels like he was gunning to use it to thwart the first push, but he didn't really need it, right? We haven't seen too many DTs get in. Yeah, it wasn't ready in time. He realized the opportunity came before that and Charge both finished.
Wow, he's got such a great ground arm. He doesn't really need the Blink DT just yet. Single Marauder gets clipped by the Disruptors. The Zealot Stalker Colossus roams. 4 more gateways coming in. 5th Nexus. Estraya rounding out his position. And with a solid 13 army supply advantage, he could probably push in for victory. Gumiho is looking for the perfect fight. He needs great EMPs. Oh, Stalker's here, blading out the Widow Mines. Great micro to get rid of those Widow Mines before the fight starts. There's no libs, there's not many Vikings. This is such a problem for Gumiho. He needs the perfect fight, but he's drastically outnumbered.
Some really big EMPs come on Estraya's army, but does it actually matter? Especially with these Disruptors right now. Gumiho, he's basically fighting in a corner between these 2 bases. Great dodge. Oh no, it actually gets a couple of those ghosts. Second shot comes in, is going to barely get defused there by Gumiho. It's a beautiful arc for the Terran. So many Marauders laying waste to these armored units. The Stalkers, the Immortals, as Estraya's backline falls. But again, his economy is overpowering. He has 1k minerals in the bank with a Warping of Zealots. Yes, you did lose a lot of critical units there as Estraya, but you are on 5 bases in a moment against a Terran who is still struggling on 3. And as a result, because of mules, that main base, that natural expansion here for Terran, they are mining out much faster than the Protoss player is. And now that finally that 5th Nexus, it is coming online. Estraya, from this position, his MO could basically be, okay, Gumiho, I will not let you take a 4th base.
Yeah.
And that is a win condition. At this stage, if Estraya decides to play for it.
I mean, the income is just out of hand. The main is mined out for Gumiho. His natural's half gone on the minerals. He's essentially on 1 base mining, maybe a little bit more, 1.5 bases we could call it. And that's just not enough to keep things up. Mules are good for temporarily boosting it. But as you said, his base is mining out faster than ever. Fusion Core halfway done. Bunkers there. 3-2 weapons on the way for Gumiho. He's getting to late game tech, but he's doing it on a poor Terran's economy against a very wealthy Protoss. I mean, this Protoss, he could buy your house. He can buy your car. You're gonna come home, all your furniture's gone. Like, it's just, Estraya can throw money at this problem until he solves it. He's got so many Disruptors coming in. His gateway count's out of hand. I'd love to see the structures tab because I think he must be getting close to 20 gateways at this point.
Yeah, it is just absolutely explosive. Estraya's economy is off the charts. Even these Zealots coming. Oh, what a blink by the Stalkers! No way can Gumiho retreat. And look at the Zealots even getting so much damage done. Disruptor's gonna be able to try to find the shots because there's no place to micro here for Gumiho, but with the reinforcements coming in, did Estraya overextend a little bit? And one of my shots going to try and connect, but no, GG is called. Estraya is able to power through in an incredible series pick. One of the most enjoyable PBTs I have seen in a very long time, and you can see her at the Esports World Cup. The StarCraft players are bringing their A game. That is the best that I've seen Estraya play in a very long time.
A highlight-worthy performance, and indeed, there's a lot of highlights from that series alone from both players. But especially, you know, Blinkstalkers and Colossus assaulting high grounds, Motherships recalling armies on top of their opponent. And even at the end, I mean, talk about so many people would be like, quick, let's get Colossus, let's get some. No, let's go Blink Dark Templar under pressure in a 5th game. Absolutely wild way, but he does get the win. And I'm sure there's a lot of very pleased North American fans out there to see their hometown hero doing so well in the first round. Let's take a look at that series over at the analysis desk.
America. Beautiful stuff.
America the Beautiful.
How do you make them like that, ZG?
How do we make them like that?
Like Mothership recalling, proxy defending Protoss players. How do you make that in America?
You just stuff them full of beef. Protein, all right? That's how you do it. No, I don't know, because it's a special Estraya magic as well, right? He is just, like we talked about, it was a mud wrestle, and that's kind of what happened. It wasn't exactly sloppy, because I think they actually were playing very well while being in chaos, but it was still chaos. And Estraya played some of the sharpest that he's ever done. I think the weakness that was shown is one that we didn't really get to bring up in the pre-show, but his early game. I think Estraya has faltered against that. We did see that from Gumiho for a while, but when he gets his groove, when he gets going, when he gets Zealots out, then you can really see him power up, and that's how he won the games that he won.
All right, let's see what the bracket is at right now, as Estraya has advanced on our second 3-2 in a row. Estraya goes to the semi-finals of this Group A bracket to take on the winner of HeroMarine and Dark, knocking Gumiho down to make it so far an all-Terran lower bracket. Demu, devastating for the Terrans. Admittedly, 2 of them from TVT.
It's where the Terrans belong, you know, that lower bracket. I mean, I'm actually surprised it's not Protoss, but I mean, not that many Protoss made it here in the first place. But no, I really like that series for a lot of reasons. Like, you really felt that Gumiho pulled out everything that he could. Like, he was mixing it up from one base all ends, but I mean, this was obviously one of the highlights of the series, right? All these recalls that happened, you don't often see those offensively used, especially in combat, maybe to kill a base or what have you, but this was very, very cool by Estraya, and honestly, he has his own, like, flavor when he plays Protoss. You talked about the Zealots, that's how he first came to the big scene, I feel, those big Zealot battles with Neve and stuff, but yeah, he has his own twist on things, and he just makes StarCraft very enjoyable.
You know, enjoyable StarCraft is absolutely what this was as well, because we had 2 players that make it that way. Gumiho, where he did find success in this series, ZG, was through the proxies. It was through that aggression, and that's something which we had obviously very close game number 4. But in the macro game, in the longer games, Estraya just got those edges, and he was able to just, even in that first game, turn it around as well.
His positioning was fantastic. We didn't get to see the highlights of the first game, but there was all those storms that he set up to actually kind of save his bacon, honestly. So he continued to display that, not with storms necessarily, although they did happen in further games, but positioning just in general, like the Stalkers getting the surround on the Marauders here was excellent. He was obviously very sharp. Both of them, I think, were playing some of the best that they do, because Gumiho's actually, this is his weakest matchup. So to see him go toe-to-toe with a very powerful Estraya makes me believe he is also playing some of the best that he can, but that's what's going to happen here at the EWC, right? You're going to have best performances versus best performances, and who edges that out.
Yeah, have to bring your absolute best at the EWC. We are seeing that so far. Estraya getting on through to that next round as he knocks Gumiho down to that lower bracket. And honestly, just again, an amazing series. Probably the best we've had so far today, but hopefully just the first of many more series to come that are going to be really, really fun. We're going to be hearing from Estraya very soon as well, which is always great. Katz is getting ready with him right now, so when we're ready for that, we'll be going over. But Ben, you're kind of excited. You think Dark and HeroMarine, you know, do you think they're kind of excited to play against Estraya in the next round versus Gumiho?
Actually, I mean, Estraya and Dark have like a history of them being like nice, close games. But I mean, Dark's wild, right? Like, you don't want to go up against Dark no matter who you are. But you have to look at this and be like, yeah, I've played against him before. He's tough, but Dark's Dark. Like, he looks at himself as the, you know, the favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, the interview is ready, so let's go hear from our winner, Estraya.
I am here joined by the American Dream, Max Angel. How does that win feel? I mean, that was amazing.
Yeah, it feels really good to start the tournament off with a win, and it also feels really good that it was a fun series and it was competitive macro game, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of people, I think, would be surprised if they heard the result and they were to see that you beat Gumiho pretty much in straight-up macro games. A lot of the time, I think of you as a very creative, very scrappy Protoss player, but here I think you showed a side of you that seems to be extremely competitive in those longer games as well.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, when I was practicing for the event, I struggled the most in the early game, and if it got to a macro game, it wasn't too bad. So I think that showed during the matches.
For sure. How often do you see in your practice, how often do you use the mothership aggressively?
That was only the second time I pulled off that move.
That's amazing. I mean, the third game was, or the last game rather, was extremely scrappy as well. There were some mistakes. For example, when you lost the War Prism, I think you misclicked. Maybe you didn't click it as far as you were thinking. So, how were the nerves during those moments, knowing that it's the last game of the series?
To be honest, my nerves were actually pretty good throughout the series. I felt about the same from game 1 to game 5, pretty focused. So, yeah, even though I was obviously it was a mistake, I didn't think it was a game-losing mistake when I was playing, so I was chilling. I was still going.
That's awesome. And mindset-wise, I mean, you were making some incredibly aggressive blinks throughout the game. I was like on the edge of my seat, just wilding, like, oh my God, this guy. It felt like every time you were about to lose all the stalkers or go for the gold. So how do you make those decisions? Is it the lack of pressure that allowed you to make such decisions?
I mean, I'm not sure. I blinked forward at different times for different reasons, but obviously if you feel like you can blink forward and punish the Terran, you have to take every advantage you can get, so.
Amazing. I mean, next opponent is going to be the winner of HeroMarine and Dark. Are you feeling confident in that matchup as well?
It will be tough. It will be tough, but if I can bring the same level of play today as tomorrow, then I think I'll be happy no matter which way it goes.
Awesome. I mean, yeah, great job. And anything to say to the American fans?
Yeah, I mean, I love America. I'm from America, so if you're also from America, please cheer for me.
Fighting!
America! We all love America. You love America, ZG. You're the American. You're between the two Brits.
I don't think there's ever been a segment that says America so freaking much. 3 of them in a row by Estraya.
Yes, I love America.
Perfect. That is going to wrap our analysis on Estraya Gumiho. Let's take a look at what is coming up next. It's another great series. Terran versus Zerg. First Zerg of the tournament coming up to play, and it's the recent GSL champion in Dark fighting against Big Gabe. Ben, talk to me a little bit just quickly. How do you feel about this one?
I mean, it's a true veteran going up against the newcomer Dark, you know. I mean, Dark is, as far as Zergs go, one that you either love or hate, or just admire the fact that there's a win at the end of this rocky road, you know? Like, he does things, gets these macro hatches. Zergs are like, what the hell are you doing? Then he makes it work. He can make scrappy out of, like, what shouldn't be scrappy. I think he's very fun. And HeroMarine, this is definitely a matchup where I think he would look at as his weakest, because he talks about needing speed to beat Zergs. And HeroMarine's like very good across the board, but where the real Terrans have shined in this matchup is where they're fast. Like, you have to be playing so damn fast. And Dark, even though people like slate on his mechanics a bit, he's very fast. Like, you watch him play and he can make you struggle doing several things all at the same time. It's a mismatch for HeroMarine for sure, but on the big stage, HeroMarine's actually been stepping it up. Like, obviously those Monday night Gabe for a lot of those out there, which has totally transitioned at multiple years in a row for Katowice. It's been like top 8 Gabe, you know, he had that top 4 run. And I think when it comes to the big stage, Gabe's starting to like step it up a little bit. So it's not totally down and out for him, but going up against Dark, he's one of the hardest people to go up against.
Gabe is so good at preparing. I think that might be what he's got going for him. So we're going to see if HeroMarine can speed it up to match up with Dark after the break for more Esports World Cup action.
I am here joined by HeroMarine. And Gabe, how are you doing today? And how do you expect your match to go against Dark? It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure a tough one, but we'll see how it goes. I'm feeling pretty relaxed. It's all good.
Do you prefer specifically for him and the matchup? How do you feel about TBC in general?
In general, I think all the matchups are fine. I think TBC I prefer the most at the moment, so even though I have to play against Dark, I think it's nice that I play a Zerg rather than like a Terran.
All right, and Dark specifically, like, do you prefer for him? He's a very different Zerg, so I'm wondering if you have some tricks up your sleeve yourself for this?
Yeah, maybe. I'll see how the series go. I mean, I'll decide spontaneously, but I have a few plans in mind.
That's very cool. The community wants to know if you have any tips for pizza making.
Pizza making. The dough needs at least a night of rest, and dry your mozzarella properly.
Dry your mozzarella properly.
Welcome back once again to the Esports World Cup as HeroMarine and Dark continue the awesome StarCraft II action that we've been seeing so far today. Now time for our first Zerg to step onto the battlefield state. He is the GSL champion. He comes in here with a great recent set of performances. A lot to prove for him today.
Yeah, Dark has been looking absolutely spectacular in the GSL so far. And I mean, just winning the championship up there over Maru, who looks to be in peak form, was just positively tremendous. And you could tell how hard he has been practicing, how much it means to him now that he is a father. You could tell that even in the interview, he was like, we were tearing up watching him talk about it. He's like, I just felt like I had to win this season for my family. You know, I'm sacrificing so much time that I could be spending with my family practicing for this to provide for them, that
you know, you could really just see him playing with all of his heart, and I feel like that's the kind of momentum that he brings into here, and he can go really deep in this tournament.
That's some beautiful stuff. Pig, HeroMarine is coming in here as definitely the underdog, because not just as Dark, there's Titan. HeroMarine's style is perhaps a little bit tough to go up against Dark with.
Yeah, because HeroMarine is a player who he does play somewhat, straight up sometimes, and Dark is a master of being a bit greedy, getting ahead and then swarming over players like that, hitting them with big counter attacks and this sort of thing. So I think for HeroMarine, it's a big obstacle, as it is for any Terran right now. I think there's a few habits that you have to pay attention to when you're looking at Dark. His propensity to play very greedy double evolution chamber. He doesn't play a lot of Roaches anymore at the moment. He's been playing Lingbane almost exclusively in his openings, so he's moved away from that Roach meta. And I think these are the things you want to take advantage of. Is he's very greedy on delaying his Baneliness, number one, and he's very, very vulnerable historically to when Maru and other players have hit him with 50 worker timings. Build a third command center, show a standard build, and just cut workers and hit with 2 tanks and 30 Marines with Stim. That's been a big weak point for Dark historically. We'll see if HeroMarine can pull that out.
All right, well, we're going to have players on stage here in a few moments. Don't forget stcplay.gg if you want to predict these games as well. We'd love to hear your opinions on who you think is going to take this upcoming series between the Terran and Zerg of HeroMarine and Dark. Let's head on over to Zombie Grub and Demu for these games.
That's right. We're here to cast a best of 5 TVZ HeroMarine versus Dark. This is an interesting matchup because Dark's coming off that GSL win and the emotional victory speech. But as you pointed out in the desk in our kind of pre-show, whatever you want to call it, HeroMarine actually pops off in these big events. And I mean, I'm thinking of that Katowice top 4 run where he had some amazing clutch games versus a Zerg Solar that was back then. But it might be able to happen against Dark. But Dark is so on your face and is so aggressive and technically hasn't lost to HeroMarine at all between their 2 careers. So I want to say there is hope, but it's going to be tough.
It's going to be ridiculously tough, and we're going to get right on into it. It will be post-youth to start things off. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, as our Red Terran, it is Mousesports HeroMarine.
And in the top right, we do have the blue Zerg, Dark. Talon Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like this matchup is the first one today that kind of goes against the trend. Like Maru, obviously a really strong late game player. And Spirit, he's a guy that really aspires to be late game, so it was kind of like a similar thing. You had Gumiho, Estraya, both out of the box, going up against each other. Oliveira, Beyond, also Raging Bulls. Here, on the other hand, you tell people to watch like a very standard Terran. HeroMarine, he fits the bill on all fronts. Whereas Dark, he is outside the box. He is not your standard Zerg by any means. So this is the first real clash of like defender versus aggressor in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, you know, and I think I totally agree with you. You know, HeroMarine usually is the standard guy to look at, like, oh, that's how you play 3CC or a solid 2-base 1-1-1 or something. But we actually have something different happening right now. It's a 2-Rax opener, which isn't uncommon, guys, but the way that it's going to happen on this map is a little bit different. You don't quite have the same type of map structure where it just goes into the front of your natural, because your natural is actually in your main, and that's going to complicate factors for the Zerg as well. We've seen this before. We know that it can be bad for the Zerg to have to deal with this, the way that the map is designed, but then we also saw Serral with that 6 around in the Reapers in the last tournament. So let's pay close attention to how much damage HeroMarine can do with what isn't really a dedicated opener, guys, but does want to do something in terms of making Dark uncomfortable or getting a couple of drones.
Yeah, I like where he's put that second barracks, by the way. It's like not in the wall, so they will come across in a very different path. So that overload that you initially have, you'd see this and you'd be like, oh, it's fairly standard, right? Like, if I do float over to the natural, which maybe I will do, but he's not going to do that, actually. So far, totally unaware. First Reaper pops across, you can be like, oh, okay. But he hasn't got gas here, Zombie Grub. Like, fighting this without link speed, I mean, it's one of those maps where getting into the main base is going to be tricky, but you got to remember, the Zerg economy's better on this map.
Right, yeah, and it's very similar, in fact, to that Serral game, where that was potentially a troublesome point, but then the micro was just so clutch. I mean, you did see a second supply depot that was very fast. We might have had some idea or just really expected it on this map to complicate factors in the early game. Because Dark, he should be coming in thinking he is the favorite to win, not just because he's confident, but because he actually is. The history absolutely proves it. So to do just the, I guess, a safe opener and expect some type of harassment early on, Calling this safe sounds a little weird again because that speed is missing, but I think you can actually kind of just dodge and weave enough that eventually you're fine. And your third hatch is up. You weren't just stuck in your 2 bases, which is one of the problems with dealing at 2 racks. If you don't get that drone out to your 3rd base and start to establish that base, Reapers could kill it.
Absolutely could. He started off with a cancel on the larvae over here, but will maybe turn this into a spore or an extractor. Does just about get it. Was it just 2 Reapers from HeroMarine, by the way?
Yeah.
Marine production, and behind this, it will be a 3rd CC behind it, and going into kind of like a 2-1-1, which I don't hate at all. I mean, post-youth, it is not your ordinary map, as you pointed out. An in-base, 2nd base that will mine out quicker with those gold minerals, but with Terran as well, you do actually get a big boost in your economy early on, which you often don't really get to do against Zerg.
Yeah. It's been interesting watching the players over the last few weeks because some of them continued not to really care about showing off publicly. They're playing in tons of online cups. HeroMarine was one of the guys who stopped appearing, actually. So I was hoping he would have something really clever. Oh, this is kind of clever. I feel like he has been studying Beyond with this type of move. Overlord is going to go down, but not going to be able to find much more than that. So the reason I brought that up, 6 Overlords, by the way, but the reason I brought that up is that he actually was playing so much not Roach the last couple of weeks, and I was wondering if he was hiding it for this tournament. Kind of seems like the confirmation here as he goes right into Roach.
I mean, he's very good about these busts, right? Like the big 1-1 timings and things like that. Probably will see what Pig talked about, maybe an Evo or 2 coming up, and it's immediately what he does. So it looks like he will be trying to line up some big timing here. But all things said and done, Reyno's one of the players that says, I never go Roaches against Gabe. Like, Gabe's one of the best at reading a game, reading a situation, being like, this is how I defend against that stuff. But the way that Dark plays, it's just so unusual. Like, you see this 4th base going down at the gold. It isn't super risque, so to speak, but still a little bit like he has to do something with it after, or rather, he's forcing HeroMarine to have to do something, which is not what you want to be doing if you're HeroMarine, being forced to play like this.
Yeah, you don't want to move into someone who's going for a potential 1-1 Roach all-in. Like, there are times, like now, of course, where you are fine to do this, but then the numbers grow, and your better worry is actually just defending back at home, but that is a solid start right there. Reaper's going to get into the main base and try and get a confirmation on what the technology is.
No link speed.
Yeah, and then also, like, is he getting an infestation pit would be the next thing to scout. He's going to have to do something else besides that Reaper that did just go down.
Yeah, and I mean, there is... Wait, look where Gabe has taken his 3rd, by the way, like on that high ground, or rather on the low ground, but that's kind of a nice spot to be able to put tanks on the high ground if you do want to defend it against big Roach flood, which he sees the Roaches now. He's denied this 4th base twice. As far as openings go, definitely not a bad one for Gabe.
We actually have Metabolic Boost starting for Dark, almost as he scouts the 3rd CC placement. I was kind of figuring he was going to go for a 1-1 Roach attack. I mean, just no hurry whatsoever against the Infestation Pit, but adding speed, it looks a little odd, but you do reinforce faster, obviously, with Speedlings. That's probably what he's thinking of, because he absolutely is not adding on technology right now. This is what HeroMarine really has to track. He has to keep the pulse on the Zerg to figure out if he's really all-inning me, if he's double all-inning me as the game goes on, or if he's trying to move over into something else. And it's definitely going to be an attack. Dark's 4th base been canceled twice, finally actually on the way. It's going to be a little jump-off point as well to get him closer to HeroMarine's 3rd. But HeroMarine must have known this was a possibility and is getting prepared to defend against the Roaches.
I like this little choke outside this 4th as well. Like, that makes things a little bit trickier for Dark to move into. Like, I really feel that this 3rd base positioning was a bit wild, but maybe it's going to pan out. But you look at the supply. Like, this is getting to the scariest moment here for HeroMarine, because that is a lot of Zerg. Yes, he was bunkering up, but the fact that he's moving out right now, and he's got to be so careful. Like, he needs to know where the army's going to come from.
I think he actually did see the Roaches off to the left, but he can't really respond to it super quickly. The tanks will be slightly out of position. The bunkers, absolutely. We're going to get a little bit of a pincer going on here. Dark setting up the surround, taking out the tank with the corrosive bio. One more tank in the mineral line is helping, but it's actually shooting just a single Roach. That is hardly helpful. Does redirect its attention, but the bunker is also going to go down. Dark still holding on to a 60 supply lead as he goes after the last tank here. SCV's falling. yelling, where's the rest of HeroMarine's army? It seems like it's this meager little bio, and the SCVs are not very good in this straight-up fight.
No, they are not. I mean, Dark's got a lot of it in production and walking across the map. I just saw like 20-odd roaches or so in production there, but the amount that he still has here denying mining. And remember, he got a 4th base up behind this as well. So, I mean, even though the initial bit gets a little bit deflected here, it's not as if HeroMarine walks away from that, you know, unbruised, unscathed. I mean, they both lost a lot. But, I mean, Dark was definitely hoping to just kill HeroMarine and getting him out of this game with that attack.
Yeah, a couple of tanks actually popping out. With that little bit of bio and just enough SCVs to cover has helped tremendously. Right now, it's great to see that he actually has tanks. That would be the next worry, is that the next all-in would come, and then you would actually have, you know, 1 tank, I suppose, would have built. But 2 tanks working on a 3rd, or maybe that's even a 4th. That is great. But my concern actually now is the medevac energy. The medevac energy is going to be extremely low for the next fight, especially if you're going to try and like poke or anything as you move out. So I really want to keep an eye on that. They've regened a little bit. We're consistently making them, and when you can't afford it as well, there's that little poke out. Going to catch a couple of corrosive Ravagers and dodge the corrosive Biles, obviously. I think it's a good read. That's a good poke, but once again, Dark coming in from the left side.
He is, and this base is kind of surrounded here. I mean, the 3 tanks are lovely positioned here. I mean, keeping the army busy on one side, dealing with it on the other. This is actually not the greatest fight for Dark, and these tanks, they're all living for a long time. That's just squishy Ravagers left. I think HeroMarine might be able to defend this.
I think so, absolutely. Dark had so many of the vulnerable units involved. I mean, he had so many, but they also just, they could not give quite as good as they could get. And HeroMarine is looking like he's on a low supply, and yes, a lot of his army is in those medevacs, but you really do need a big supply gap when you're playing with roaches, guys. So when you see it get to that little condensed, unless the Terran is fully broken, you do figure those reinforcements going to kick in, Defender's Advantage will kick in, and that has happened. And now I believe the question for Dark is, do I move on? Because my second attack that included Lings this time was kind of clever. That didn't work. Time to move on, perhaps. How do I play a macro game?
Like Dark, I'm not sure he needs to play the macro game, you know? Like, I feel what he's doing here, just getting to go, because there's a few things that he's been doing behind this. 5th base already up. The creep spread is actually really good to see how aggressive he's been. He's got the upgrades coming online, but he's been absolutely obliterating the tank count every time. So the fact that he's going in again, I don't hate it by any means, because he has dealt with those tanks time and time again, and HeroMarine is just forced to pull again.
Yeah, the tank count not helping as much. Bio left over, and now it's once again just the Ravagers, and they are vulnerable. They're going to try and buy some time with Corrosive Bile, wait for those reinforcements. The SCVs, once again, having to be pulled in there. 14 of them go down, and Dark might have called it right. You might have called it right. Just go. More attacks, more better. And HeroMarine just could not quite keep that 3rd base up and running. He is going to be forced to evacuate. He's got a 4th on the way. Maybe just survival is the plan right now. But he's actually rallying units in here, and that might not be the move right now.
It's such a squishy unit compo that he's got left, right? So many Ravagers, but more Roaches joining. He's got Lings being made as well, getting the upgrades on them. He just finished +1 on tanks, so if they do get to siege, they do actually 2-shot the Roaches, which is a big deal. But the amount of damage, it's been done here, Zombie Grove. And I mean, it's 68 drones, which isn't a hell of a lot, but HeroMarine, he just keeps getting absolutely tanked on his, like, economically. I want to see what his main base and natural are like right now, because they have got to be running quite dry at this point with how many mules he's been having to use. And yeah, it is not quite it. It's not the situation you want to be in as a Terran.
I think he made an accidental Cyclone. Maybe he canceled at the last second, but it's a little awkward. Dark dominating in the supply. Also going to go ahead and foolproof the future by the looks of things. Got +1 melee on the way, as well as the infestation pit. Liberator harassment is nice to see, but what about that gigantic army in front of your base? The tank's not able to shoot in every direction, and that is going to be it. Dark just absolutely relentless. Does not lose confidence in himself. He knows what he wants to do, and he's going to execute the plan, and he's just going to overpower you. He's got such a right hook.
Yeah, there's one thing that I really liked about the position of that 3rd initially was, like, those rocks by the Xel'Naga, getting through that choke is actually kind of difficult, and you saw him put up bunkers and try to fight there. But Dark, multiple times in a row, like, he did the same thing, right? Where it's like, huge army comes around the left side of the map, starts dealing with him, and it's just, it worked once, might as well do it again. And HeroMarine actually put up a decent fight against that, because it's one of those things where I thought maybe some tanks on the high ground would have been good, you know, trying to get vision is a problematic, and then, but he didn't do that, and Dark just, he just went and did Dark things, didn't he? And he's just so good at that.
I do wonder where his, you know, because he lost the tanks here. This is the first setup. we have on screen. We'll see in a second. But yeah, the first setup, you know, he gets broken, kind of, like loses bunkers, loses his tanks, but then 2 tanks arrive, and I'm like, were those just out of position? Because he definitely wasn't building 2 tanks at the time. So that's what I'm going to be paying attention to as we see, again, the defense being broken down. It did last a decent amount of time for what ended up being a surprise. I mean, Dark actually going all the way around to get the surround was a nice touch. But this is the moment that I think I'm talking about. I guess he had one maybe in the main. The second one pops out right now, and then he brings it forward at some point. Yeah, I mean, I think one on the high ground would have helped, but yeah, actually keeping this 3rd CC on location would always be a question if you were just depending on tanks on the high ground.
And one big thing that's missing here for HeroMarine, by the way, that whole fight was concussive shells. Like, it really helps a lot for just stopping the roaches from getting in the positions that they want to be, slows everything down. I think he's even missing it for this fight as well. So this is, that's a really cheap upgrade. That's 50-50, and that can help you so much and make these roaches way worse off creep. So a few mistakes by HeroMarine there for sure, but first game of the series, you're up against an absolute beast in Dark. Even if other people don't consider him the favorite, he's still a top 5 competitor here, and he thinks he's the favorite. He's going to play very, very confidently against you. And yeah, I mean, some of these wraparounds here, these tanks stood no chance.
Yeah. 100 was absolutely missing. Stopping the army from getting as fast on top of your tanks, that matters. You know, this could potentially have been a game of inches because, again, that first hold can look really ugly, but then the medevac energy regains, the count goes up, the Marauder count goes up, the upgrades finish is usually a big one as well, and it can absolutely shift momentum, but yeah, it was just a little too much, and gotta wonder how many Marauder slows could have actually impacted it, but we'll never know as we are getting more set onto the second game. Dark coming out swinging, proving that he is here to make a statement, and while we gave HeroMarine some credit, it is historically very unfavored for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think most Terrans are maybe unfavored against Dark just because of his weird playstyle.
Yeah, maybe. I can check the stats on that.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously has epic battles with Maru throughout time.
Right.
Epic battles with TY throughout time, but Dark is one guy that just makes it weird, you know? And when he's got builds like this in his repertoire that, you know, when you see roaches, you're like, oh, it can come, right? It can come. Doesn't make it any easier to hold when you know it's coming, especially when it's in the hands of someone like Dark.
Kind of surprised to see Dynasty here, but here we spawn on Dynasty top right from Alice. He is HeroMarine.
And spawning over on the bottom left-hand side, as our blue Zerg, it is Dark. Got to whip out the pigism when you say Dark, you know. Dark, yeah. But I'm with you. I'm surprised to see Dynasty here. There is one game in particular I remember. I don't know if Lambo's in the green room right now, but it was HeroMarine against Lambo quite some time ago. Quite an important matchup, and they played here, and HeroMarine went the fastest 3cc, like the fastest. So put the 3rd on the location, then did a massive 8 racks push, and it was just like, how do you hold this as Zerg? Like, I literally don't know. And he's going to do something very similar this game. So I think it's just going to be like a 3cc play, massive, massive Marine flood, and it's so incredibly hard to stop. I'm kind of wondering what Dark did veto.
Yeah. You might be able to double check that later, but this is a command center first, guys, so it could very well be this extreme greed, hoping to get away with it, and then having that powerful 8 racks. I mean, you might know it's on the way, but it is tough. It looks like Dark's just checking around, actually, for
Proxy 2 racks is what he's kind of guessing.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was in his corner before this game, I'd be like, you don't have to worry about that against Gabe, but you never know with Gabe.
Yeah.
Because, you know, 99.9% of his games, he doesn't do it, but then I've definitely seen him whip out like a 2-3 racks where he does like a bunker wall off, and it's just like, that was so un-Gabe that it's kind of Gabe at the same time. But yeah, he's going to go for the 2 racks after this. I still think it's going to be a very quick 3rd, because I mean, there's almost no reason not to these days.
Right. The 2 base attacks from Terran just aren't that impressive.
Especially on a map of this size.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Do you want to know what the win rate is for Terran versus Zerg on this map?
On this map?
Terran? Do you want to guess?
Okay, and this is just high-level play, yeah?
Well, it's Wikipedia stats. I think it's mostly high-level play.
And normally we go by like 50-50 being the closest.
Right.
Okay, I'd easily guess like 70% for Terran.
You're almost exactly right. 69%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as maps go, this this, and granted, I haven't played professionally on this map, but I've still played this map quite a bit. I feel it's like almost unlosable, you know? Like it's so good, and like that takes a lot for a Terran to admit that, Zombie Grub. It really does. But it's amazing. Like Zerg are really forced into playing a way where it's like the Terran can do whatever they want, but they just have a way better economy than normal. Like it's such a strange map, and trying to stop the Terran from mining on that gold, it's so much easier for them to do it than you. It's so tricky.
Yeah, I gotta applaud Dark for being able to play on it, basically. I think he does play on it too. I'm not sure this is a super rare occurrence for him. In general, for Zerg it is, but we're gonna see what his mindset is for the game. We have a very standard opener right now, so we're not really seeing what he's thinking, but he does take the middle base as his third. Obviously, he would know that HeroMarine took that back natural with the gold. He doesn't know what the build is yet. I believe he hasn't really gotten scouting much of that at all. Maybe he did see the command center timing. He's gonna go Roaches once more. Obviously, guys, Dark was known for Roaches for so long. So when I mentioned that for the last couple of weeks he was hiding it, you can only hide it so much, but there must have been a reason just to kind of maybe throw someone off. So there's maybe a little more doubt in Hero's mind that he's always going Roaches.
Yeah, I mean, when you're intrinsically a Roach, like you always... All paths lead to Rome, right? Like, he's going to go back to it at some point. He's so good. But he can do the Mutalist stuff as well, even though it's very out of fashion. He can play Lingbane. I still think that Gabe's play this game, it's not what I saw from him last time. It was very much the normal, like, 1-racks expand on the low ground, but then 1-racks, or rather expand in the back on the gold as well. So this is definitely going to be kind of bringing back old school, like a 2-1-1 after it.
Yes,
but with the CC first. It's unusual, and it could maybe catch off guard, but Dark skipped Link speed again. By the way, he's getting Burrow, like way before...
Tunneling Claws would be available.
Yeah, way before. And does he even have like Roach speed? Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. He can't.
Yeah, he's no lair. This is so interesting, guys. So first of all, I think HeroMarine, like I said, that he's kind of like, it looks like he's been studying Bjorn. I'm going to say that again, because Bjorn has brought back his 2-1-1 off of a command center first. And he kind of divides, like, you know, depending on what he sees, how he plays it. He can play very aggressive. He does still get a third, as HeroMarine is. Or he actually even has a couple of games versus Dark where he ended up just super turtling and only harassing with the first 2 medevacs. So we might be seeing a little bit of that. It does change up the pacing of what the Zerg expects, and it has caught some of them off guard. But typically when it comes to the 2-on-1, it's a very understood build. You know how to defend against it and how you can cut corners.
I wonder if he was hoping to do some Burrow stuff behind that gold so he can just keep regenning. But either way, he's going to use Burrow here in this fight, which is annoying. He's going to keep some of these Roaches alive, and right now he is deflecting this little bit of pressure, but you know, it's going to go on for a while. You don't have speed to work with. Lair's going to finish up very soon. The Roach count's getting pretty high. And he's doing a good job with his Burrow micro zombie grub. This is quite cute by him.
Yeah, he did. I think he missed a transfuse because of it, so it's like give and take. But yeah, no, that's a great idea. The Burrow play, just in general, we know it's obnoxious. You might have gone up against a couple of people on ladder who are obsessed with it. And in professional play, very not common. And even if it was buff tunneling claws, that would also be not very common. But it's a kind of a cool idea to abuse that back base, and then eventually maybe you do get tunneling claws and you are just the obnoxious Roach player that kind of goes everywhere with even Nidus Worms later on. Oh boy. That might be Dark's eventual plan. It was kind of revealed. I would expect HeroMarine did pay attention and see in Burrow, right? So he should have at least a missile turret in the common entry points to his base. Just again, tunneling claws finishes. That is a graphical upgrade, so I'm sure he's also just paying attention to the Roaches.
Yeah, those little Roaches get little spikes on their backs, and you know, the one that's harder to see is the little bit of Shroud moving behind them, which is so difficult, but especially in high intensity situations and a new setup that you're not used to. Back at home, maybe you can be like, oh no, I spot that every time, but here, lights being everywhere. But so far, HeroMarine's done a good job of just making Dark very honest about how many drones he's getting out. Like, you look at that, 57 to 59, even though not many drones have fallen.
This is so similar to a Dark Beyond game, actually. It wasn't on this map at all, but as we see right now, that has to be canceled. Sorry, Dark. He is getting some SCV damage, apparently, so a little tit for tat. Technically even in his favor because he saved the drone, too. So, yeah, the money's not too bad for Dark. But what happened was that Bjorn opened up 2-on-1, applied a little bit of aggression, and Dark was like, wow, he's being really aggressive. I'm kind of worried here. He stayed on a low drone count, which he is a master of. He's very comfortable, weirdly enough, there. And then eventually, Bjorn just, like, didn't find any type of power push. and it went into the longest late game where he made swarm hosts. Yeah, versus late game bio. Frankly, there was a lot of tanks, but still. Very reminiscent of that, because it seems like, once again, Dark is like, okay, I gotta be careful. What the heck are you doing? What the heck are you doing? Oh, okay, I think I understand. Here's a bunch of drones.
I wonder how many kills that tank has, because I think that's where the SCVs were falling. Okay, just one so far. So SCVs were falling somewhere, don't know exactly where. I like that he's taken this base on the other side, so we'll be able to get the rich gas going with that gold base. So that's going to be a massive, I want to say an issue for HeroMarine that he has to kind of really respect, but delaying it, dealing damage on the left side. Oh, this is way closer than the first game.
Right, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen too much yet, but like they're both setting themselves into somewhat prime positions. Dark's gonna get 2-2, speed on his Lings. He's getting the Hydra upgrades. Eventually Lurker Den, I do expect, as the Hive is on the way now too. I think maybe his, I haven't seen his scouting too much, but one of the first things you still would worry about was being 8 racks, how much pressure you're gonna be under. And we are still on 3 bases for HeroMarine, so I believe that is exactly what he did. Yeah, well, 4th CC.
I still feel that none of this went quite as well for HeroMarine as he wanted it to.
Yeah.
And I do think a lot of it comes down to what Pig said, where Dark is greedy. Like, this is 2 games in a row where he's just been 3 hatcheries before getting any sort of gas and just going into roaches, and he looked pretty damn safe doing it, which is really cool. But now he's getting to this blob, like this massive blob, which will have to deal with a huge number of bio, decently upgraded bio as well, and a lot of tanks behind it. Right now, HeroMarine's army is significantly stronger, so Dark is going to try and buy time and stop this from moving out. He's got 17 Hydras queued up right now.
Yeah, as much as HeroMarine might not have gotten his best plan here executed, I don't think Dark did either. They might have tripped each other up a little bit, but I think we kind of came into this thinking the onus was on the Zerg to figure out how to play this map, and Dark seems to be in a similar position to many other Zergs, which is in a very difficult position to defend against the 8 racks with tanks sieged up. He is forced to retreat, giving up that base, and he's not mining from the top left quite yet either. Oh no, Ravagers on the front getting taken down. More Hydras coming in, Roaches coming on the front line as well to be that tankiness. But speaking of tanks, they do siege up a little late, and a good little split there from Dark as well to maximize his potential dealing with those tanks. That looked like it was extremely scary, and then just, no, Dark was winning. What are you talking about?
Some clutch Lings come in there, and a lot of firepower from the Hydras as well. And I mean, right now, this isn't a creep spot. That gold base opened up now. Like, that provides Dark another path of attack, which, isn't often available to you. But the fact that he's surviving here, eliminating the tank count entirely, HeroMarine's going to that pure-esque play where you're really all in on 3 bases right now. Going for the Liberators, but Dark with
GG.
much.
Wow. I think he got overconfident, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was not playing with his tanks for so much of that, and they were basically isolated by that end.
And the fight ended as 2-2 was like 10 seconds away.
Yeah.
Which is really big. Like, he really felt he had to do something. Leaving those tanks behind, not doing anything, that's such a big part of your army against all these range units that clump up very, very hardcore. But I do think the play that he went for, CC first on the low ground, on the gold, I feel that's not as scary as 1 racks taking your normal base, then taking the back base where you put your 3rd, where very often when you go for those kind of builds, you got 3rd on the high ground just waiting to pop on over. There it's just on location, and it's so damn safe. Like, I really feel that build is the one that Zergs find way scarier in this matchup.
Yeah, than the build that we saw. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not going to blame that on his loss here. I definitely think he was in a good position. We had a lot of the vulnerable units, the only vulnerable units were on the field. Ravagers and Hydras for this second, right? Roaches were coming in to try and help, but the bio had gotten so detached from the tanks that they really only were involved in the fight towards the tail end.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was a good example, and then you see the 2-2, Like, 2-2 was moments away from being done. I don't think Gabe had to be that aggressive, because he could have taken out this gold base in the bottom, which would have been great already, but he was pushing for the throat. That was one of those times where it's like, if I felt what Gabe was feeling, you probably feel the BPM going through the roof, where it's like, oh, I've got him, I've got him. And you just go. And like, if he could look at that again, be like, you know what? I had a pretty good position there, pretty good hold, because all those tanks in that fight with those Marines, when the upgrades come online too, it's going to be faster than Dark's 2-2. I think he would have been looking pretty all right there.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I also wonder if Dark was a little surprised by how that was broken. He had confidence in his macro, which is great, but typically when you see that Hive come up, it's kind of like a race to the Viper. Not just getting it, but then getting the energy on it, and then that's how you deal with the tanks. So he was probably panicked a little bit. He knows the power of an 8 racks, but it was a pretty fatal mistake, I think, on the actual battle. HeroMarine, he's coming out with some good ideas. He's trying to really mix things up as well, but Dark is proven to just be unflappable. You know, he doesn't care.
I can almost see it in HeroMarine's body language. It's like, wow, if I don't win on that map, winning any other map is going to be significantly harder. And like Dark, just, you know, unfaltering in his posture and stuff. And yeah, HeroMarine looking a little bit deflated, which sucks for him, because going into Alcyone here for the third map, spawning over in the top right-hand side, the red Terran, it is Big Gabe.
And in the bottom left, as the blue Zerg up 2-0, bringing some dad energy into the tournament, he is Dark.
Dad gamers unite.
Dad gamers unite, exactly.
Yeah, you know, you think of the normal dad gamer, and it's like, nice and slow and methodical and blah, blah, blah. And then you bring Dark to the table. It's just like, he's a true Giga Chad dad.
He's absolutely the dad who's like a really nice, like affable person, but then someone goes after his kid and he just like turns into the Hulk.
Yeah.
Except,
or like Liam Neeson type thing,
oh,
you know?
like I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, exactly.
I would not mess with Dark in an alleyway ever.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah, he's gonna
Even
be
though I'm a
scary.
good like head higher than him, like he's got the
No,
stout.
he's actually scary. I think we get these guys in a boxing ring, I think he wins.
Absolutely. Totally. Although Gabe, he's had times where he's looked pretty big as well, to be fair. In fact, they were kind of similar in stature for a little bit of time, but Gabe's definitely slimmed down a lot, but that's all by the by. Winning on that map previously, that's a big deal for Dark, and I don't think he'll be able to get away with that every time in this top. He's going to go up against a lot of really good Terrans, most likely. But yeah, definitely a sigh of relief for him, because getting, like, HeroMarine, if he gets one map on the board, you don't know what can happen from that point. Like, that's a big boost of confidence. And if there's anything that Dark has on his side, is the fact that he oozes confidence, and giving his opponent even a little inch kind of thing, that can really throw off the flow of the game for him.
Yeah. Well, momentum certainly on Dark's side. HeroMarine is going to be feeling maybe a little squished, kind of just like, what can I actually do here? It's going to go back to some really standard stuff. 1 racks, expand, perhaps into that 3rd CC, and perhaps into the 8 racks, because, you know, we just don't see Dynasty in this matchup too often, so it's not even, you don't even have to explain it would be good for an 8 racks. Alcyone we do see, and it is an 8 racks map that has proven to be a struggle for a lot of Zergs to defend. But it's maybe lost a little bit of its magic, almost invincibility. It seemed like it was maybe too good for a little while. But I think I've seen more Zergs actually handle it. But it's all about, I feel, the pounce. That's what we saw with Oliveira and Dallas. He just pounced when the Zerg was getting ready, but not quite.
Yeah, and I mean, Oliveira has that killer instinct too, right? Like, if he can, he will. And this is the kind of build that I wanted to see from Gabe on the previous map, but, you know, he's going to pull out here. It's very, very good. You know, a lot of Terrans, they really turned away from just double gas openings, 2cc, like a long time ago. There's far more standard, really gets to test yourself against the Zerg, but the way that Dark's been opening up, like really forgoing Zergling speed entirely and just being mega greedy with the 3 bases, like this is obviously punishable by some kind of 2 racks plays, but it's not really in HeroMarine's repertoire, and he's opened up double Cyclone, whether that's for Zerg or rather Overlord hunting. I'm not entirely sure with this one, but it's interesting.
Yeah, we saw this be a thing.
He's going to do mech, isn't he, maybe?
Oh, okay, so yeah, first of all, he has been meching. He has been trying mech on ladder on his stream, guys, so we could see that. It is not exactly the mass Cyclone, I think, that we are thinking of, but also the double Cyclone opener into Hellions is still kind of a thing. And it does get the Overlords initially up against someone who doesn't have Speedlings. You don't have that weakness Cyclones have that they would need the Hellions to help out with. And so either he is going to go mech, and that's why he's building 2 additional Cyclones, or he's like, I can really take advantage of this lack of speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it isn't going to be mech. It's going to be 4 Cyclones, though. Might be able to get another pick-off on the map. Very far forward, might I add, but maybe not even just that. Oh, keeps it alive, just getting it out of vision there. The Queens were there, prepped up as well. But it will be going into regular bio behind it, but 4 Cyclones, that's quite a decent investment. And Cyclones, they're one of those units, like many Terran units, they kind of fall off a bit. They're not as good as the game goes on. So Dark seeing this, I think he's probably already like, well, not going to take damage from this. I'm feeling pretty good. And he goes for the Zergling speed way early this time. Oh,
yeah.
This could be very aggressive from him, actually.
He does like to all in on this map. You know, and it's it makes sense because either you win or you lose, but you don't have to deal with the 8 racks.
Yeah,
so.
and it's also one of those things that if you do see this many Cyclones, you know that's so much gas spent into that isn't getting the tanks afterwards. Excuse me. And you've got the reactor on the factory, not on tank production as well. This could very much be a very quick game, and I'm paying close attention to whether he's even going to go for a lair, because I doubt it. And yeah, when you start getting Ravages kind of before you need them almost, yeah, it's going to be very, very quick from Dark.
Yeah, not really a wall up either, right? Maybe not anticipating the fast speed in general, much less the entire all-in. Dark also very good with keeping his speedling somewhere else so that the Terran thinks, oh, maybe the roaches are just like a little pokey poke, and then boom, suddenly all the speedlings as well. He might not have to do that this time. I'm not sure he actually has to be clever about this. He might just be able to just run in there and kill him.
I think so. Like, he morphed these roaches very far forward, and boom, he's getting the pounce, and Big Gabe, you saw the face there, looking a little bit tense, and this is very surprising from Dark, and that's going to be a lot of bios going down. The Marines, they don't even have stim yet, they don't have anything. That's so many upgrades coming in that aren't going to be here for this fight, and even if Dark doesn't kill him, which he absolutely is, by the way. I mean, it's just a bad situation. Third is landed and stuff, but HeroMarine, oh my goodness, Dark doing Dark things.
We're seeing some kick-ass strategies in these series. You know, the Oliveira Banshee, but then this, thinking that HeroMarine would eventually try and take advantage of the lack of link speed opener, and then just being like, aha, I can still actually get this for this all-in, and you wouldn't expect them that, is it? Actually, very cool stuff. Dark trying to make a statement here. He is one of the favorites. He wants to be one of the favorites to win this tournament, and he just 3-0'd HeroMarine in every fashion imaginable, right? Like, he did the all-in, he did the defense, he did the macro game, he defended the 8 racks on one of the hardest maps for Zerg. I mean, he just actually kind of styled with Dynasty being one of the maps he won on.
He looked better strategically than Gabe, honestly. Like, I feel that Gabe's openings, and I mean, he's far better Terran than I am, but some of these openings didn't quite make sense to me, like the Dynasty one I talked about a little bit. This with the 4 Cyclones, I'd love to know what his goal was with that opening, because what Dark did, he just saw that and he was like, I can kill you. Like,
yeah.
I can kill you. And I just want to know what his goal was with that, because Dark made that look way easier than it should be, and he really flipped the switch, right? Like, rather than outplaying, it was like, I out-strategied HeroMarine, which is what HeroMarine normally does to people.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We're going to get to see what the analysts thought of that series.
Well, Dark does indeed manage to just take out HeroMarine, making a statement and a half as he takes that 3-0 down state. Dark just full of confidence, taking away HeroMarine's builds and just capitalizing on any errors that HeroMarine made too.
Yeah, he was just a complete bulldozer in that series. It felt like there was no stopping him. That was maybe the fastest best of 5 of the entire day.
Yeah.
And Dark seems like he is firing on all cylinders. He has not missed a beat since winning the GSL Codes Finals. And now he's here, and I think he might be one of the favorites to advance from Group A.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be tough for HeroMarine Pig, but man, like, it was really tough this time, huh?
Disgusting greed in Game 1 to start the series that went unpunished, and I mean, from there it was a slippery slope. I felt like the moment Gabe didn't continue to push in with his first double drop of Marines, it was almost over there. Like, just the numbers were drastically in favor of Dark, because he went 61 workers before building a single roach. It was 6 Zerglings, 6 Queens, nothing but drones, one of the greediest builds of all time. It's just hard to hang on against those numbers at the start of the series. I do think Gabe had some opportunities, though. You know, as the series continued past the point, even here, he actually held on very impressively, considering the numbers disadvantage. But as the series went on, I feel like he just got a bit too excited playing against Dark, almost like Dark's a normal Zerg. And he's not, he's Dark. Dark plays his own unique style, where you don't have to be worried about the transition. You have to be worried about right here and now. And here, this is a massive overextension. He has 8 tanks, and he pushes in and tries to fight without them. He must have thought Lurkers and Vipers were about to hit the field, and he's like, I gotta go now, I gotta get him before he gets those Hive Tech units. But of course, leaving the tanks on their own, it didn't work out.
Absolutely brutal moment, because that was a game where HeroMarine had some momentum and had some potential, but then you overextend state, and Dark is the kind of player who's going to just like capitalize on any moment that you overextend a little too far. He is going to have that killer instinct to just go.
Yeah, we have seen him do this
for what feels like forever now.
Yeah.
And basically every single matchup he is not afraid to be aggressive and pull the trigger. And in that sense, I feel like he is one of the scariest Zerg players in the world to go up against, because he's not like the kind of Serral who, yeah, will mix in some aggressive plays, but generally is just this macro beast that is just indomitable. Dark is this wild and chaotic force that is almost impossible to contain.
Yeah.
And he just unleashed some insane energy in that series against HeroMarine. That was a clean 3-0.
Well, that was sets up a very fun matchup tomorrow. Estraya versus Dark Pig. That is definitely one where Estraya is an underdog again, but he can maybe come out. These two have had some really fun matches online. I'm sure you've caught a couple of those.
Oh, they play so many crazy wild games. It usually is Dark favored, but it's a barn burner getting there, and Estraya has won a few series against him. Of course, we're going to be starting the Group B bracket coming up soon as well, and there's so many names. I can't believe we haven't seen any of these guys play yet. It already feels like it's been such an action-packed day.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Serral's going to be headlining that group, but of course, I mean, look at the matchups as well. Hero Solar, HeroMarine, Clem Classic. The rest of today is going to be absolutely incredible. We're only halfway through. We're going to be swapping out, right? Because the other guys want a chance to cast some of these awesome games as well. So we're going to have to give them a go. Obviously, coming up first is Serral the Titan versus Coffee, perhaps the biggest underdog of the entire tournament. So that's going to be fun to see if Coffee has the chance to prepare anything that can maybe challenge Serral. Oftentimes, that is going to be an extremely tough matchup. So all I can say is good luck to Coffee, and we hope he can put up something of a fight. We will be back with that Serral Coffee matchup coming up in a few minutes after the break.
I am here now joined by Coffee, one of the biggest underdogs in the tournament. Your first opponent is Serral. That is a very tough opponent. So did you prepare for him? How did you prepare? And how do you expect to do?
首先第一个问题就是说，因为你即将面对的第一个对手就是 Serral 嘛 ，Serral 可能是世界上企鹅国最强的一个选手之一了，然后就想问你，就是你有没有对 Serral 做出相对的这个专项的调整或者专项的准备呢？以及你认为你目前的信心是多少？
我觉得主要还是比起准备的话，我觉得还是主要放在就对自己这一块吧，希望就是自己能发挥出来发挥的比较好就可以了，就并没有特别就是研究一下怎么样。
I think most of the preparations that I've done is not so much targeted towards Serral, it's more to just for myself, just to make sure that I'm able to perform to my own expectations and the level of performance that I should be able to do at this level.
Okay, very briefly about the Chinese scene, perhaps if he could speak to if you could speak to basically how the Chinese scene has grown in StarCraft II in recent history and how it feels for you to represent the scene as a whole.
就想问一下啊，就是最近中国赛区，中国的星期二的这个赛区呢，也有比较显著的上涨，对吧？就想问你，你现在也是作为其中一个中国的代表，你认为整个赛区对于整个中国赛区以及你作为这个代表这个身份有什么想法呢？
我觉得其实中国选手其实打的都挺好的吧，就是没有那么多比赛的机会去表现自己，就其实还都挺厉害的，我觉得。
I think there are a lot of strong Chinese players out there. The Chinese scene in general is also pretty strong. It's just that we don't really have much of an opportunity to be able to showcase our talents on the global stage.
And the last question is milk or sugar?
Milk, no sugar.
Milk, no sugar. Thank you.
set, go.
I am here joined by Juna, the GOAT. How are you feeling today? I know you were a little bit sick. If you want to speak to that.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I'm not too badly sick. I think I've got the worst part out the way already, and just a little flu now, but feeling pretty good and hoping for a good result.
All right. That's encouraging to hear. Obviously, you've been in the military, so a lot of people are wondering if you've been preparing as hard as you can usually do, and yeah, how's that whole experience been?
Well, obviously my preparation has been interrupted, but at the same time I have tried to use all the time I have had, and I think I've done a pretty good job. I have a decent amount of time, so I'm confident in my preparation, but I wouldn't say it can never be as good as when you would focus on one thing completely, but it is very good and as good as it can be.
All right, that's good to hear as well. And how do you feel about your first opponent, Coffee? For many, I mean, it's the weakest player at the tournament. Do you also kind of think, oh yeah, I'm gonna make it easily past him, or did you put a lot of time preparing for him specifically?
I always like to put time in every opponent, and obviously I'm not looking down at Coffee, but that is a match that I'm expecting to win, and I'm going to win it with high confidence, but I have done my preparation, and I don't want to get surprised, that's for sure.
Is there any match that you're not expecting to win?
No, not really.
Tough question from the community, very tough question. If you were to steal a skill from any player in the tournament, who would it be and what would that be?
Probably Oliveira's skill to fist pump after every win.
All right, that was Juna.
I can't believe it. What is locked me in a closet for 4 series, and now I get to be here. It's time, as we have got ourselves our next series on the board. It's Claris here to be able to bring you this one. We have got Serral going up against Coffee. Joining me, I have Lambo as well as Rotterdam to talk about it. Lambo, good to have you here. Excited to break these things down. It is going to be a difficult series for Coffee, going up against who we think might be quite easily the GOAT.
I think that's an understatement. I think that's an understatement. I think this would be the biggest upset ever that we could get in this entire tournament on day one.
Fair, fair. Rotterdam, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, David against Goliath, yada yada. We've been it all before. I mean, Coffee is the one guy that a lot of people look at as like, how did he sneak in? Well, he just did very well in the Asia region. He performed, made it to the finals a couple of times. Obviously, put up a fight there once or twice against Oliveira as well, but it was never that quite close. And most of the time, when we think of the Asia region, we more think of players like Firefly or Cyan. So the fact that Coffee is here is awesome. The fact that he's playing against Serral in his very first series of the tournament, that's probably not very awesome for him.
No, indeed. You can go over to stcplay.gg as well to give us your predictions as to who you think is going to be able to take this one. I suspect it might be a little bit one-sided, but let's take a look at these map vetoes as well. Now, Lambo, I need to know, from your perspective here, considering that Coffee comes in as the vast underdog, how do you approach a series like this versus Serral, who people are expecting to win the tournament, never mind this series?
Yeah, I think you obviously need to mix it up. If you just play it standard, you won't have a chance against Serral. And then the question is, how do you really catch him off guard? Because he also has the best scouting in the game, so all-inning is usually not the way. I think denying the scouting, doing something that looks maybe like an all-in, then going for something super greedy, then going for a later timing, because you really don't want to go into a late game either. This is very difficult to do still, but I think that's kind of what gives you the best shot, like a really awkward opener.
I love that. So like we're kind of all-inning, but we're not all-inning, but we're still all-inning. Make it look like you're all-inning, but you're not all-inning, but then you hit him with a different all-in later on. But yeah, it's obviously incredibly difficult, right? Especially TVZ historically. This is the people's matchup, the matchup that everyone has always loved throughout StarCraft II history, because it really comes down to skill, to mechanics, to micro, and getting the best of Serral in this matchup. There's often only one way, and that is just to play straight up better. How can Coffee somehow do that? I mean, it doesn't really matter how hard he prepared for this tournament. Serral is Serral. You don't reach that level in a couple of months. Some people will never ever reach that level. Most people will never reach that level. It's incredibly difficult.
No, definitely. It's difficult going up against someone who you expect to be going so far in this tournament. A player who even might be just thinking totally beyond Coffee as well. So maybe there's a surprise that could occur here, but
Gotta give it to Yona though, he always shows a lot of respect to his opponents.
Yeah,
he is
very
not
true.
a guy who will look past Coffee, and that's also perhaps what makes him the GOAT, that he always takes it serious. And that's why he doesn't have a lot of slip-ups. Like throughout history, if you think of tournaments, where did Serral really drop the ball? I mean, I'm sure we can think of 1 or 2 tournaments where we thought it would be better, a quarterfinal ZVZ loss here and there, Game is 8, Katowice, but it doesn't happen very often because Serral shows everybody respect, and I can guarantee you that even for Coffee, he's been studying. Like, it might seem silly, but Serral has absolutely been studying a couple of the games just to know what he can expect from a man like Coffee.
Well, here's Group B here, the matches that are coming up throughout the day as well to finish things off, as we've concluded what's going on in Group A for the moment. Later on, Hero versus Solar, Cure versus Reina, Clem versus Classic. I mean, overall, Lambo, this is a phenomenal bracket.
Yeah, I love the bracket. I think the next 3 matches are going to be a lot closer on paper.
Sure.
And I think all of it super, super high level.
Group B is sick. Honestly, 7 out of 8 players, and I say this with a lot of love to Coffee, but Coffee is just not someone we normally expect to go top 4.
Yeah.
But the other 7, if any of them would make it into the final 4, we'd be like, yeah, that makes sense because they're all that freaking good.
All right, well, let's get to it then, as we have got our matchup on the way, and we can head on over to the commentators, as Coffee is going to have to take down the Titan Serral to stay in the upper bracket.
What is up, everybody? Tastos is here, and we're getting into this Serral versus Coffee map. Obviously, this is a matchup that clearly has a favorite, right? I mean, Serral should take this. He should be able to move on and clean this out. From Serral's perspective, he probably wants to hide as many of his best strategies as possible, pocket them for the later part of the tournament. I think from Coffee's perspective, he has to treat this match specifically, and probably every match in the entire tournament, as if it is, you know, the very last match of his entire life.
I think you're right about that. And we are going to get into this series right now. In the bottom left, we have just one of the best players of all time. It is Serral.
And his opponent here in the top right, playing Terran in the red, he is Coffee. The underdog in this, no disrespect to him, but Serral obviously takes all the oxygen out of the room in pretty much any matchup he's in. Coffee very well may be the weakest player in this bracket, but let's see what he's got. He's put the hours in, he's prepared, he's gotten this far, and, you know, maybe he can come up with something.
Yeah, I got to say, like, when the weakest player in the bracket is, like, you know, one of the top 5 players from China, which has a very strong scene. You know, that's It's just like a funny thing. It's like, oh yeah, no, this guy's really weak. It's like, well, he's still like, you know, here he is at the top 20 in the world. So,
You're right.
But you know, you're definitely right. This is a tough one. You know, he wasn't expected to make it. It's because of Oliveira, you know, just shining so brightly lately that he's able to be here. So he's going to be playing against Serral. And you know, here's the thing. Like, obviously, yes, Serral's favored against everybody, but give him his shot here, right? Like, he's going to have something planned out, something up his sleeve. And I'm excited to see what it is, because he's probably the player that everyone knows the least about.
That's right. Going into this, I liked what Lambo said earlier, that I think you have to do something kind of scout deny based, maybe create ambiguity. You know, is it going to be a rush? Could he make it look like a rush, but actually it's just going to be some kind of a macro play or a weird tech switch? I don't think there's a world where Coffee is going to play a straight up head-to-head, toe-to-toe game and ever out-muscle Serral.
Yeah, no one really can do that. It's not a thing that you really generally tend to see. So we'll see what his plan is. Like, he's already, you know, playing relatively safe. He sends down his SCV just to make sure that this is not some sort of pool firstlings running around type of thing. And now has the Reaper down here. You know, the good old Reaper dance. Let's damage a few things. And, you know, pretty standard openers so far. But nothing is standing out from Coffee, making me think like, oh, wow, I can't believe he's doing this.
The defining feature of Serral, it really is the perfect play, which might sound cliche when you've got the best player, but it's almost impossible to ever find the moment where there is the opening where you can eke out that extra damage, where you can thread that needle and get the perfect play and maybe change the course of the game. So it's tough. I mean, Zerg as a race sort of functions on growth balanced with a degree of safety. You try to overgrow, then you lose to the push, right?
Yeah.
But I think no one in the world has ever done it better than Serral.
Yeah, he treads that line of safety, but optimization better than everyone by a good margin. Yeah, it's kind of wild to see, because when you can actually tread that, where you're basically being as greedy as you can be while being like basically completely safe the whole time, really the way to beat them that they were kind of alluding to is you need to make a mistake. Right? Which is why they're talking over on the desk about, like, oh, deny the scouting and, you know, make it look like an all-in and then go greedy and then do like a later all-in, that type of thing. What that really is you're trying to force him into a mistake, which is hard to do, because Serral's decision-making is probably the most consistent out of all of the pros as well.
Right. I guess the idea when you do a funny opening is you're trying to force them to pull the wrong lever in the tech tree, right?
Yeah.
To over-drone or, you know, maybe overling, something like that. Now, in this game, it's double eBay. This is a fairly straightforward opener. We do have one Banshee being produced right now, but, you know, there's nothing remarkably creative about Coffee's play. Now, that's not wrong. It's just not really what we expected going into this best of 5.
Well, it's cool to see, you know, he's going Banshee Hellion, which is very safe and can do some decent harassment, and going double eBay rather quickly with this as well, with that third command center finished up in the main base. So, you know, he's doing a lot of things at once, and Serral is making a group of roaches here, has some speedlings out on the map as well. But, you know, with the Banshees out, with the fact that he has some Hellions, I think that everything Coffee's doing is going to be all right. Like, I like the opener.
Yeah, no, it looks fine for now. 7 roaches being produced. The Hellion's going to poke out here as Serral is intent to continue to creep out and grow on the map. 12 lings behind the roaches here.
Yeah, no, he's getting ready for some aggression for sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Viking going around a little bit. Coffee's scouting a lot on the map, so he's going to have a pretty decent idea of what's going on. He did not even try to take that third base yet, so that's kind of good for him. And you know what? If he can just kind of block what Serral's doing, like, on paper, I like his build much better than what Serral has here. Unless, of course, Serral gets a bunch of damage, which is a possibility, of course.
Yeah, so the roaches are going to be the damage dealers. The lings can tank a little bit. They can try to come into certain sides. The SCV pull is going to come down. The links come through the side here. A pretty good pull so far here from Coffee.
Where are those Banshees at right now?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Back
okay.
here.
Well, that's good. Picking off some of the Ravagers right there, so that's kind of nice. But Serral just kind of flooding up the ramp right now against Coffee, who has tried to play it greedily. Let's see if he's able to hold on. He's already lost a lot of SCVs here, unfortunately. Now, the worker count for Serral is not particularly high. This is a pretty sharp all-in from him as well. But he's killed so many workers that he looks like the macro player.
Yeah, I think Coffee's certainly not going to die here. We see that Serral is droning up, but the question is, has this damage been maybe not fatal, but enough of a blow to his whole setup that he'll never be able to recover? You know, we talk about how Serral never really missteps, and so when he does a rush like that, he's basically making the game very, very easy for himself later on.
Yeah. Well, you know, it is triple command center, so he can get his SCV count back up for sure. Like, he can kind of recover in that way. I think another thing that's kind of hidden that went wrong here is during that defense, his armory wasn't made, right? So even though he got the very quick upgrades, his 2-2 is not going to be on the time plane that he wanted it on, right?
That's right.
So that's a little bit painful. He did start their armory after everything was held, after 1-1 has already been done for a while. So Serral's not going to catch up in upgrades, but, you know, he's working towards that.
Yeah, when that armory finishes, he can start that up. But it's another problem. It's another part of the race that he's just behind on. You can see Serral's upgrades are continuing to come along right now. Really good growth on the map. The creep spread is looking very nice. There is going to be an opportunity here for Coffee to try to come out on the map. He's got the Banshee harassing the hatchery at 6 o'clock, but he's also pushing with these Marines and medevacs, but there's just enough on the ground here for Serral that really Coffee can't ever be, oh my God, he gets that Banshee. Yeah, Coffee can't ever really be present anywhere as long as Serral can come and send whatever he needs to that area to shut down whatever harass is occurring.
Well, when you have creep spread this good, it is pretty hard for Terran to get in there and force the cancels on these hatches, especially with how many units he lost with that hold. Now, a little boost into the main base. It's not that many Marines. It's like 9 Marines or something with 2 medevacs. So, you know, he's kind of, you know, keeping Serral like a little bit busy, but the likelihood of him finding real damage here is almost 0.
And Coffee taking his third base. I think there's a chance Serral just runs in there and forces that to lift again. We do have a harass over here. It seems like the Queen is going to be picked off, but this is a naked expansion. There's no way to really protect this. He will lift. He'll lose a couple SCVs in the process. It doesn't seem like there's enough Ravagers that he can kind of pelt that over and over to kill it off. But in fact, there's not even really enough defense over here to just protect a full-on attack up in the front. He's got enough Ravagers that he can triple shot that tank over there on the corner.
Yeah, this is about it for Coffee. I mean, he's been down at half the supply of Serral for a while now. He tried to recover. I don't hate the build order he did, right? Like, I think it was a fine one to try, but Serral got that punish off just so brutally, and GG is called. Serral going to take game 1.
I mean, it was a game where the timing attack there from Serral worked out perfectly. Coffee was a little bit light on the defenses, wasn't able to defend his position well enough to prevent the Lings from them getting into the main, killing so many SCVs. And the result is that you have a completely dysfunctional economy where Serral is eons ahead.
Yeah, so let's go ahead, take a look at these highlights. And yeah, this push coming in, right? The Banshees were somewhere behind here, I think, picking on the Roaches that were turning into Ravagers, that type of thing. He does land. You can notice that he didn't have like a full wall or anything here, so that definitely played part. Maybe he should have thought about getting that wall. But yeah, it's just a bit too much damage, right? Losing. I think he ends up losing like 26 SCVs or something. It's too much.
And this is going to be the final attack here. We had some harass, but, you know, this attack, you can look at it and say, oh, how would you defend here? It doesn't really matter because this is a byproduct of the damage that was done in the previous highlight that we saw over there.
Yeah.
When you can't, you know, ever muster the kind of army to both attack and defend, you're just never going to win the game. We see with the next flood of Roaches coming in here now, the game is over.
Yeah, kind of a straightforward game overall. At least we got to see what Coffee had planned. It was more towards greed than anything else. I think it's... I like the championship quality of Serral there, where he can go up against the player who is likely the weakest in the tournament and just pull it all in, Bam,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
I have like 45 drones. Let's just make nothing but Roach and Ling and send it across the map. Because if that gets held really cleanly, like let's say you never went third command center, double eBay, Serral's going to be in trouble at that point.
I think it's a very straightforward, safe build to use. You got to think of that not just as a build order to beat the opponent, but really to get through this part of the tournament. There's nothing fundamentally creative or crazy about what Serral did, but it's kind of like as a game where one player is just far better than the other. We talked before about Coffee perhaps going for a style of play that would allow him to maybe be a bit more deceptive. As a straight-up head-to-head game is likely to be one that would just be impossible to win. We saw him try that in Game 1, as in he tried a kind of textbook TVZ game and it backfired. Will he be a little bit more creative, a little bit more tricky this time around?
I don't know. Maybe it's time to pull out some cheese, Tasteless.
I am very much for the cheese here. In the bottom right, in the red, he is Coffee. And in the top left, in the blue, it is Serral. Right now with a 1-0 lead. Expected, of course, but can Coffee concoct some kind of plan to, start to even this out?
Well, I hope so. I hope so. I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of like tricky cheese. Whether that's, well, obviously he's not going to be going for proxy barracks or something this game. As long as it's not a Hellbat all in, because that's the most predictable thing for a lesser player to do to a stronger player and lose with.
Yeah, and easy to stop if you're, able to micro.
Yeah, that's not a very good win rate on that one. Or maybe he just decides, you know what? I don't think that Serral will pull a rush like that twice. Maybe we go greedy here and try to hit that more mid-game timing attack. But, I'm sure Coffee has put plenty of thought into this. And, at least chosen strategies he thinks give him some chance.
Now, Serral in that last game did go for a timing attack. I'm not sure if he sized up something in Coffee's placement or behavior, like the lack of a wall in at the second base. I don't know if that's what prompted him to do it, or if it was just a move where he thought, yeah, he's probably going to skimp a little bit here. Maybe get something too early, like the eBays or something like that, and punish him that way. But again, weirdly, and stay with me on this idea if this makes sense, when you're against someone who is considered so much better than you, it does feel like the pressure almost comes off a little bit in Coffee's position, because everybody is sort of expecting Serral to move past this, and this should be, for sure, in fact, one of the less remarkable matches in this phase of the bracket. But that it can kind of be a benefit when you're the underdog that much, is you can kind of relax and just try your thing, right?
Yeah, having no expectation is one of the best ways to put out your best games, right?
Yeah.
It's just like the pressure does go away. So, I think everyone that plays StarCraft, everyone that watches StarCraft, respects just the ridiculous strength that Serral has. And the favorite of all these tournaments. So, I think he's probably going to put out basically his best play. But the thing is he actually capable of winning against Serral?
Right. And the tough part is that in a best of 5.
That was a sick gap jump right there.
Yeah. Best of 5, you really have to have pretty big range of play here to win. It does feel like a best of 3. You can kind of sneak out. We've got the third command center down here. Let's see what branch of build order from here he's going to go for. But
looks really similar to last game.
Yeah, and maybe Coffee misstepped. We are always looking big picture in the early game. Sometimes we can miss maybe, I don't know, a forgotten depot or a late add-on, something like that. And maybe he just wants to try.
He had no wall that last game. All up, it gives you precious seconds. You can do a little bit of repair. Maybe you can get a bunker up, something like that. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him do basically the same thing and maybe trying to put a few more of the buildings at the front. Like if you're going to go double eBay, let's put them at the front, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you might lose them. It might not turn out
that
well.
could backfire in its own way, right? You're like, well, I didn't die to the rush, but I'll never win with a push. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, just mix it up, change things around a little bit. We've got the Overlord over here on the far right side. It's going to be angled to try to come in and see what is going on here. It should spot the third command center pretty quickly, and the third command center is the only thing you really need to see, right? Obviously, it'd be perfect to see all the buildings. I don't think he saw that. Yeah, he does not.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Doesn't see anything there.
He could have gone maybe like a little bit further over, and I think he would have spotted it, but, you know, a risk he didn't want to take.
And it is the double eBay here once again, so it looks very, very similar to what we saw previously. There is a Roach Warren on the way here. Look at that, the 3 Queens pushing back the 2 Hellions once again. I'm getting some deja vu.
Yeah. Well, you know, for Coffee's sake, I hope that, you know, he's got, you know, at least as far as executes and builds, he's got what he wants to bring here. The 4 Hellions are going to roam now. They're going to try to clean up any stray creep tumors that we see. 1-1 coming along right now for Coffee.
Yeah, no big plume of roaches here for Serral. So, you know, this is Coffee kind of getting away with his build order overall. Like, Serral is just growing his economy. So this puts, you know, Coffee's build is basically getting what it wanted. He's not under attack. He's getting plenty of SCVs. He's getting his upgrades super, super fast. Look at this, adding 4 racks right now. I'm sure he'll throw up his armory on time this game.
And this is going to be
keep those upgrades going forward.
Yeah, sorry to run over you there for a second. This is going to be the moment where we're going to have Coffee really shoot his shot, like we were talking about before. He's going to be the one who's going to be making the moves, and Serral's going to have to be defending. Now, Serral is sort of the god of defense, right? And is usually able to parry any move that happens on the board here. The 2 Banshees are going to come up here onto the side. It's going to be deflected by the Queen as well as the Spore Crawler there, so no damage done. Remember, when you've got the Banshees on the map, there's no way to repair or heal them, so any little bit of damage is going to make them you know, a lot more squishy the next time they try to dive in. And so far, Coffee hasn't really done much of anything at all.
No, not too much, but he has added a lot of barracks. Like a lot. 8 barracks at this point.
Yeah.
So that is some production right there. Yeah, 8 barracks. So yeah, he's going to be massing up really, really heavily. I do want to see him nail out this 2-2, but his armory is slightly late here. So I feel like, oh man, you know, this is almost single player right now. We got to nail this, Coffee. If we're going to take down Serral here in game number 2, let's get that 3rd base going. Let's get that macro going. No supply blocks. Get 2-2 immediately. Because if there's going to be a window to win, it's going to be small.
That's right. And it seems like this is really where the buildup is. He wants to try to push out. He wants to hit right at this moment and shut the game down. So I think if there's a game that Coffee wins, it should be this game. It's going to be tough, but we'll see if the lead-up brings us there.
Well, he's going to get his 2-2 started here momentarily. Again, just slightly late from 4. He's cleaning out some of the creep. I think that's about as hard as you want to go. Like, obviously move these around and do that some more. But I don't want to see the Medivacs, like, super dive in. Because I think every single little bit of supply is going to be important for this push. Right? Like, he is focusing really heavy on Marine Marauder. We're going to have some Siege Tanks mixed in there too, yes. But if he's not very close to maxed as 2-2 finishes, I don't know if the push has a chance.
Okay, gets 3 drones over there. He hasn't lost that many Hellions. You know, with the Banshees and the Hellions, you can pair them with the push if you want. He's going to try to come down here from the side. It looks like he can actually snipe these Ravagers. He's going to take out 2 and even 3. Pick up and leave. I got to say, nice little harass there from Coffee. Looking very good. He's up to 141 supply to the 160, I guess 171 now of Serral.
This is really well done. You're right. Like, this harassment, you know, he's hitting a few different locations and, you know, running away as soon as it is not something that's going to work out for him. Like, I really like it. I think he's playing out a beautiful looking game right now. Like, it's all going kind of according to his plan. He's not overcommitting anywhere. He's macroing pretty cleanly. Like, obviously, Serral has a lot right now. He's getting Adrenal. He has his Hive. He's getting plus 1 melee. But, you know, we're going to be up 2 full upgrades for Coffee when he moves out with his full army.
Okay.
And he should be maxed as well.
That's right.
As long as he doesn't throw anything.
Really nice pickups here. Coffee really not missing a beat. This is a much better looking game overall. As long as he doesn't overextend, he's going to drop these Marines down here now. And he does snipe that 1 Queen over there. He's going to barely miss the 2nd one. Nice transfuses here from Serral. He does ultimately get 2, losing 1 medevac, although a nearly full 1 escapes.
Yeah, I'm a fan, man. I think he's playing a really, really nice game. Now, Ultralisk Caverner's on the way, but the push will decide the game, I think, well before we have any ultras out, right? So this hold is going to be basically Ling Bane, and oh my god, rolling in so quickly here. He sieges a lot of tanks. This is right before 2-2 is done. So this is what we would call an anti-timing here from Coffee. Like 2-2 is literally like less than 30 seconds from finish. Now, he might have this in his head that this is when he moves because his armory was late.
Yeah,
right?
that's actually a good point.
Because this is about, see how this is finishing right now? But the thing is, the big part of the engagement already occurred. If he has 2 more upgrades for that, it certainly looks different from what we just saw. So definitely a bit of a blunder here from Coffee.
Yeah, I think he might have been going through the motions a little bit and didn't really let the game hit its own marks, right?
Yes.
I think he was comfortable. He was ready to push. He had the army probably size-wise that you want at that moment, but didn't really appreciate the rhythm inside of his own game. You have to let those upgrades finish, or you are basically attacking at the worst moment possible in that frame of time.
If his armory was on time, that was basically exactly when that 2-2 would have finished. So I'm actually feeling pretty bad for him. It feels like it's just so well practiced that he knows when to move, but the armory was slightly late. So now we're in this situation where, like, okay, we've started 3-3, but you know, this doesn't feel good for him anymore, right? Serral's sitting here, easy peasy 5 bases, getting his ultras out. You know, he's blocked everything pretty well so far. The advantages that Coffee worked up to just weren't utilized.
And now we get one of these kind of quiet, awkward games post timing push fail, right? It's a lot of groups of medevacs roaming around, usually not doing that much, especially Serral. Once he shuts down the push, he immediately repositions to stop anything that could allow the Terran to get further ahead. It is 3-base Terran, which is still, you know, it's threatening, but 4 bases would have been a lot better. Basically, this whole game was built up for the, you know, big climactic attack with the 2-2 that would hopefully swing the game, and it does seem like, you know, maybe the pressure really got to Coffee here.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Well, that was not the execution he was looking for in the timing attack. He's still doing some harassment, which, you know, it doesn't look too bad, but it's not like it's really gaining him anything. And if you look at what he's going for, like, we don't see Ghost, we see a second factory, we see like 1 Liberator being produced. Yeah, Serral's just coming in and looking for a kill at this point.
Yeah, and this should be Serral closing this out. There's really no world where a 4th base can be acquired. There is a wall-in over here. I don't think if he gets behind the wall-in, in fact, he won't even get behind, he won't even be able to seal that off, no matter how many depots are lined up. There it is, GG! Serral manages to take game 2 pretty easily. We can talk about how great Serral is, how hard he is to beat, but a lot of that comes down to the fact that Coffee attacked at literally the worst moment. It was right before his 2 upgrades had finished.
Yeah, he was like 30 seconds off on that. Like, he started the engage, he started the move out, and it was just before the 2-2 was ready. And this was meant to be a 2-2 timing push around max supply, which is a very common build. And if he had waited, like, look at this. All of this, he would have been up 1-1 more.
Yeah, you could
watch.
watch.
It makes such a difference, guys.
you could watch over here this attack, and it's failing. But what you really want to look at is the top left side of the screen and the 2 upgrades coming along. Watch how small the Terran's army is. Watch as Serral retreats. Well, I guess we're not going to see it, but the upgrades didn't finish just then. And then Serral attacks in again, this time right before 3-3 finishes. Although, again, this attack a lot less significant in the grand scheme of the game. This is basically
the
Serral.
game was decided.
Yeah, Serral finishing his lunch right here.
Yeah. So, you know, I think Coffee, he chose a good build. It was like basically the same as game number 1, but he didn't get attacked. It looked very powerful. He had the right type of things going on, and then just moved out a little bit too early. So, you know, obviously a blunder on his side, and Serral just picks up the win. You're not going to beat him with an anti-timing.
We had game 1 basically a layup here from Serral. He did his timing attack. It was a fairly standard timing attack you see in the game. Lings with roaches behind them to do enough damage to get in and kill the workers. Coffee unable to, you know, deal with that in any way and is crippled in game 1, ultimately closed out. In game 2, we see Coffee fumble.
Yeah.
Really, you got to take it from his perspective if you're going to understand that game. It's less about analyzing Serral's perfect play and more about appreciating the critical mistakes that Coffee made that costed him the game.
And it's not that he would have just won or something for free. Like if the 2-2 had finished, Serral still may win that game. But the entire power of what he was doing disappeared when he moved out like that. So unfortunate there from Coffee, but now into game number 3.
Game 3 it is in the top right in the lead 2-0. It is Serral. And in the bottom left in the red, he needs to have a reverse sweep. It is Coffee.
All right. Do you think he should do the same thing as before?
I don't know.
Just the greedy 3cc, Banshee, Hellion, fast upgrades, 3 base, max 2-2 timing. Like, it's a good build. It's strong, right? And he was actually doing most of it very, very well.
I mean, he could try. It does feel like everything's a little bit futile versus Serral, right? But, you know, a weird cheese, some kind of a deceptive play like we saw where maybe he can do something surprising. I mean, game 1, it doesn't really matter because you have to hold off what Serral did first, right? Before we even get to see what the real intentions of the Terran is. In game 2, you know, it just seems like he was sort of out of his element, you know, and again, like you said, Artosis, it's not that he would have won the game had he attacked right as 2-2 finished, but at least the game would have played out the way it's supposed to.
You have to give yourself every advantage that you possibly can. It's not completely up to you whether you win, right? Your opponent has a lot of say. Serral more than most, but you do have say in how you're going to play it. And when you when you literally move out at the worst possible time, which would be right before those upgrades are done, you know, it's going to be tough. So, how does he try to recover from here? Will it be that same build 3 games in a row, or does he have something up his sleeve? Has yet to be seen.
So I wouldn't be shocked if we had a 3rd command center in this game here for Coffee. It does seem like 2 base timings are very passe at this point in time in StarCraft II. And I don't know if that's a map-dependent thing or if people just sort of figure 2 base out to the point where you're really not supposed to ever lose to it.
Yeah, I think that's just the natural evolution of RTS in general, is that the base count goes up for what you have to do and all in on, because like you get so much more powerful with each additional base. And, you know, when people figure out, like, oh, here's the sharp thing that happens on 2 base. Once you hold a 2 base all in, dude, the game's over, right? And it's not as quick as a 1 base all in. It's not as punishing. So, yeah, I think you're right. Like, 2 base all ins are generally just not any good. And when it's a 2 base all in from Terran in these situations, I feel like more often than not, it's some sort of bad Hellbat play.
Yeah, very
it's like,
much
oh,
often.
man, don't be doing that. Come on.
So we're going to see the tech here from Coffee in just a little bit. He is getting a starport. There's a lot of ways you can package the game post, you know, starport add-on, factory add-on, and see where you want to settle stuff.
So why there's a creep under the command center, Tastes.
Oh my God, how'd Serral do that? He's
Whoa,
so good.
he's so quick.
Wow. We've got Hellions coming out in pairs. He'll be roaming the map and trying to clean up creep as much as he can with that. Reaper is going to be on the move here as well. You know, overall, Serral's play looking impeccable, but at the same time, I would say not that memorable. And I don't mean that as a critique, but I think it's been a fairly straightforward series from him.
Yeah.
It's been him just scanning his opponent, surveying whether it's behavior or build orders or any kind of signal he can get, and he just has the right response.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing that it's boring and non-memorable. That means he's doing the job as intended,
right?
And so right now, this little dive-in, Coffee going a little bit too far with the Hellion Reaper, really not getting anything done but losing the Reaper and 2 Hellions.
Yeah, he is going to get a scout over here, Serral is as well, so he's really got 2 victories in the span of, you know, a few seconds. Losing the Hellions like that's a problem. You really want to do this and keep as many around as possible because you start to lose any real momentum, any real muscle, any presence on the map because once a couple are killed off, you can have a more, oh my God, he's going to get inside here with these Lings and get some kills here as well. But yeah, I mean, you're just going to be able to do a lot less versus Zerg because they can defend with less.
He does block these Lings, so we'll be able to catch those with the Hellions. But yeah, nothing going like super duper well. In fact, this is like the way that he has changed, the way that he's playing from the first 2 games is that third command center's a lot later and he got Cloak. Right. So is that a trade that's going to change the game dramatically for Coffee?
I feel like this game is looking very weak so far. We saw the Cloak just finish, and we saw the Banshee ping pong right out of that base when the Spore was ready to deal with him.
If the Cloak gets you some damage, or the extra Hellions that you made get you some extra damage, you can say, oh, okay, this was good. Like, we're maybe in a better position than having the third command more quickly. That hasn't been the case thus far.
Okay, so he's going to try to hit this hatchery up here. Now, this hatchery is going to be the focal point of a push if we have one that comes out pretty early. Coffee doesn't have to push, of course. Coffee can just stay back and keep macroing and taking bases, but I would be surprised if he does that. Did he deny that?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that hatchery is forced to restart. Actually, a pretty nice little victory there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Might not look like much, but delaying the drones being sent to the 4th base really does delay the whole rippling of economic growth throughout the entire game.
Pulls those Banshees back, keeps those alive. He did lose a few more Hellions there. Going to bring those back for a repair as well. Starting to get his macro really flowing here. Also, Serral continuing to produce some roaches, getting those roach upgrades, roach speed as well. Infestation pit here on the way, as well as a baneling nest being started. So pretty standard stuff overall here on both sides.
Yeah, Serral opening up the map over here, just clearing out these rocks, mining some purple gas. They're going to be long distance mining. Things a little bit off rhythm here for Serral, but he's doing a good job of overall catching up. Not a crazy game so far. Terran just continuing to power up. We're at about 101 supply to 138. This is a normal supply range distance for TVZ right now. Zerg is always going to be a little bit further ahead. We've got upgrades for, in this case, 1-1 finishing up right now here for Terran, so this would be a very healthy time to try to poke out on the map, to try to clean up some creep, to try to get the Zerg to retract their position, even if just a little bit.
Yeah, and he will get a few tumors here and there, but, you know, Serral does have that nice supply lead, so should have enough to kind of parry everything, push it all back. Meanwhile, Hive is about halfway done. That armory finishing up. Not perfectly lined up with 1-1, but he'll get that 2-2 going now. And continually making siege tanks throughout this, which are going to be very, very important going forward.
Okay, the Banshees are going to clean up this Queen. Oh, no, excuse me, I spoke too soon. The Queen's going to be saved. But maybe for just a second, but it's going to be the Banshee that actually ends up going down. Again, Serral able to lash out at the Terran in all these different positions. All these moments are going to build up into one big push from the Terran. It's going to be all about who can win these exchanges and maybe change the balance a little bit more to where the Terran's push can come out and maybe overpower the Zerg. But again, Serral is the best at taking these fights in the whole world.
Yeah, he is very good defensively on his own creep here. And the thing is, I don't see a timing attack that's really lining up. Like, in general, 2-2 is just a popular time to move as Terran, right? Like, you're generally right around max supply at 2-2 finishing, and it's like 3-3 takes so long that it doesn't really make sense. Like, you need to put some sort of pressure. But right now, starts another command center. I like it. Okay, so he's not, like, really dedicating himself to an all-or-nothing maneuver. You know, the 4 medevacs kind of flying around, not sure exactly what they'll be able to get done. Throwing down a macro hatch. Really like seeing that there, making sure that he's going to be able to produce nonstop.
And, you know, it's just Serral growing. He's maxed out now, which means the minerals, the gas are going to start to pile up. It's going to be all about finishing all the different text infrastructure you can get. Getting the creep spread as wide out as you possibly can, taking as many more bases will allow you to do. And then when you get this much supply banked up, you get a unique opportunity, which is that you can start to attack into locations and trade out. And while the Terran and the Zerg are both going to lose quite a bit, the Zerg can remax usually immediately by the amount of larvae they banked up, the resources in both gas and minerals. The Zerg has deep pockets.
For sure. Now, Coffee is still just kind of running around doing a little bit of harassment. You can see he's really not getting too much done, and there are Vipers out there, so kind of easy to punish. Serral with a very fluid army running around right now, cleaning this all up. Love seeing the parasitic bombs, one of my favorite moves late game from Zerg there to reduce those medevacs. But yeah, the 2-2 is finished. We have another factory being started here from Coffee. 170 supply. I don't think that this is... Honestly, I don't think this is good push timing, but it's good timing to move into this position for a 4th base. I'd like to see him just kind of siege up and max out before he really does anything big.
I like this little Liberator over here. Doing a little bit of extra damage on these drones. A big fight over here in the middle of the map, though. The Banelings are going to come forward. The tanks are in the back, and they're not able to be hit. And so that's a big victory there for Coffee.
Yeah.
Serral actually bleeding off a lot of those units as they have to run around those orange trees, not able to get away as quickly. Coffee needs to take this moment to try to advance his position, and that's exactly what he's doing. 2 more siege tanks leap forward, and he's getting closer and closer to this pivotal base here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He took a great position there for that fight and got some big volleys that made Serral turn around, but he's got to know that Serral is basically like forever maxed at this point. So be careful, set up these positions well. Nice yoink on that siege tank. None of the tanks really in range at the moment. Does he continue to push them forward and risk them being abducted by these Vipers?
Okay, we're going to have another push come in here. I don't know, man. Coffee's position is pretty good. It seems like it's a tough spot to get in, especially with the Banelings. You have to wind around that path, and this is where the pressure can really be built up. Coffee is going to just sprinkle Marines down here. If Serral tries to come in here and deny it, he picks them right back up and pulls away. He's just got to make sure he can dodge those corrosive bile shots, and he's already been hit by a couple.
Yeah, I really like this idea from Coffee, but the abducts are getting tanks that are putting that extra heavy pressure on. I don't know. Can he get this 4th base? It kind of feels like he needs to. Also, look at Coffee's supply continuing to close that gap.
An attack comes over here from above, hitting this position, and this might be the moment that Serral can strike back. He's been able to hit from the top and the right, which allows him to close in on these tanks, and the tanks are really the foothold of this entire thing. When he gets that last tank, he retreats because he doesn't have any more threats for the time being. It's up to Serral to come back, lick his wounds, and try to build up. He's doing a great job. He's taking a base at the very far bottom right side of the map. And Coffee is kind of stuck in his quadrant.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, actually, if you look at this production tab where it's 2 tanks and 2 Liberators at a time, right? So he's not really like bending into ghosts or anything like that. Oh, nice little Baneling run by as well. Serral doesn't forget anything, does he? But, you know, the fact that he's focusing really heavily on the tanks and on the Liberators, you know, maybe he can still make a composition that's going to be able to fight here against Serral, who's getting into Ultras.
Yeah, Serral, when he gets those Ultras, that's where he has a lot more power on the map. And I love these small counterattacks. It really forces you to have, for instance, these Liberators or Siege tanks or even a couple Marines back here. Oh, and while we see that, another attack comes in over here. He's going to take out 3 tanks back-to-back immediately. I think even getting the Liberator as well.
Yeah, it looks like he does get pushed back, but Serral's just poking the edges right now. He's waiting for Ultra's speed. He's waiting for these Ultras to make as well, putting some harassment on. You know, Coffee's doing well. He's on 4 bases. He's keeping a high supply. His economy hasn't really been super hindered at all this game, other than a little bit of Baneling harassment. But, you know, Serral, as he gets up towards these Ultras, like, he is going to be able to take a very good engagement. And will Coffee have enough tanks and Liberators at that time to hold him back?
That's the real question here. The Ultras are going to come up now. And it seems like this position is getting squishier and squishier every attack that comes in. A couple more tanks are going to be able to set up, so I don't think Serral can get all the way in here now, but there's 44 more Zerglings as well as 2 more Ultras coming. Serral dives in once more.
Oh, man. The parasitic bomb's going down as well over here. A lot of biles being thrown out with these Ultras kind of trailing behind. And, you know, Coffee continues to hold, but we're watching him sit down 50, 60 supply oftentimes here. Just now really getting into some of these vehicle upgrades, which that does feel a little bit late. Like if you're going to be producing 2 factory siege tanks this long, maybe you should have started that a bit earlier. You know, the Ghost Academy coming up now. So, yeah, I guess we get to see, like, I don't think he's going to go Ghost Tank Liberator. I mean, I guess he could, but I think he's going to have to really think more about which units he wants to have here. Is he going to have the Liberators for the quick repositioning and flying aspects, or will he actually stay on the siege tanks with Ghosts, or will he just die right now?
Yeah, well, the Banes are going to come in here right now. I think he can easily take out that planetary as well, and the position has been shattered. This may be the final few moments of this game. I don't think there's any way for Coffee to recover. GG! Serral takes it in an impressive 3-0 victory. Three very clear and decisive wins from Serral. A result that we expected. It's unsurprising. I think Coffee, look, he played well. He had his moments, but clearly he was deficient, especially going up against a player of the caliber of Serral.
Yeah, that was it was a tough one for Coffee. Obviously, that's the worst matchup that you could possibly get in the tournament.
Yeah.
I did think Game 2, he was looking pretty strong. Game 3 was like, oh, wow, this really isn't working. And obviously, Game 1, he got rushed. So we didn't get to see the best out of Coffee here. And, like, I think he's obviously a huge underdog. But give him some time. Maybe in that lower bracket, he's going to be able to show us just how good he is when he's not against the best player in the world.
Well, he's got the hardest part of the entire event out of the way now.
That's right.
I mean,
that's a good way to look at it.
The glass is half full. Yeah, look, going up against Serral, Serral's basically the favorite versus anybody he goes against. Coffee defeated back there. Straightforward 3-0. We're going to throw it to the analysis desk and see what their thoughts are. Guys?
That's right, thank you. In a crazy twist of events here, Serral 3-0 against Coffee. Wow. Foundation shaking here to get things going. I mean, Coffee put up a bit of a fight here, though, Lambo, trying to bring the fight to Serral in some of these moments. Serral proving he's just too good.
He did. It's just so difficult to play against him because he opens Roach like every time. So what you're not supposed to do against Roaches is attack. The weakness of the Roach is if you stand back, you just drop. You play for the late game, you transition. But you don't want to play a late game against Serral. Usually what you try to do is, at most, you go to 3 bases, then you all in. And he kind of tried to do that, but it even started with the all in from Serral. So then you kind of have doubts, and do I really want to go with something greedy into an attack? And instead, he just kept going into Banshees, and in a standard game, it's just so rough.
Tough stuff, Roddy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I was full of hope on that very. You look at the Hellions, you look at the Banshee, and you're like, hey, there's actually some potential there. Like, if we handle this well, we can even lose 10, 15 SCVs and we'll still be okay. But in the end, he wasn't okay. I mean, Serral just did what we all expected him to do. But from here on out, even for Serral, it's going to be a whole lot tougher because we look at the rest of Group B and all 6 of these guys that we are still going to see in action today, straight up murderers when it comes to StarCraft II. They're all so freaking good. Like, this group is proper stacked. Every match is going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Nick nailed it on the head when it came to Coffee. That was his really, truly the toughest test for him in this tournament. So that's done. It can only be up from here.
Yeah, but then I look at some of the other guys that he could potentially play, and it's like, okay, so Cure, Raynor, Classic, Clem, Solar, Hero. It's like, yeah, sure, maybe they are like 1% worse than Serral, but it is still going to be very tough for Coffee. And Coffee is a really good player, but these are the very best players in the world.
Let's take a look back at some of the moments from this game to get things going. Game 1 comes along, Coffee opens up with the Banshee attempt, but this kind of push coming in from Serral Lambo, it's just too much.
Yeah, it was just too much. I think he lost too many workers in the get-go of the game. He had a good build order, honestly. 3cc bench is exactly what you want, but he didn't react properly. The moment you see the Roach Lingolin come in, you need to go into your main base back with all of the SCVs, you save them, you hold at the ramp with the Hellions and the Banshee, and then over time you will always clear it up. But he just lost too many SCVs, so at that point he was like half the supply of Serral.
Yeah, sometimes Terrans get a bit scared, right? Where they're like, oh, if I pull all the SCVs into the main, then I'm just kind of mining off one base, and I don't want to find myself in that situation. But it's okay, because temporarily you're only mining off one base. Roaches and Ravages cannot go up that very tiny ramp on El Sayani, because at that point, even Hellions are very good against Roaches and Ravages. So, tiny bit of a missed opportunity there.
I get in Game 2, Coffee trying to use the middle ground as a staging point. He didn't go onto the creep, but Serral was just taking the initiative against him in the timing.
Yeah, Serral set on a very low worker count in the beginning of the game, and then he was like, okay, I have a lot of units now, let's try to not let Coffee get set up on my side of the map, and he even engaged before Coffee got his 2-2, so Serral just found the perfect fight to already kill all the tanks before they even got to his side of the map.
Yeah, I'm going into Game 3 here once again, eventually, the overwhelming force here with Ultralisks and the like. I mean, it was a Ling Bane kind of game going with the Ravages, etc. here, Roddy, but Serral's just so good.
I think a nice game for Serral to really properly get adjusted to everything here over in Riyadh, where you get a bit of everything. You get a bunch of bases going, you set up a couple of nice surrounds, a couple of solid run-bys, and I don't think Serral was ever worried that he was going to eventually run into that proper fortified terrain with a bunch of tanks and sensor towers. Like, Coffee was just not there yet, and Serral had a good time.
All right, well, interview ready. Let's check in as we have more coming here from EWC.
Hey there, I am joined now by Serral. I mean, that was pretty clean, as expected. Another day at the office?
Yeah, well, it could have been more clean for sure, but it was good enough this time.
All right. I mean, one thing that I do want to ask is your Roach opener. You've been opening Roaches now for a very long time, and it feels like it's your most reliable CVT. And when I was talking to Clem a little bit, right, like he was saying that other Circs can try to open Roach and then get to the late game, but you know, they're not used, so they're not invincible come the late game. Is that part of your reasoning? Is it just an issue of comfort getting to the late game and then exploiting how good you are?
Well, it's just nice to play in general. I feel like you get to hide pretty comfortably, and that's the point where I like to play. And it kind of forces the Terran to play in some kind of way, so that's also nice. There's a couple of nice things about them.
All right. Do you ever, like, are you planning not to open Roach? I also asked Lambo, like, I was like, hey, he opens Roach pretty often. And he was like, yeah, he opens Roach when he's favored. I'm like, well, he opens Roach always, no?
Well, quite often, yeah.
Fair enough. Your next opponent, however, is either Hero or Solar. I mean, that's a pretty scary opponent, I think, even for the likes of you. That Solar is one of the players that has had the most success in beating you in the last couple of years, and Hero is also a player that is very capable of tricking you, and I feel like that, you know, that's kind of like the way to do it if anyone's going to do it. So how do you feel about your chances against either of them, and do you see as some of the biggest threats in the tournament?
I mean, both of them are big threats for sure, and especially Solar has taken me down multiple times already, so he's a scary player. CBC is my weak point for sure still. So yeah, I would rather play against Hero, but even he's not easy. Like you said, he's very tricky, and he hasn't really played in anything for the past month, so he probably has something cooked up. But it's interesting to see what's going to happen.
All right, thank you, Gina. That was the GOAT.
All right, there it is. We have got ourselves some great words from Serral coming in here, and he's looking forward to his next opponents coming on in. I mean, so the likes of Serral, as you say, everybody in this group, still absolute murderers. Just fantastic caliber of players across all of Group B. So as much as, yes, okay, it doesn't get much easier for Coffee, it actually doesn't technically get much easier for Serral either with the names that are here.
Oh, no, it doesn't get easier at all. It gets a whole lot harder for Serral, and he knows that. And I do think Serral's always very honest in interviews, and that was absolutely an honest answer where he says, like, yeah, I'd rather play Hero. Because we know that Serral is just so incredibly good against Protoss. His scouting is picture perfect. Even if the other guy sees everything, Serral is still fine because he also sees everything. ZVZ just a little bit scarier. But he also mentioned already, and Lemma, this is something you mentioned to us off stage as well, Hero has been kind of quiet lately. The man who normally plays in every single online tournament has actually taken a break from that. And that's not because he's slacking Kalaris, that's because he's getting ready for the Esports World Cup. So that's also scary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These two players, obviously, I mean, everybody across the board understands what's at stake here. Not only becoming the world champion, Lambo, but the fact that the prize pool is stacked up as well. It's a severe scenario for all of these guys.
100%. I mean, all of these have known who they're going to play against way in advance. So they prepared for their specific opponent, especially the first one, for the last month straight. And Hero hasn't shown anything, so Solar doesn't exactly know what to predict. So I asked him, and he's like, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's going to do. We'll see. So I also don't know what I'm going to do yet. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what exactly they have cooked, because it's hidden.
And it obviously works out well for Serral if he would play against the Protoss that now has to play against a world-class Zerg. Like, Hero can't hold back. Solar is way too good to ever hold back.
Yeah, definitely. Good point, good point. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we are going to have that PVZ on the way. So stay tuned. More here from EWC. All right, exciting times. We have got more coming in from Group B here for our World Championship, and these two are absolute contenders. We have got Solar going up against Hero next to figure out who is going to get the opportunity, question mark, to play against Serral in the next round. Joining me to talk about this one, it's Tasteosis. Is this going to be awesome stuff? And I think one thing that's for sure about Hero of all players is we don't have many Protoss here, Dan. However, he is absolutely one of the hopes for this race to go a little bit further.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's been that for a long time since he came back to StarCraft II. And, like, if there's a Protoss that's going to get top 4, it's almost certainly him. I mean, Estraya's looking great right now. But we really do hope, well, I think all StarCraft II fans, that Hero is playing well today. Because if he's not, Protoss might just exit very early.
Yeah, it's difficult. Obviously, this guy's like Classic and things like that, but people do usually look to Hero as one of the absolute beacons here. Tasteless, when you look at this matchup, of course, though, Solar, no pushover on the other side. I think he's had a bit of a harder 2024 since his GSL win at the end of 2023, but definitely no pushover.
I want Hero to advance really badly here because you got to be rooting for the Protoss on some level when you don't have that many of them. They haven't done as well, but I think Solar's a real threat. These guys know each other extremely well. Obviously, they compete against each other in GSL all the time. So let's see what kind of Hero we're going to have here today. It seems like when he's on point, especially in this matchup, he's untouchable.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of love, a lot of prep for both of these guys put into this match coming up here.
We'll be starting things on post-youth to get this best of 5 rolling for these two. But one thing that really does shine for Hero used to be when he came back from military, was a little bit cheesy and things like that, but really kind of refined his own style when it came to the matchup and pioneered it to some degree. Now it's a bit more well-versed here, and you guys at home can kind of actually go and vote with www.stcplay.gg. And also, actually, don't forget that just for day 1 is the only day that we're in this setup.
Right.
Tomorrow, things ramp up here for EWC. So anyway, back to the point that I was trying to make here, Dan, that Hero, he pioneers in this matchup, and he can be at the forefront of this matchup a lot of times.
Yeah. You know, honestly, I think that Hero is a player that excels most when Protoss is either in bad shape or the metagame is really shaky. Like, that's where Hero can bring in his own creativity, his own types of builds, and really change things. And obviously, we did see that in the PvZ matchup for a long time. He kind of dictated, like, did you guys know you can just make gateway units forever? Isn't this crazy?
He did a lot of that.
That was super cool. But yeah, it's kind of like found more of a happy medium at this point. Hard to say exactly how he'll play against Solar, but it could be a match full of fireworks because I think both of them excel at aggressive plays.
Your thoughts?
Should be a very explosive game. I think Hero, I totally agree with what you said, Artos, just like he's great in unstable moments in the meta. I think that although Hero's style was very novel that he brought out a few years ago, it's definitely been studied. It's definitely been unpacked. That being said, I think we could see Hero be very disruptive in the meta here today, and I think he's probably going to need it not just to beat Solar, but to get deep in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect as well for Heroes, because as the boys were mentioning on the previous desk, like, okay, Solar's no slouch. You're going to have to bring your A game to go up against Solar, but then Serral gets an opportunity to watch a lot of what's going on. That matchup doesn't happen today, but then the fact that Serral can extrapolate what you may do if you're Hero and you do advance is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, I mean, but can you hide anything when you're playing against Solar, who's probably like Zerg number 3 in the world or something like that?
All right, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much, guys, as we have got ourselves the next matchup here. It is a banger. It's going to be Hero going up against Solar. Let's leave you with Rotterdam and Lambo.
Thank you, Kolaras. We are getting ready for this absolutely amazing PvZ here in Group B. We have got, 8 amazing players, of course, but Coffee is the one guy that normally is not quite on the level of these other 7. And we're gonna hop into this match between Hero and Solar. I am joined by Lambo. Lambo, I know that you're incredibly excited for it, and so am I. 2 guys that used to play against each other all the time. They played 14 times against each other in the first 6 months of this year. 0 ever since.
Oh, that's actually crazy. I mean, Hero has been hiding his stuff. He always is the one that comes up with new strategies. He's the one that invented the gateway style, and it's the man we're seeing here in the top right corner of the map. It is Hero.
one of the 4 Protoss players here at the Esports World Cup. And there's a lot of talks like, oh, we have to cheer for the Protoss, there's only 4 of them. Well, there's actually only 5 Zergs, guys. We just have a lot of Terran players. One of these 5 Zerg players is this man in the bottom left side. Made it to the semi-finals of Gamers 8 last year, representing Vitality. It is a Solar. Two players who clearly have been working towards this tournament. Everything they have done throughout the entirety of 2024. And we've had some big tournaments. We went to Dallas, and of course we had Katowice. But this really is the one. Not just for us, but for these guys too.
100%. I mean, Solar has been grinding away on the Korean ladder for quite some time. For the past month or so, he's been playing so many games every single day. He's kind of going the Oliveira route, whereas Hero is the one that's practicing more in the custom games. He has dodged all the open cups, just like we said, and we're not used to that. Because usually Hero is the player that plays in all of these online cups. We know exactly what we can expect from him. It's usually aggression one way or another, but this time he's really a question mark. And I talked with Solar before, and he also said, yeah, I don't really know. I want to play mostly reactive, but we can see he has something cooked up on this map already, as he's starting with a 14 pool, which is the counter to a no scout opening, which is what it seems like Hero's doing so far.
Yeah, this can actually get pretty bad for Hero, especially because Hero does like to expose his first pylon. If these links get a wrap around that pylon immediately, there is no Zealot in production. It's going to take a long time before you can build an Adept. Is this an absolute disaster for Hero, or just a little bit of a disaster? I feel like at the bare minimum, he is going to lose a bunch of probes here.
I think this is a mega disaster, because this pylon, I mean, this gateway is going to get unpowered. He needs to pull the probes right away. He pulls a lot of them. I think this is a good amount.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually protects the pylon. Good mineral walk from Hero. Let's see how many probes he's going to get. 2 fall right away. 3, but I think that's it for now.
Yeah, but it's still going to take a long time before we get our first gateway unit out. This is still 4 Zerglings in the main base. That's not something you can ignore. 5 of them even, as there are 2 links on the left side. Solar off to a pretty flying start here in Group B. His first match of the Esports World Cup 2024. 4 workers going down. Stalker finally about to come out, but I actually think Solar gets at least 1 more probe, perhaps 2, with how low on HP some of these workers are.
Oh my god, Hero's microing this so well. He only lost 4 workers, and that 1 low HP probe is now regenerated. So Solar is not going to get that one either. And remember, this was with a no scout opening. This was also not a 12 pull from Solar, so this is not the most committed opening that Zerg has. I still think he feels okay in the spot, just because of the amount of mining time that Hero lost. But I also think if I play against the Protoss and I know he's not scouting, I feel like I'm just going to win the game straight up. And that's not what we saw here.
No, it's a lot of damage, not quite that game-ending damage. Obviously, Hero's build order is really thrown out of the window, though, and now everything is just going to feel late and awkward. We do see the Stargate. If you're a Protoss right now, we see everything, so we know that Hero doesn't really have anything to worry about anymore. But if you're Hero, these are actually scary seconds, because you're like, is there more coming? What would happen if a couple of roaches show up? That's perhaps why he went for that sentry as quickly as possible. You can go for a hallucinated Phoenix here to get some high ground vision and at least pick up this Overlord. And every second that goes by now for Hero is going to be a very relaxing one where he's like, all right, that was just it. You've just opened up with a bunch of Zerglings. It kind of felt that, as crazy as this may sound, if Solar would have done something absolutely bizarre, like pulling the drones, there's a chance he straight up wins the game there.
Yeah, 100%. I think if he 12 full drone pulls, he wins the game right here. Here, I'm not even sure that he's that far ahead. And one thing that I have to mention is that he went Sentry and then Stargate after. This is super uncommon because it costs so much gas to get the Sentry out right away. And I don't think Solar knows that there is a Stargate at all. So there is a very big potential for this Oracle to deal some damage.
Yeah, but it is a late Oracle, right? Because of the amount of probes that Hero lost and the lost mining time. All those workers were battling for a little bit. So there is a lot of potential in this Oracle, but it's also hitting so much later than Hero would have normally liked to show up with his first Oracle.
It's so good, though. Solar doesn't expect this Oracle at all. He only goes up to 4 queens. He went for early speed, and he's going for a Roach War. And he's even going Fleet Peek and on post you. That is crazy. So he's going to go 2 base, either Tempest or Carrier. We'll see. But build order-wise, this looks good for Hero, because I don't think there's any spores on the map. The queens are out of position. 1 queen is here now. Okay, that was maybe not the best way to enter.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on that.
Yeah, but there's nothing here, so you can get maybe a couple more drones. A lot of mining time lost.
Oh my god, he's cutting it real close, but Hero does get out of there with the Oracle for now, unless there was 1 more queen on the 3rd, but there is not the activate, or it was still active. Pulsar Beam gets 2 extra workers, so he does get those 5 drones that you always look for as a Protoss. The Fleet Beacon, double Stargate is definitely a crazy follow-up. It can be a bit tricky to now go up to 3 bases if you're Hero, because that one Oracle used almost all of its energy on the other side of the map. And he's forced to make a few more gateway units, and he's opening up with the Tempest here.
Oh, I'm so happy that Solar actually went for the quick lair. Otherwise, he would be in immense trouble. If he went for like +1 melee, you just can't even get a reactive Spire, even when you see the Tempest move out. I wonder how many Tempests he's going to hide before he shows them, because he goes for the anti-building upgrade right away, so I think he's going to try to snipe some hatcheries.
Yeah, perhaps the center one, right? Because if Solar does go up to 4 bases, we're trying to take the gold. Yeah, Tempests are going to have a field day. You're on the high ground, you're in the center of the map. There shouldn't be a lot of creep there. So that would actually be a very cool play. And something that has always kind of held true in this matchup, if it's 3 base against 3 base, that's amazing for Protoss. And even if you can delay the 4th base of the Zerg forever, if you can just get 1 cancel, perhaps back-to-back cancels, you are kind of loving it. It doesn't really matter how the game has opened up. If you're not 20 workers and a lot of upgrades behind, you love the idea of being a 3-base Protoss against a 3-base Zerg.
I actually think he wants more though. If I was Hero, I would hide them for as long as possible and try to kill the main and the natural. Because this game is super weird, so you're not sure as a Zerg if you have a... You're not sure as the Protoss if the Zerg even has a lair, and I think he's going to try to maximize the damage. I think just denying the 4th base is not quite enough because he stops probes in order to get these Tempests out, right? The 3rd base is not quite that early and he doesn't have extra tech. So here come the Tempest, and they start shooting at the hatchery right away.
There's a lot of potential in these Tempests, but we can't ignore the worker count. Right now it is 65 drones against 49, so Hero needs to do a lot, because this is a very big investment. The 2nd Stargate, the Fleet Beacon, all these Tempests that are not going to be fantastic in a straight-up fight. As Solar, by the way, while looking at this, makes 20 more links. I wonder if he feels that he can run all of his ground units to the other side of the map. I believe he had a couple of roaches too. I mean, what Hero has right now on the ground is not great, but near a battery, it might still be enough, and obviously a Tempest can always help out defensively.
Yeah, and he has a battery ready, even in the main base ramp. And he's even making 2 wide rays just for that purpose, so he can fully focus on the front. I don't think there's enough Zerglings to do anything, but Solar is just trying to buy time to distract Hero, so he's not microing perfectly at the front. Solar already gave up on mining from this base. He does have the gold up though, so his mining is still good. It's just important that he doesn't lose more than this.
Do you like cancelling or killing this base more than just killing the 4th base?
I think so, because you also deny mining time right away. A gold base, it also has less minerals, so if you have the drones anyways, it doesn't actually mine that much more than just a normal blue base. And now he can go over to the gold base, and with the queen slightly out of position, the hatchery dies so quickly.
First 6 Corruptors are on the way. Once 6 Corruptors are out, we can absolutely battle a couple of Tempests, but then we can't ignore those Void Rays anymore, because Hero did make a few Void Rays. 1 or 2 queens already falling, so Hero doesn't just get the in-base expand. Hero is gonna get that 4th base in the center of the map as well. And playing against the 3-base Zerg is nice, but playing against the 2-base Zerg, that's a whole lot better. At this point, I would almost say, Hero, why don't we recall? Aren't we happy with what we've done?
Yeah, I think he's gonna see the Corruptors and instantly go back. He's not even recalling, he saves the energy on the Nexus, because this is a very short map, and I guess he's very close to the Stalkers and the Void Rays, but he should be satisfied with this position. I 100% agree. I think he dealt enough damage, killed 2 hatcheries. Solar right now on 2-base mining. And Solar doesn't have a great army either, because Hero's transitioning into Blink Stalkers, into ground. And now the entire standing army of Solar is basically just Corruptors.
I'm sure Solar has played this out many times in his head, but I don't think he ever thought 9 minutes in he'd be a 2-base Zerg against Hero. That is the last thing that he would have ever signed up for. He's just in an incredibly awkward spot, because we don't even have that argument where, well, Solar has better upgrades. Solar has spellcasters that can really make up for a lack of army. Now, Solar is just in all sorts of trouble. And what a call by Hero to first go for that in-base expand, knowing that he was going to get that, and he would still get the center base too.
Yeah, that was honestly great stuff from Hero. I think this game also started as well as it possibly could have, built otherwise for Solar. He predicted the no-scout, it was a no-scout, but it didn't seem to be enough damage. And Hero just, I mean, that hold at the start set him up for this build, and then even the mind game with the sentry. I wonder if this is what he had planned to begin with as well.
So do you think that Solar messed up in the beginning with this Zergling? Should he have just fought a little bit longer rather than start running around? Because there was a moment where it almost felt we reached the tipping point where a lot of probes would go down immediately and the Zerglings would really shine, and instead of getting 4 workers, you get 7 or 8.
I think maybe he fought too early with the first Zerglings, and maybe if he waits for 10 links, because then still the Stalker doesn't spawn, right? And the probes are still committed to fighting, because you still need to protect the pylon. Like, the Stalker was ways away from finishing. That would have been better, and also he lost the left side of his Zerglings for free off camera. And he didn't kill a single probe with those, so yeah, it was maybe not the absolute best execution from Solar, but also insane defense.
I do like what Solar is doing now. This is not the kind of game anymore where he can just macro up and get a couple of Infestors or Vipers way down the line. And yeah, let's get the Adrenal Glands, Ultras. No. He's just gonna go for it with a lot of Roaches, a lot of Ravagers, a bunch of Corruptors to take care of those Void Rays in the Tempest. He knows that this is the unit comp that's gonna need to get the job done. And there is absolutely a chance, but Battery Overcharge is so powerful that's something Solar is gonna have to respect. And those force fields by Hero, he actually trapped 5 Roaches there.
Yeah, those were great force fields because Solar just wanted to pull back the moment he saw the super battery. Since Hero positioned his army in a way where you can't corrosive buy down the battery. Oh my god, he even blinks forward into the all-in of Solar. I'm not sure if that was the move. A lot of corrosive biles zoning out the rest of the army. So Hero blinked forward, then needed to move back. A lot of more corrosive biles landing and a lot of the Tempest also dying at the same time. I think Hero getting a little bit ahead of himself there.
Yeah, but Storm did finish up. Maybe he thought he already had it, right? He's like, I'm just gonna blink forward, I'm gonna Storm immediately. He's like, oh, I need 7 more seconds before Storm. But Storm is done at this point. Zello Charge is done as well. And even +2 is about to finish up. +2 Stalkers against Roaches that don't have any armor upgrades. That's obviously not a very pleasant spot for Solar to be in. The supplies at this point a little bit deceiving. I do believe that Solar dropped a Hydra then, which honestly I'm a little bit confused by, because I think at this point your best shot is nothing but Roaches, Ravages, since Hero is running a little bit low on units and also doesn't have a lot of Storms to work with anymore.
Yeah, I don't know that Hero's army even got a lot better. Because Solar has managed to trade away against some of the gas units. The High Templars obviously morphed into Archons, and the Storm is really good. And now you're forward blink, and Solar was not ready for that at all. The army was a little bit move commanding, but now he has a great concave of Roach Ravager, and Hero once again needs to fall back. He doesn't need to fight here. He's ahead in workers. Fight with your battery. He also doesn't start any extra batteries. No energy left.
The reinforcements showed up at a picture-perfect moment there for Solar, because I actually think that blink initially was a good idea against the leftover army of Solar, but the next wave of Zerg units showed up at the bottom right side of our screen, and that turned it into a pretty good fight for Solar. And at this point, I'm starting to believe that supply a little bit. Earlier, I thought it was lying, and at this point, you start looking at, like, is there a shot for Solar? Hero should obviously have another battery overcharge available. He's still getting all these late-game upgrades. He's even investing in his fire. I almost feel that Hero is not showing this respect that perhaps he deserves, because Solar is incredibly committed.
Yeah, he's incredible, because once again, he blinks forward. I think it's just an unfortunate situation where Hero misjudged once again. There's a lot of Ravagers that look exposed, but there's just such a big army from Solar, you can't blink into it.
That was the third blink that was questionable. The first one was like, we're in a good enough spot to justify it. The second one, okay, we got unfortunate because the reinforcements showed up. The third one here, that was absolutely unnecessary. Hero, you've got great upgrades coming online. You're a 4-base Protoss, you're about to become a 5-base Protoss. Solar now is making his very first few Hydras. I'm really confused about these Hydras because I feel like we don't have the economy to support Hydras.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the Hydras either. I mean, Hero's remaking Tempest, which I kind of like because Tempests are not that expensive. He's not close to being maxed out, so it's not like they make his army weaker. And he killed all of the Corruptors in the last couple of fights, so he will have constant damage output once again. But Solar now trying to go for this round, also coming in from the left-hand side. Good for his field.
Solar is going to take a decent fight in the center of the map, but he should never take a great fight near batteries.
Yeah.
And because of that, the Tempests are amazing units, right?
Yeah.
Because you can just chip away at that Zerg army while getting some support of your static defenses. Solar actually getting both of the Hydra upgrades. We've got like the 5 Hydra attack incoming, Lambo. And you know what? If Hero keeps bleeding out Stalkers the way that he has been bleeding out Stalkers, the fact that we've got all that creep there, by the way, on the left is massive for Solar, who's doing a good job in finding economic damage over and over again. But Hero is going to make it hard. Solar has not played like the cleanest game ever, so we don't have a bunch of spine crawlers. We don't have vision everywhere. But what he is able to do is kill Tempest over and over again as he does eat a big storm there. This game is nuts. This series is off to a fantastic start.
God, the DT run by will finish off the hatch. Solar is so committed here. I can't believe he just killed the 2 Tempests. His army really isn't supposed to kill any Tempests at this point. And now, oh, he finds himself without an Overseer. Oh, he had one earlier. Maybe Hero sniped it at the back there with the Stalkers. And now he's surrounding the army. He's forcing the engagement with a constant DT, DPS. Fighting against the Ravagers. I don't think this is a fight that Solar can take whatsoever, but he just can't escape.
No, the Stalkers obviously were very exposed once more, so a couple of the Stalkers do die. But yeah, we've got 4 or 5 DTs on the ground, no Overseer in the mix, no Spore Crawler nearby. That was never going to end well for the Zerg. And we already mentioned the questionable economy of Solar a couple of times. Solar has been committed since the very first Roach Ravager Corruptor attack on the gold. He has never looked back. He's been like, no, this is it. I want to win the game. Eventually tried to sneak out a couple of Hydras.
but Hero's having none of it, and Hero's playing reckless, crazy aggressive. The Hero, I guess, we all know and love, and it's gonna be okay, because with +3 attack and +2 armor, you don't have to respect Roaches and Ravages with no armor upgrades.
Yeah, at this point, he's ahead not only in supply, not only in the worker count, but also in the army supply, and he just has the way better army. Solar doesn't have the tools anymore to deal with the Protoss army at this point. It's just, Hero has such a great army, and he can at any moment also just fall back on his storms, kite back. Solar doesn't have any catch in his army. He can't catch these stalkers.
Kind of feel like this. Does so many things right, and then we also had the crazy call or two, but it's okay because he's so damn good at so many things when it comes to StarCraft 2 that he can get away with a questionable link here and there. He will lose a Tempest against a couple 2 Hydras that don't have any upgrades. It doesn't matter because Hero did make a lot of correct calls in the end. Had a great hold in the early game. He had to work for it, but at this point this game is really coming close to an end as 11 drones have died, and there is our GG. Hero will take the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, crazy game considering how it started. He also did a great job with the Zealot run-bys consistently. I like that he didn't use them in his main army because his main army was poking, it was a long-range army. If you just sent the Zealots forward, they just die to the Roach Ravager. So I like that he constantly used the Zealots on the counterattack, forced some units of Solar back home, which also makes his job on his own side a little bit easier. So overall, he did a lot of good, just the blinks were a little bit questionable.
Yeah, the first one is like, okay, maybe if we thought we had Storm, I guess we're gonna take another look at it, and that's gonna be a fun one. The second one is like, that wasn't really needed, but I guess you didn't know that all those extra units were going to show up. The third one actually really made his life a little bit harder than it ever should have been. And I guess what also made this an awkward game is just that the economies were a little bit offbeat of the very get-go because of all those links, killing the probes, lost mining time. We never had a robo. In a 12-minute game, we never had a robo, which meant cleaning creep was incredibly difficult because we obviously lost that Oracle at a certain point to Queens or Corruptors, whatever it was. So it's just awkward when there is so much vision here for Solar to work with.
I have to mention that usually the response to the Tempest is that you mass drones until the Spire is done, because you can't really do a whole lot with the links on the other side.
Yeah.
So there is a possibility that Hero thought Solar was on 80 drones the entire time, and he needs to mine off that gold base, otherwise he maybe falls behind. And that's why he tried to hold so far forward, because otherwise you can siege the worker line from the high ground, and it's a very uncomfortable situation for the Protoss. So he might have misjudged either his position, as in he was so far ahead, or that Solar had many workers.
Yeah, there was that one moment where the Tempest showed up for the very first time, and we looked at the production top and we're like, Solar made 20 more Zerglings. And that's not the biggest investment ever, but that's 10 drones that could have gone to a different base. That's a base that Solar could have almost immediately saturated. And instead we made 20 links, we looked at the other side of the map. It's not a great Protoss army, but it's just good enough to deal with those Zerglings. Yeah. If you're tucked in between your pylons and your mineral patches and you've got batteries supporting you, you've got a random Tempest popping. He even made those 2 safety Void Rays that could have helped him out against all the Roaches and Links if he really needed it. Yeah, those links were probably not it, but this was just a wild game where there were a lot of if, buts and maybes that I'm sure that both players would have liked to do a thing or two different. But in the end, Hero is going to be happy with the way that one played out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this was such a classic Hero game. If you show me this replay, I can already tell you that this is Hero. If this is Showtime and he's getting attacked, he's moving the probes away and he's holding back, making 3 extra batteries because he's like, well, I'm getting all in. Let's move the probes back. I don't need to hold this whatsoever. And Hero's like, nope, I got this. There's some Ravagers exposed. Let me snipe them. Let's go forward with the blink. It's such a classic Hero game, honestly, from start to finish.
I was thinking the same thing. This game had Hero written all over it. So many good moves and then 1 or 2 crazy moves, but it's all good as this man has taken the 1-0 lead in his opening best of 5 of the Esports World Cup. Spawning in the top left side of Oceanborn for round 2, it is Hero.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom right-hand side. It is one of the most solid Zerg players. Representing Vitality, it is Solar.
Poor Solar, probably planned post-youth out for months, and he had all these great ideas and these great timings, and he's like, this is how I'm going to start off, and then I'm going to find myself an XYZ, and he might do this. I don't think the double Stargate Tempest is something that really crossed his mind. And even if it did, I don't think he would have ever thought he would end up being a 2-base Zerg at minute 7, which is just so awkward. These are the kind of games that you may find yourself in once or twice, but the lead up to that moment is always going to be vastly different than what we've just seen.
Yeah, I think Hero would have done that strategy no matter what. He probably had that pre-planned for that map, and it's very smart on this map because not only can the Tempest get across quickly because it's a short map, but also you can't scout the gases at the natural, which you can on a lot of other maps. So he goes quick for gas, which is such a huge tell, but Solar just, there's no way of scouting on that map. And he even goes Stalker Sentry,
first, yeah.
and he searches for the Overlord with that hallucination. So then there's no way of scouting this whatsoever.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit risky to go for the Stalker, because imagine if Solar would have done that link opening, but he also had quick Zergling speed behind it, and he would have shown up with 12 more links, then the Stalker is just not going to be any good. Even if it's part of the wall off and it's 3 or 4 Zerglings attacking the Stalker DPS would not have been good enough. And obviously you can't pull off a micro trick either, like you can with the Adept, where you can build buildings behind the Adept and you can shade back. I guess you could start building a pylon and a gate behind the Stalker and then recall the Stalker, but those few seconds could actually be enough for Zerglings to kill the Stalker, and if there's no DPS anymore, the game would have been straight up over. I mean, Hero absolutely gambled there. He gambles with his start and he gambled with the follow-up a little bit, but he got away with it.
He got away with it. That Tempest opener also counters all the different Queen Walks, all the different all-ins that Solar could have done, so I think it was a very smart strategy, honestly. Good choice by Hero. And this game around, he's not going to go for the no-scout. He respects Solar's opening choice a little bit more and just plays it a little safer.
That's perhaps one thing that Solar can still take away from this very first game, where he absolutely set the tone for the rest of the series. Where it's like, hey, if I were you, I'd start scouting because I'm crazy and I am willing to be risky too. And Solar will obviously be kicking himself a tiny bit, where the start was not bad. Yeah, you kind of hope for more than just 4 probes and lost mining time. I was convinced he was going to get 6, because 2 of those probes were very low on HP, and at one point he still had 5 Zerglings. I was like, even if he just blindly click them on the workers right now, he's going to get them. But you pointed it out too, Hero had some great probe micro, where he made it very hard to attack the probe in the first place, and then while it was being attacked by 1 or 2 links, he still clicked it away through the other workers on top of a gas. It was just very well handled by our Korean Protoss.
Yeah, that was great. This time around, much more standard. Hero just going for the Warp Gate skip to get the earlier Stargate out, then scouting with the Adepts. Didn't even go for the double Chrono, so it's not like he wants to necessarily YOLO in 2 of the Adepts to deal a lot of damage right away. It's just the most standard, the most solid opener. So completely different from what we saw in Game 1, and Solar also just opening up standard.
And this is still very fun, even if we get to see this stuff all the time. Now we know that both of them are 110% dialed in. This is not a random online cup at 4 AM where one of them is a little bit tired. No, this really comes down to the best opening of Hero and the best possible defense from Solar, where Solar so far has only been bleeding out Zerglings, and that may not be fantastic, but it's absolutely okay. It's okay to lose a couple links. What he does not want to do is lose a bunch of drones. Hero's going to activate Pulsar Beam once more. It seems like he's going to get 2. No, I was going to say Hero's the kind of guy that will still turn around and try to get the 3rd one if it goes back to that top mineral patch, but that would have just been too crazy. So far, absolutely acceptable on the side of Solar.
100%. Even killing 1 Adept and getting whole damage down on the next Adept is really nice, as he can kill this one right here, and he can even force this Oracle to activate the Pulsar Beam, so it loses a lot of energy, and that will just make his early game a lot simpler.
The first 6 minutes are so incredibly important in high-level PvZ or ZVP. It doesn't really matter what the way you look at it. As a Protoss, if this is the way you're playing, you're looking for damage. You're looking for a way to slow the Zerg down. And if you are a Zerg, you know it's coming. You've tried this. You've practiced against it over and over again. And it's okay to lose a little bit of mining time and lose a couple workers, but you don't want to see yourself end up losing double-digit drones. If you lose over 10 drones in the first 6 minutes of a ZVP, we don't want to be that guy to say that it's over, but against the perfect Protoss, it really is pretty much over.
It is very difficult, but this was quite the opposite. He lost only 3 drones, he killed 1 Adept, and he got whole damage on both of the Oracles, which makes it a lot easier going forward. It also makes it super hard for Protoss to continue to scout with these Oracles, because that's their next job. They're not only here for harassment, but they're also here for the revelations later on, trying to get a hold of what the exact drone counts are, what the follow-up is of the Zerg. So that makes it a lot harder for Hero. And once again, it's just 2 Adepts caught in the middle of nowhere without really a second prong, not quite timed with the Oracle, just like the first 2 Adepts traded in as well.
Yeah, it's okay for Hero to lose these Adepts if they keep the Zerg busy and they give the Oracles an opening to sneak in, activate Pulsar Beam, zap down a couple of drones, but it just feels like that wasn't quite well timed out, and that gives Solar time to first take care of the Adepts and then take care of the Oracles. Now Solar knows that the Oracles are on the other side of the map, at least 2 out of 3. And honestly, I wouldn't have hated it if he tried there for a split second. But of course, the Zerglings are important because we know that Solar is also investing in +1 melee, and he doesn't want to throw too many of them away, even if there was no shield battery there yet.
Yeah, I think Solar was very happy with the scout that he got there because he is going for +1 melee, he's going for the Baneling Nest. So what you really want to face up against is against Blink Stalkers. You really don't want to play against Charged Out Icon, that's the worst matchup. So he's kind of blind countering exactly what Hero is doing, and that combined with the early game that Solar had, I think puts him into a really nice position.
And if you look at it from Hero's point of view, if Hero right now would get a perfect scout off, would you say the more static D, the merrier, just double down on cannons and batteries because you know Solar is coming? Or would you say, no, start taking those gases and transition into something else?
I think transitioning into a Templar Archives is the most common follow-up. The moment you scout that there's a Baneling Nest, the moment you see there is a quick evolution chamber, and he's already doing that. We can see him go into the Templar Archives. It's very important that these Stalkers don't get caught. Because the moment +1 melee is done, you can actually, even with the Oracles, activating Pulsar Beam above the Stalkers, you can catch these Stalkers and find a good trade.
Yep, but there are some stasis traps being planted down on the left side, and that's where Solar obviously needs to be very wary of, because if the vast majority of your links get stuck, but Hero does not have a unit in the wall. Classic Hero there does have a couple of warp-ins available, so he warps in a few Stalkers in his main. I would love to take a little look at the natural, because I believe the most of the Zerglings of Solar went for the natural for a split second, brought him into the main in the end. Sometimes it does feel that this is one big bait from Hero, because his defense against these run-bys is really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's had the most practice against them, given that he keeps it open all the time. I think he recalled there, so at least the Stalkers were not out on the map. It's still not bad for Solar, but that was still not great.
Yeah, because Solar left most of the links in the natural and only sent a couple of Zerglings in the main, so I guess Hero recalled his main army to the natural, and that's why those Zerglings showed up a little bit later. But at that point, Hero already had 6 Stalkers as well in his main base, so really good defense for Hero. Perhaps he was just looking for that run-by.
Perhaps it was a bait all along. As we can see, Solar going for a quick Ultras, I think. I think he's playing a fast Hive. He has double upgrades on the way. He's definitely going to get quick Adrenal, which is very good against what Hero's doing. But I think he noticed that Hero doesn't like to add early Robos in, as we see a double Adapt run by.
It's kind of funny to see this 8 minutes into a game and there are so many Zerg units out on the battlefield. Obviously, Creep is making some very good progress. You don't really expect 2 Adept Zergs. He successfully made it to the bottom side of the map and get on top of drones, but getting 5 workers with 2 random Adepts there, that's actually pretty solid on the side of Hero.
You know, I'm sometimes happy about that, because then I realize I forgot to put the Overlord on the left-hand side to spot for the Zealot run-bys later on. So I don't just straight up lose the base 5 minutes later against the Zealot, 10 Zealot run-by. But yeah, I wonder if Solar wants to head on to go for an attack right away, since he didn't drone up that high, or if he wants to wait for the Ultras at first. As we see the first Robo starting at 8:30, which is super late for Hero, so the Immortal Count will not be there, as we see a little bit of an attack here from Solar. It's not really a run-by, it's more like a run-by army going for a straight-up attack, as there is Storm ready, but yeah, Hero was not trigger happy with those Storms at all and saved them.
The Zerglings are taking a pretty good fight though in the picture-in-picture against the Stalkers. Hero has lost so many Stalkers as he was really focused on his High Templar Zealot micro over here on the right side. In the end, he's still forced to morph most of those High Templars into Archons. I would say this was one big success for Solar. Even if he lost a lot of links, even if he lost a lot of Banelings, he killed over 8 Stalkers there, I believe, in front of the natural. And Stalkers are expensive, and it's okay to get rid of a couple of those Zerglings.
Oh, Hero is actually transitioning into Fleet Beacon. This is exactly what you want to be up against if you're the Ultralisk player. The counter to the Ultralisk style is just going for 2 or 3 Robos and then a lot of Immortals and Archons. But Ultras are actually very good against the Skytoss transition, because then the ground is a lot. That also means there's no second Forge, and then you can just break through. You can multitask. It's very, very difficult to be everywhere at once if you go into carriers especially.
It's pretty shocking to see that Solar lost 90 Zerglings there, because it really didn't look like he lost 90 Zerglings. I guess a couple of those Storms truly were devastating. The fight over here in the natural was absolutely okay, but perhaps on the right side he didn't quite get what he was looking for, even if he forced a lot of those High Templars to morph into Archons. I was actually looking at the drone count of Solar as well, and right before he started droning a little bit, he was doing all of this of 74, 75 drones, and that is not quite it. It's okay to be on 75 drones if you have a terrifying army, if you're denying bases and you already have a bit of a bank. But Solar had no bank. To then produce that many Zerglings and Banelings of 75 drones is a little bit risky, because basically you're forcing yourself to really commit to every single attack, and there are certain moments where the Protoss is just ready, battery overcharge is available, the Storms are threatening, where you don't want to commit.
Yeah, 100%. But I think Solar's main objective with that was to not let Hero max out, because if he gets to hit an Ultra timing and there's not a lot of Immortals, there's not a lot of Archons, even the Stalkers are pretty decent against Ultras, then it's going to become so difficult for Hero to even just survive and not take a lot of probe damage. What I'm expecting Solar to do next is to split his army and once again try to attack into the natural and the fort base, but this time with ultras. And I think this will have a lot more potential for damage.
Well, we need damage, because we look at the piggy bank of Solar, there is nothing left. No queens over here, apparently in the bottom side of the map, but Hero's actually getting a little bit derpy there with the oracles. Tiny misclick. Does get a scout off that this hatchery is about to come online in the bottom left side. Solar's got a lot of big upgrades about to finish up. We see +3 melee well on the way, +2 carapace is about to finish up. Here are these Archons for the first time. Well, the 2 Archons against 4 Ultras. The Storms are big, but in general, Ultras don't really care about your Storms, as Banelings find some good connections as well. But Hero's supply is holding strong, and these Ultras are on move command. And Hero with a perfect wall up there with a couple of Stalkers and 1 Immortal. I think Hero's taking a fantastic fight.
Hero is taking a fantastic fight. He held the first wave, and that was the most difficult, because I don't think he even saw the Ultras up until that point, and he had 0 Immortals for that. Like, none whatsoever. So good Storms, good unit retention as well, and he only lost 7 workers. There was a massive Link Bane attack at the same time into the natural. I wish Solar split the Banelings a little bit sooner into the 3rd base, because I think that was the least defended base.
Solar had a pretty promising start. Once more, good defense against the initial adepts, a good follow-up defense against the oracles. He really didn't give Hero a whole lot to be mega happy with. But in the end, it's still starting to look that Hero is getting exactly where he wants to be here on Oceanborn. Even if getting a 5th base may become a little bit difficult for Hero. But once more, Solar has not played an ultra-high economy ZVP here. We're not looking at a Zerg that's got like 10,000 resources in the bank. Can throw units at a 4-base Hero all day, every day. Solar is going to really have to take some better fights, or he needs to start finding that crippling economic damage. Perhaps this is a moment where he can get on top of a couple of these High Templars. 1 Archon, by the way, holding the line there, soaking up a lot of these Banes. But the Zerglings are just not quite getting it done.
Oh my god, that Stalker position in the main base is nasty, with the carriers hitting from the top, even a surround at the bottom against the Ultras. I haven't seen Ultras get surrounded like that in a while. As Solar is super committed, he even brings the Queens forward. He's now starting his transition into his own late game army, but the Corruptor upgrades just started, and +2 is already done for the carriers.
It's crazy, because if you look at the minimap, you would not think that Solar is ever the committed player. And I do think that Solar, with all this creep, should be able to buy some time for himself, or hopefully he can get a slightly more powerful army out. But at this point, there are no spellcasters on the side of Solar. We don't have a single Infestor. We can't Neuroparasite a couple of these carriers. We don't have Vipers for Parasitic Bomb, or perhaps the Loco Maneuver a little bit later. We have a couple of Corruptors, but just a few Corruptors without any upgrades against +2 carriers. I mean, Lambo, if there is one man on this planet who knows that I love +2 carriers, I know it's you. That is not going to be a pretty fight for Solar.
It will not be, and I'm also afraid for just a ground battle straight up, because Hero has so much on the ground still, and I'm not sure that how many Ultras are we looking at right now? Because there is 2 more on the way, and he doesn't have any Infestors. It's only 4 Ultras against 5 Immortals, 10 Stalkers, and 4 Archons. I'm very afraid, especially about Hero just stomping on the ground.
I do like what Solar is doing now, because I kind of feel like he's pretending a little bit. Like, hey, I still want to attack you, and I really hope that you don't move out. So he's buying some time, and while he's doing this, he can start saturating some of these bases in the bottom left or at 3 o'clock, and he can get a more powerful army out. He can get a stronger late-game army out, because earlier, in the previous minute, he was absolutely not ready to battle this army. And don't get me wrong, it's going to be incredibly difficult to take this army out in the next 2 or 3 minutes too, but Solar really does need some time.
I'm very afraid for Solar that he's making too many Corruptors, because Hero hasn't made a carrier in the last 3 minutes. He stopped at like 5 carriers, I think, and Solar kept making Corruptors, but Hero's army is fully anti-Ultralisk. Like, he has the perfect army on the ground, and I'm very afraid. And now, even that he's killing some probes, which theoretically should favor the Zerg, his army is just going to be even stronger, and I'm anticipating Hero to move out very, very soon here.
Yeah, but it is intimidating, because we see the entire map. Yeah. We know what Solar is working with. We look at Hero's army, we're like, whoop, that is one hell of a powerful army. If you're Hero and you haven't been on the other side of the map in the last 7 minutes and you see creep everywhere, it is an incredibly intimidating position to be in. Even if you look at your army and be like, huh, I've got a pretty sick army over here. It is still so scary to move out, as here come the... Solar is ready to reset at least some of this Kaito's army and take a decent fight on the ground too. And Hero Supply is absolutely taking a bit of a beating. You're spot on that on the ground Hero is completely fine, but losing all those carriers while +3 air weapons is on the way is absolutely a little bit painful.
Yeah, there's no Greater Spire on the map yet, so these Corruptors are not going to be super useful. Hero now counterattacking. Hero was on move command for a good portion of that fight. that's why the fight went so good for Solar. I don't think he had any business attacking off creep there, but it worked out perfectly. And now Hero is on the counter offensive. Solar is way outmining him now, so Hero is the committed player this time around. He doesn't have a War Prison for instant reinforcements, but his army is still looking powerful.
The army is looking powerful, but we are very deep on creep, right? There's no way out over here. Lings and Banes and a couple of Ultras coming in from the right side. We've got the Corruptors in the top left. Just a few Zerglings right now on top of these Ultras would be fantastic, because all the Archons are battling on the right side. Can Solar find those 40 or so Zerglings that he so desperately needs? It is starting to look grim as most of the Ultras are melting, and all that's left on the ground is a few Queens. And now all the units that spawn one by one will die one by one. It is Hero who takes the 2-0 lead after an explosive game on Oceanborn, where if you look at the minimap, you're like, this is all Solar, right? But yeah, if you then looked at the units that they were working with, and obviously we knew how the early game went, no, it was not all Solar. It was Hero who was, I would say, in control of the majority of that game, ever since he got the very first hold off against those Ultras.
Yeah. I think up until that point, I really believed in Solar's position, but he just didn't manage to pull apart Hero. As yeah, the first big Ling Bane attack also didn't go quite his way, but I think that one wasn't the absolute worst because he killed some Stalkers, and that really matters for the later.
Yeah, we killed all the Stalkers in front of the Natural with the picture-in-picture, and even if he doesn't get a lot of the High Templars here, I do believe he gets 1 or 2, and he does force the vast majority of the High Templars to morph into Archons. Yeah. And as long as you do that, you know that the Protoss is not going to have a lot of Storms for the next battle. So this was not a total disaster, even if we lost a lot of Lings. Perhaps one issue is that Solar was always doing this with like 77 drones, and that's a good economy. But that's not the sickest economy. This is not a Zerg on 6 bases with 90+ workers where you can throw away Ling Bane all day, every day. This was such a big moment, and these Ultras, like, I don't think they win the fight if they attack here, but move commanding Lambo does not help.
Yeah, no, I think he had the miss hotkey together with the run by in the end, because he saw, okay, I can maybe do some damage here. And then he tried to run into the base, and I think the Ultras just ended up on the wrong hotkey. In the heat of the moment, this is the type of stuff that happened. That was the fight that actually went way better for Solar than I ever anticipated, and that's because Hero was on move command. He was just straight up, his ground army wasn't fighting at the beginning, which bought the Corruptor so much time, because otherwise the ground army from Zerg would disappear way sooner, and then the Archons fire away at the Corruptors, which is really what you want to have happen here.
Like, if you look at this game right now, 15 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, and you look at the supplies, and you look at the meaning, you're like, Solar won this, right? But he just needed like 20, 30 more seconds to get a couple of extra units out, to be more ready to clean up those final Immortals, those final Archons, but he could not quite do it. I mean, even towards the very end, I felt like it's close, man. If like 20 Lings can surround on those 4 Immortals, while the Archons are battling on the right side against 1 Ultra and a couple of Queens, those fights can tip in favor of the Zerg so quickly.
Absolutely. Even just the drones coming in from the bottom actually changed that fight a little bit, because the Immortals were constantly firing away at the drones. It helped a lot. Even just his army didn't deal a lot of damage to drones, Zerglings, Queens, which is exactly the type of stuff that you can reinforce with. It was just barely not enough. I think we were very close to a tipping point there, and sadly Solar just didn't reach it.
One of these moments where if Hero would have been a little indecisive, if he would have turned around one time, or he waits for another unit, Solar does have enough time to crank out all those additional Zerg units, and really could have gone his way. Instead, it is a 2-0 lead for this man in the top left side of Side Delta, giving us a very fun best of 5 here in Group B, opening day of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. It's Hero.
And his opponent in the bottom right with a very tough task ahead of him. Can he do the almost impossible and reverse sweep the best Protoss in the world? It is Solar.
These two played against each other in this same city exactly a year ago. A very important match back then in the group stage of Gamers 8. And that is actually the kind of best of 5 that I still have some nightmares over, because we were all tied up after 4 games. The score was 2-2. Final map, a Babylon, and it looked so good for Hero. Everything was looking perfect. He survived early game skirmishes. He had a dream army. He had a piggy bank, but he just got so deep on creep, not once but twice. In the end, the Solar cleaned up that army and managed to win a very important Game 5 over Hero, which meant Solar went into the playoffs, Hero got eliminated in the group stage, and obviously then Solar went on to reach the semi-final. So a lot of history between these two, not just in tiny online tournaments, but at big offline moments as well, like Gamers 8 in 2023.
100%. This is also the stage where Solar really shines. I feel like in the early rounds, he really shows his best StarCraft. Very often, he makes it to like the semifinals, the quarterfinals, and before that, he's so solid. It's just so difficult to beat him or to upset him.
We used to talk about it on the desk where we called him Group Stage Solar, and Group Stage Solar is just a completely different beast, man. That boy's unstoppable. Normally he shows up 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, straight into the playoffs. Well, it's not going to be that easy this time, but he's absolutely not down and out yet. These first two games were close, they were very competitive, and they absolutely had moments. Even in that first game where Solar, of course, was in trouble after losing those two hatcheries, there were some moments where I really believed that Roaches, Ravages, and Corruptors were going to get the job done.
Yeah, I actually couldn't believe my eyes there because I thought that game was very much so in Hero's favor, but Solar managed to find some miraculous fights. I wonder if he wants to play a little more aggressive. I actually talked with Solar right before this match, and he told me if I lose less than 5 workers, it's easy. If I lose more than that, difficult.
Yep.
Last game, I think he lost exactly 5. So that was right in the center.
Really? I thought he only lost 3 for a little while. Where did he lose the
I guess he lost, I think he lost 2 more later, maybe? At least in my memory,
the start was pretty clean.
He was 100% ahead, 100%.
Yeah. I think Solar was happy, and obviously we're talking about 5 workers in the first 5-6 minutes, until the first 3 bases are saturated. As a Zerg, you never want to lose drones, but if you lose 4 drones against a couple of random adepts when you're sitting on 80 drones, like, okay, annoying, but no big deal. If you lose 4 drones against that first Oracle, that just slows you down tremendously for the next 5 minutes into the game and makes your mid-game hell in general as a Zerg. So the first 5-6 minutes, incredibly important in this matchup, and once more that goes for both sides, of course.
Yeah, of course. Hero once again opening up with a very standard Adept Oracle opener. Last time he didn't double chrono the Adepts and then still shaded in. That just means that he didn't respect Solar's Zergling count. Like Solar hid the Zerglings away from him, because if you don't chrono the second Adept, the Zergling speed will finish just as the shade finishes. So if there's 6 or 8 Zerglings, you're just going to lose the 2 Adepts, and it will always be a bad trade. So I don't expect him to finish it once more. Let's see, though, because it's Hero.
Well, there are some spots here that are so tempting, right? Especially, I think, that final mineral patch right below the Assimilator is like, oh, that's such a good spot for 2 Adepts to finish. Even if there are 6 Zerglings right on top of your Adepts, you're like, well, only 2 or 3 Lings at a time can attack my Adepts. I can maybe pick off a drone as well if they still go back to this mineral patch and they are within reach of the Adepts. So far, Hero not finding a whole lot yet, and perhaps a little bit annoyed over that and says, you know what, I'll just take out some larvae. I may not be able to kill drones here, but I can still activate Pulsar Beam and take care of some of the larvae.
Yeah, this is passive damage, as well as with the Adepts. He denied some creep tumor timing of Solar, like he didn't get to spread the creep right away, which slows down the creep a little bit. So overall, this is, I think, the average outcome. If you really want to with the first Oracle, I think you can almost always get 2 drones if you fly into a mineral line with 2 queens, but Hero not deciding to do it this time. Yeah, that was big. 3 drones in between the bases for basically free, and this time he didn't lose any HP on the Oracles.
Exactly.
Last time, after the first 2 fights with the Oracles, they were orange and red HP, I believe.
And that's so frustrating because Solar has played it very safe, very cautious up to this point, right? He wasn't rallying those drones immediately over. He was like, nope, I don't want to lose any of those workers. I am looking for a clean start here into game 3. And then the moment where you finally grab a few drones, you send them over to the third. The Oracles show up at a picture-perfect moment for Hero. And as you said, it's not just the fact that he gets 3 drones. He gets 3 drones without eating any shots of those queens whatsoever. So he can come back more for later.
He can, as he's doing right now, as 2 Adepts shade into the third base of Solar, snipe 1 and 2 drones right away, which the second shot connected in maximum range of these Adepts, barely getting the shot off. And Solar now slightly behind in workers. I think this is still an okay position in the early game. I think this is about an average PvZ early game.
Yeah, but he needs to stop right now. That was big for Solar.
Yeah.
Finally, the queens are in the right spot. And Spore Crawler helped out there as well, I believe. So he gets a full volley or 3 off. Oracle loses a lot of HP. And from here on out, Hero needs to tread very carefully. Needs to slow things down a little bit. Because we were right at the tipping point where if Hero finds another successful drive-by with those Oracles, it becomes a mega frustrating game for Solar, where it's just like, oh my god, I just cannot get to the spot that I want to be in. That was a very big moment.
Yeah, this time around he didn't open with +1 melee as well. So the build order war in PvZ is usually you don't want this to go up against Stalkers. So maybe he was predicting a Charged Archon build from Hero this time around. Not the case though, as Hero just opens the exact same as he did previously on Oceanborn, opening 4 gas Stalker into 6 gas. Still not the worst, as long as the Protoss doesn't super commit. It's not that bad to not have +1 melee. He fires up a quick Roach speed and we'll see where he wants to go from here, maybe into the Lurker transition.
That'd be very cool. I mean, we obviously haven't really seen Solar reach Hive in a very comfortable spot. We saw a bit of it on Ocean Boy and with some upgrades, Ultras down the line, but it always felt that it wasn't the quickest Hive. It's not as quick as we know Zerg players are capable of getting it. There is our infestation pit, 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. I'd love to see some lurkers here. That'd be very fun. I do feel though that defending that right side base with just roaches and lings against a play like Hero, so good with his blink stalkers on the edge of creep, that's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I think in this game maybe not so much because he's going for the Robo, the Templar Archives +2 and charge, and he already is warping an extra Zealot, so he stopped at a very low Stalker count. But I would agree with you, if he just went like 6-gate Stalker, I think you would lose so many units just trying to defend that base because you have no catch. As I said, without +1 melee, you can't just come in from the back with the Zerglings, and constantly Hero will just focus fire down one roach at a time. Let's see if that Zergling run by gets in. I don't think it did, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Got an Adept in position, and Hero is going to walk in warp in a safety Stalker right behind it. A triple Oracle with a lot of energy. Just kind of lurking there on the edge of creep. That's obviously a very good spot because the moment that Solar tries to spread a little bit of creep, the Oracles are there to deny it immediately. And it's not comfortable as a Zerg to have your 4th base there and don't have any bit of a buffer for yourself with a bit of creep going on.
I wonder, did Hero scout the infestation pit or the Hive? Or does he have no idea of what is going on so far?
I don't think he's been in the main for a little while.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out what exactly is going on right now. I think he saw that Solar did take 8 gas, so he knows there is attack, but theoretically it could still be Mutas from his point of view, which I think would have been kind of scary. Now he sees the Hive, now he knows exactly what's up. The only thing that you kind of rush Hive for if you go Missile and if you go for this many roaches is the Lurker transition. So we'll see if Hero once again wants to go for the quick Fleet Beacon or if he throws down the next Robo, because those are the two ways that you can deal with the Lurkers. Either you go very Immortal heavy and you try to be active on the map, which Hero is really good at, or you go into the quick carrier transition, forcing the Zerg to also go into some Corruptors and slowing down the game instead.
Well, Hero is firing up +1 air weapon, so he may be thinking about a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate, but I also think it's the right call to just first get a couple of cannons and batteries, make sure your Immortal count is up there. Obviously, he's got plenty of High Templars to work with. Immortals are great, but I really think it's often the storms that keep the Zerg at bay. It's so difficult to attack into a Protoss that is standing there with a bunch of High Templars that are very well spread out. It's inevitable that these storms are going to connect in a big way.
Yeah, I think the big thing that Hero can do now is move out with a little bit more of his army. Because the hardest thing for Zerg to do if you go for a Lurker army like this is move across the map and actually siege the Lurkers in position. Yeah. It's so difficult because the moment you go for Lurkers, as you said, you can stand in the middle of the map with some Immortals and some Storms. You have to siege up the Lurkers every time to force them back a little bit. Otherwise, you're just going to eat Storms and you're not going to kill anything. Hero actually going for a quick Tempest, which I love because that is very good against the attacking version of the Lurkers where you try to siege, and because it basically puts a timer on the Zerg attack.
Yeah, but it does take a long time because I feel like 2 Tempests just don't pack enough of a punch. And maybe even the 4 Tempest is something that if you're Solar, if you bring the Queens over, you drop a Transfuse here or there, it's not something you have to be Omega worried about. Of course, the higher that number goes, the more frustrating it gets. And eventually, if we're looking at 6 or 8 Tempests, like, yeah, that really starts adding up. Then you start bleeding out expensive units like Lurkers rather quickly. But I do feel like if I'm Solar, I'd be like, okay, I know that eventually this is going to be a problem, but the first 2 Lurkers, I'm really not that worried of. Or first 2 Tempests, rather.
Yeah. It is the safer option, though, because they build quicker. They're also a little bit cheaper. So we'll see the way Solar approaches this. He also is going for the Nidus, so he's probably going to try attacking at the front. And then either Nidus into the back of Hero's main base or Natural right away. Or maybe he gives a Nidus to the Lurkers, so he has more movement options with those slow siege units. And you can see Solar already retreat. It's just so annoying.
Hero is going to have to control his Tempest a bit more cleanly, though, than he did on Post-Youth. Now,
yeah,
that was a map that he did still win, and obviously all is good if you end up winning, but he did lose a couple of them in a way that a world-class Protoss should not lose them. And this game is a lot more competitive than that one was, so he cannot afford to randomly lose them.
Yeah, 100%. Solar gets in with a couple of Zerglings, as he also moves forward at the same time. Hero not quite paying attention on the High Templars. No Storms being dropped. But he has to disengage just by the Immortal standing there and the Tempest constantly shooting. He just has no anti-air to catch these Tempests whatsoever. And now he's actually attacking into the snow, right? No.
I think that was a bit of an overcommitment there by Hero, as he does drop a safety storm or 2. There are a couple of Zerglings nibbling away on the Fleet Beacon of all things. And that actually means that Hero can no longer build any extra Tempests, can build carriers for a little while. What a pickup with a couple of random Zerglings.
Yeah, I don't think Solar expected that as well. He probably was like, okay, what's the best target for me to kill? And he just goes on the fleet beacon and just Hero didn't pay attention. So
I bet Hero is going to be so confused when he realizes he can't build any Tempest. He's like, that doesn't make any sense. I've got Tempest. Like, pause, referee, please. Like, you lost it to a couple links, my friend. Now he does have a mothership. He's got a pretty terrifying army. But this is also the kind of army that if I'm Solar, I look at it and be like, if I can just get on top of it, I'm going to absolutely crush this Protoss force.
yeah, it's so difficult though. He needs a huge portion of his own army to come from behind, I feel like. Instead, he's going for big run-bys, which is also a good option against Tempest.
I do like it because these run-bys are going to make the game more chaotic, and that is what Solar needs right now. Because this army of Hero has a lot of potential, but it's so flimsy. If Solar can just get a little surround, even a couple of roaches, a couple of lurkers coming in from the top, he could really take a magnificent fight. As the first Viper is out, we get an abduct up on one of those Tempests. The remaining Tempest count is 4. It's annoying, but Solar does not need to panic. He just needs to choose the next battle wisely.
Yes, I think maybe his best option at this point, honestly, is to go for more big counterattacks. Because Hero's army is not very good at just breaking through, right? You try to pick apart at the Zerg 1 unit at a time, and he doesn't have a lot of units at home. So these small counterattacks are already so annoying for Hero. I think maybe you leave a couple of lurkers at home and then go for a huge counterattack, maybe with a Nidus even.
Couple of Zealots is not going to be enough for Hero. These Zerglings are feisty as +2 melee is about to finish off. I really love the way that Solar is playing this. It's such a mature decision to look at that bottom base and be like, I don't want to lose it, but I think it's okay to lose it right now. I've got bigger fish to fry. It's unfortunate for Solar that he didn't quite get the kill there on the cybernetic score. As Hero has rebuilt his fleet beacon, by the way, right in the spot where he gets run-bys 24/7. So there is a chance that we lose another fleet beacon later on. But I love that call from Solar to just let that base die. And look at these Zerglings go. These buildings are so damn expensive. Fleet beacon 300 gas, Templar Archives 200 gas, as the Protoss army is on creep.
Yep, and the mothership should go down here. Oh my god, the time warp, the Corruptors went back too soon. He 100% had that mothership. Now he's gonna get it anyways. Hero was like, okay, this is fair play, I'm gonna give it to you. As he constantly still kills Corruptors one at a time, which forces Solar forward, but it's so difficult to... Oh my god, the Stalkers, that was... Was there blink on cooldown? I guess he blinked downwards?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a lot of Stalkers that got absolutely obliterated by the Lurkers, as the Zerglings are still doing their thing, not just getting a Templar Archives, but also getting a Stargate. These have been incredibly successful Zergling run-bys, not in the way of killing 20+ workers, but in picking up very expensive tech buildings. It really does feel that Solar is just counting down the seconds until he can get that one sweet surround. He has the kind of army that can get on top of Hero's army, but obviously he's waiting for the perfect moment. This is also not the kind of army that you can run in range of and then be like, oh no, this is not the moment, I'm gonna disengage. Because then you lose so many Zerg units, and Solar is not kind of rich, but not mega rich. So he's just, I think, very patiently waiting for his perfect engagement. And as long as Hero is out and about on the map, I believe this perfect engagement does exist for Solar.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to get, especially without any distractions. Hero has struggled with these run-bys, mostly I think because he was almost maxed. So he couldn't warp in enough Zealots to deal with them, and this is still the case. But these are the engagements that very much so favor Hero, because Solar just runs forward, the Tempest always kill the units one at a time in the storm zones.
Couple of Zerglings now run into the main base. They're going to try to pick up the Forge. That will not work. But if Solar can just distract Hero a little bit with these run-bys, High Templars go pretty far forward. But it's okay because the Archons, the Immortals, and the High Templars are here. And Hero is going to find another big pickup on this hatchery in the top right side. Tempest now kind of left by themselves. Corruptors get a couple of shots up. That parasitic bomb is dealing serious damage on those remaining Tempests.
They're out of position now to defend the left side base, and the Lurkers can intercept the army of Hero. And all of the static defense is unpowered now. This is Solar's time to strike. He has the bigger army. He picks off a couple of Tempests on the way back. There's still Stalkers, so Hero's army is not very good at fighting directly into Solar's army.
Sniping those pylons was massive. Maybe we would have liked to see Hero recall the army. He has not done that. Heroes is in such an awkward spot right now with all those units at the bottom of that ramp. He does drop a couple of nice storms, softens up those Corruptors a little bit. Both players honestly floating a lot of resources for the level that they have and for the crazy game that this is. I guess Solar is just a little bit out of larva, as Hero left a lot of units behind there. The Archons are going to go through the meat grinder. Those two Tempests are left all by themselves, and obviously they are dead right now as the Corruptors chase them down. I think Solar has played this really well. What a snipe on that pylon to unpower all those cannons and batteries.
All it took was one bad army movement decision from Hero, and then he was cut off from his own most exposed base. And his army is so good at constantly picking apart, but it's so bad that if you're forced to engage into the Zerg army, you just can't do it.
It's funny, because if Hero would have done it the other way around,
ground, I think he would have been totally fine.
Yeah.
If he leaves the Archons, Immortals, and High Templars on the high ground, and the Tempest go a little bit to the right to work on that hatchery, same result, but a very different outcome, because Solar can't run on top of those ground units, but he can run on top of the Tempest that were all by themselves.
Yeah. And then he just couldn't recall all of the units, so 3 more Archons, 2 more Tempests went down, and that's exactly what Solar needed. It's still a rough position for him, because he just doesn't have a catch. Like, how do you exactly engage this army? You kind of need an Infestor to flank and get a Fungal down, or you need a surround. So I think the best that he can do right now is try to go for massive counterattacks and then defend. I think that is kind of the game plan that I think Solar should go for.
Solar is firing up 8 Broodlords, so it's quite the opposite, right?
Yeah, it will allow him to move across the map with the Lurkers, actually. So this could help him in this type of scenario where he's just trading against the Tempest. The Broodlords are obviously not that good, but it allows him to move across the map with the Lurkers and even maybe move them across with the Nidus as well.
Hero is Dark Shrine has finished up a little while ago as he does land a little Fungal, and a Fungal does mean that these Tempests are going to have a hard time getting away. He goes for the split target fire. He wants to get at least 2 Tempests, and he does grab 2 Tempests immediately. A lot of Storms did get dropped there on the Zerg army. The Broodlords take a severe beating, but Hero still has triple Stargate Tempest. I have a hard time believing that the Broodlords are going to have a big impact. And dealing with Zealot run-bys when you go for a more immobile Zerg army yourself is incredibly difficult, as that hatchery finishes up and dies immediately. It's despite that great fight that Solar had earlier and denying this base from coming online. This game is starting to look more and more grim for Solar with each passing second.
Yeah, I think he needs more Infestors. He needs more moments like the one we just saw where he fungals a couple of Tempests, actually kills some units, and then he can fully engage onto Hero's army just without the fungal. It's so difficult. How do you ever stop Hero from just moving back, shooting, storming when you engage with everything? It's so difficult.
Solar does have gas in the bank, so if he wants to, he can absolutely make a few more Infestors. What he does not want is lose this base. Broodlord's fire, he gets one of the Archons immediately. We do land an Abduct on the Mothership, and that means that the Mothership will die for the 3rd time in this game. Hero definitely lost some supply there, but still has 101 army supply. Solar seems to believe that this is an army he can absolutely chase down. I mean, the Broodlings do make it a lot more difficult for the High Templars to get to the front lines and drop Great Storms.
Yeah, it's just so hard against the Tempest. I also feel like this is kind of the time to go for Solar, because he lost his 5th base, and the 4th base he already had for quite a while. The 4 bases that he's on right now, yeah, it's resources. He probably needs to expand towards the left-hand side, but right now Hero's out-mining him.
Yep, this base from Hero is incredibly fresh. He's barely mined from it. Obviously, he lost it at one point, but there is so much left there. While Solar, his bases, there is a lot less left. There's a couple of the Stalkers now look for a counter-attack. Solar seems to believe that this was a moment to go for it, but Battery Overcharge is going to keep the unit safe. A lot of the High Templars took damage there, but they did not go down.
Yeah, and a lot of the Corruptors did take damage from the Storms, which is basically permanent damage for this. 2 good Abducts on the Tempest, some good pickoffs. As long as he kills 1 or 2 more Tempest, he can't one-shot the Broodlords anymore. A couple of Archons also moving too far forward.
Those Stalkers are really missing right now, by the way. Hero could have absolutely used a couple of the Stalkers there to keep those Corruptors at bay, but the Stalkers are instead dealing damage to the hatchery at the bottom side of the map. If Solar wasn't planning to all-in with this attack, he's absolutely planning on it right now. The High Templars go really far forward as the Lurkers get a couple of good shots up. The Broodlords are doing that thing. The Tempest count is low, is very low. Can the Corruptors get the final Tempest? 1 Tempest remains, but this 1 Tempest represents so much damage right now.
It represents so much damage. Solar's entire army is just Broodlords at this point. The Stalkers also running back. Solar just has no mining left. He has 54 workers remaining, but no fresh bases whatsoever. And the Stalkers are going for the flank. They're blinking forward, picking apart at the Lurker Broodlord army from both sides.
Is that a revelation here? Because that single Lurker, by the way, could potentially have a very big impact. Yeah, there is an Observer in the mix for Hero. Solar obviously knows that he is in trouble. He lands an Abduct, but he barely has any anti-air. That final Corruptor gets picked off, and it is starting to look like Hero will be the one to advance into the 2nd round of Group B. That means we get to see more of this man, his PVZ, tomorrow as he's going to take on Serral. What a series. Even if it was a 3-0, I felt every single game had a lot of fun, close, and competitive moments.
100%. I mean, we saw 3-0 the series before, but this was completely different.
Yeah.
This was completely different. Every game was super competitive. Even if someone fell behind, they made some great moves to come back into it. And Solar did look very good. I mean, he will probably have to play Coffee right next. So I'm not sure. He won't be happy about losing this one, but he didn't play poorly whatsoever.
Now, Solar is the kind of guy that even in a lower bracket, he can have one hell of a run. And if that lower bracket does not work out, knockout bracket, Solar is not the guy that anybody wants to see in the 1st round of the knockout bracket, because he is an incredibly good Zerg. Played well, had his moments. just kind of felt that Hero always had an answer, and he kind of felt what was coming. Sure, the games got hectic and chaotic, and Hero had his hero moments with a crazy blink here and losing a fleet beacon and a Templar Archives to 6 Zerglings. You know, those are Hero things. But overall, when it comes to controlling the main army, Hero makes very few mistakes and always has a good read on which units he needs. It felt that he pretty much had the answer before Solar even came up with a plan.
Yeah, I like the way that Hero played also, by the way. He didn't play overly aggressive. He microed the late game army super well, which is not exactly what he's known for, right? Usually it's hyper aggression, a lot of units, try to run across and just kill the Zerg, overwhelm him.
It was a fun series, even if it was a 3-0. We saw a lot of close and hype competitive StarCraft. Let's see what Kolaris and Tastosis have to say about that best of 5.
That's right, thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you're so well set up over there. Good to go. We've got ourselves our 3-0 here from Hero. And Solo, unfortunately, he really did put up a fight there, especially towards that last game. There were some glimmers of hope, especially in the last game here, but once you've got all these Stalkers and Broodlords unprotected from one another, it's very difficult.
Dude, Hero's on fire. Like, I love these styles that he was pulling out here. The Tempest-heavy play has always been something that I've been a fan of. So to see him on point here, I think that he could actually cause some pretty big upsets in this tournament.
Yeah, well, here is the bracket from this so far. This was Group A, of course, that concluded a little bit time ago as Maru, Oliveira, Estraya, and Dark have found themselves here in a match to try and get to that final. Later on, however, we now have Hero going up against Serral. This is a fixture we've seen quite a few times, and it's been actually one of the only Protoss that have given Serral a run for the money in the past here, Nick.
It's very possible that you have to be a player that can defeat Zergs if you're going to be able to win this entire tournament. Now, the fact that Serral dominated it that much in that match we just saw, where I thought it was going to be a lot closer. I thought that might be actually the longest match of the entire day. It was a clear 3-0. That's incredible. Now, he's going to be really tested in the next matchup here against Serral.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the highlights here from this game. We start off, number one, of course, with having it was a very quick transition to tectonic destabilizers from those Tempests, and being able to snipe off hatcheries and things like that. Solo didn't really fully expect that, Dan.
Tectonic destabilizers. Damn, you really do your homework, huh? You mean the orange gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did get that orange shooty gun really quick, man. That's really good against buildings. But, of course, game 2, we had, like, the quick ultra rush. Too many immortals to really end up dealing with that. That was kind of a tough one. It looked like Solar's build was going to be good, but Hero just picked it apart.
Yeah, and into, well, actually game 3 here overall. Again, felt like Solar had the best opportunity here, but again, when the tug of war goes down, Nick, and you're trying to kind of fight against this, Hero eventually able to win it out.
It's cool because Hero won in 3 very different types of games, and to see him kind of go head-to-head here in a pretty dramatic, like, high-tech air battle game where both sides are having to cycle through different types of techs and compositions, and to see Hero coming on top is really cool. And again, we don't have a ton of Protosses in this tournament. The fact that he played that well and looked that good is very promising, but like I said before, obviously he's kind of got the biggest challenge yet in his next match.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what is on the way as well here for the show, for the stream. We have got ourselves a very important match again in Reina versus Cure. Another banger. This group does not disappoint, and word on the street is, Dan, is that Reina is in very good form.
I hope that he is. I hope that he is, because he's a little bit unstable compared to some of these other Zerg players. But I'm also hoping that Cure can put out his top-end TVZs, because I do think Cure's maximum power in TVZ is really second to none, but he's also a little bit up and down with it.
Yeah, and of course, Reina comes off the back of last year winning Gamers 8, which was here in Riyadh. So the guy wants to prepare for these tournaments in Riyadh. He wants to effectively continue that kind of lineage that he's already set precedent for here, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I've been casting him in Korea, and I got to say, he's never done what we thought he would do in Korea. But
Definitely.
we're here in Saudi Arabia, where he's had massive success. He's looking calm. He's looking very composed. So maybe he's got that edge.
Maybe. Cure is no pushover. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have that match on the way. It's the penultimate match of the day here for day number 1 of our World Championship, so stay tuned.
I am now joined by Cure. Cure, the community wants to know who are your favorite practice partners.
일단 김덕 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 커뮤니티 질문인데요. 커뮤니티에서 이제 김덕 선수의 연습 상대 중에서 가장 좀 선호하는 연습 상대가 누군지 좀 궁금하다고 하네요.
일단 희범이랑 연습 많이 했고 희범이가 또 워낙 다양한 플레이를 잘 해줘가지고 그리고 개념도 워낙 게임 개념도 워낙 좋아서 서로 많이 공유도 하고 좀 열심히 했던 것 같아요 이번에.
My favorite partner is Shin because I have practiced a lot with him recently, and he knows a lot of different builds and different styles. So I shared a lot with him.
That's very interesting, especially because you're going to be playing Raynor, one of the strongest Zergs in the world. So how do you feel your preparation with Shin matches up to what Raynor's going to bring, and how do you feel for that matchup in particular?
아무래도 다음 상대가 또 이제 강력한 상대 중 하나인 이제 레이너 선수인데 또 신이모 선수랑 이제 연습하셨다고 하니까 신이모 선수의 그런 경기가 그 경기 스타일이 레이너 선수와의 이제 경기 때 좀 어떻게 도움이 될지 좀 그게 좀 궁금하긴 하네요.
저는 뭐 저그가 다 뭐 크게 다르지 않다고 생각을 해요. 왜냐면 빌드도 그렇게 다양하다고 생각 안 하고 저그는 좀 막는 쪽의 입장이어가지고 좀 뭐 크게 차이 있다고 생각 안 하고 같은 저그라고 생각하고 연습에 임했던 것 같아요.
I practice a lot with Shin based on the consideration that most of the Zerg players are mostly the same. In fact, that I mean the Zerg players doesn't use that much of a build because they're mostly defense oriented and just going mostly macro oriented. So in that sense, I think most of the Zergs are similar to me. So in that sense, I think practicing with Shin kind of helped.
And on the same line of thought, like how do you feel your TVC is right now compared to your other matchups and your chances against Raynor?
그런 점에서 이제 테드전에 지금 본인의 승률이 좀 어떻다고 좀 생각하시나요? 레이너 선수를 상대로 좀 얼마나 좀 이길 만하다고 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
항상 큰 무대에서 저그전에서 발목을 붙잡혀가지고 이번엔 정말 큰 대회이기도 하고 꼭 극복하려고 노력을 많이 했고 사실 승률은 좀 안 좋다고 저도 생각을 하고 있어요. 다른 종족전에 비해서. 그래서 이번에 최대한 보완하고 왔으니까 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, I mean, overall, TVZ scores are not that great for me, honestly. Especially on the big stages, TVZ always has been, dragging my foot all the time. So in that sense, I'm trying my best here to overcome that. And especially the first stage against Raynor will be the great test for me.
Thank you very much, Kurt.
Ready, set, go.
All right, we have got ourselves a great matchup here for the penultimate one of day number 1 from the World Championship here at the Esports World Cup. It is going to be a big rematch from last year, Gamers 8. In the grand final, Reina goes up against Cure. For Cure, not only is it important for him, but for Team Liquid, looking for some extra points for the club championships. Joining me is Dan as well as Rotterdam to talk about all of this. And Rotti, this is an excellent fixture to get it going on day 1.
You already said it, the rematch of the Gamers 8 final last year. That was not the official World Championship for StarCraft II, but Gamers 8 was still one of the biggest tournaments we ever had. And it was such a fun tournament. The games were amazing. And Cure looked so good all the way up to that grand finals. And even in the beginning of that grand finals. Game 1, he won, looked fantastic. Yeah. Game 2, Altitude, one of the worst TVZ maps ever. He almost had Reina. Reina in the end turned it around. Reina won the next 3 games as well, became the champ. And it almost feels to me that that was the beginning of a never-ending TVZ slump for Cure. And that sounds very mean, but throughout the last 12 months, this really has not been his matchup. And it's not that he plays bad. It's not that he's not competitive. He always looks good, but he just cannot get big Ws.
Yeah, that's actually a big part of the history of Cure. Like, I actually remember there was this period before he won his GSL championship where every game that I commentate Cure, I talk about how he's playing right, he's doing a great job. And then someone pointed out to me, they're like, he lost all those games you said he was playing well. And I'm like, yeah, but he was. It's true. He was playing really well in those games. So that's like this tragic hero that is Cure. But like, for instance, that first game against Serral against Reina last year in the finals, that was one of the best TVZs I've ever seen. Like, his best TVZ is Clem Maru level.
Yeah, no, I could only agree. And then on the opposite side of things here for Cure, going up against Reina, we were saying it during the break, right? Arguably, Reina has had a pretty bad year, Roddy.
Yeah, it's sad. We know that Reina is a world-class player. He's always been one of the best players in the world ever since he turned 16 and he became eligible to compete in all these ESL events. I would actually say since Reina turned 16 and he truly entered the pro circuit, this has been the worst year of his career. Atlanta was not it. Now, he was sick coming into Atlanta, but it still wasn't it. Katowice was very disappointing, losing in group stage. GSL did not work out. Dallas was not bad, but even for someone like Reina standards, losing in the quarterfinals, Reina does not go to Dallas to lose in the quarterfinals. Like, the best Reina we saw was last summer at Gamers 8. A lot of people said, this is not just a great Reina, this is the best Reina we've ever seen. After that, we haven't seen that Reina anymore, but I have a lot of very high hopes that we do get to see that Reina this weekend because he has put in an insane amount of work.
Dallas was the loss to Oliveira, right? Yeah, so it was weird, right? Because it's like suddenly Oliveira magic again. So can you account for something like that? But you're saying Reina has come in here and is looking the best he's ever seen. And I've heard from the pro gamers as well, Dan, that they are also echoing those sentiments. So what do you think for his prospects?
He seems like a player. I think that this is going to be the way that he plays. Some players' styles are just a bit more volatile than others, right? Like, he doesn't just play the all-encompassing, absorb everything, continue to grow and kill your opponent style that Serral plays, right? He plays a different style where when Rainer is playing his best, he might actually look better than Serral.
Oh, absolutely.
But
there have been moments.
You can't keep that up forever with this style, right? It's just different styles give you different things. So if everyone's saying that that's the way Reina is playing, he might be the one that ends up winning again here in Riyadh.
And Reina can be that machine that truly is firing on all cylinders, but for him to be that machine, he needs to be playing StarCraft non-stop. And he has even said himself, I can't possibly keep that up throughout an entire year. And he will be the first to admit that he's been a bit lazy after Gamers 8. That was such a big win, he was feeling on top of the world, and he kept it a little bit easier after since, but for this tournament, Claris, he really did put in the hours.
All right, two of the very best going head-to-head here in just the first round of Group B. Let's go to the game with Lambo and Tasteless.
What's going on, everybody? Today, we've got Reina versus Cure here, introducing our players in the bottom right in the blue. Our Terran, he is Cure. And in the upper left, here in the red, our Zerg player, he is Reina. So we were listening to the guys over at the desk, and I got to agree with a lot of what they had to say. You know, it's been a bad year here for Reina compared to all the successful years he's had before. Obviously, Rainer did manage to win Gamers 8 last year. He's kind of, in that sense, on home turf. But for me, being the guy that casted a lot of his games in Korea, I've kind of been used to seeing him underperform this year.
Yeah, 100%. I think he put so much pressure on himself when he went to Korea. He practiced every day and he was super disappointed. I think he was more disappointed than anyone else in his performance there. But I think the practice, that the hours that he put in Korea, they paid off because now he's on another level mechanically. He doesn't make mechanical errors. He's super fast. I think he's even faster than someone like Serral. And on his absolute peak, on his A game, I think he can beat anyone. And that's why I think he's one of the favorites to win this tournament.
Yeah, I got to agree with you, Lambo. I think Rainer is a real threat here. I saw him earlier today, and he has this air of confidence that I see a lot of times when he's at foreign events. Events that I feel like a lot of the other players have an air of tension with, and that includes Kjær. He always seems to, I think, keep a bit more to himself. He's a bit more reserved. In this game, we've got Kjær going for double racks on the low ground. We've seen this quite a bit, oftentimes used for Reaper pressure. But there is, in fact, in the main, is that a third racks?
Yep.
Okay, so that's different.
That is different. I have a funny story about this, actually, because I have coached Rainer a little bit for this tournament, not like I did for last Gamers 8, but we talked about what Kjær might do. And we stalked his match history a little bit. And in the last couple of weeks, he has been playing 3-Racks Reaper the entire time. So he's kind of prepared for this exact build. The one thing is that Rainer tries to cover all of his bases. So what is very good against 2-Racks Reaper is that you take your third hatch very fast so you can defend it, and you delay your speed. But against 3-Racks Reaper, that's a little worse. So I would say build otherwise, this is looking good for Kjær.
Yeah, we got to see how much damage Kjær can actually pile on here at the very start. A build like this where you don't have an expansion right away and you're really investing in aggression means you need it to pay off. So it's not going to be obvious immediately that this is actually a serious rush because 2-Racks Reaper, a lot of times with just 3 Reapers made alone, is basically a small pressure build to control the third hatchery while you make that command center behind that. So things are going to become more evident as this Overlord comes in here and scouts.
Yeah, he sees the lack of the CC, and if this was 2-Racks Reaper, the third CC would already be 20 seconds on its way. As now, Rainer, I think his plan was, when we discussed this, to just cancel the third hatchery, which is not great. You will play from behind, but that's his plan. Against 2-Racks Reaper, you just cannot hold it. So overall, I think good for Kjær. If he continues to go for the hatchery, instead, he tries to go towards the natural, fighting the queens.
And right now, the Reapers haven't been killed off. Obviously, they can heal up. So if you're dropping a couple Lings, this can really start to snowball out of control here as the Terran damage is going to pile on. A nade's thrown down here and pops those queens up. Kjær right now is oscillating between the main base and the third and trying to punish whenever he can.
Yeah. And on this map, this is very specific about this map. Just with a single creep tumor, you can actually connect the bases. So the queens are much better at defending this base. One of the Reapers even misrallied, and that's so much time lost for Kjær. I really think if he just attacked the hatchery, he could have gotten that. But if he doesn't get that, if he doesn't kill the hatchery, he starts from behind in this game.
That's right, and for now, the damage really hasn't piled on that much, but let's see how these next set of Reapers do. He's got a lot over here in the main. He's being pretty conservative with those grenades, but now they're going to be stuck up in here, so Kjær has to make this work, and he has to do it perfectly. He's continuing to be chased. Lings come in here, and they cut it off, and this is huge right now, as Rainer is going to completely and totally shut down this attack.
Yeah, insane surround. Kjær didn't know what timing Rainer started his speed at, and the speedlings just finished before the Reapers could jump back down. Rainer intercepted the Reapers, and the moment those Reapers step on creep, tries to kill as many Lings as possible, but he got 0 drones. He didn't delay the third base, and Rainer even gets the follow-up scout. He sees the single eBay. He knows this will be a 2-base follow-up, so he has all the cards in his hand right now.
I don't want to be too deterministic in this cast, but it does feel like things are going to be very comfortable right now for Rainer. Was that an overextension there by Kjær to go that deep into the main? Should he have just tried to keep those out, maybe try to control creep tumors, use them to scout, maybe even incorporate them into a push later on?
I think yes, that's what he should have done, but it's with full information, right? As a Terran, you're not entirely sure when the Zerg takes the gas and when he mines the gas. I think Kjær expected Rainer to either be going gasless because the third hatch was so fast, or at least start the speed a little bit later. I think he just got caught off guard there, not anticipating the exact Zergling speed timing that Rainer was working with that game. And in that case, yeah, it was 100% an overextension. Just more passive play where you can constantly kite back and not lose the Reapers would have been much better here.
And so because of the decision to go for the 3-Racks Reaper, and obviously whenever you're making that many Reapers, you can't be building up Marines for later on. The fact that that was shut down is huge. the two-base play, we don't see a lot of two-base timings in any sense really that successful in TVZ. I know we had a period where people were going command center first, but that seems to be pretty passé now. So let's see how this push works here for Cure. He is going to come out with some Marines here on the low ground. These are stimmed. He doesn't have a medevac with him, so if he does get surrounded, he will lose everything. But I guess he has to take these kind of risks at this point in time in the game. Otherwise, he's just going to be playing from behind permanently.
Yeah, I think he's trying to set up for his later timing with the stim move out, but he didn't even clear the furthest away creep tumor from Rainer's base, so he didn't really do a good job of setting it up. Now instead he just has a bunch of yellow Marines, and he's trying to move out once again. Rainer not quite paying attention here, losing a couple of Zerglings. That's good for Cure.
Yeah, I mean, he'll take whatever he can get, right? We've got, I think it's one medevac, unless there's a second one. Oh, sorry, there's two medevacs over here. I was wondering where the other one was. So he's going to be pushing up now. And, I mean, look, it's kind of fair ground here for the Terran. I think you can make something work at this phase of the game. He does have Lings in the back, Rainer does, here to try to flank this. But as long as he keeps the medevacs in good health, he should be able to pick up and get away and get in and get out.
Yeah, I think this is more than 16 Marines, though, and Rainer is trying to go for the wraparound. A bunch of Banelings are going in. Good focus fire on the first, good focus fire on the other Banelings as well, and he saves the maximum amount of units while also dealing good damage. Great micro from Cure.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're right, he had like too many Marines to actually save them all means he bled off a little bit more. And you'll always take dead Zerglings to trade out against Marines. So Cure going to have to back up yet again. And this is a 4-base Zerg to the 2-base Terran. You can see Rainer even coming in here to confirm that at the 3rd base location. I think that tank is just out of vision range, but he should know if you don't see a 3rd base, it can only mean a 2-base push.
Yeah, and what Rainer is doing is very good against that. He stays on a very low gas count, which means he has a lot of Zerglings and Banelings to work with. It's not like he's transitioning into Hydras, it's not like he's transitioning into Mutas or anything like that. He just has the maximum amount of units, which is perfect against what Cure is doing.
Okay, now he's going to try to push over here. Oh my god, there's Banelings coming in here even from behind, and the tanks are going to siege up, which means he's going to lose the entire foothold at this position. This is another huge shutdown, and I just feel like we're seeing Cure get further and further away from any opportunities to make anything happen in this game.
Yeah, I think the one Overlord Scout was so huge, because if you see a single eBay this early, it's always a 2-base all-in. You know it's not a double eBay, you know it's not a 3rd CC. Rainer just knew what he was going to do, and he already had a good start. And with the fights that he just didn't make any mistakes, right? He always had a flank ready to go, so the Marines couldn't just kite back. He didn't even let him siege up. It was crazy good from Rainer so far. And I think from here on out, it's just going to be easier.
Okay, another surround coming up here. This time he's got enough to save, well, almost everything. He picks up again and is going to move back. But the issue here is not really how many Marines are going to be saved or lost anymore, but the fact that Rainer has such a powerful economic engine behind himself. He's on 4 bases, which means the 5th is going to be very quickly put in here. Cure's going to try to push again. Again, he lost the tanks in the original push, which really didn't do anything at all, which means this movement out here should be even weaker.
Yeah. Cure is actually transitioning into a +2. Like, he made an armory for continuous upgrades, so he was planning on this, I guess, going on for a little while. But it's not like Rainer stopped upgrades as well. His Carapace upgrade is even ahead of the Terran, and he's up in supply. He's once again going from all the sides, using the Queens at the front to tank, and now coming in with a flank, fully surrounding Cure. Not enough medevacs to pick up all the units, and all the tanks once again die as well.
Yeah, and another big surround. Things are just getting worse and worse for Cure. He's getting more and more underwater right now. You might be asking, why hasn't Cure taken a 3rd base or double expanded behind this? It's like he's so behind at this point in time in the game, there's really only one direction it can go. And even though that likelihood of it succeeding is so low, there's really no other way to, I guess, correctly play this out.
Yeah. It's not really like you can just camp here, which is usually the comeback mechanic of Terran, where you just try to outlast the Zerg, you try to max out, somehow survive to an insane army, because the moment he even just tries to get a 3rd base, Rainer will be maxed up 60 supply, just run into him. So he's just trying to retain his units, take good fights in the middle of the map. He can't even touch the creep of Rainer at this point. He doesn't even reach the other side of the map with his 2-base all-in, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, and this all goes back to the fact that he went for 3 racks Reaper early on. I mean, if it doesn't work out, you're in a very perilous position in the late game, just like we're seeing right here. He's forced another pickup over there, but a quick unload back from Cure. And Rainer just basically has to let the clock run. He's got his 5th base up and running. He can actually expand to both 12 o'clock positionally and maybe even into the bottom left. I don't know. I mean, he can kind of go anywhere he wants right now. It looked like Terran could have set up for a third base, but again, you know, there's really, I guess, no right way to, well, I guess there's a lot of wrong ways to play, but there's an unlikely right way to try to win this. And instead, when he sets up out here, these Lings are going to come in here, these Banes are going to come through as well. He takes out a tank and maybe, you know, 1/3 of the army. Zerg is going to back up here now. And again, I guess all that Cure can do is try to see if he can come in and make this push work, albeit unlikely.
Yeah, I think this was the best fight that Cure has taken so far, since he also kept a lot of his gas units alive. And he has 4 Liberators, and this is kind of a nasty position. It's very difficult to engage into this. So Raynor does a very mature call of just sacking the base, because he has another 4th base, and we have to remember that Cure is on 2 base. He now finds a couple of Marines exposed at the back, and just catches the reinforcements as well, kills another tank, another Liberator. Now the Liberators are not covering anything, because all of Raynor's army is coming in from the south here.
Okay, he completely wipes that out. Did he actually get the hatchery up there?
No, he didn't even get the hatchery.
He did not just, okay, wow, all right, yeah, transfuses saved the day there. So, I mean, there's really nothing that he came out with from that. Not that I think killing the hatchery would have been like a moment we could say it's evened out, but, and wow, even trying to catch, oh no. I was going to say, you know, it depends on which medevac he's going to hit here, but he actually got GG. Okay. It ends with that last full medevac hit. You know, a dominant performance there from Raynor, but, and not all games are like this, but this one certainly is one. It all comes down to the fact that, you know, he shut down Cure's 3-Rax Reaper at the start. When we saw those Reapers go inside of the main base and they couldn't get back out and they got surrounded, the Terran is so behind.
Yeah, the momentum is just completely lost, and you need momentum to make the 2-base all-in work. Because in a normal game, where you don't deal any damage and you just straight up open with a 2-base all-in, as you said, it used to be popular, but not anymore, because Zergs kind of have figured out how to hold it. So if you already start from behind and then you do that, there's a very low chance of that.
And we're going to see this moment on here, on camera, where the Reapers, they get in, they get cut off by the Lings, and there's just no way to get back out. And I think it's important. This might sound silly, but when you're doing a super aggressive rush, you do need to be careful. You can't just throw everything at the guy, because if you overextend, it fails. This was the moment you were talking about, where he got surrounded here and didn't have enough medevacs to pick up all the Marines.
Yeah, I think he kind of got the best situation out. He stayed for as long as humanly possible without losing the medevac, killed as many Lings as possible, and still loaded up 16 Marines. So I think that was kind of the best that Cure could have done with that situation. I think that's, he didn't make a lot of mistakes later on, Cure. It's just the position that he was in was not really playable, I think.
Yeah, I think he put up a good fight on the 2 bases, trying to make it work. But, you know, Raynor was very good every single time at getting behind this. And if you can surround a Terran, they can't kite. They can't stutter step micro back, and so they have to pick up. And once they pick up, you know, the maybe, I don't know, 5-10 seconds where they have to relocate, that's a lot of time for the Zerg to rebuild and recover.
One thing that Raynor did really well there is also he came from behind with like more than 50% of his army always. He always uses the Queens to tank from the front, and then from the back he tries to surround the army to do exactly what you said. So the Marines are forced to load up, and then you can kill the tanks, and then the push is usually over. Obviously Cure kept trying because there was not much else that he could do in that scenario, but the writing was on the wall really after the first big siege tank attack got surrounded.
Yeah, this next game that we go to, I can't imagine that we're going to have it be 3-Rax Reaper again, right? I feel like that's one you have just once in a best of 5.
Yeah. It was also the best Zerg map, like this was Raynor's map pick for sure, so maybe that's why Cure wanted to try something more crazy. I also do think that Cure sees himself as the underdog. I wouldn't mind him seeing it mixing up more, but maybe a little bit less aggressive at the very start. Maybe some mech play, maybe some super greedy openings, mixing it up that way instead.
Raynor looking very confident, very competent in that last game, completely shutting that down. We're going to be going into game number 2 here in a second, as our players are basically ready to go. Cure, I think, is still a very scary opponent. I think if they can get onto an even playing field in the mid-game, this should be a more interesting TVZ and a less one-dimensional one.
Yeah, I really doubt we were going to see a repeat from game number 1. Cure is definitely also a player that's super standard usually, but I like to see that he's willing to mix it up, right? He had a month to prepare for Raynor, and he doesn't just play the normal 3cc bench that he usually always does. So I like that he mixed it up a little bit, even though it didn't work out in this game necessarily. I think it's a good sign going forward.
Yeah, Cure, I feel, has really always brought a better iteration of himself in every tournament he comes to. He's just been improving. He really puts the work in. We'll talk more about that in a second here. But to introduce our players here in the top right in the blue, he is Cure. And his opponent down here in the bottom left in the red, he is Rainer. So we want to watch these openings very closely. It was cool to see the 3 Racks Reaper. I think that build's always a little bit more fun when it actually works out. But, you know, rushes like that, you look like a genius when it works, and you look like a fool when it backfires.
Yeah, I think we're going to actually see something similar here from Rainer. I obviously know already the exact build that he's going for. He's taking the gold base on the other side. This is the only way you can take the gold at the start, otherwise the Reapers and the Hellions will just harass your drones from the back. And what he wants to do is actually put some pressure on Cure, but we're going to see that in a little bit, as this is a very specific map. Usually Zergs veto this, but for a tournament like this, you can prepare one very specific build, because Terrans don't get a lot of practice games on these maps. As a Terran, you ask the Zergs for custom games, the Zergs are going to tell you, no, I don't want to play this map. So they're not going to have as much experience as they do on the other maps, and you can take that to your advantage as a Zerg player and create some build orders that the Terran might not have seen before. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here from Rainer, as he takes the gold on the other side. And I think his plan will be something aggressive for sure.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you see a hatchery not in a normal spot on a gold base on a map, it usually means you're going to be going into some kind of Roach Rush, some kind of Roach Ravager Rush bust. This is cool. And I like these very map-specific builds. We should point out that whenever you see a build like this in a tournament where it's like over many days and there's a lot of players, you might be able to use it like once or twice, but you know, it's kind of like if build orders are like a deck of cards, you play that card
exactly
in the tournament, and now you gotta you gotta use it up. You put it in the discard pile. But I think this is a smart build to use versus Cure, because I do think Cure is one of the bigger threats for Rainer here in this tournament.
Yeah, I like the way you put it with the deck of cards. I really doubt that we'll see Rainer maybe even play this map again, to be honest, because it's a very rough map to begin with.
Now he sees the creep.
Yeah, he sees the creep. He can harass these drones from behind. That's quite annoying, but the queen spawns very early. Rainer went for a 15 hatchery, so the queen is out by the time the Reaper arrives, which means you don't need to build the defensive Zerglings. And Cure is actually going for a 3cc opener, so he's opening quite greedy against this, which a lot of Terrans might not do. And we'll see. Usually, as you said, very often you do go for aggressive Ravagers from this, but I think Rainer has a little bit of a twist to this build, as he has shown in the past that he likes to go for Queen drop with this as well. Since usually you defend with Banshee, and then if you bring the Queens to the other side of the map, you can not only drop behind the gold base to deny the mining there, but also start an attack at the front. And Cure already being very careful, starting some defensive cyclones and a bunker blindly.
Yeah, getting that bunker is huge, and it seems like he set up for this. Now, this is not exactly an attack, especially because of the way this map is shaped. It's not going to be an attack you've practiced against very much.
Yeah, it's going to be a multi-prong attack, and it will be also of more economy than you're used to, because the Zerg is mining from a gold base and the rich Vespin Geyser. So it's basically like Rainer is mining from 2 gas already and a gold base, so he's up in economy, as we can see with the little red arrows in the bottom, that he's already out mining him. It's not the most committed build, it's just like a pressure build.
So this is a moment where we're going to see if Rainer can pull this off, if he can punish Cure here, if he can shut him down. It'll be one of 3 possible outcomes. It'll either be Rainer wins and crushes it. It'll be one where, you know, it's a trade, or you know, we see Rainer maybe, Cure maybe crippled and it's going to be a tough game. Or it could just backfire. Sometimes you see these rushes that come in, kind of like we saw in game 1 where the 3 Racks Reaper looks cool until the Lings and Queens surround it, and now you don't have any options.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to if Cure figures out what exactly is going on, because he would need to kite with the Cyclones that he made from far away, because the Roaches can never connect with the Cyclones. He's now trying to pick off an Overlord. I would like these Cyclones to actually move across the map and find the Roaches on the other side. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to hold. If you just see this, when it arrives at your base, and you're not used to dealing with a multi-prong at like 4 minutes into the game, then it's going to become very difficult. But he also is starting a blind Siege Tank. It's not really blind because he scouted a Roach Warren, but he's playing it very, very safe.
Okay, so the bunker's going to go down at the gold base as well. Is there a weak spot here? Or is there a place he can try to drop that would make the most sense? Okay, well, hold on. He's actually going to micro these almost like it's a Warp Prism here and pick up some of those units. He is shelling the supply depot. That should go down. He drops over here in the back. The bunker can't help because it's not finished. Meanwhile, the front, I mean, this is becoming a big problem. If he can take out that tech lab, that would be huge.
Yeah, takes down the tech lab, and he's hitting the supply depot at the same time, while also denying the mining on the gold base, and he's transitioning behind it. It's just drones, and he starts a contain, where he puts a lot of creep tumors on the other side of the map, and Cure is just going to have creep in front of his base, and he doesn't exactly know what's happening. I mean, for all Cure knows, there could be a link flat behind this, so he needs to treat this with utmost respect.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we know that Raider's going to go for mass drones, so this is really smart. Terran has to respect the thing that you were talking about, the mass link run by here, and so he has to invest money in defenses, but Rainer on the other side of the map is very, very much so focused on economy, on development, and on to being in a healthy position in this late game.
Yeah, I like the spot that Rainer put himself into. Cure also doesn't have any medevacs on the way. He didn't start the second upgrade. He's still, even this tech lab, I think, is still in range of the corrosive bile, so he could retarget it. The SCV is not repairing. Okay, needs to fix that. Probably ran out of minerals there after clicking it. It happens sometimes.
Okay, so he gets the repair on the bunker, but you don't even care if that bunker gets healed up. You just want them to burn their resources onto trying to ensure they can even stay in the game. I mean, the fact that it is positionally kind of ambiguous what Rainer's doing is the real problem here. For Cure. And I love this. You can have a siege tank and a bunker to protect that position, but you can't really protect the resources that the SCVs are going to mine from as long as you have Ravagers that can pelt that with the corrosive biles, like this.
It's such a specific build that needs a very specific response, and I really doubt Cure ever played against it. And Rainer is abusing that fact. He's just containing in, he droned up. Cure can't even take a third base right now. He's miles away. He needs to scan all of that creep. It's not like he has a Raven as well, so there's going to be so many scans, even just expanding, let alone moving out.
Okay, now well, look at this. He can actually go for a dive. He can just target the tank down, and it causes a reset. You know, it's easy to turtle with tanks and ensure you don't get killed, like against blink all-ins and stuff like that, but you have to really expose one of those tanks to protect the minerals, and that's the Achilles heel. He can keep hitting it. And, you know, these SCVs, damage is accumulating over time. And look at this. Even if he gets down here, there's so much creep he has to wait for that to dissipate. Yeah. Oh my god, and there's no medevac here.
There are no medevacs. I think he has one medevac. Yeah, those are his first medevacs. The one medevac that shows here. And now he finally has enough to break out, but we can see the advantage of Rainer reflected in the supply. We're looking at a Zerg with 4 bases against a 2-base Terran, with a third orbit. The supply of Cure already going up to Hive, so he's going to have Vipers in the near future.
And I mean, at this point in time, functionally, it's almost like it's a 1.5 base Terran or something.
Yeah.
Trying to mine versus Rainer, who's got a really healthy position on the map. It's possible that when he takes his third base over here on the low ground, that Zerg can just pounce on that, kill all the tanks on the low ground, and maybe the one on the high ground with corrosive bile. We've got a Baneling's Nest coming here. Rainer is nearly maxed out. He's at about 175 supply here to Cure, who's barely shy 100 supply himself.
Yeah, it's such a tough position from Cure. I'm pretty sure his plan from here on out is to just camp it out, but that's not that great. If you're on 3 base, he can't even get a 4th base. He can't even mine from his own natural.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is basically it's like a reserved table at a restaurant or something. Like, he's not eating there yet. He's even going to impede the upgrades at the eBay. Looks like we've got I guess this is an intercepted drop where Cure can try to fight back. He actually, I'm sorry, this is actually outside his gold base. He's going to drive this position away. So he'll finally be able to mine from those gold minerals. But by now, Rainer's maxed out. He won the race. He won the game in many senses.
In many senses, he did. He has Vipers on the way. He has what counters Cure's army. The one thing that Cure is going for him is that he has a lot of tanks. But, I mean, there's already 3 Vipers out very soon. And he can just retake that position. I mean, Cure doesn't have enough units to drop and defend at the same time, so he's trying to drop now, but now he loses the space behind his gold base, which once again will wreck his economy out of his base.
I mean, he did deny this hatchery. That's good. I just don't know if it's ever going to be enough. There is actually, I think, the gold base he's hitting here as well. The Zerg is. Yeah, he's going to be able to deny that bunker. So we're back to square one.
Yep, we're back to square one. Cure is really, he's struggling to even just get up in supply. He now sees the 3 Vipers. I'm pretty sure he's not happy with that. These Vipers even had energy to already throw the parasitic bomb on the medevac. And yeah, I don't think he ever played against this, but he's definitely going to respect that build from now on. As he goes in, he actually finds a couple of workers, but at the same time on the left-hand side, we see 8 SCVs go down. It's probably just corrosive bites again at the gold base.
Yeah, I mean, he just can't use this location. Granted, Cure does have his natural expansion. He's mining from that. I mean, Cure is gobbling up everything on his side of the map. And, you know, a lot of times we talk about TVZ like, okay, well, the Terran's going to push. Is it ever going to work? That was what last game boiled down to. But in this game, I think it might be the reverse. I think we're going to see a Zerg just come in here and probably try to end the game. Yep. I mean, he has, you know, we know he can use drops. He could use a Nidus network. He could even just try to attack right into the front. Well, never mind. Terran's going to move out, so we will have that push after all.
That is unexpected for me as well, if I'm going to be honest. He saw 3 Vipers already. Raynor is max. He's going for the surround. The tanks are not even siege. Both tanks, no, one of the tanks gets abducted. The other one will get a couple of shots off. 2 more tanks are sieging in the back. But it's just a numbers game. The early game was so good from Raynor. The build order worked out perfectly. And he's destroying Cure in the middle of Dynasty here.
Yeah, and he's going to drive him all the way back home. I would not be surprised if we see Cure tap out here. The Marines are extremely low on HP. The medevacs don't have that much energy. No way to recover from that. GG. Raynor now 2-0 here and looking ready to walk out of the series 3-0.
Yep. The first card has been played for Raynor. That's one of the builds that he had prepared specifically for this event. He showed me a similar build like this, actually in preparation for GSL, and now he perfected it. He made it even stronger. I played against this against Bjan in practice, and he said this build is Imba. I'm gonna veto this map from now on. He just said Imba, Imba, Imba.
That's so funny. We have not had a normal game yet, by the way. We haven't had any kind of textbook TVZ opener that would give you a taste of what the matchup looks like or is supposed to look like. It looks like we're gonna have a highlight of right where the game ended. And look, I don't think Cure expected this game or this push to work, but I don't know what his options are, right? I mean, Raynor's been very good at controlling the early game and frankly making a pretty, I don't know, it's a dull late game, right? Because there's not a whole lot Terran can do. It's just Raynor shutting everything down over and over and over.
Yeah, I think it's generous to even call this a late game because Cure barely got into the triple digits. It was such a rough spot, but this build, it requires a very specific response to even get into a game. And I think he countered a different build because I remember Shin played Roach Ravager attacks, just straight up attacks, and against that he would have been safe with the bunker at the front, the double cyclones, the tanks. I don't think he expected the overlord drops to come.
Yeah, you know, you look at the gold base and the fact that you don't have to kill the gold base, you just have to hit the minerals, and then, okay, you can get a tank over there, but then the tank's pretty far out. You can't put anything in front of the tank. You can't put a bunker or Marines in front of it, so then the Ravagers just run up and kill it. It's tough, man. I gotta say, this is a series that's been pretty much all about technical stuff early on.
Yeah, very preparation-based. This is the type of series that you will see in the GSL sometimes, or and we really only got to see at these very big tournaments where you get some time beforehand to prepare. They had a month to come up with build orders, and so far the war has been won by Raynor in the first couple of games for sure.
So we're going to go into game 3 now. I think Cure can come back with 3 wins. I don't think it's likely, but I think he is one of the few players that has the tenacity to actually try to fight through this. And if he's going to do it, it's going to have to start now. In the top left in the red, he is Raynor from Italy, winning Gamers 8 last year. And his opponent here in the bottom right in the blue from Korea, he is Cure. A Terran player who really is one of the greatest Terrans of all time, kind of overshadowed by Maru. There's always a bit of a tragedy when you have one player in one race that is so good that it kind of mutes the history, the presence of the other players. But I think Cure is, if you're, you want to be a student of Terran.
100%. He's so good in standard games, and he can really, he can beat anyone in the world. It's just against these very top Zergs lately, he's had some trouble. Beating them in a straight-up game, he can't really do it, so now he tries to mix it up, and we'll see if that works. We already see the first barracks being built at the front again. Maybe he wants to go for the 3x Reaper once more. I mean, he will have recognized that Raynor went for late speed in game 1. Maybe this time he's going to try 3x Reaper again and just go for the base, or he just tries to go for the more conservative version, which is the 2x Reaper. Which you shouldn't just straight up lose a game if it goes wrong.
Yeah, we see a lot of the 2-Rax Reaper. We see a lot of players stop on, wait, okay. Yeah, 3-Rax Reaper it is. 2-Rax Reaper has become so popular over maybe the past 2.5 years. I guess there is kind of a, it's almost like when you're doing a build order, it's like a poker hand. You know what I mean? Are you going to bluff? Would you do that? Would you play this differently? And I guess in a best of 5, this is sort of ingenious in the sense that it almost doesn't make sense if the build didn't work that well in game 1 to try it when everything else counts.
Yeah, yeah. I agree
Does that
with
make
you.
sense?
It does make sense, but I think actually he would have looked at game 1 and he was like, Rainer skipped speed for so long, I wish I just stayed at the third base and killed it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's going to do this time. The question is, does Rainer delay his gas mining? Can we check if Rainer's mining with 3 on gas right now?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question here.
He does, okay. So this is, I mean, this time he goes for it. This time is exactly where Rainer made the adjustment. He now scouts forward. He will see that he's not even going to put the third hatch down this time around, I think.
Is he going to see? Okay, he sees the rack, so he knows everything now.
Yeah. Yeah, the moment he sees the third depot, he already knows it's 3x Reaper, so he doesn't send out a drone. He doesn't take the third base. So what Cure saw in the weakness of game 1, I'm pretty sure, is like, okay, the speed was late, I can kill this the next time. But Rainer adjusted himself. He was like, okay, he's willing to play 3x Reaper. I will respect it. I will wait. I will mine gas for speed right away. He's even trying to surround the Reaper, but Cure with good micro and stutter stepping, not getting tricked here by Rainer.
Now let's remember that Cure overextended with the Reapers, so we never really got to see how the game's supposed to pan out. You're not supposed to lose if the Reapers don't kill them. You're just supposed to play a different type of game, and I think we're going to see aggressive, but still... well, hold on a second. He's actually going in.
He is going in.
He's going in.
He's getting out, though, this time as well, and he's getting a lot of Zerglings. Rainer thought he had them for sure with the Evo Chamber block. Only one Reaper goes down. I think a lot of Zerglings went down here as well. That is pretty good for Cure, honestly.
Yeah. He's going to fraction that one Reaper off and keep these other 3 up here in the front. The Reapers are going to continue to pool in here. And pretty rapidly, they're going to be in very high numbers. And it's going to be up to Rainer to really not misstep because he could lose queens, he could lose too many lings, and things could spiral out of control.
It's actually a very uncomfortable position now for Rainer because you make a set amount of lings and then you take your third base. But now since he lost so many lings right away, he's not sure if he can engage. And that slows down his own third hatchery timing. Whereas Cure is once again, he's going for the exact same build, isn't he? He's going for the single eBay once again, going for the factory. We will see if this would have worked, if his early game was better, basically. We're going to get a repeat here in terms of build orders from Cure to game number 1.
So this is going to be the game where we get to see what Cure has in store with this build that he tried to bring into game 1. I think he had a lot of confidence bringing this build in game 1 and probably has a pretty calculated mid-game, you know, when he doesn't throw all the Reapers away like he did so far here. So that third command center is going to finish up. Stim's about halfway done. And he's going to be setting up for a macro game. It's just one eBay, right?
It's one eBay, and the Overlord is once again coming in to scout it from in between the bases. I kind of like the idea of having a secondary wall because of if the front dies, then all of a sudden the links can split into 2 bases. And that's not possible with the secondary wall, but Rainer will scout the eBay, and he's like, I've seen this before. I've seen this before in game number 1. It's the exact same build order once more. So Rainer knows what to expect. And this scout alone is so big. Like I cannot understate how important it is to scout that because you can really follow up with anything from 3x Reaper. I remember last year at Gamers 8 actually, Cure played 3x Reaper into mech. Like he had all of the barracks and then he faked going with Marines at the front and then he just went into mech. And that's something that you need to watch out for. You can also go into Cloak Banshees for anything, but Rainer gets the scout. He knows it's heavy 2-base aggression once more.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about a build like this, right? It's the ambiguity after the rush comes in, where because Zerg have to make a decision on how to respond, and if they are too even in trying to cover against anything, they can still lose to one thing, right? And so that's a tough balancing act to have. But the push is going to come up here. It's going to be Reapers leading with Marines behind. We've got, I think there's 2 medevacs on the map, but if not, there's going to be 2 coming up here in just a second.
I think Cure really needs to watch out. Rainer stayed on an insanely low worker count. He will remember that Cure did this move out as well to clear some creep, and he way overmade links. He wants to catch these Marines right now on the map before the medevacs are out. Cure did this exact same move. Maybe he's waiting a little bit too long because now the medevacs are actually coming here.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit too slow. It is the same situation where he doesn't have enough room in the 2 medevacs to take everything away. He takes out that Overlord, and that's going to supply block Rainer. Well, Rainer actually, still supply blocked, excuse me. Another Overlord finishes, but he still can't make anything. But I don't know that Cure can get that much done right now.
He's dealing a lot of passive damage because Rainer made so many Zerglings. This drone count last time around, when these first 2 medevacs hit, Rainer was at 63 drones instead of 43. He's actually getting outmined right now from Cure. He has less units, he has a lot of Zerglings at the very least, and he didn't morph any banis, but great stutter step. He loses 1 medevac though, that's huge, because that means only 8 Marines will be able to escape, unless he just wins the fight. Great engagement from Cure here.
Yeah, starting to clip away here at this Queen. He gets 1. The rest are going to survive. Again, Raynor low on that drone count for the time being means he does pack more of a punch to try to take on that attack that happened there earlier. And this attack that was basically harass-based is about to turn into a push as we've got some tanks inbound here as well.
Yeah, the last engagement was so rough for Raynor. Last time around on Golden Aura, Cure did the exact same push. Raynor just had more to work with. He could always surround. Right now, if Raynor tries to go for a surround, Cure might just be able to stutter step into the surround because he just doesn't have that many units to work with. He also has no upgrades on the way and he's on a very low worker count. So Raynor needs to trade cost effectively. Even though it's 3 base versus 2, he needs to somehow find good engagements, and it's very rough. Great tank positioning here from Cure, who also waits with a bunch of his Marines at the back. Loses 1 medevac. That's a little bit of a slip up here.
Yeah, and I don't know if Cure's going to get that much done in this position. It's going to be hard for the Zerg to clean this up, but I don't think Terran can really cause that much damage. It's a long distance to travel to. There's plenty of Zerglings and Banelings here ready to intercept. You can see Cure tries to advance. It's just 1 tank, right? I mean, he doesn't have that much he can work with up there.
Yeah, it's 1 tank. It's very hard for Cure to reinforce this position because it's so far away from his natural, and Raynor is sharking in between the army of Cure and the army that he has at home. He's sharking for the reinforcements, and now he's trying to escort his reinforcements. That's why he's trying to clear the path to move out with the rest of his army, which I think is very smart. Here you have 2 more tanks. Once those arrive, Cure's army becomes a lot more scary for the Zerg to engage into.
Bush is going to come up. Is this going to be a counterattack, or is this going to be a setup for a flank? Now, I love that move. He just runs in there, forces the tanks to siege, and then unsiege. That's what, like -5 seconds before they can actually get to where they want to be. Raynor's not losing anything for the time being, just waiting while this push gets over there. But I love this. Cure picks up the 2 tanks to expedite them getting over to this spot right now, and he's going to siege them up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is looking very, very scary for Raynor. He doesn't have any creep connecting to any of these siege tanks. There's 3 Liberators, I think, at this point in the back that are now sieging forward, and Raynor will have to engage into this. He can sack his 3rd base, but he just started an extra hatchery. He was so poor, he doesn't have all of the extra hatcheries, which means he will have to go for it at some point if he doesn't want to lose the hatcheries. He's setting up the surround, but the question is, does he have enough this time?
Okay, here comes that big surround now. The Banes are going to be connecting the tanks right in the middle, but slowly we see these Lings and Banes begin to close in, and this position is going to be completely wiped. No! Actually, he drops up at the top. I missed that. Excuse me. He's going to be driven back now. What, 1 tank left over and 3 Liberators. Can he actually get this hatchery? That would be huge.
Yeah, he's stimming forward, and he always has the safety of the 3 Liberators and the tank to fall back to. I think Raynor understands he can't engage into this position at all. Great pincer movement here from Raynor, coming from the back, killing the tank as the Marines were not close by. But even just these Liberators, I don't think the Queens don't have enough energy to fight through them. And the base goes down, with thus also it's 1/3 of the production of Raynor. It's going to be even difficult to spend his minerals. It's not like he has a lot to begin with, though.
Yeah, he doesn't really have tanks as a threat here, so the Queens can try to fight these Liberators. Oh, I guess he's got a little bit more over here, but it's he's able to drive that back a little bit more. Cure could actually close this out. In fact, I think he's going to be forcing Raynor to tap out GG here. Yeah, there it is. Cure, with the win that we thought he could probably take if he was on a little bit more of an even ground here in a game that would go into mid-game, where he could actually just come and push and kind of fight mano-mano there against Raynor.
Yeah, that was great. I think the game-deciding moment really was when Raynor underestimated the Marines. When Cure had the perfect stutter step back and he escaped with a bunch of the Marines, he killed so many Zerglings. From that point out, he was just in a commanding lead because Raynor stayed on a super low worker count, so he relied on getting a convincing victory here.
Yeah, taking a look at the highlights here. We had some great surrounds that came over here. But Cure, you know, he kind of stutter-stepped his way through this, actually whittled the Ling count down quite a bit. Wasn't even forced to pick up. That's always a bad sign in TVZ, where you're like microing and you're not forced to eventually bail on the position before getting damaged. The Zerg actually has to run away. So here is where the surround came in, and it was really all about this pickup. We see the Marines escape over here on one side and then come in and cover the tanks from behind. Had the tanks been wiped out, I think it would have been easier to clean up the Liberators, and then maybe this hatchery wouldn't have fallen after all.
Yeah, this was also a Terran with a supply advantage, and it was 1-1 against unupgraded Zerglings. Like, this fight was right before the +1 carapace kicked in for Raynor. He already was down in army. It was just almost impossible task to clear this position. Maybe his best shot was to give up that base, maybe buy time with the queens, expand to the bottom, and then go for a massive counterattack. Because I think attacking into that spot is just so difficult on that map.
Yeah, so Cure takes one game. That was big. He did it off of the 3 racks Reaper opening, where he did not overextend, he didn't go too far in, and was able to play basically a normal mid-game here with a very healthy push, shutting Rainer down. Are we going to have more 3 racks here? I feel like eventually he's going to have to ditch this.
We'll see, we'll see. I mean, Rainer said he plays it all the time on the ladder, so he kind of prepared for it. It's also a little bit map dependent. Like, there are some maps where it just gets shut down completely, so I'll have to see the map to predict exactly what Cure is going to do, but I mean, it worked this time around. Maybe you go again.
Yeah, maybe it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Just keep sending it in. Yeah, Cure finally getting that first win. He just needs 2 more. Rainer obviously eager to close this out, move on to the next day here at the Esports World Cup. Into our game now, in the top left here in the red. From Italy, he is Rainer. And in the bottom left, in the blue, our Terran player from Korea. He is Cure.
Yep, no multi-Rex Reaper opening this time, as he already builds the first supply depot in his main base. This is a map where the first Reaper arrives very early, but it's not that easy to get a lot of damage done with 3 Rex Reaper because you need to run up a ramp. So for example, on Oceanborn, you can shoot away at the queens in natural the entire time, so you need more stuff at the natural, and then you can also jump into the main base from that. So this map is not that good for the 3 Rex opener itself. And Rainer is actually blind countering it a little bit. He's going for a gas pool. That is very good, especially against 3 Rex Reaper. And Cure not doing it this time.
So this is a map where it's very different from the other maps. Granted, all maps are kind of different, but you do have pathways through the left side if you take out those minerals to get in there and get access to different points you would normally have. We'll see if that's going to play a factor here. I think it is tempting for Terrans to try to push in through those areas and try to close the game out right in the mid-game.
Yeah. The one great thing about this for Terran is also that you can't flank. Whenever you attack through the left-hand side, because you're protected by the rocks, you can't come from behind and take good engagements. So if you want to play against a Terran on this map, either you have to go for mutas and counterattacks, or you have to rush out lurkers or something like that. Otherwise, if you play Ling Bane like Rainer did the last couple of games, it's just not viable on this map if the Terran takes the left-hand side. But we'll see what Cure's game plan is. I know some Koreans don't really like the left-hand side, specifically because of muta or lurkers. And some Koreans really like it. I'm not entirely sure which of those players Cure belongs to.
I guess it comes down to style, right? I mean, I like what you're saying, though, about the Lings coming in from behind, because Rainer was very, very dependent on that, about basically making the opponent feel like he could push in when the reality is the player is actually getting surrounded by Rainer. You cut off those reinforcements and right at the last possible second close in on all sides.
Yep. Cure actually didn't SCV scout on this map, so he will see for the first time that this is pool first. He's now turning around with the Reaper right away. Now the question is, how good is Cure at knowing his hatchery timings? Because I know a lot of Terran pro games actually don't know the difference between the hatchery HP, what the HP of the hatchery is supposed to be between a normal 17 pool and gas pool. Because with the gas pool, this hatchery isn't done yet. If this was like a 16 pool, the hatchery was almost done if the Reaper arrived. And we will see if Cure actually has any SCVs on his natural. If he realizes what's going on, he will rally all of his SCVs into the main base because the speed will be done so soon, where he can't defend the SCVs at the natural. He now scouts. He sees that there is, in fact, Zergling speed. And he already goes for the 3rd CC.
Yeah, so macro play here from Cure. He won't be able to really do much of anything here in this game. Zerg has 2 options. You can either try to be aggressive and punish the Terran while they're somewhat vulnerable, whether it's like just kind of harass or cheese or whatever, or you just play your own macro game and try to develop and focus on a game that's going to really be played out between the 2 players later on.
Yeah, this is the perfect response from Cure, by the way. Just as I thought, just as I said, you don't want any SCVs at the natural because you can't defend it. So yeah, he just moved all the SCVs to the main base, and this is a relatively committed build from Zerg. It's not as bad as the 3 Rex Reaper fail that we saw in game number 1. Cure trying to go for the follow-up scout. Sees 3 queens, which means he's probably safe. That's enough of a scout, I think, for him to feel pretty good about moving out on the map as well with the Hellions, as Rainer tries to go for the instant surround. Trying to use the surprise factor there. You don't really expect a Zerg trying to surround your Hellions in front of your natural and gets one right away.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You're supposed to be safe at the natural there, and the Hellions can cover you, but he takes one out, and the other one won't be enough to cut it. But forcing a lift off, hey, you're not mining, you're not making SCVs, you're not landing mules. It's a little way to get ahead, and so Raynor does it. He sees it lands, which means Cure is confident he can push it back, so the Lings go ahead and leave.
Yeah, Raynor going for the Roach Warren for the first time in this series. I know that he's afraid to not go Roaches if the Terran expands to the left, so maybe that's the reason. It's very map specific, but Raynor is definitely good at playing both styles. He got good recently at playing with Roaches. He's a little bit of a Yona simp to begin with, so he saw Serral play Roaches all the time, and now he's like, okay, I want to try that too, and he got very good at that style as well.
Yeah, well, one thing about the Roach Ravager style is like you can at least clash into him head-to-head, right? It's not so much about just trying to get surrounds. Obviously, that helps too. For Terran, we're going to have Stim on the way. We've got 2 more Raxes coming down here. A Banshee headed northbound. It looks like he wants to skim the top right side of the map and then try to hit the bases, you know, going from the right side to the left.
Yeah, Raynor's actually all-in. He's going for the Roach Ravager Ling all-in that Serral did in Game 1 against Coffee. And the most important for Cure is that he doesn't move the Banshee to the sides of the map. You want to see this as early as possible. And then we'll see, because the build orders are actually very similar to what Coffee did. And this, on paper, is a good build order for Terran, but you still need to make the right moves. He even has a very fast tank afterwards.
Yeah, so this is going to hit really hard here. We want to watch where this tank is placed. The tank is the unit that kind of shows you where the Terran thinks they can hold their ground at. Okay, it's going to be spotted by the Banshee. The Roaches are inbound. The Lings are basically going to come in here to tank. He's not walled this in entirely yet. He can't seal this off just yet. He's going to put a bunker down here. Can he make one more depot and close this up?
I think he's underestimating it. He just saw the Roaches. Raynor has done a great job of hiding the Lings so far, but yeah, Raynor doesn't believe in it anymore himself. He's starting up drones, just the one Banshee. It's, as I said, on paper, this is a build order loss. Just Serral made it happen against Coffee, but Cure shows that if you have the Banshee in the middle of the map, you don't miss the Roaches, usually you're safe at home.
Yeah, and there's no way he can try to force his way up there. The wall-in has been made. And look, I mean, he's not going to waste his units trying to dive in, but at the same time, all these units that we see here, they could have been drones. They could have been focused on developing, expanding, tacking. And so right now, Raynor is iced outside of Cure's base. He can't really do much with that. Cure is steadily trucking ahead with more and more workers and tacking. And the counterpunch is going to come in here pretty soon from Cure.
Yep. Cure actually expanding towards the right-hand side, so he's not playing the left-hand side game, but definitely a decent advantage from Cure. It's reflected in the upgrades especially, also in the worker counts. Usually as a Zerg, you would like to be at like 80 drones at this point, not at 59. He's just now getting his 4th base. He's just now starting the 1-1. He's going into Banelings. His next step is probably trying to rush out Vipers to counter the siege tank push. That is most likely going to happen from Cure, but good position so far from Cure. This is, I think, the first time where he got really far ahead just by defending, not being the aggressor.
Okay. Lings coming across the map now. Not a whole lot Zerg can do, but try to play catch up. 1-1 is coming along. It's going to be Terran's first move. Moving out on the map right now. You could try to set up for some surrounds. By the way, this is not going to be a push on the left side of the map like we were talking about. This is a push just like any other game we saw between these 2 players already.
Cure going for 3 extra barracks, so he's going up to 8 racks. That's the build order that Oliveira managed to take a couple of maps off Serral, also the build order that we saw Coffee try earlier against Serral. It's a very committed timing. We'll see if he adds the 3 extra tech labs or if he just keeps them as vanilla barracks for extra Marines and an earlier punch. If you don't have Vipers against this in time, it's very difficult to hold. And we already see Cure's upgrades are far enough ahead that if he takes a fight, maxed out with 2-2 theoretically against a 1-1 Zerg without Vipers, it will be super tough for Raynor. So I think it's on Raynor to make something weird happen. The moment Cure moves out, either slow him down, kill some tanks, do massive run-bys, force Cure back, make some chaos happening.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to do run-bys. You're probably right in the idea, like, can he delay this somehow? Can he sandbag the progress in some way? Cure's going to set up a double-prong attack here. He's going to be dropping up at the top, but he's also clearing creep in the bottom. And he's not pushing the bottom. There's no tanks with this. He's just clearing creep, but if it gets uncomfortable, he will pick up just like here and run away.
Yeah, he's abusing this nice dead airspace where you can access 3 different bases. It's actually very annoying to deal with this as a Zerg because you don't really know where you want to position your units. from that airspace, that 2 medevacs can enter all 3 different bases, your first 3 bases, easily. So Reynor will need to keep a lot of units at home just for these 2 medevacs, and that allows Cure, with the distraction, to move out for free. Reynor is not doing what I talked about. He's not slowing down the push. He has a small run-by on the map. I'm not sure that that's enough to force Cure back, though, as Cure is already setting up into a good position without creep. Like, he killed all of the creep already.
Okay, he's going to try to hit him from 2 different sides here. The Ravagers are going to come down the veins, going to hit from behind. The tanks get surrounded, the Marines spread away, and this push has been shut down. But there's a drop over here in the corner of the top center, excuse me. It's clearing out quite a bit, but it's not enough to really shut down that base.
Yeah, that was the best engagement Reynor could have hoped for. It's just like in the game against Serral, between Serral and Coffee, where the fight happened right before the Terran 2-2 was done, and even though it was off creep, the Terran was just not ready for the fight. So that was, I think, the best fight that Reynor could have hoped for, but the double drop is dealing a lot of damage, and Cure is still, even in economy with Reynor, even though Reynor has a 4th base, he's now down to 64 workers. So Cure is outmining him in the mineral department, and now he has the better army. He has the 2-2 done. There's still no creep here. The tanks might not be sieged, but I much prefer the Terran army here.
Okay, he's going to try to come down here and chase this. Cure on the run. He's looking, again, very sizable in supply. I think Raynor's done a good job of fighting and basically dislodging him from any position where he can kind of get a place that he can control, but Cure is not deterred. He's going to try to come in here again. The tanks, again, getting pushed right into the front. I guess one's going to live. So one is taken out, the other one stays there. And this could be a slow death of Reynor.
Yeah, it might not even be that slow because he has no banelings left, and Cure's just running into the 4th base. As Cure's dropping the main, he full sends it at the front, the 4th base goes down. Reynor just doesn't have the army supply. He's down 50 army supply. He's still down double upgrades. At least his 2-2 is finishing soon. But Cure is just reinforcing. There's no counterattack on the map. There's nothing to stop Cure. I think this is the final fight, and Cure takes it 2-2.
Very impressive. Dude, Cure's doing it.
This
is kind of crazy. We were saying if anybody could come back and start the reverse sweep, it would be Cure. Now it's even. 2-2 on both sides. He just needs one more win, and he's done it. Got to be frustrating here for Reynor, who was probably not long ago so confident he would be out of this best of 5 and thinking about the next part of the tournament. Yeah, crazy.
It is crazy. I think all of these games were kind of defined by the early game.
Yeah.
In game 1, Cure's Reapers didn't work. In game 2, his early game, he just got crushed by a build that he didn't know. In game 3, he won with like the first 2 medevacs against the Zergling. That was a great engagement. And here it was the failed Roach Ling attack. Like the supply looks okay for Reynor, of course, but it's some Roach supply, and it is a failed all-in. Reynor didn't commit in it, but as you said, those 40 links that he made, that's 20 drones, which in the early game, that's a crazy amount. So it was always an uphill battle, but we still didn't get to see that one game where they both just want to play straight up.
Right. Every game has had a lot of very specific circumstances around the start. Like in that last game, the all-in, he had to cancel that. He had to pull out. And so then it's just a game where Raynor's playing from behind.
Yep, pretty much. I wonder. So far, usually the aggressor, it failed a little bit. I guess that's not true. One time it had success. One time they failed completely. I'll be interested to see what they have in store for the last map, because I think they have something prepared for every single map. They are going into this 100% with a game plan prepared for all 5 maps, maybe even a 6th map in case your opponent vetoes something differently. And yeah, I just can't see I can't wait to see the strategies that they have.
It's going to be interesting. Only one of these players is going to advance here. It's definitely been an incredible series, a real treat to cast. Every game very different too.
Yeah.
It's always fun. So we're going to go into this final game and find out who will survive in this best of 5 here in the Esports World Cup. Our first player down in the bottom left in the red, he is Reynor. And his opponent in the top right in the blue, it is Cure.
Yeah, Cure once again going back to the barracks at the front. This might not necessarily mean 3x Reaper. He already showed it twice, so now he can use that to mind game his opponent. He might try to 2x Reaper, or he once again goes for the 3x Reaper and then goes for a different follow-up. Because so far, the 2 times he did it, it was the exact same build. So he can work with it. He can work with, okay, Reynor knows this is what I did before, it worked. So he might expect this once again and then do something completely different. That's really up to Cure to decide. And I think Reynor plays the part of the defensive, the more reactive Zerg. I don't expect Reynor to go for an all-in here.
All right, we're watching Cure now. Is there any third barracks in our future? You know, the 2 racks is... Okay, there it is. He is going to do it again.
Yep.
It's funny to see, you know, this branch in the build orders. What if I had first seen this, I would think, okay, well, this is, you know, something you bring out and you never bring again. Kind of like I was saying, the deck in the build in the deck of cards, right? You play this one and it's gone forever. But yeah, he's saying, no, this is solid. I can keep bringing this out. And, you know, he doesn't even have to have the same mid game. Let's say that the rush fails.
Yep.
Right? There's a lot of different ways to play this out.
100%. I just find it very funny that the moment Reynor left Korea, Cure started spamming this on the ladder, and he was like, okay, he will never find out. But Reynor just checked the match history, and he saw he kept playing 3x Reaper, so he kind of prepared himself. And given that situation, it still worked once, which, yeah, I think Reynor's confidence will have taken a small hit from that. But he has a very strong mental game overall. So even though he lost the last 2 games, for some players I would be worried, but for him, his mentality is very strong. I'm not too worried about that just yet.
Okay, so the Overlord's going to come up here. He sees no command center, and he's going to get the confirmation of where the 3rd rack is. It's going to be here in the main.
Yep. Yeah, last time around, the 3x Reaper didn't really do that much. I think that's the average outcome when the Zerg gets speed right away. You wait until you have speed, and then you just get your 3rd base, because the Reapers kind of have to go back. But the one thing that did happen is Cure ran into the main base of Reynor and killed like 11 Zerglings, which I don't think is supposed to happen. That was a very risky move. Those Reapers were very close to dying. We'll see if he does it again. He goes to the main base right now. This is exactly the move I was talking about earlier. The moment he commits to the bottom, there's a high chance that Reynor can get us around with the Zerglings, but he's not doing it this time.
Okay, he gets a great surround on that one Reaper. But there's still 2 more to generate threats. We have Reapers coming out 3 at a time. The 2nd command center, I'm sorry, the 2nd command center has started here. And we always want to watch and see, is he going to go in too deep? Is he going to get himself into a corner where he can't get out? And so far, Cure's done a pretty good job. Yep. He's killed off some Lings, he's damaged some Queens, and then he gets right back out.
Yeah, he really needs to go away, though, or at least to a safe location, because Reynor has been making a lot of Zerglings. It's the same drone count as we saw last time, but last time, Cure killed 10 Zerglings. So Reynor couldn't just surround and kill the Reapers. This time, he didn't kill those Zerglings. So Reynor has enough to come from the back and surround these Reapers, or at least force them into the main. No, Reynor went a little bit too late, I thought. Oh, okay, the Reapers are forced back into the little bit.
Oh, this is just a very boxy area to try to take this fight. And we saw some of the Lings run down into the main and then run back around. And that just seems like a very bungled start. You know, it sounds weird to say, but like the Lings are very delicate. You don't want to lose too many of them. I think at the end here, though, he will close us out. That was actually a great closer there with the Queens on the high ground like that.
Yeah.
Pitting them inside between the minerals.
I think he should have started it like that. Because you need enough Zerglings to surround the Reapers at the bottom. The moment they jump into your main, they're committed. You can leave like 10 Lings at the bottom so they can't jump down, and then clean them up in your main base. You're going to be fighting on creep. It's a much better fight, even just with the Queens there to buy time. This way, Cure at least got a couple of Zerglings, so this is the most even outcome so far, I would say, out of the 3-Rex Reaper games that we've seen, and Cure is going for the exact same follow-up. The question is, can Reynor scout it, and will he start to mind game himself? Because if I'm in this situation, I think, okay, he did the exact same build twice. Maybe this time he's trying to mind game me. So I might not expect the 100% same build order, but Cure's just running it down again with the 3 racks, with a quick eBay, and it's going to be the 2-base tank push follow-up.
Did he cut Reapers earlier than the previous game where he didn't bungle the rush? And he's going to have more Marines here? Or is that, with a rush like this, is there a specific number of Reapers you get and then you pull the plug on it?
I think it's a specific number of Reapers that just makes the build flow very nicely, because the moment you make the reactor earlier, I don't think he has minerals to afford everything. So he probably goes for the exact same amount of Reapers every time. That would be my guess. If he maybe loses all of them, he just stops making them completely. There's definitely a chance that that happens as well.
So we've got kind of staggered 1-1 here for Terran. So attack is going to finish. And the push is going to come down here now as well. Terran, every game when we see these Reaper pushes, there is this period where the Terran comes out without Medivacs just yet and tries to put some pressure on. You got to be careful because Zerg can punish this if you surround this, and it is hard to surround it in that middle area where they're hiding there. It's hard to get good surface area, but you can lose all these Marines. And I think losing all the Marines, especially when the Marines are later in the game because you had to get Reapers, that's a great way to just lose complete and total control of the game.
Yeah, 100%.
They're your backbone.
I thought that's what Reynor tried last time because he stayed on such a low drone count that he wanted to kill the Marines before the medevac showed up, and maybe he just mistimed it. This time around, Cure plays it much more carefully. He knows, okay, on Oceanborn, Reynor stayed on a very low drone count. If I just don't do anything, if I just threaten and move out with the Marines, he will respect it and stay on a lower drone count, so I do the damage without really dealing any drone kills or killing links. So yeah, this time he's playing it much more passively, as you can see. This time he doesn't even want to go on creep. He knew that Reynor last time around, he stayed on 40 workers, so he's staying super passive, even though it's a 2-base opener.
We've got those Lings running around again. Reynor always very good at setting up these sandwiches where he can just crush the opponent's position. Again, if you can't stutter step micro away because you're surrounded, then you're just not going to get a lot of value out of that. And even if not that many Marines are killed, at least the Zerg gets a positional reset and a little bit more room to breathe on the map.
Yeah, you have to utilize the speed of the Zerglings and also force some units to stay at home with them.
He gets a surround here. It looks like he can just save both tanks. He had to actually throw one Marine out of there. Sorry, guys, not enough room. I guess they get saved anyways. But some damaged tanks now. I mean, that's going to make the push a lot worse. We all know that a lot of times victories are won or lost off if a tank can get one extra volley off onto a bunch of Banelings or Zerglings or whatever they're going to be firing on. So to have squishy tanks coming into this, it's pretty bad.
It is pretty bad. Reynor's supply this time looking more competitive. This is the closest game I think we've seen so far coming from the early game. As Cure is pushing forward slowly, we only see a single siege tank here. I think one of them is still in the medevac, and I think one he left at the watchtower, maybe? Oh, no. Okay, he just has 2 siege tanks here, and I guess one of them was just in the medevac, so he loses one of them. Maybe he even lost another one. I'm very certain that there were 3 tanks.
I've seen one tank here, and I don't know, where the other one is. So this is, I guess, what you see is what you get, right?
Yeah.
He does have Lings coming around to the top, so he's going to set up to surround this again. I'm getting very worried for Cure here. He has a not great position here. There's not a lot of threats being generated just here.
Yeah, he did lose one tank, I guess, off screen. This is one of the low HP tanks, so that came back to bite Cure. Reynor once again going around with the army, trying to catch some reinforcements or be ready to counterattack. Also trying to take the watchtower away from Cure is quite nice, although that trade was quite atrocious, as I don't think he killed much more than a single Marine and lost a bunch of Zerglings. But Cure is taking it very slowly, and it is a 2-base push. While Reynor is on 4 bases, Reynor is only on a 3-base economy, but we're still talking about a 2-base push.
Okay, we've got medevacs moving out now with these Liberators. He doesn't want to risk these being intercepted on the map, so he's going to unload here. Obviously, Reynor suspects those are all filled up. But this puts a little bit of pressure on Cure. He has to make this work. There is a Baneling landmine set up over here. Now, Cure's not close to where he can shell anything with the tanks just yet. Oh my god, the instinct is killer. He scans. Now he can clear this area out. But look, he's still pretty far away from where he can set up siege tanks to hit these bases.
That's so many queens. How many queens are we looking at? That was an entire screen worth of queens. 19 queens. So his strategy has to be you let Cure extend a little bit further, and then you engage with the queens. You try to tank a lot of damage, and then you come in with a flank. We see 3 different parts of Reynor's army pre-split to come in from all the angles. But I think you want to wait for Cure to move a little bit further forward, because that watchtower position is very difficult to find a good engagement on, and a lot of surface area, which is super important for the Zerglings.
There's just a ridiculous amount of queens here. Again, hard for them to all do damage at once, but it's certainly a big meat shield you're going to have to fight your way through. Cure is going to try to come up here. Not exactly a great position with a really good arc of queens just doing so much damage. Cure looks strong, but he isn't in range of anything. He can't reach and hit anything just yet, so as scary as this is, until it's doing damage to a hatchery, it doesn't really matter yet.
Cure is playing it so slowly. He's on 2-base. He's going to max out on 2-base. I haven't seen this, I think, ever. This is the slowest 2-base all-in I've ever seen. This is, I think, a good defense from Cure. Only 1 tank goes down. There was a lot of Zergling Baneling from Reynor. It is obvious to me that you don't want to go into Vipers or a lot of drones, but if Reynor had decided to tech up a little bit more or drone up a little bit more, he would be better in this position, as now here comes the final engagement. He comes in from all the sides. All the Liberators are uncontested. A lot of siege tanks die, but so many Marines are still alive at the back.
He's got some queens. He takes out that Liberator there in the front. And now Cure tries to reorganize. 124 supply to 126, virtually even. Cure is going to try to advance here. We see on the mini-map a big amount of Zerglings relocating to come in here for another surround. And we're going to have a similar fight to the one we saw before, but even more pivotal.
Yeah, so many Liberators still alive. It's going to be so tough for the Queens to deal with those. And Raynor okay, he's picking off some reinforcements here at the back. This will also act as a flank later on. The Marines are leaving the siege tanks alone, which means it's go time for Raynor. He engages, the Queens are taking off one Liberator, all the tanks go down. But is this enough?
I think this is enough. I mean, all you have to do is hold the push, right? Again, 2-base all-ins, very unpopular, very anachronistic. This meta in StarCraft II, I scan over here to see, does he even have a 5th? No, he doesn't. But Zerg is certainly on 4 bases. This is the command center for the main, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so whenever you do these 2-base all-ins, you basically drain your main for all the minerals and then just take that main command center, chuck it over here. And you're probably playing from behind. The game should have already ended. It seems like the longest you can wait for that push is maxing out or mining out that main. And so I think we're going to have to see if Cure can survive this game from Raynor now, because Raynor is going to be able to probably counterattack here and hit the 3rd, probably punish pushes more easily. Had Cure won with that 2-base push, it would all be over, but here we are.
Yeah, that Liberator's not going to have a great time flying into like 14 Queens, as the medevac drops are out on the top-hand side. Raynor doesn't really have a lot of mobile anti-air, so theoretically he can drop for free, and he should always be able to lift up his units and save them. But I think Raynor might just be outgrowing Cure. He is now up 20 workers. He's getting a 5th base at the gold, and I'm just not sure that Cure can contest that one.
Yeah, the gold base obviously going to be high value here to take from for Raynor. Raynor really in a much more relaxed position. He can take a whole lot more of the map. We're not seeing pushes anymore. We're seeing Terran back to guerrilla tactics, to trying to come in here and snipe hatcheries or queens or overlords. You just sort of take whatever you can get, but it's a very, very different game from what we saw earlier, which was powerful pushes where positions were cemented on the board, and he was trying to basically win the fight before the hatchery would be destroyed, kill the army, and then kill the hatchery. So a very tough game here from Curious. He's playing very much so from behind.
Yes, 100%. He's transitioning into Widow Mines, which is very good against the Pure Ling Bane style. The tanks, they don't scale that well against Pure Ling Bane, especially once Vipers kick in, which is the next step for Raynor for sure. So I love that transition. I think Cure's plan from this point out is just, I want to somehow max out, and then there's always a possibility that you can come back into the game. But the question is, does Raynor let him max out, and does Raynor let him expand? As Cure is now taking a 3rd CC that he will land at a 4th base location, and that means it will be super exposed.
So a quiet game. Raynor basically checking all of his boxes for, having everything you need for the late game. We have a 3rd command center actually about to finish here. You're going to keep trying to grow, keep trying to expand on the map. But man, Raynor has got such a powerful engine behind him. He's maxed out, so this is where the gas and the minerals begin to pile on. And this is where Zerg has a unique advantage the longer the game goes against Terran, until Terran can try to max out himself, because you can throw everything you want at the Terran, trade it out, and then remax out with all that larva and the extra resources.
Yeah, the one thing that could be annoying is once Cure maxes out, I don't think Raynor can ever kill him, because he has a lot of supply in Queens. He has about 40 supply in Queens, and he also has more workers than his opponent. So the standing army supply, if Cure also maxes out, will be way bigger for Cure, and then it's going to be difficult to find cost-effective engagements. But Cure is now loading up a lot of medevacs.
Yeah.
Trying to go for a Doom drop over there.
But they're mostly, are they half full?
Yeah, they're not all full.
Yeah, so, okay, so I guess he's not going to drop, but he's just going to relocate over here. He's going to have a lot of sustain there with that many medevacs. And he's got a little strike force over here that can hit this hatchery. And can he actually take this out? I think there might be enough lings that you just have to pick up.
Yep, not the cleanest pickup either. He's losing a lot of Marines, but at the same time, he's trying to snipe the gold base. So many Queens, there's no way you're going to get that. There's transfusions for days. It's still a decent fight because a lot of the Zerglings and Banings were stuck behind the Queens. So they kind of came in one by one. But Raynor just has more stuff.
Yeah, there was a bit of a log jam there with them trying to get through the gold minerals and around the hatchery to protect it. If you look at the top left bars here, I mean, it's just all the upgrades being filled out here. Raynor just trying to make this as comfortable of a late game as possible. He's reaching into the bottom right and will soon be reaching into the top left of the mini-map to expand to secure his position. I think his creep spread, to be honest, isn't great, considering how well this game is going. I feel like he could really start to have the creep going into the Terran side of the map, but here you go.
Yep, the planetary goes down. This was the most exposed base, and that's the most important base for Raynor to take down. And it was not even with his entire army, he was completely safe at home. While doing that, as well as there is a Liberator here, that is quite annoying. No Hydras are out yet, but I like the Hydra Bane transition because he's playing against a very Marauder heavy style. You don't want to rely on pure Ling Bane against Marauder. Marine Widowmine, decent Widowmine connections, but I think Raynor is happy with that. He cleans up all the Widowmines. I don't think those have Drilling Claws, as I didn't see detection there. So I don't think those were still cloaked quite yet. It's actually a detriment to how active Cure has been in the past 5 minutes or so that the creep spread is not out, because Raynor is very strong mechanically, but he kept going around defending with the Queen, so he didn't find the time to just put a lot of creep tumors out on the map.
Yeah, Cure trying to be, you know, pretty conservative here, has some Marauders out here trying to clear this creep. He's back here with these tanks pretty far away. There's a big counterattack that's about to come in here at 12 o'clock. And we're going to get that right now here. Ling's coming out. A lot of defenses, but certainly not enough to take out all these Zerglings. So he's going to be able to force a lift off again. No planetary there, so the orbital can pick up, but the SCVs are going to be picked off here as well. Meanwhile, the big push on the main screen here is going to come in. There are so many Banelings, though. I don't know if there's enough surface area to truly retreat from all this.
Yeah, great Blinding Clouds force the bio into the Banelings. Cure knows it's now or never. He only has 22 SCVs remaining at home. His army right now is quite strong. He does have +3. Borrowed Banelings on creep, also getting a decent connection against the Marines, and it is just not enough Terran here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot he can do. He's going to back up, but, you know, the resources are just getting drained from the map here for the Zerg side. He's got so much going on for him. And, look, I mean, we see this big gas dump into Banelings. I think he's just going to take everything he's got, throw it into this position, expand more, and probably close this game out.
Yeah, he's still using the Queens as the meat shield, tanking some Widowmine shots, which is just great stuff from Raynor. He knows all he needs to do is stay alive, but he still is counterattacking with Lynx at the top, and he also now has enough to just crush this army. No Medivacs are remaining, good Viper usage. It's just Marines remaining. No Medivacs to heal. And Raynor is playing it carefully. He's trying to go back on creep, but I don't even think these Marines would win the fight if Raynor stood there.
Yeah, they can. They're going to stim themselves to death before they ever get anything done over here. I got to say, this was a fantastic series. I think we're in the twilight of this game. GG. Raynor manages to defeat Cure 3-2 in a hell of a series.
Yeah, 100%. I left this game especially because I think that's the most normal game. And you could see how Cure has his strategy planned out. Because he actually 2 base all-ins, but he goes for an armory for +2. So he plans on moving forward very slowly to just take map control, hope the Zerg doesn't take up or drone up, which is not a natural decision to go for, right? If you're up against a 2 base all-in, you don't want to start a high for Vipers. And Cure just wants to max out and stand in the middle of the map with +2 against a Zerg without any tech. I love the game plan from Cure, actually.
It was cool. I like how different each game was. You could see a lot of prep, a lot of thought went into this series from both sides, a lot of respect for both of these players, a lot of respect they have for each other. But at the end of the day, man, Raynor really clutching that moment in the mid game. The push is coming at him. It looks like as long as he can hold it off, he will win the game, and it'll be an easy late game, and it was. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk and see what the boys are thinking. Guys, take it away.
All right, well, there you go. We have got ourselves a barn burner of a game. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I was loving it. Injects that into my veins once again here. But that was very close, down to the wire here, as we have Raynor being the victor in the end.
Kira is the greatest looking loser in the whole world. He's like, he's more Sue than Sue at this point. He gets second place in every match he plays, it feels like. But like, seriously, he put out a great series there. Raynor's obviously in very good shape. And Cure brought him to the brink. I actually thought he was going to win Game 5.
Raynor is not just in good shape, he's in amazing shape, and yet Cure was so close. And we can talk about Game 1, 2, 3, and 4 Kalaras, but that Game 5 was insane. Because we sometimes say patience is a virtue, but what if both players have all the patience? Like Lambo was chuckling at one point. He's like, this is the longest 2-base all-in I've ever seen. And it looked actually really good for Cure for a split moment. I thought he had it, but it's those 20 Marines, I believe, that he sent to the bottom, leaving the tanks and the Liberators exposed after he kind of won the fight. What a series, though. It's so sad for Cure. Like, we're happy for Reigner, and he's amazing. It's great to see Reigner advance. The Game as 8 champ, obviously. He's not the reigning world champ, but he's kind of like the reigning champ of Saudi Arabia. But it's so sad for Cure, because he always looks so good. He's so competitive. And he's almost there, and he just trips right before the finish line.
Yeah, looking to try and really get in Reiner's face, apart from Game 4, of course, where Reiner was trying to flip things on Amphion a little bit. But you were mentioning, Roddy, it's not exactly the greatest map for Reiner. He doesn't really prefer going into it. But let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, we can take a little look at Golden Armor. Reiner obviously had a phenomenal start. He had a couple of great surrounds. And at one point, he took a bad fight. I believe that was right, no, it was actually a little bit later in this game. That gave Cure like the 1% hope. But I think Cure already knew that that game was over. It was dead in the water. Apparently, Game 2 is so one-sided that we completely skipped it. But here we are on Oceanborn, where Cure decided to fight back.
Yeah, he took some very good engagements here. One thing that I think we didn't really mention, right? Lambo said something about how they checked the match history, and he was all about the Reapers, right? Yeah. So it's kind of funny to see that countered a little bit here.
Yeah, on Amphion, I thought there was a moment where Reiner was just going to send it when he made all those Zerglings early on. Like, obviously, we're looking at the final fight, but this game never gets decided in the final fight. This game got decided when Reiner made 10+ Roaches and 60 Zerglings. And even if Cure was kind of ready, I still thought he should have gone for it. Because if Cure messes up, you still get the job done. But the moment you don't go for it, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah, and he did take one good engagement after that, but it wasn't enough. And Cure fights back. Now, this was that 20-minute 2-base all-in.
This is the moment where Cure lost it.
Why did he send those Marines to the south? You can see he's like trying to get back here, and then Banelings are rolling, and it just nothing matters. By the way, that's like one of the most queen-heavy games that I've seen in the modern day.
That was
20 queens.
Yeah. I know I don't want to body shame the ladies over there, but at one point, like, queens are amazing, but you cannot let 20 queens fight at a ramp. They don't go down that ramp. 20 queens is too many. And even if Reiner was technically doing the right thing, because they were both so incredibly patient, Reiner's like, I've done the right thing, but at this point, it's no longer the right thing because these queens can no longer fight. And that's why I think that first fight, before he got that great pickoff on those tanks later on, went as poorly. Too many big queens could not go down that ramp.
I'm expecting a potential big fight back from Cure down in that lower bracket, right? Like, he is a name that, as much as Roddy, you were saying, having a bit of a hard time in this matchup, he still has so much prospect behind him.
Yeah, and I mean, he's very good at the other two matchups as well. He's had a hard time TVZ specifically in the last year, but he's going to play either Clem or Classic in that loser bracket, which, I mean, obviously those are very tough. But, like, for instance, Cure's GSL victory is on the back of TVP, right? So against a Classic who's not quite in the shape he used to be, who will probably be who he plays, I could see him taking that down.
All right, well, let's hear from the man himself, Reiner, after this 3-2 slugfest. Let's head over to Cats.
I am here with Reiner. Ricardo, congratulations. I mean, from the studio, it was a pretty scary series watching it. It was a good start for you. Were you expecting the sort of builds that Cure was bringing to the table with the Reapers and lots of 2-base all-inning?
Yeah, I saw a lot of his match history. I studied it, and he was 3-racks Reapering a lot. So yeah, I was expecting it. I never felt too scared about this series because I knew that the 2 games I lost, I was kind of trolling. Like one game on Oceanborn, I just made 20 links and 2 few drones, and the other game, obviously, I went for that nasty push that didn't work out at all. So yeah, I was fine. I was chilling, kind of.
Yeah, there was a moment also where, for example, like you surrounded a bunch of Marines but didn't have enough Zerglings and stuff like that. When stuff like that happens, like an obvious miscalculation in that moment, does it get to you? Like, do you feel like, crap, I'm messing up, or did you keep your composure?
Well, that game I just went for that amount of links because I saw in game 1 his move out looked pretty sketch, like without Medivacs and not many Marines. So my plan was to catch his Marines. Obviously, he was a bit more careful on Oceanborn. Like the way I see it is I took a gamble and it didn't work out, move on to the next. I wasn't too sad about that game.
That's fair. And the final game, I mean, yeah, he brought it back to 2-2, obviously, and at some point it looked like a very close game. Obviously, he's still on 2 bases, so the onus is on him to make something happen. But there's a fight where he looks very good in the middle of the map. He takes a very, very good trades, seemingly at least, and then he goes down to try to take down one of your bases with his remaining Marines and leaves his Liberators and tanks exposed, which you then pick off. And you know, obviously, great response there. But do you feel like if that hadn't happened, that it might have been a lot scarier if he kept pushing with that anchor of the Liberators and tanks?
No, I was never really scared in that game. I had a lot of queens, and he was on a very big timer because his minerals obviously were running out because that 2-base push at that point was going on for a long time, and I was starting to mine from my 4th base. So I think it was a good call from him to try and make something happen. Otherwise, I can just like send most of my army to catch reinforcements and defend with queens, and I don't think he can do anything about it. Especially since he didn't have many Marines left and not many tanks left either. So yeah, I mean, I think it could have been scary, but yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So he had a good army, but effectively you had enough queens and energy that you felt safe regardless of how that fight went.
Yeah.
All right, well, congrats, Ricardo. And how are you feeling after this win? Like, are you feeling more confident going into the next set of rounds?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, every game that was somewhat standard and not me trolling went my way quite decently, especially like the first 2. Pretty happy that the build on Dynasty worked out. I spent quite a few hours on that build. And no, yeah, I'm very confident. Just like as I started.
Awesome, great, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. All right. Well, we've got ourselves the interview from Reina once again. We have an extreme delay on our monitors, by the way. That's why we look like absolute fish when it comes back to us, but that's how it does work. But yeah, good to hear from Reina here, Rotterdam, and seeing how everything plays out.
Yeah, surprised with how confident he was about his position in Game 5, because like, yeah, you have 4 bases, but you also have like, what was it, 55 drones, I believe, and we spent all of our pennies on that first fight. I think that was very close. If you take an all-out engagement, where it's like the ultimate waiting game, you attack me off 2 bases, I'm waiting, but eventually we have to fight, and you lose that many Lynx, Banes, Queens. We're nowhere near maxed out. Like, I honestly thought that was pretty scary in Game 5, and towards the end he did say like, yeah, it could have been scary. So maybe there was a tiny bit of fear there, but obviously a really fun series between Kira and Reina.
All right, well, we've got Clem versus Classic coming up next to round out the day. Look at these shots of these two. Clem looks focused, poised, ready to go, Dan. Ooh.
He's got his wings out as well. Yeah, this is going to be a really fun match. You know, Classic is really one of my favorite Protoss players in the history of StarCraft II. I think he's just a phenomenal player, and when he is on, he's the best Protoss that there is. It's just, has he been able to show that since he came back from the military?
Good question.
From time to time.
Yeah,
I mean,
from time to time.
It's funny because Classic has played a couple of amazing series against Clem in the past online, and that's not the same because there is ping involved and the stakes are so much lower than they are over here.
Yeah,
but what Classic is incredibly good in not dying. And because Clem is a world-class Terran, there are so many TVPs that Clem plays where it's over at minute 7, minute 8, minute 9, simply too far ahead.
Yeah.
And it can definitely get tricky for Clem when he goes up against these Korean Protoss Titans like Classic that are so good in defending, and then even at 140, 150 supply, those guys feel confident into double Stargate, carrier, fleet beacon, and that's something that Clem really struggled with in Dallas, whether it was stats or Classic. He had a tough time versus that style. He's had a couple of months. See if he has a better answer.
All right, well, that brings us to our final break of the day. We're going to go to that when we return. We have Classic and Clem going one-on-one to see who is able to make it through and go up against Reina in the bracket. Oh, that will be exciting as well. We'll see you soon for more action.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
All right, it is the final series of the day. And once again, a little bit of a Bobby Dazzler for it. It is going to be Clem going up against Classic. These two absolute titans of the scene. Clem, of course, shrugging the monkey finally off of his back, being able to get an international title on the way here throughout 2023 and 2024. But he goes up against Classic, who's been able to claim titles in the past for a round one match. This is a fantastic one. Joining me is Lambo and Tasteless to talk about it. Lambo, again, when it looks like these two players are going to be going up against each other, you expect fireworks.
Ivan, I think this is a banger of a match. Classic is known for great preparation. Clem is known to be on another level. I think he's now even more complete than he used to when he won that tournament. That was back of great TVZ. I think now he's good all across the matchups. He even went to Korea right before this to practice for this specific tournament. I think this is going to be fire.
Tasteless, your thoughts?
I'm excited. I think this should be another really close, long match. I totally agree with you. I think Clem is in very good form. And this is going to be a lot of fun. Classic coming back from his military service a little while ago. I think he's proven that, you know, a lot of these StarCraft II guys that come back, they're still hungry, they're still focused, and he's here in Riyadh. Just like the match we casted before, I think this is probably going to go to 5 games.
Yeah, Classic, of course, I feel like does play up to the tournaments as well. And obviously, we don't really get many Protoss at this very level, but Classic, after coming back from the military, and honestly, performing beyond what I expected. I didn't expect him to get quite back to this level, but hey, he's proved that wrong quite significantly, Lambo, and being able to show such good results.
I mean, last year he came here, and I don't think anyone expected him to take out Raynor and Serral.
Yeah.
To be one of the only 2 players to advance with 3-0 against also the hardest opponents. It was crazy. And he did it with new strategies that he hasn't shown before. And that's what he's so good at, right? He shows a lot of strategies, and he shows one style, and then he shows up to this tournament, he plays a completely different style that you don't expect. So yeah, as Clem, you really need to play expecting anything. You don't know what the Classic is going to bring to the table.
Well, they've been waiting all day for this one. You guys at home can throw your predictions in with stcplay.gg as to who you think is going to be victorious. But without further ado, let's head over to the commentators. It's Artosis and Rotterdam to bring you the final series of the day.
All right, thank you very much, guys. This is a match I'm very excited for. I'm so excited to be casting it with you as well, Roddy. Classic, really one of my very favorite players of all time, going up against just the absolute force that is Clem.
Yep, and Clem is absolutely one of my favorite players of all time, but same goes with Classic, of course. Classic is so freaking good in just stabilizing and not dying. And that is something that this man is not always used to. Now, he's been over in Korea for a while, so I'm sure he's played plenty of games against those Korean Protoss players, and he's had a couple of months to learn from those defeats over at the ESL Masters in Dallas. In the top right side of Crimson Court, we're looking at the beautiful main base of our blue Terran player, Liquid Clem, as they sometimes call him. It just sounds good.
Yeah. And his opponent in the bottom left, one of the best Protoss ever to grace us with his play. It is Classic.
In the early days, we often spoke about how different players play in different regions, and I kind of felt that was a long time that just didn't really hold up anymore, where it kind of felt that Protoss players that were great across the globe all played in a somewhat similar way. But over the last 2 years, it really does feel that the Korean Protosses have a different approach to this matchup than a lot of the Europeans, where the Europeans are all about the triple robos and then Dark Templars running around, more gates, more gateway units. Korean Protosses love just stabilizing on a relatively small army. They get a couple cannons, they get a couple batteries, an observer or two for map vision, and they go into carriers really quickly. Up to the point where Terrans are not rich enough to go double or triple starport Viking. And if you're forced to fight a ground army and 6 carriers, but you're only working with a single starport, it is incredibly difficult as a Terran to take great fights. And that is really what hurt Clem over in Dallas back then, where he often did really good on the ground. His Marauders would wipe the floor with whatever that the Protoss had on the ground. But then there were 6 carriers remaining in the sky, and they would just go straight for the production, sit on top of the Terran production, and the game would end.
Well, I gotta mention this, Roddy, is that there's actually a lot of bleed over between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 in Korea right now, where the players play with each other some and they talk to each other, and you know, obviously, you know, this new mod that has come out, they've played a bunch with each other, but we've actually seen some bleed of StarCraft 2 players and their strats getting into StarCraft 1, and honestly, what you just described there for Protoss vs Terran, that's the strongest way to play StarCraft 1 PvT right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the reason why we see the Korean Protoss is starting to kind of go down that road. So yeah, really interesting stuff. It'll be cool to see if he goes for something like that against Clem. And Classic does open up with the Stargate, which isn't that much of a surprise.
Yeah, and now we're curious, right? Is it going to be an Oracle? Is it double Oracle? Is it Oracle into Phoenix? Or straight Phoenix from the get-go? And I'm pretty vocal about the fact that I don't love Oracle into Phoenix, because I kind of feel like that makes both openings weaker. I feel like 2 Oracles have a lot of potential, straight Phoenix has a lot of potential, but I feel Oracle into Phoenix, it just kind of means that you can't really fight Cyclones straight up early on, and then later on your Phoenixes don't really pack the punch in a straight up fight. So I'm a much bigger fan of going straight one or the other, and I'm actually kind of happy to see that Classic opens up with the Phoenix here. But in this patch, I do think that these Cyclones, it's funny because we had a different patch like 4 or 5 months ago where the Cyclones were mega cheap, mega flimsy, dealt a lot of damage, and people thought they were so good against Stargate. The current Cyclone is actually better. Those 2 base pushes with a couple of Marines, Vikings, and Cyclones are so difficult to deal with because the Cyclones are a little bit more tanky than they were in that other patch.
Yeah, yeah. And I do like those kind of like A-team attacks, right? Where it's like you have a Viking or 2, some Marines, you have the Cyclones mixed in there. I remember when TY started doing stuff like that against Oracle openers way back in the day. Sometimes able to bust like a quick third or something, but yeah, we'll see where he ends up going with that. Cloak on the way, as well as Cyclone production here from Clem, whereas Classic just kind of staying on these Phoenixes for the moment.
A little bit risky. That's actually a pretty big investment. Right now, what's very important for Clem is that he keeps the first Phoenix away from his main base. What he absolutely does not want is these Phoenixes to fly into the main to get a very good scout off. Now, Classic goes for an SCV and a Mew on the natural. That's nice. Turns around. That means he does not see the starport. We obviously can see that he already has a robo on the way. Perhaps Classic just works in a way where he's like, hey, if I don't see a Viking, if I don't see a Medevac, you're going to go Banshees anyway.
Yeah, so the Banshee right now, just kind of flying across, and looks like the Phoenix is going to come in, get a few pickoffs here, still harassing. I always find this funny how, like, Banshee can be a counter against Phoenix, you know? It's like, the Phoenixes should be such a hard counter, but you get in there with the cloak, and oftentimes it can get a lot of damage. So we're going to see if he's able to do that.
But I kind of feel like if you're Classic, you have to think that at this point, it's too good to be true. It's been too easy to just fly in there and deal some damage and get a couple of SCVs. Something bad has to be happening, but it seems like those alarm bells did not go off as he went Immortal first. He went Immortal instead of the Observer. And it's honestly a little bit sloppy. So Clem now finally gets to deal some damage after he took a lot of damage on his side of the map.
Yeah, that Banshee doing a very good job. Already 4 probes gone, and of course a ton of lost mining time here. In the meantime, he will go ahead, catch one of those Cyclones, kind of staying with that Banshee for a minute. Clem turns it around, and, you know, Observers are on the way here for Classic, so I think he will be able to stabilize, but a pretty solid Banshee, to be honest.
Yeah, this dealt a lot more damage than it should have dealt.
Yeah.
And once more, I'm definitely a bit disappointed because I kind of felt if you're Classic, you know that normally even killing a couple of SCVs against a player like Liquid Clem is incredibly difficult. If there are no Marines, no Cyclones, no Vikings, and you haven't seen a medevac drop, what could it possibly be? Like maybe a random Raven, but that just would not make too much sense in this current patch.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. A little bit of a mistake there. And it always feels weird. I like how you're like, it got more than it should have. But like this happens so often with Cloak Banshee against Phoenix, I feel like, right? Where they just fly in and the Phoenix player's like, oh, damn. You know, and suddenly the probe losses ensue. But right now, very similar on worker counts, which I always count as a Terran advantage. Yeah, and third base on the way, Colossus on the way here for Classic. Definitely the Phoenix Colossus style he's very good with.
Yep, will most likely open up with Zealot Charge, just so he's got a slightly stronger ground army.
Yeah.
And then there are different ways that he can play it out. He can go very passive. He can also be gearing up for one strong attack with 3 Colossus, a War Prison, perhaps even an Archon or 2, and then a whole bunch of Zealots on the ground. That is always a very scary moment if you're a Terran player in TVP.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually the giveaway when you see the Templar Archives kind of quick with this. You're like, it's a 2 Archon timing push. Let's go. But right now, the Banshees, rather, still being very active. One Phoenix waiting with the Observer, but, you know, they still get 3 probes and then split up a little bit here. That Observer a little bit slow, so he will be able to get away. And Clem's army moving through the center right now.
Yep, I did love that by Classic, leaving a single Phoenix and a single Observer, so you can get some damage on it immediately. Now Clem is setting up a double drop, and at this point, Classic's army is not good in defending multiple locations at once. The Zealots don't have charge yet. The Colossus can be in all the right places, and if Clem can just find a few workers, he's already going to be happy. Now getting out of here is going to be difficult. Clem knows that. That's why he tried to gun down a Phoenix or 2, and at the same time, he's hitting the natural. This is great damage for Clem.
Yeah, he's really keeping this multitasking going so well. Almost gets that pylon. There was a secondary one that was powering the Robo as well, so not that big a deal that he didn't get it. And just kind of keeping the pressure on all over the place while he takes his third base there on location. So I gotta say, like, Clem is really out multitasking Classic right now.
Yep, and at this point, Classic has no map presence anymore. You look at his mini-map, the only vision he has are of these 3 bases. But that's not the way you want to play PvT, because then it's inevitable that Clem will continue to find damage. I wonder if Clem saw that Observer. Taking that out would limit the vision of Classic even further. As Classic did see that drop, and he's just going to go for it. He's going to lift as many units as possible. The Colossus are here, and even a single Immortal on the ground to keep his ground army safe. That was a much better fight for Classic. That was the first victory he had in a while, and a victory he absolutely needed.
Yeah, pretty quality engagement. Now Blink on the way, as well as a Prism here for Classic, so trying to get some of these tools that are going to help him forward in the game. I think his defense is, like, it's coming together, right? He's up at 62 probes. You know, obviously you want to have gotten there before Terran, but he's kind of in a location where his probe count is solid. He's going to continue to work that up. Starts a 4th base to the north here. So he's going to be in this type of situation where everything is very spread out. I'm a little bit pessimistic to him, you know, maintaining defense of all of these bases with how good and quick Clem is. But let's see.
I'm with you. If you look at the production tab right now, you think that Classic had the best early game ever. And everything has been smooth sailing ever since, where it's like, okay, I can go up to 4 bases, double Robo, double Forge, get Blink, and drop a Templar Archives. I can do all of this, right? Meanwhile, he just got dropped in his main, and he lost the Phoenix here and there, and he's taking some damage from the Banshee, so he's playing it with a lot of confidence. I think it's going to be indeed incredibly difficult for him to get away with it, but he's kind of shying away from playing Phoenix altogether. The moment that Blink is online, his army is obviously going to be a lot more mobile, and we do have the first Disruptors on the field, and Classic, of course, is excellent with the disrupting.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously when you put together, you know, Charge, Blink, Colossi, and Disruptors, suddenly that Protoss ball is going to be a lot harder to deal with for Clem. But it is kind of a ball. It's hard to split this up, especially when your bases are this far apart. Are you surprised of the 4th location? Do you think he's doing this as kind of like sneaky, like Clem won't think it's there? Because it's the hardest one to defend out of the choices, I would say.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think I would have gone for the triangle.
Yeah,
Normally, if you have a very strong game, you can try to take the center base to get some value out of the rich Vespian geyser. But yeah, top left is something you normally only do if you're the one who is in total control of the map. If you've got vision everywhere, if you basically have the Terran cornered, then you can do this. But it's kind of the opposite. Classic has only been defending. I think you're spot on. It's like not totally a hidden base, but it's definitely a little bit hidden.
Yeah, well, I don't think Clem knows about it because he hasn't really gone after it as of yet. Now, this engagement starts out very well. I love those force fields he put down. Really helped him to shave off a lot of units there for Clem. Snipes a ghost right there. I do hear another EMP end up going down. And it looks like he's setting up a lot of things on the side up at the top. Maybe a warpin pylon or something up there for some harassment, some scouts going on. Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, a little warp gate there as well. So I gotta tell you, like, the sturdiness of Classic in this game is very, very impressive because I did not like his opener. I felt like Clem was really playing him, and now I'm looking at this position, 77 to 75 workers. We're at 186 against 167. We have all the tech and 2 forges going for Classic.
Yep, and now he's got those observers a bit more spread out, so he actually has some more map vision. Clem throws down a scan. It's the second time he sees that observer with his scan, but he can't quite kill it. Classic already saw this double drop earlier as well. Clem is obviously not going to commit there. Needs to be careful. Stalkers have blink to the low ground, and I believe one of the medevacs got picked off immediately. That's a great little pickoff again by Classic, who's really done a great job in stabilizing in this game, but he's not there yet. Now Classic's army is definitely a little bit scattered. In the end, he's gonna have way more, but you don't really want to take a poor fight where you lose too many gateway units all by themselves.
All right, so we are really kind of getting towards that late game right now. Clem microing back, but obviously this army a little bit too big. He is whittling it down, right? And Archon goes down. All the Zealots are being shaved off. And as we get up here, of course, Classic has to turn around. He can't go up that ramp or it's going to turn very bad very quickly. But we're getting into this other spot in the game where they're both in the high 70s as far as workers. Looks like Classic wants to go even further. And I feel like he's very good at this style. When you're getting 80, 90 probes and just kind of grinding Terran down every time they come in.
Yep, Clem obviously is an excellent late-game TVP player too. As we've got the fusion core going down, so he can make his way to advanced ballistics, eventually get a couple of liberators. Is going to see this slow warp in of Zealots, as obviously this pylon is not in range of the Nexus, does not have a warp gate connected to it, so that warping takes a lot longer. Classic gonna lose those Zealots, is going to lose the 5th base attempt there too, but obviously he's got the one that's the triangle right now. And he's also gonna try to take the center, but Clem is very close to that base. It's a fun game, which definitely had a lot of interesting moments. Earlier we had that kind of big fight happening here around the natural triangle of Classic. And it was a bit of an anti-timing for Classic. It was 10 seconds before +1 armor, 10 seconds before +2 attack, and I was afraid he was going to pay a hefty price for it. And in the end, it actually went okay. He got away with it, and he saved plenty of important units.
Now look at the number of disruptors he has in that army. Oh my gosh. Now the speed prism coming across the map a little bit. Oh, that gets sniped immediately. Maybe the wrong area to fly that through. Nice blink forward here as Classic engages in the center, pushing everything back. But of course, Clem is here rotating his army up to defend.
I don't really love this engagement at first by Classic as he walked into a Widow Mine, then blew up a couple of his own Zealots, and in the end he fired so many Novas at once that Clem said, you know what, I'm not going to walk away from this, I'm just going to run into this Protoss army, and even if I eat 1 or 2 big Novas to the face, it is going to be okay. We've got one more Disruptor coming in from the bottom. That was a little bit reckless by Classic, who normally is such a beautiful, patient Protoss. He walked clumped up on top of a ramp, ate a massive Widow Mine shot to the face, then he blew up his own Zealots, and then he moved his Disruptors so close to the Terran army that at that point the Terran players make that judgment call. This is not the moment where I split and disengage. This is the moment where I go forward, because I believe I can gun a lot of them down before they explode.
Well, that certainly did occur. I think a lot of amateur Protoss players who are watching the stream right now can really relate to what that engagement looked like from Classic. Normally he's better than that, so if he loses this game, he's really going to be kicking himself over that one moment. But that being said, you know, he's making another Nexus. He's replacing everything. He's on the triple robo play right now, so not going to be the biggest problem to get these disruptors back. And of course, you know, after you lose that one really teched out army, very oftentimes we just see like Mass Disruptor, Charge Lot, Blink Stalker, but we have some High Templars being added in here as well.
One problem, though, with losing that fight is that Clem barely lost anything, and the few units he did lose, he replaced with better units. And now, all of a sudden, we're looking at 6 Liberators with advanced ballistics. And you look at Classic's army that earlier was so well composed of a couple of Colossus, a few Gateway units, a lot of Disruptors. Now it's mostly Gateway units and a couple of Disruptors. And it's going to be so difficult to normally connect with Novas, even though that Nova found a bigger connection than I expected. Clem definitely getting very aggressive here, too, far away from the circles, right before his own 3-3 upgrades, but I think at this point Clem is just that confident that if he keeps piling on the pressure, it's going to be okay, because he looks at his army and this does not look like the ultimate late game Protoss army.
No, certainly not. This looks literally exactly like the oh, I lost my army poorly army for late game Protoss.
Yes,
I see this army all the time, yeah. It's like, what can I remake quick so I don't lose? Now, he goes ahead for this engagement, but that is way too many Liberators set up. Classic has to run back. Oh my god, great snipe there on that Disruptor. That would have been absolutely brutal. Classic starts to take a good engage, but dude, the Disruptor count is making this really hard to stay on these fights.
And that's the problem with the I lost my entire army, so I need a new army very quickly army. It's just, they don't do very well in high numbers. Like if Clem's army was 40 supply tinier, you can absolutely get away with a lot of Zealots, a lot of Stalkers, but it's the Liberators and the goals that really make all the difference here. And it is going to be Clem who's going to take the 1-0 lead. At this point, it is inevitable. Classic knows it as well. GG gets called. Fun back and forth game, where the man who has historically struggled a little bit at what we often label as the biggest tournament of the year, whether it's Gamers 8 or Katowice, Clem off to a good start. I do think that Classic will be kicking himself a little bit for a couple of the decisions he made in that game, especially that attack into the third base of Clem.
But look, this game actually makes me feel like, oh, this series is going to 5 games, right? Because Clem opened way better. Like, he was in control of the game. He was doing great with his rotations there. The Phoenixes were having a hard time. He killed a bunch of probes and all that. So great opener there, out multitasking Classic for sure. And then Classic actually fought back beautifully, kept his supply high, kept his probes high, did a great job. But then that one attack, man, with all the Disruptors where he lost everything and had to make the I got to make an army really quickly that I won't die with army, you know, obviously when you get into that one and your opponent maxes out, it becomes really hard.
This was a big fight early, and this was that anti-timing fight that I meant for Classic. Obviously, it was not really Classic his choice, because he's the one being attacked, but it was right before +1 armor, right before +2 attack. But he did okay, because he saved the Immortal, he saved the Colossus, but this is the attack that you were talking about. There is one Widowmine. That Widowmine gets a really sweet connection, and then one of the Novas blows up the Zealots there on the right side, perhaps dealt some damage to the Archon too. And at this point, those Disruptors were in so deep, they were so exposed, that Clem said, this is not where I walk away and try to split. No, this is where I stand, and I'm going to gun down as many as humanly possible.
Great decisive play there, and you can see he just wrecks the army. He's up 37 supply after that engagement, which is pretty crazy, right? Because they were both up at max. So very well done from Clem. That type of position to win from is so difficult. But the fact that Classic got into a very nice position after such a rough opening gives me lots of hope for the series. I really don't know who's going to end up taking it.
Yeah, surviving that early mid-game was actually very impressive. When you only have like 3-4 Phoenix, 1 Colossus without thermal lens, and you have to deal with a double drop in your main while there's also an army stimming into your natural. That is incredibly difficult, and it's very impressive that Classic did not take more damage there than what he ended up taking.
Especially against Clem. I feel like Clem is the best tempo-oriented player in the whole world. Like, when this guy gets ahead of you, he feels like stronger than Maru. You know, it's like if he's ahead, you're already dead, man, because he's everywhere.
But that could perhaps make the troubles for Classic in this best of 5 right now a whole lot bigger, because he just gave the kid some momentum that Clem didn't really deserve to have. That's a game that really could have gone Classic's way if he would have just taken a 30% better fight at that triangle, and he takes the 1-0 lead. Maybe Clem starts getting a little nervous, maybe some of these traumas of the past start kicking in, but now he just gave momentum to Clem, and I do totally agree with you. A Clem on fire is terrifying, similar to perhaps an Oliveira who's on fire. Clem just has it perhaps a little more often.
Well, we'll see if he's able to continue forward here with those victories. Classic, I mean, this guy is so old school at this point. You know, used to be a StarCraft 1 pro. Here he is in StarCraft 2, just being unbelievably strong, right? And I kind of expect him to be able to keep his calm after that, even though he's the one that screwed it up and kind of threw it. He knows that. But I think that he can just kind of sit back, play his best game, and you saw how stable he was, even taking damage. So these are going to be long games. These are going to be hard games where Clem is tested everywhere.
I do absolutely agree with you. Classic is a veteran, and he's been here, he's won that. He definitely looked a little bit frustrated with himself there, but that's okay. He can shake it off. But he still gave some momentum right now to this man, and that is a very scary thing to do. In the bottom right side, taking the 1-0 lead in his opening best of 5 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II in the year 2024. We are looking at the main base of the Blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Clem.
All right.
Hey, in 7 years from now, you'll be watching back these games at Toasters. I know your passion never dies. And you're like, wait a minute, what year was this?
What year was this?
And you'll be so happy that I snuck that in.
And just to help old Tosis, it's sometime mid-August, and we have in the top left, Classic.
Approximately 11:25 p.m. local time.
Yeah. This is in Riyadh, by the way. Hi, future Dan. How are you doing? I hope you're still in good health, buddy.
All right, Dan. Noted. I'll never mention the year again. You have it your way. Proxy Barracks here, mate. They came too.
Yeah, with the double gas. Probably going to open up with a Reaper here into a factory, likely at home. And we'll see what type of pressure he's able to put on. Do you think it's going to be some sort of really cheeky, like one base all in, or is it just going to be like Reaper Factory Command Center?
Yeah, I think Reaper Factory at home, maybe a quick Cyclone to put on some more pressure. Obviously, if Classic handles this poorly, things could snowball out of control real quick. But I don't really expect it to be the case. I think Classic in the end will be okay here. And you know, Dan, you can make fun of me, you can laugh about it, but how long haven't we been watching this game at this point?
No, I know. This is crazy, right? 2010 we started playing this game, so it's 2024. Well, there's a lot longer left, Roddy. Here's the thing about us, man. It's just like we are never going to stop. That's it. It's just,
I mean, it's their fault,
the proof's
right?
already there. You played War 3 before, I played Star 1 before. Like, we're just not going anywhere.
It's not our fault. This game is so good. What can we do?
I know.
So
and imagine the histories these guys will have by then.
So it was Nexus before Cybernetics Core, which does mean that the first gateway unit is a little bit later. This probe is absolutely going to die. Now Classic is hoping to get as many hits off as possible on the SCV, but it's not enough to kill it. This bunker is very close to the pylon, and that is problematic, because that actually means that that pylon is always going to be attacked by Reapers that are inside of the bunker, and maybe even a shield battery. You have to be so careful. You cannot build the battery in range of this bunker.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for sure. Already 2 probes fell as well, so really annoying to have to deal with this, but it's not going to be the end of the world.
That the bunker actually
Wait, that hits the battery?
Yes.
Oh, you're right, it does.
That is problematic. You're going to have to cancel that Classic, and you're going to have to rebuild it real quick. This is actually becoming an issue.
Yeah, that's... Hey, normally you get the battery up and like you just break this over time. Like, obviously it's still worthwhile for the Terran player, but now, like... I mean, you can kind of grind this a little bit. Look at that. The SCV just kind of popping in as those stalkers come a little bit closer, being very careful about that. Throws down another shield battery, throws out another pylon.
But that battery is in range as well, but that first pylon is also going to fall. Now, the stalker count is going to get a lot higher, but without battery overcharge, it's scary. And don't forget about those Cyclones. Yeah. And I think Clem built a 3rd Reaper just because of how well this is going. 100%. If this would have gone poorly, he would have stopped after 2. But Clem is like, wait a minute, this is amazing. My bunker is online, my SCV is still here. I'm going to get the pylon. I've cancelled the first battery. The Cyclone is going to show up as well. And a lot of these stalkers are very low on HP.
Dude, he was so close to snipe that. If Clem was 1% better, he would have sniped that with the Reapers already. Okay, he does get it. Pops those Reapers back in. Finally, the bunker will end up going down, and it is only 1 Cyclone, so he's trying to be careful here. Throws down a couple grenades. Out comes the Phoenix, and the Phoenix is going to help to save the day. Classic will end up holding. He's not dead, but I tell you what, that was an impressive push there from Clem.
Absolutely, but I think that final call was the wrong one. Just because the Cyclone got lifted, sometimes you have to make the very difficult decision of there's nothing I can do to save this unit.
Yeah.
Now Clem actually lost 2 Reapers to kill 1 low HP Stalker, and I don't think that was worth it, because there is a chance that those Reapers hop into a mineral line a little bit later, or can just help out defensively, controlling the center of the map. By trying to save the Cyclone, I actually think Clem made it a bit worse. Losing those 2 Reapers for a single Stalker was not worth it.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to leave the units behind. This isn't a real war, man. This is a video game. But look, right now he's pushing in really hard. Great lift there on the Phoenixes. Good targeting here from Clem, though. And he will be able to push this back. But I tell you, Classic pretty much on top of his micro here.
Yeah, there's one more Phoenix coming in, and that Phoenix is absolutely needed here. Otherwise, Classic is going to lose everything, but he does still end up losing everything.
My God.
Oh my goodness, loses the 2 Stalkers on the ground, loses the Phoenix, and only gets away with the final Phoenix that showed up. Classic really did overstay his welcome there a bit.
Yeah, it's too bad that the Phoenix couldn't hit one more shot as the Cyclones landed on the ground. You know, he was so close to taking that down. But he will have to back up. He's basically lost all of his units, having to make this Immortal, you know, that just kind of gives you some stability in these weird positions where you're not just going to die to whatever they send across the map. But look at this push coming out from Clem. That's actually kind of scary looking.
It's a funny push because it doesn't have Stim, Combat Shield, or +1. But because Clem knows he has just killed everything of Classic, Classic does not have a lot of units. And if you're playing Phoenix Robo, you won't suddenly have a lot of units because you can't warp those in. You kind of have to build them slowly. And I do think Classic is going to be in a little bit of trouble once more as the Cyclones deal a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, now Clem is going to start microing these units as well. That one Immortal packs a punch, and Classic can be so happy that he decided to build that Immortal, because without that Immortal, he would have actually just been straight up dead there.
Yeah. 100%. And that's the thing about the Immortal. Like, you can fit an Immortal into builds like this, in situations like this. Another place we see it a lot, like if you do like a Dark Templar drop or something, very likely you're going to pop an Immortal out and just make sure about that. That you have that little bit of extra muscle in case they attack. So definitely a funny looking one, but great defense there from Classic.
Yeah, but he's definitely not done yet. Clem is obviously aware of the fact that the army supply is very low on the side of Classic, and Classic just built a Oracle. That's very interesting. You don't normally see a random Oracle 6 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. I have the feeling that he's building this Oracle because he does not believe that he can ever maintain a high Phoenix count at this point. He has built Phoenix, he has kept on losing them. Phoenixes are great in high numbers, but building 1 or 2 Phoenix and showing up to a battle with 1 or 2 Phoenix doesn't do anything for you. But you need some vision. You need one fast unit to keep track of the army movement of Clem. And yeah, for that, he built the Oracle. Yeah, I think so. And obviously, we can find some SCVs at first as a surprise, but I just don't think he believes in Phoenixes anymore.
Here's what I want to say. Okay, he is going to go and do some harass, which, like, maybe he just feels like he's a bit behind, so he needs to do this, and there's no reason for Clem to have defense.
Oh, we don't mind. Please don't lose it.
It is a really weird place. Okay, but actually what I would have really liked to see there is one really sneaky stasis ward, because like one stasis ward can change the feeling of the game, and you really don't expect an Oracle here.
And that stasis trap could have given you time to get another Colossus out, maybe start working on extended thermal lens. Normally I don't like random Oracles, but I think this one was smart because the Phoenixes kept on dying, but then losing it to a Widowmine on the other side of the map is just a little bit too much. Classic really is in all sorts of trouble here on Golden Aura too, because Clem's army is growing at a rapid pace and is getting closer and closer to the natural, as now that tank is starting to shell away on that pylon. I believe that's the only pylon powering that Robo.
Is it? Oh my gosh, that would be a huge pain for him. Overcharge does go down, you're right about that. Nothing else there, and it does go down, and look at this, Colossi getting picked. Dude, this game's all but over at this point. I think we're gonna be seeing GG in a moment. His probes fighting up to the north. And yeah, maybe he just barely clears this. No, he's not even going to clear the tank.
Well, what a call there by Clem as well to just stim into that natural, realizing that his army is bigger, that it's more powerful, and that there is a very exposed Colossus. And Colossus near batteries is something that as a Terran you really have to respect. But if a Colossus is all by itself in the natural, you can go for it. That is an awesome call by Clem, and of course he was already dominating the game at that point, but that's still a great way to close it out.
Yeah, very well done, very decisive plays there from Clem. I really think the overextension by Classic, like obviously that bunker getting up was really, really big. And that really ruined a lot of things for him. And then, you know, the dive across the map after he killed the extra units, I understand it, but he did stay too long. He couldn't quite kill that Cyclone. You know, that forced him into making the extra Immortal, and he's trying to get back through, like, the sneaky Oracle and everything. Tough game there from Classic.
Yeah, and we lost all the Phoenixes, so basically our entire Stargate investment was useless.
Yeah.
We built a Stargate to then build a couple of Phoenix that kept on dying one by one, no Protoss ever opened up with Phoenix. To lose all 3-4 Phoenixes at minute 6, it just wasn't worth it. And those are the kind of plays you can get away with against a Terran that might panic when they barely have a unit. When all they have is 2 Marines, a Reaper, and a Cyclone and Medevac, you can actually find great things there with a couple of basic Stalkers and 1 or 2 Phoenixes that show up. Because obviously in Classic's perfect world, he's like, I'm going to lift the first Cyclone, I'm going to kill it. Then the second Cyclone shows up, I'm going to lift that too, and I'll kill that as well. And then I'm going to micro all day with my Stalkers. But Clem is so incredibly good in knowing when to pick up units, knowing when to drop them, what to lock on. And Clem just really microed that to perfection, like we've seen the kid do so many times over the years.
Yeah, very, very well done there from Clem. And you know, that tempo advantage continues to go forward. He is up 2-0 right now against Classic. A much more one-sided game number 2. Hoping that Classic can start to bring this back. Looks a little bit deflated right now, I would say.
The start of game 2 was a straight-up nightmare. Like building your first battery. I don't know if there was a spot that he could have build it further away, because it felt that that bunker was so on top of the pylon that perhaps the Reapers will just always start shooting at the bunker. And that's kind of a downside of trying to go Nexus before the Cybernetic score. If you play it a little bit safer and you go Cybernetic score before the Nexus, you get the first battery quicker, because obviously you need a Cybercore to build a battery, and you get the first Stalker quicker as well.
Yeah.
And once that first battery is online, as you said, Artosis, then it's kind of easy. Then, okay, the Reapers will start being annoying. Perhaps you have to drop an overcharge. Oh no, who cares? Finally, you're going to take care of it. But if you can't even get that first battery up, it just becomes problematic. And if I was Classic, I would no longer go for Nexus before Cybercore.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. All right, we're starting game number 3 here on Oceanborn. In the bottom right, in blue, it is Clem.
And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, the only Protoss to make it into the playoffs last year over at Game S8 when we were here in Saudi Arabia, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic.
All right. It's time to see if Classic has what it takes to come back in a tough position like this. I'm really hoping so, man. That game 1 really gave me so much hope that game 2 took it all away from me, Roddy.
Would really have to do with throwing game 1, giving Clem that confidence, giving Clem the momentum. Because I really love that final call to just dive into the natural. I think Clem could have played it out in a much more passive way, but I always feel that whenever Clem is in the zone and he's feeling it, and then he just makes those calls and he sees every little opportunity and he dives on them immediately and he ends games so freaking quick. So perhaps winning that Thrones game really did give Clem some wings.
Do you think that, because this is such a true thing about Clem, everyone's kind of realized that he's like that, right? He's very tempo-based, very... it's almost like he's emotional or something, but he doesn't come off as emotional when you talk to him and stuff. So I wonder, do you think he's like an emotional player? Do you think it's just kind of his style, or just the fact that he plays Terran and he has to play super decisively, and without confidence it's impossible to do so? What do you think?
That is a good question, but we can ask the same question when we look at a man like Oliveira. As Rainer always calls it, as like Oliveira activates the turbo. And like, when does he activate the turbo? How does he activate it? You don't know, but it is definitely a real thing that you can give some momentum to your opponents. Where if you have them on the ropes in game 1 and somehow they win, like you know this as well as a competitive Root War player yourself, nothing feels better than winning a game that you already almost gave up on. And perhaps Clem already felt like, oh, game 1 is not going my way. Here we go again. And the moment that you then somehow suddenly clutch it out and you win, you're like, oh, okay, well now in game 2 I'm going to show what I'm made of. And then just everything you touch turn into gold. But it's an interesting case with Clem, because Clem indeed does not seem incredibly emotional. We never really see him lose his cool. He doesn't do weird stuff when he's playing, but yeah, perhaps it is a mental thing, right? Where if he just starts feeling a little more confident, he starts playing 20% better, faster, and with way more confidence. And StarCraft II, obviously, like these guys have skills and mechanics come into play, but they all have good mechanics. But having confidence in your openings and playing it with conviction is so incredibly important at the highest level.
It really is. It really is. And I think it varies with your style and the race that you play and things, how important that type of thing is, you know? Like if you are playing those more aggressive ones where you have to make really confident decisions and execute upon them well. So I wonder about that. It's actually a really fascinating thing to think about. But taking a look at this game, it is a blink opener here from Classic. He's throwing away the Stargate, Roddy.
Yeah, and I don't hate it. I think it's a very solid choice here on Oceanborn. We've seen it time and time again. Classic did look really bothered by losing that first adept, by the way. And yeah, of course, you want to keep those alive. And ideally, especially if you go for a second adept, sometimes you hope to get up to 3. 3 adepts is the magical number to one-shot a Marine without combat shield or to one-shot an SCV. Obviously, that is not going to work. And maybe he now just feels that the second adept is useless because he already lost the first one so quickly. He seemed very bothered by it. I feel like more bothered than a Protoss player should be by losing the first adept, which is annoying, but adepts are not the units in general that make or break your game.
Well, maybe he's just frustrated with how he's playing overall after that first game throw into the second game blunder. Well, he's taken that third Nexus very, very quickly here, as you oftentimes see with these Blink Robo openers. Clem actually moving across the map.
I'm very worried here for Classic, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's got a very tiny army. Do we have a shield battery? He does have that battery, and we got a bit of SimCity to work with. And with battery overcharge, hopefully he can buy enough time. Blink is 10 seconds away from finishing up. Clem is once more playing this incredibly decisive. He just gets on top of that battery. And now, yes, we do have Blink, but 4 Stalkers. Is that enough to take care of all these Marines in the Cyclones? I'm afraid that Classic is going to lose at least a few Stalkers and perhaps a Probe or 2 as well. He feels that he is forced to pull the workers, Artelsis.
Oh, 5 already falling, and he is losing some of these Stalkers as well. Some good Blink micro, pulling them out of range just at the very last second. Very few units left here for Clem now. Really trying extra hard on that micro, and does get away with the medevac in one very red Cyclone, but that was excellent damage.
Such a successful move out. It's a couple of Marines, it's a Cyclone or 2. These are all basic early game units for Clem, and if he can trace them out for literally anything, he's going to be happy. He gets a bunch of Stalkers, he gets 7 workers. Now this medevac could be in a bit of trouble. Stalkers will not blink for it. Instead, Classic feels that he can find more in the natural. And there is no bunker yet, so perhaps Classic can finally find some momentum. But there is a tank, though. And no, you cannot do that, Classic. You cannot do that.
No, if he blinks on that, there's like 5-6 Marines there. He would have had a very bad time with those already hurt Stalkers. But he brings his Observer over, so we might see a blink up into that main base and some harassment. In the meantime, Clem trying to do something with that very red Cyclone. Now, he does blink up. He's starting to kill a few SCVs. Not a great defensive setup in this main base yet from Clem.
No, because Clem opened up with double Cyclone, it took him a little while to get his tank count up. I think that makes some sense, but he's got more than enough tanks to not die. While that was happening, though, we do have a Liberator sneaking in, and this is honestly a little bit clumsy on the side of Classic, who has lost a few more workers, and I think he was supposed to lose there, as Classic was also distracted by that low HP medevac and that low HP Cyclone still from the first push. Now the Observer flies over the Marine army with a Raven there that is there to detect it. The Stalkers move back, eat another shot. It really does feel that it's a bit of a disaster game for Classic.
Dude, he's rubbing 2 nickels together to make a quarter here with these Stalkers. It's like, okay, we have 4 really damaged units. Let's see what we can do against a siege tank and Marines and a Raven. Come on, Classic, pull back. I think he's in this tough position. He's just trying to make magic everywhere at once.
Yep, it really feels that Classic had a strong start to this series where he had a lot of things going for himself, and perhaps he got a little bit overconfident on Crimson Court. The game slipped out of his hands and he's never been able to really recover. He gave Clem the confidence to just play his A game, be everywhere at once. And I just kind of feels that we are looking at a liquid Clem that's having fun when he's playing StarCraft. He's microing those tiny units, a low HP Cyclone. He's being a nuisance. He's going for 2-3 different attacks at once. And this is even before his army is as quick as it could be, before it becomes as powerful as Terran armies are in the early mid-game. Classic really is in all sorts of trouble. Like, he's supply block too, and it's a pretty big one. Artelsis 93 out of 93.
Yeah.
Poor Classic.
Now, nothing's going very well for him right now. He does have +1 about to finish. You know, this support bay is done now as well, and he actually had, I guess he had an Observer already queued up there because you don't have your support bay finish and go, oh, I need an Observer. But I'm kind of wondering what he should be trying to do here to come back when he's down 30+ supply. And, like, I can't see like a good road back other than just very solid defense.
Yep. I mean, I was thinking maybe you can just stay on 3 bases, try to go double forge and try to survive with a bunch of KV units and Colossus. But the problem is that Clem actually has a bunch of siege tanks. And if you dig in yourself on 3 bases, then you make it so easy for the Terran to get a really good siege up on your natural, up on your third. So in that way, I understand the 4th base, but that also means that it's going to be even more difficult for Classic to ever win a fight, because now we've spent all that money on a 4th Nexus that is not going to pay off anytime soon.
No, it certainly is not. You know, if he is able to hold this, suddenly the 4th base looks like it was genius. So we'll see about that. The Colossi are popping out. He's not going to have Thermal Lance. He's not even going to have 2 of them in this battle. A couple force fields going down, just kind of slowing Clem, but not even that much. He's got a fair amount of charge lots in here, so that's nice at least. But I don't think there's any way to beat this army.
Nope, don't forget that these Zealots don't have +1 armor either, or +2, right? That would be the dream. Guardian Shield can make up for a little bit of that, but Clem has such a powerful army here. Classic is going to look maybe for a flank coming in from the bottom. There are some Widow Mines here. The only way that Classic can ever turn this fight into a Protoss victory is if the Widow Mines hurt the Terran army, but this is not Clem's first rodeo. If that would ever happen, he would just unburrow them.
Yeah, he's way too quick for that. Like, the DPS of this, like, you can't do anything against this army. It's just such a perfect setup from Clem, and he's going to kill this base. Really not much left here for Classic. Doesn't have Thermal Lance yet. Tries to get in on top of these. Some of the mines do end up going off, but there's just so much bio left over.
Yep, and there is really not a lot to tank anymore for these last 2 Colossus. The first one falls immediately. Classic wiped in a few more Zealots, but it is never going to be enough. A very close and a very competitive first game turned into a one-sided series in the end, as Classic was all over. Excuse me, Clem was all over Classic in Game 2 and in Game 3. And it really did feel that Classic unleashed the beast that is Clem, with giving him that victory in the first game.
Man, I'm a little bit sad, right? Like, a 3-0 was not what I was expecting. I actually did come in kind of expecting Clem to be able to take it. I just think his play has been so great lately. But, you know, Classic, I think after Game 1, was looking very good despite the kind of throw maneuver he did there at the end. Unfortunately, unable to keep it together. And Clem just on fire. Twice the supply right now of Classic. Nothing really left for Classic here. He'll be GGing in just a second as he loses this Colossus.
It felt that Clem was just looking for that confidence booster, and he found it on Crimson Court, because in Game 2 and Game 3, Clem was phenomenal. He made all the right calls, all the right decisions. The micro was on point. The macro, as always, was on point. And while Classic was hitting some supply blocks first, stuck at 93 out of 93, and then suddenly had 60 available supply. Like, those are not the really clean games that you're looking for at the Esports World Cup.
No, not so much. Clem going over, shaking Classic's hand. We'll see if Classic's able to do anything through that lower bracket. It's going to be a tough one for him. I don't know if we're going to have a great showing at this event from Classic, but I can hope.
I mean, there's technically 3 different phases, right? We've got the upper bracket, we've got the lower bracket, and we've got the knockout bracket.
Yeah.
But it was fun, especially that first game. I don't think the boys at the desk are quite ready yet, but yeah, I liked it, and this also means that we can start getting ready for a Clem versus Raynor in the upper bracket. That is one hell of a best of 5.
What an excellent one that will end up being, but before we get into that, let's throw it over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, boys. That's right. We have got ourselves a brilliant fixture on the way. Clem versus Raynor down the line. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, though, because let's be real, we have to talk about this match. The fact that Clem looked so fantastic in this series. I did not think it was going to be a 3-0. Classic is no pushover, but Clem just looked amazing, Lambo.
He looked absolutely amazing. I was a little bit worried in Game 1 because that was the closest game. It was the only close game, honestly, of the 3. And anything can still happen at that point. Classic is really good. And then the moment he gets all the snipes on the Disruptors in game number 1, I think it just all falls into exactly where he wants it to be. And yeah, Clem just runs away with the series afterwards.
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm very surprised. But anyway, I mean, Clem's in formidable form right now. But here's how Group A's bracket has shaped up so far. We have a Maru versus Oliveira match that's going to be going on tomorrow. I'm very excited for that, considering their history. And looking over at Group B as well, Serral versus Hero is now a fixture, and Raynor versus Clem that we've been alluding to just before Tasteless. And considering the form that both of those guys seem to be in, everybody's kind of touting it. That's an insane match.
Group B is going to be crazy. I cannot wait to see what exactly is going to be happening here. It's going to be some really long, drawn-out matches. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to come.
No, definitely. So that's kind of how the brackets shape up here. For Classic, definitely not too doom and gloom just yet, Lambo. I mean, of course, Protoss hasn't really had the easiest time over the last year or two or more, maybe. But Classic is definitely one of the guys that might be able to punch back in the lower.
Yeah, he is the Protoss. He was the Protoss that held up the torch the longest the last time around. This time it is Hero for now, but there's 3 lives in this tournament. It's going to be a lot harder now that he lost because he needs to win way more matches, and it's not getting easier from here.
No.
But at the very least, the very next match is going to be a little bit simpler.
All right, well, without further ado, let's actually hear from Clem after that dominant victory over with Cats.
Yeah, I am indeed here with Clem. And he just actually had a fantastic series, kind of destroyed Classic, very little chance. How you feeling?
I feel pretty good. It's a big confidence boost for me, for sure. I feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the next match, however, is going to be Rainer. That is a tough one. I mean, he didn't have the easiest time against Cure today, a Cure that hasn't looked that great in TVC. So Rainer, regardless, is confident against you. That is the word on the street. Are you confident against him?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I think Rainer is confident against anyone, honestly. He would always say he's confident. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident as well. It's also, like, I watched the games against Cure, of course. It's also kind of hard to really know because those games were really weird, right? Like Cure going for a lot of 2 base pressures. It wasn't really standard games, so it's kind of hard to know exactly what Rainer's standard play looks like. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good overall, pretty confident.
Do you feel like you learned anything from Cure, like any exploits?
From Cure, I'm not sure. I mean, he had good builds, good preparation, like the 3x Reaper +1. Like it could have worked better. I think he got a tiny bit unlucky with the opening sometimes. But yeah, he's always very well prepared, so that's a source of inspiration, I guess.
And he was one of your inspirations, kind of like as you got better as a player as well, right? So do you always continue to look at Cure kind of like in that light as a teacher of sorts, like for someone to learn from? Or has the student become the master at this point?
No, I think he's very smart in the way he plays and in the way he prepares in his build orders. I think he's always good to look at and to get some inspiration from. And yeah, for anyone at home who wants to copy good build orders, you can look at Cure, he has good ones.
Nice guy, cool guy. All right, thank you, Clement, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, well, Clem's really come into his own, of course, here. And you know what I like especially? The hair. I love the hair. Old Kalaris with the long hair would love it. You must be a fan of the hair. It's looking phenomenal.
I am as well. Yeah, their free-flowing hair is just beautiful. He also...
the flowy locks of hair. You're right, yes.
He was so confident. He said he's pretty confident against Rainer, which for Clem, in Clem terms, this is insane. He's surging.
True.
It's incredible. Usually he doesn't say stuff like that. Yeah. This, I think, was the most important fight of the entire series. As here, the game was still super close, and then Classic just put the Disruptors 2-5 forward. Clem snipes them, like basically all of them.
Yeah.
And then he just takes it from there.
Yeah, tough to take out Clem when he's looking this formidable. And I mean, as we were hearing from some of the thoughts going in the back here, Tasteless, like people are saying his macro is constantly on point, his macro is constantly on point. I think Lambo was saying that Solar was touting him as being unbelievable in regards to even some of the South Korean top Terrans. So if he's on that kind of form in this tournament, who knows how far he can go.
And this guy is young. I mean, StarCraft II, and you know, when you count StarCraft I as well, this is like 25 years of history, right?
Yep,
so a lot of the good players are old, right? Excuse me, I'm like 40 just a couple days ago. Some of the pros are even older than me from the early days.
It's true.
But when you look at Clem, he's young. He's one of the youngest players. Is he, in fact, the youngest player that we have here in the tournament? I believe he is.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and he's got this much promise. He's got this much potential. This was a guy who wasn't even really allowed to play early on because he was so young. You weren't allowed to compete in tournaments, I believe, in Europe at that time. He's here now. He's been killing it. He's been crushing it, and he looks to be a real threat.
Is he the same age as Rainer? Or?
Rainer is actually younger. Rainer is actually younger.
Okay, but Rainer comes off as older,
exactly.
so my point still stands.
But we will have the 2 youngest players playing against each other.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, that's very
They're
true.
also 2 of the very best, to be fair, and also very experienced at this point, honestly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just terrifying prospects. And again, like when it comes to even just our second round, never mind our first round being a terrifying prospect for a lot of these players, but the second round looks insane to get things going. I mean, you've got fixtures like Rainer versus Clem, Serral versus Hero, Maru versus Oliveira. These have all been literal finals of Premier tournaments, Lambo.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even know which series would be my favorite, because I really am looking forward to Hero as well. He has shown that he can beat Solar in just a macro game as well.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure that we saw every aspect of Hero's play today.
Well, here's the Gadia play of the day, and would it be anything else other than the Mothership recall and Time Warp here, Tasteless? This was awesome to watch.
And this turned out to be a really delightful series with these two.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching this, and I thought, you know, this was going to be maybe a little bit one-sided. I mean, I know Estraya is a great player, but some of these insane plays to start the day off, and we really never lost momentum through the entire, you know, day one here for StarCraft II at the Esports World Cup.
No, definitely. Do you think Estraya played up to the level here today? I mean, obviously, like, he's been practicing, he's been grinding, trying to get it going. But Gumiho, again, it's a good scalp to take in the first round.
100%. I think in a game that goes very long, where Estraya has everything to work with, all the resources, all the tech, I do kind of favor him a little bit over Gumiho. But with that Mothership recall, he just stayed alive in the most crucial moment of time, where I think otherwise he would not have been, because all the Liberators were out of position because of the recall. Gumiho just didn't expect a recall behind his army, and I don't really fault him for it, because I haven't seen it in quite a while.
Yeah, I think someone was saying that he'd done it once in practice or something. Was it you that said it, that he's done it maybe once in practice? Somebody said this anyway, regardless of the fact that it lines up in a Premier tournament and you're able to make it work, Tasteless. Those are magic moments in StarCraft that you don't often see.
We're just getting started, man. A lot more magic moments to come. The layout of the brackets is looking insane, by the way. We were talking earlier. We don't know which one you want to even say would be the most exciting one. There's just so much potential here.
Yeah, definitely. So, so beyond that, I mean, other moments from the day here, Lambo, do you have any kind of shining moments? Do you have any expectations coming into tomorrow? What are you thinking?
For me, Rainer versus Cure was an amazing series. It was back and forth, but the first games were kind of one-sided, and the last one was super, super close. So it was just amazing to see that Rainer is in shape. We've been hyping him up. I was a little bit afraid that he was going to get reverse swept. And then we've been hyping Clem up a lot, and he just destroyed. Serral, as always, looking good. I mean, today, all the favorites, I feel like, looked quite good. So tomorrow is really the day that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm excited for... I hate to do this to Coffee, but I'm excited for Serral's first proper test tomorrow, Tasteless.
Sure, well, no.
Going up against Hero. Again, they have played each other a lot. Technically, this is where Hero has shone in the past. However, when you're going up against Serral in ZVP, that is a tough, tough match.
And if he can do it versus Serral, he can do it versus anybody, which means he could possibly be one of the favorites to take the whole tournament. I mean, we expect Serral to move on. It's always a safe bet. There's nothing too exciting about, you know, assuming that's going to be the outcome. But again, if Hero has that kind of PVZ, he's going to be a real threat to everybody moving forward.
Yeah, I hope we get a Protoss somehow into that round of 4.
Protoss.
It is difficult though, right, Lambo?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we've got to a point where oftentimes we don't even get a Protoss in the round of 8, never mind the round of 4. And now with this tournament format here, getting to that round of 4 alone, yes, if you get through the upper bracket and straight in, that's probably your best shot in some circumstances, but you've got to go through these insane players like Serral.
I think maybe even Estraya might have a shot now that he won the first match. He got
Who's
a
he
lot
against next?
Against Dark.
Dark. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
He told me he got a lot better in PVZ while he was in Korea, so I have high expectations for him as well. So with still 2 of the 3 Protosses today that actually ended up advancing, I still think we have a good shot.
That would be the ultimate Dark Horse moment. Everyone's kind of looking at the other Protoss to try and make it happen, but if Estraya does, North America, what do you think?
That would be amazing. I mean, it would prove that they can do more than just cast, right?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, we've also obviously had some fantastic players, right? Like Neeb, of course, back in the day. Scarlet for such a long time. Trigger, arguably, if we continue doing what we're doing, is kind of on the up and up as time goes on. It is difficult for the region as a whole. But beyond that, of course, we have some phenomenal Terrans still to play. Maru versus Oliveira is another game that is very worthy of preview, because it felt like ever since Maru, Lambo, lost out to Oliveira at Katowice, there was like this slight mental block in some scenarios. It looked like he was defeated in some series.
Yes, very often this thing exactly happened in the grand finals once again. He played against Serral and he just looked clueless.
Yeah.
And it was exactly Oliveira that actually made Serral bleed right before the grand finals of the most recent event. So yeah, I feel like the storylines really write themselves for tomorrow. Maru versus Oliveira, I think, is also going to be a banger of a match.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here at the end of the day. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world as well. That does it for day number 1 of the EWC. Don't forget, though, tomorrow we are not here we are stepping things up even further for the World Championship. So join us tomorrow for more StarCraft action as we really get things rolling.
I'm exceptional, way above average. I don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. We are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was just a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red light, cause I'm not stopped. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, you can't make it with playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it when you can. I'm the number one contender, ain't no number two. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose.